Team Peps, they will remain in that spot, that automatic money match qualification heading into next week, and we might be looking at other teams that fight through the play-in to have an opportunity to take on.
I can't wait for tonight. Vertus
we're
Pro, I was
live.
looking through the top global leaderboard. I think Sparker has 3 accounts in the top 10 right now. The guy has been putting in time. We've seen a little sample of it on his own stream and, of course, in recent competitions. But here on Fight Night, we're playing for $1,000. We have to wait and see, though, who is going to make it through. Is it Luminosity or the Frenchies on Peps? Can we talk a little bit about our players, Jake? And can you tell me what to expect from the European region? Is it different from my NA ranked games?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be different from any kind of ranked games you'll ever see. I think there is going to be maybe more emphasis on things like Bucky and Wolverine to pull players out of position. It's less about the individual carry from those heroes, but more about what they offer to the team strategist play. What I'm curious about though overall is, will we see a commitment to the general 2-2-2 style in terms of 2 vanguards, 2 duelists, and 2 strategists, or will these teams maybe push for something like a strategist or potentially a 3rd vanguard we've seen in some potential curious about the weaknesses of those decisions, but on certain maps, I think having no role lock in the game right now really means that strategy is wide open. Like, you can really approach the game in different ways. My experience with games like
we're not up yet.
Early on in the game's life cycle, there are strategies people just haven't really discovered yet, haven't innovated yet, that could be, making an appearance in a tournament like today. So I don't want to be like too clear with my predictions, like, oh, it's gonna be exactly this.
Let's go, man. I haven't posted yet, but I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for this.
Players choose to bring out, and of course, it's all going to be decided by the pick and ban system. The matches are kicking off here in just a little bit. We'll be showcasing the players on each team as well as we get through the rosters. Uber, though, real quick, I see a lot of my friends coming over from the Call of Duty universe. We have people coming from the Overwatch world, Halo.
I don't know a single one of these players.
One of the most popular games
I've never seen these dudes. Maybe Cess tried. Level 1 Crook, maybe?
You got your Vanguard, your Duelist, your Strategist. Everyone kind of has crossover abilities. So we see Storm in the lineup for Luminosity today. Can you tell me a little bit about one of the most picked characters I've seen?
Sure. I mean, again, this graphic is obviously not their draft. This is like the signature, hero.
Yeah, the most played.
Players, right?
Their best characters.
In previous games has often
So they might actually go on 3 DPS and 1 tank. We'll see.
Good utility, but also high damage. I think Storm is fantastic because she offers a huge amount of utility on top of that, consistent damage, right? She has that weather control ability that either gives a movement speed boost to everyone around her or a damage boost. And that, area of effect field can be empowered with her E-Goddess boost that either, does periodic damage or
Oh, wait. Oh no, dog, like... Is there someone watching, bro? Whoops, that's my game. That's my game. Oh, there's some people watching. Hello. Hello. But yeah. This is not much to do right now, though.
Fantastic. Should expect to see some of her
Hasn't started yet. Let me watch this really quick.
New international event
League
is
of
coming to
Legends.
League of Legends.
Yo, League's competitive scene is the perfect scene, bro. It's just so good, so refined. I think rivals should copy or like base themselves off of a league.
And it's starting next week. Here's everything you need to know about it in just a couple of minutes. First Stand is the newest International League of Legends event, and it is starting on the 10th of March and finishing on the 16th of March. There will be 5 teams participating in this event, and they are the first seeds of each of the major regions. From the LCK, it's Hamon Life Esports. From the LPL, it's Top Esports. From the LTA, it's Team Liquid. From the LEC, it's Carmine Corp.
KC.
And from Asia Pacific, it's CTBC Flying Oyster. These 5 teams will come together in South Korea in Lol Park and play a best-of-3 round-robin stage. After this round-robin stage, the last place team is out, and the remaining 4 teams go into a single elimination best-of-5 bracket, where the first seed will play the 4th and the second seed will play the 3rd seed. We'll then play out the bracket stage, and the winner will be crowned on the 16th of March as the first Stand victor. Now, what's so special about this event?
It's
only
fire,
1 week long.
bro.
It only consists of 5 teams. Is there a
international players? Right after you get your, well, there's a lot of people here. So right after you get your regional games and shit, regional tournaments, then you instantly go into like some international games. That's like worlds before worlds. Pretty cool.
tournament will feature
Get a
Fearless
taste.
Draft. Fearless Draft means that any champion played in a game of a series is removed for the rest of the series.
One day I think Marvel is gonna reach Fearless Draft levels. League of Legends only started with like 40 champions. It's been like over 10 years. And if they've added like 4 champs every year, Rivals is gonna be at the same pace, so it's gonna take some time, but once we get into the drafting and stuff like that, it's going to be really interesting. Drafting takes a lot of knowledge. It's really hard, actually. A lot of teams don't know how to draft. It's kind of another game inside the game.
So if I play Zeri Lulu versus Lucian Nami in Game 1, in Game 2, those champions are automatically banned. You play through 4 games and you get to Game 5 in a best of 5, then 40 champions are banned from those previous 4 games, and each team still has 5 bans as well, so in a Game 5 there's 50 champions out. And we've already seen a few best of 5s around the world with some crazy wacky drafts, so trust me when I say, if these series go to Game 5s, some of the craziest champions will be played at this event. There's also been a new way of playing the game that's recently cropped up over the last few months, which is lane swapping by putting your bot lane top and avoiding certain matchups. Now Riot has kind of killed lane swapping. I think we won't see any of it at the event, fingers crossed. They've done it in such a drastic way where I think it's pretty much
just
impossible
annoying
to lane swap in the first couple of minutes unless you're maybe extremely creative, we'll have to see. And luckily for us as viewers, lane swaps will be gone. The whole tournament will be played on patch 15.5 and the games will start on March the 10th at 9 AM CET with 2 series a day. The first series is Team Liquid versus Carmine Corp, and the second series on Monday is Humble Life versus Top Esports.
Insane matchup.
I personally am super excited for this event. I'm going to be covering the whole thing on my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/Cadrel, and I'll be uploading all of the series VODs to the YouTube channel. I think it's nice that Riot's added a 3rd international event. It can give us a bit of a taste of what the regions are like up against each other before MSI starts in a few months and Worlds in a few months after that. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy First End. It'll be exciting to see how Fearless shapes up, and yeah, I'll see you guys there.
I look up to this dude, man. Cadrel, big dog, pretty much the biggest league streamer. I look up to him so much, bro. How he covers his commentary. I just studies his game, studies his thumbnails.
Particularly
I'm a student of the game, you know.
You've got a flanker in Leaf, you've got a hit scan player in Hardest, of course.
There's a dude called Timo. That's actually a French team. I looked it up. That's a French team. Let's take a look. Team Reps. Team Peps. French team. Champion de France. Vice-champion d'Europe. Overwatch Rivals. It's game day, okay. I fuck with it. Let's follow.
So we're going to be starting with a preset map, but from there on in the series, the loser of the map will have free reign to pick any map as long as it hasn't been played in the series so far. No repeating the same map over again. But this is going to mean that if you do go down on that first map, you have the opportunity to take us to your strongest map. So we're going to be starting on Royal Palace. And I think Domination is a particularly interesting mode in Marvel Rivals. If you're familiar with the genre, but not so much Marvel Rivals.
So no repeating maps. I think there's some. I saw some scrims or tournaments where the losing team chooses the maps and stuff. I don't know if it's random. It might be. Best of 5s for the first 2 matches. Best of 7. So the format is essentially this: you got 4 teams, 2 matchups. Whoever wins on each region, it's NA and EU. So the NA team, whoever wins the NA matchup goes and plays against Sentinels, and whoever wins the EU matchup plays against Virtus Pro. Luminosity Gaming and Team Peps are actually the EO matchup, and Intergalactic and Extension are NA. Okay, we're getting them bans, okay. Hella ban. A really strong character. A good band. Venom is protected. Okay. They might run a dive. Loki. Okay. Protecting the Loki for the dive.
The mobility from that swing is pretty incredible in terms of coming
They ban Adam, okay. Probably have an item player. Also banning out the team up, I agreed.
The self-res is just so impactful, letting your Star-Lord really push the level of risk that they can take and, you know, still come out on top. So you can still play the Star-Lord, but if you die, you are going to be out. There's not going to be that reliable Adam Warlock res to back you up.
Bucky banned. Okay. Bucky banned. Looks like they're gonna be diving. I also think the logic behind banning Groot is that some teams have a Groot player while other teams don't. I feel like every tank pretty much plays Strange and Mag, but not everyone has a Groot player on their team. So Groot is the third best tank. So if you don't have a Groot player, it can be troublesome. So you ban it, I guess. This map is, it's good. It's good. During Venom, do they bring out the Spider-Man? They're diving, we know it. They might go side, they might go magic. BP, I don't think they're going Black Panther. Loki's is open. Loki, Namor is open too. Luna, Namor is open. You're running dive into that. You prefer banning Bucky? I don't understand this. Oh, they're running Rocket Mantis. What? Hold up, bro. I'll do this. Full screen. They're running Rocket Mantis. Okay, nah. They were just running doing the thingy. Their armor. They're not really diving. Luminosity game, they're not really diving. They just have Venom. Both teams have Venom. No Strange on both sides. Pretty much mirrored comps outside of the Star-Lord and Wolverine. The Luminosity gets a pick early. This is allowing Rajaro to get some decent damage down. Again, Crook is able to hit the sleeping spore and back right away, but Rajaro eventually falls, is kidnapped by Leaf on that Wolverine, taken out of the fight. Yeah, and Peps is managing to bring this one back despite the initial kill going against them. That's the threat of Wolverine. We see so many players from Lunacy are aware of it, but now pulling the the Venom got pulled. He does as he's pulled though. You've got to run from that. Naga with the counter kill though makes it still winnable for Luminosity, but Peps and Control are kind of happy to make this fight go long. Yeah, without Shu, they can still work with this to some degree. You can see the rejuvenation zone just being inhabited by Leaf there, just while they figure out what's going on. Corrosion did come in from Trust Me, but it didn't stick, and frankly, Switch is chilling. They've got a Fate of Both Worlds available now, and here's the Galactic Legend coming in from the top side, but Naga's not able to burst the lunar snow. I think that's pretty good. Uses it to draw the first. Oh, nice pull. Wall vault into this is really powerful. Oh, he's dead. He got bursted down really fast. Killed by the Namor. Pretty much even though. Still even. The point hold is so potent. I mean, this Loki is just pumping heals constantly, and the help of the Namor in the backline means it's not easy to get in here for Naga Star-Lord. Now, a little bit tough here for Luminosity to break in. They do have a Loki's gonna die. He didn't get hit. He didn't get stunned. Ah, it is Loki actually. My bad. I got dead. That is an ultimate from Leaf on that Wolverine. Here's Shu wrapping around the corner. Spots destroyed. They have to cocoon and head to the skies. Shu a little bit low, but will get the healing that they need in time. Yeah, okay. The Namor is completely behind, flanking. Yeah, he just dies, completely out of position. Just been eating them up this round, constantly counter diving on the Wolverine, and you know he's not playing to like force super aggressive moves, but every time it feels like Luminosity are going in trying to make a play on this backline, they're not only having to deal with Namor and all of those spawn, but also it's Wolverine pulling them deeper than they. They're gonna have two defensives, Team Peps to defend the Loki and then the Luna. My gold. Blocked. Namor, no more bubble to try to block the Magol. The Luna, if you see Fate, is just chilling on the high ground, just healing, free healing. No one's pressuring any supports on both sides. Magol's gonna be really dangerous. Ooh, he could have killed the Luna.
And eventually those Lunaso ults are going to expire. Leaf in the mix has already had that regenerative healing factor triggered, but is still ready to throw down.
No more ults on both sides. Now it's just a brawl. It's just a brawl. Whoever wins, whoever wins. Oh, it's just a massacre, pretty much.
I mean, they start obviously with that point control, and we do see Luminosity spending a lot of time fighting. But you know, I see them like down to 5 players. They've got a Lunar Snow ultimate in. They weren't able to find any picks. I think that's the key difference between these teams. Naga is constantly looking for opportunities to get knockouts on this Star-Lord, but there is so much healing. And every time we see a Galactic Legend, it gets healed through by Peps, whereas they had the Wolverine. You carve someone out of the formation, take him away from those area of effect healing, and Leaf has been able to blow up entire vanguards on their own with Wolverine. It's just busted.
Yeah, and I mean, the copied fate of both worlds, like the timing is just immaculate from Team Peps. There's really no window for Luminosity to punish when it's, you know, Loki ult into the Luna Snow, and then Luna Snow's own ultimate comes up right after that. That's, you know, once you have point control.
Solid. Fate was just chilling a hide. They're on the thing now. They switched to the thing. Okay, now. Or did they? Yeah, they did. On the thingy. On the thing. The thing's pretty good into Venom and Wolverine. Let's see it.
Venom, but he was pretty annoying, and if you do hit that cellular corrosion that, you know, hits a big bit of burst damage, it can really contribute overall quite effectively. Keep an eye, of course, on the ultimate here, because we are carrying that percentage over from previous rounds. You've got to clear these Loki clones, and Timo doesn't want to play overly aggressive right now. We're clearing Monstro spawns, and Team Peps are controlling this space really well.
Wow. They just trolled. Luminosity just trolled. They just gave them the point early. That's bad. Just so bad. Just let them take the point. That's looking good early. Wolverine's looking for the grab. He gets it. Does Mag has ult? Mag does have ult. He's trying to block it. The other Mag blocks it with his shield though. What the Namor and Luna try? What the Namor trying to do is switch his ult while his Luna was damage boosting, which would have killed anyone inside his ult pretty much. They're just not using their ults. They're getting lapped. Luminosity is getting lapped. Like, Fate doesn't have his ult. Like, by the time Fate has the opportunity to use his ult, like, Peps Nation, like, whoever, like, the supports on Peps team are gonna be at like 50-75%. Like, just getting him lapped. Just bad. Okay, Wolverine. Hook misses. Still has his passive, which is really big. Completely super aggressive with it. Yeah, I like this. Playing neutral is just gonna let them charge their defensive, so just dive in. Now Loki has his ult. They can get the Namor combo off. Damage boost, Loki dies. That's one pick. Namor is so strong. Ooh. Nice shot. Oh, that's Fate's second ult. Holy. Then level 1 Crook is gonna ult too. I think people they need to try to use their ult early so that they get it, so that they can start charging it in the second Luna ult. Yeah. You use your first ult just to try to get a pick, you know, because anyways, like you're gonna get enough charge to get you another one, anyways. 2-0. They got cooked.
And you've just got to expect at some point that you're always going to be playing into one of those big.
They get cooked. They got cooked, man. Wasn't even close.
The Wolverine is so effective here because you are displacing your opponents.
I don't really know what's happening though. Can't really tell.
In some cases, doing it to the enemy, you know, venom, right? Just being able to burst
Oh,
them down.
that's me.
And get back to
Lol.
business, get that player advantage, and in a longer fight, I mean, you can see how you can succeed. Look at the healing. Now locks in switch. They don't die. 0 deaths.
Yeah, 0 deaths on strategy. That's ridiculous, right? Like that's like the dream stat line for the strategist. You're just stable. You're alive. You're pumping heals. I'm not gonna lie though, Mitch. If we don't see Wolverine banned in the next map, I'm gonna crash out on Luminosity. With what Leave just did to you, that game was just over. It was like, if you can't match the Wolverine, I'm pretty sure this just has to be first banned. Like what Leaf is doing, like how do you respond to that? He's completely pulling your vanguards out of position. We talked about this before the match, the threat that poses against an organized team like Peps.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fucker,
bro,
you're
is
muted in
muted.
Discord.
Oh, he's muted.
How about now?
The
He doesn't want
cat.
to talk to
Sound
us
great now?
Mitch.
All right. We fixed it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I feel like I'm watching Tanuki all over again. The Wolverine dominates the game, but more importantly, Loki overpowered? Question mark. Jake, should I be able to have 12 seconds of just Luna ults?
The is
Even 24 seconds.
really potent, and I think Loki also just, regardless of the copied ultimate and the the incredible power spike that offers you, there's just so much outplay potential from the Loki. You know, not only does he pump a ton of damage with all those clones when he's not busy healing, he can really become a significant damage dealer. But that immortality rune is deceptively.
Agreed. Loki might be the strongest support. I would still put him behind Luna because he still needs a Luna to be at his top. If there's no Luna in the game, Loki's not gonna be as strong. So yeah, but Loki's kit is insane. When there's a Luna in the game, Loki's the strongest support. Does insane amount of damage, has insane survivability. It's just absurd, man. Has immortality for some reason. He can kill ya. It's crazy.
When your Luna Snow's ulting or is copying a Luna ult, right? Regeneration domain and that bubble really crucial as they
But I don't understand why there was an Atom ban, because I think Luminosity plays Mantis and Star-Lord, so the Atom ban makes a lot of sense. They don't want to give up the team up.
you have to check it out,
But I do think that Luminosity needs to change some stuff. They pretty much matched them pretty much on every character. The one Mag was on both sides, the Venom 2, the Loki, the Luna. They were on Namor 2 for a minute. I think they need to ban some stuff. They need to change things up. If they keep doing the same bans, they're just gonna do the same stuff. They're gonna be, they're just gonna, you know what I'm saying. I don't know, I'm just yapping. But yeah. Still on the same shit. Like I feel like they just need to switch things up, because whatever they did here wasn't working at all. Let's see what Burger has to say. Yo, is Booger muted? Like what?
Yeah, the damage reduction doesn't matter because you can just get dinked. If you get stunned, you drop. Anyways, I yapped about this in my video. Anyways, look at this glorp, guys. While we wait, you should watch my.
Yeah. I think we need to see a Luna ban, so the Loki's a lot less powerful, and Namor doesn't have a third squid. Okay, there's a lot of people watching, right? We got Seagull watching too. Okay, let's see. Let's see it, Seagull.
Galactic Legend locks onto people, and you can use it obviously after using a dash boost, so you're up there in the sky, and you're virtually a flyer during that ultimate, for all intents and purposes, which they're not easy to deal with in this game.
Why was Adam banned? Probably to get rid of the Star-Lord comp.
And if Naga cannot find those windows, in which those are not available,
he kind of relies on Magneto.
He's going to struggle. It could be a matter of
yeah, I mean, okay, there is a world where technically you could play Invis Woman and just like counter Wolverine by banning Magneto so there's no bubble and just pull on every kidnap. But I don't know if that's necessarily worth it. Because then the Loki Luna's too good.
It's the great Seagull is here, and so are his fans. Welcome in, everybody. You are watching Rivals Fight Night. This is our opening episode. You are watching the inaugural.
Let me think about this, actually. I don't know.
Well, and Virtus Pro will be our defending champs. If you have seen any games,
I don't have a second screen, so I can't watch shit.
Jake, we're just
like
moments away from this game
like a normal person,
so
bro.
will we see any Storm? Are we going to see Torch
there's
at all
one
today?
Yapping
Is
in the chat
Mr.
anyway,
Fantastic going to make
please,
an appearance in
please.
Professional Rivals? Give me a little look into the Jake crystal ball.
When the Mr. Fantastic comes out, you know you're in too deep here in the professional match. I think Mr. Fantastic, probably one of the lowest likelihood picks we will see come out. Storm, though, I think is a great highlight because, in some of the previous tournaments earlier on Marvel Rivals, we saw some teams running a very innovative comp with the Storm, running a triple Vanguard setup with Storm, and using Storm's ability to add that AoE damage to the team and just full deathballing on Storm. Put your entire team in that damage aura, running at them with something like the Thor, grabbing enemies, pulling them back to you. Like we've seen that composition work before. So far, though, I mean, I just don't think Team Peps are really going to change much. I feel like Hardest on the Namor is a great shout out as well. We talked about Star-Lord being hard to shut down, being a big threat in the sky, but Hardest is just dominating him in some of these like 1v1 fights. Like in theory, the Flyers are hard to kill, but if you got a sick aimer on Namor, it starts to become.
Yeah, Namor is just so strong. Namor is good at everything.
That are trying to flank you sometimes. You can place
like his projectile, but he doesn't have fall off.
And then when
he has no fall off, so he does full damage at insanely long range.
Hard to deal with as a flanking.
All right, looks like we have our level selected.
Oh, Shinshi boy, I love this map. I prefer the other Tokyo map, but this is one. This is cool.
Now this does kind of complicate things because I do think this is a much more difficult map for Wolverine. In comparison to Domination, where you're fighting around the point. There's a lot of centralized battle in like one location. You kind of circling around those key pieces of cover. Wolverine, I think, loves to play on corners where he can, grab an enemy, pull them back to his team without getting poked from range. But Shinshibuya is pretty much the opposite of that.
Yeah,
in terms
super
of map
open.
Type. It's very wide open. There's a lot of space. So I think this is a map
outside of the first point, just payload.
A little bit more effective.
Yeah, you can make use of that high ground as Wolverine and sort of set up your feral leaps from there, but it's really challenging. You sometimes have to walk into the back line and then charge someone out. So not so simple. Again, I do think that like if you have like adequate healing for that Wolverine, you can make it work. But that might be part of the decision making here for LG, is like get us on a map where like you cannot so easily carve people out and kind of even the playing field. Maybe puts this bucket in more of like a poke sort of doctrine here. Means like, Groot obviously is an option for some of these longer straightaways. Sometimes when the maps do narrow down, it could be good, but we haven't seen any Strange yet, right? He definitely becomes much more relevant as we move away from those domination games.
Jake, I have a friend who is a top 100 Squirrel Girl main. Is he a worthless contribution to ranked? Will we see Squirrel Girl?
Yes, he is a worthless contribution to ranked.
Squirrel Girl is such an interesting character because I think a lot of the abilities.
She's just so map dependent. Like her ult can be like the worst in the game, bro.
Super jump, that rooting skill, the super jump, all right, is actually pretty sweet.
It's quite nice.
But the primary weapon is incredible. Like you actually do an insane amount of spam.
Like her ult can either literally kill through defensives, literally can kill through Luna ult, or just do nothing on certain maps. It's just crazy. It's just map dependent. Just map dependent. If it's open, she's useless. If there's ledges It's just fucking cooked, bro. They all can jump off the map.
You know, I don't know if that's true. The fact that you can actually like damage the tsunami to stop it is maybe leaves a little bit too much counterplay. I would say the team up with Spider-Man is actually pretty good. That is AoE immobilize people with that webbed acorn.
Yeah, it's an extra stun for Skirgle. So I think she can get 3 stuns in a row. Because you can get the Spidey stun, then you can do the stun over the head, and then you have a reset, and you can stun again.
You can blink the nuts around corners, Jake. Trust me.
So, yeah.
My friend, sorry.
She's pretty decent into dive because of her jump. You can do a double jump, so you jump into high, like super high, and then you have the thingy where you root people, so you immobilize them. I play Iron Fist a lot, so I know that if you don't block the stun or the root, you're dead, because she does a lot of damage. Her primary deals 100 damage or something. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that now that Luminosity have a little bit more of a sense of what to ban. I think if you take out the Wolverine factor from that previous game, and I don't want to distill it just down to one hero pick, but if you can sort of remove that aspect, then I do think that the match opens up a lot more. Look, and Shin Shibuya obviously is a pretty interesting map in which, you know, the context around which these fights are occurring changes drastically, right? You know, these kind of maps, these convergence maps where you do start in control, like as defenders of a point, right? There is a way to encircle you, but defensively you are heavily advantaged a lot of the time.
Is this an official? Not really an official, but there's some money on the line, bro. There's some money on the line.
A lot, just because there's people just didn't want to deal with the volatility that Wolverine can sort of bring to the game, because you just
like it's not hosted by
end up being a sick Wolverine, like
by rivals, but there's some money.
I do wonder, like,
and the teams are playing seriously. Some like these are some of the best teams in both regions. Virtus, I think, is pretty much the best team EU. Sentinels, I think, is the second best team in NA though. But yeah, shout out to you, bro. First chat ever. Shout out to you, bro. First chatter, bro. I'm gonna remember you forever. Bad. Let me take a screenshot, actually. W.
Abusing a broken team up with Rocket Raccoon.
It's totally not broken. Same with the Punisher. It's just shoddy. It's the greatest thing in the game. Jake, is Bucky the best duelist right now?
I think Bucky's the best duelist in the game.
I do think Bucky has incredible potential. It's a super
I think he's the best.
I also think, you know, for what it's worth,
high skilled, nah.
Nah. He has a decent matchup against Wolverine.
Hell nah. High skilled, are you crazy? Hell nah, bro. Bucky's not that skilled. There's just so much, like, how do you say that? Margin for error. You have so much health with your abilities. Like, you just can't die. You're like, Bucky got 275 health, and every one of his abilities give you like 30-40 extra health. Then his bullets are actually pretty big. The hitbox of those bullets are actually pretty big. So hitting shots is pretty easy, but the thing that's hard is getting used to the projectile speed. It's not like you would expect. You would expect Bucky's left click to be hit scan, but it's not. It's a fat projectile. Still a hellband. Let's see it. Okay, I like it. I like it. But I prefer. Namor would have been better. I mean, Luna would have been better. Low-key ban is really good for Venom too.
Like, you don't necessarily have to mirror it. I think Royal Palace to me was like, I'm pretty sure from what I just saw, you need to be playing Wolverine, like with what Luke did to them.
Oh, they protect Groot. Okay, so they might have the Groot player. Interesting. So do they ban Adam? Do they ban Adam?
right? Sort of your strangling roots are
I think they should.
in place, and if you horn a Proteus onto that, it's
Yeah, add them ban so they don't get the team up. Like it. Like it a lot.
Immobilization, that root's very powerful, giving access to that crowd control. Also on these convergence maps, like constantly spawning these walls and breaking up the formation of the defending team is super troll. And if you're attacking, it also lets you shrug off a lot of the pokes. So you've got to ban the Namor here.
Oh, Namor ban.
Okay.
Why not ban Luna? I guess it's fine.
Though, as this is our inaugural broadcast, if
I
you do
guess.
see an alt combo, I need some unique names. Would the Namor combo with Groot be like choking whale? I got rooted and booted. I got nothing. You let us know, chat.
Like
what do you got for
booted.
us? Jake, it's time to get into the game. Uber, I'll let you two take it away.
Thank you very much, Puckett.
Yeah, let's
map
get it,
series
man.
Will be Shin Shibuya, of course, a convergence map where we've seen our bans already, our protects also. Curious to now to see Groot obviously make their way into the game, Jake. As someone who's really good at sort of controlling space just by breaking up vision. And what most people tend to forget when they're playing against Groot is that his walls take on a life of their own once he is close to them. And actually can actively be involved in combat. You've got to break him, you've got to respect him.
Yo, this cap skin is insane, bro. Makes me want to play this character.
It's a potent combo that's been used in some of the previous tournaments. Is Groot and Moon Knight. And
The
what that combo allows you
Moon
to do, right, with the
haunts
ultimate,
you.
grabbing everybody, locking them down, pulling them together. Moon Knight
The
has
goon
the highest sustained
haunts
DPS in
you.
the game in an AoE, and you can actually kill through something like the Luna Snow ultimate with just raw damage and pump
Okay,
that AoE. Right
TP.
now we're going to see Team Peps take a strange portal into the enemy backline. So Luminosity, they're playing, I think, a more aggressive variant of the comp now with Psylocke and Star-Lord. So we're going to see them try to potentially
Oh,
dive
the
on this
TP
portal.
low ground.
LG are ready for this. We actually might see Shu switch to a different
Interesting.
tank here. They duck back into spawn. Yeah, okay, so
Okay, they switched back to Venom after TPing. Okay.
Venom. So Team Peps have managed to
No one wants to play Strange.
Now, that's
Don't understand
only
this.
part of the issue. They do need to get out. We notice we've got a Psylocke here for Naga. Crook is still playing the Mantis, so it might be
Like, how are they gonna take them?
and, you know, hit that sleep down on
They have the
people.
entire
Just like
high
we've seen
ground.
here. Teemo is pretty susceptible. I mean, Venom pretty susceptible in general to crowd control. Now they've used their shield. They've got to double back to the point here.
Like, Luminosity is in a really nice position.
With this Bucky Wolverine, they're looking to grab
Ooh, nice hook. There's the bubble. He's getting healed too. Like, he's not gonna die, bro. Like, both supports are looking at him. He's the only one that needs healing. Ooh, no more passive on the Wolf. Does tackle him. Oh my god, 1 HP. He's 1. He is 1. Ooh, okay. I didn't even know you could break the entire building. I really like what Luminosity is doing here. Oh, the Starlord might die. He got tackled. Okay, they're fine.
Especially with Invisible Woman giving healing to everybody around that shield. It's a real stage.
Wolverine's never gonna get a grab, and they ult pretty early, but they can match. Oh wow. Guys, do we use a defensive? They don't have any. Wow. Okay, now they're Luna ults.
Coming available though, so Luminosity are going to double down, try to fight with the pickoff from Destroyed. It seems like this could be a defense starting to work, but they have to stay on the point. Team Peps with so much capture progress already.
Oh yeah. That's the Venom ult with the damage boost from the Luna, so that's a one-shot combo. Oh boy, the Bucky's open. Most broken character in the game, pretty much. At least DPS.
They might have had a reset for themselves already there. It's unclear. Galactic Legend also pops there for Naga, or rather the Star-Lord, excuse me, of Destroyed. His Luminosity fight Peps back.
Yeah, you know, Luminosity with the more mobile duelist comp now are proving to be too difficult for Team Peps to catch with this pull combo. Like, the Wolverine hasn't been able to find those fights that he's been looking for, and that's a big hold for Luminosity. Team Peps only 1 minute left on the attack. They've got to make this one count.
Okay, we're going to break the wall down.
Okay. I like this pathing. It's creative. It's not going to get anyone, bro. Everyone's here. Okay.
They can't quite withstand it. It's Destroyed is also able to add that blast of damage to the mix. It ends up being a
I really like this pathing. Creative. It's creative. You really like this position, so They TP here. They do the entire turn for it. Star-Lord, yeah. Oh.
And they're being pushed off the point. They've got to touch. So much progress here for Team Peps. They're trying to brawl out under these strategists' ultimates.
Mentis. Oh, Envis died. Insane.
Team Peps trying to battle back with a few more ults of their own.
Really good. So Luna has to ult early because their Envis dies. Star-Lord start ult is available right after this.
And you can see how different the game looks now. There's not a Loki in play. You've got to rely on.
Yeah, fuck Loki, man. Fuck Loki. Fuck Loki, man. We don't want to see double Luna ult. Who wants to see that? No one. Really nice LG. Let's go Luminosity. Let's go. Yeah, Peps is not ready. Oh, Peps got it. What
happened there? LG just couldn't stick on that point and were forced away, I think, by a fate of both worlds. So
I think they C9'd.
Here,
I think they C9'd. What? Okay, bro. I just think they C9'd.
Yeah,
like, what?
Honestly, the fact that they're able to generally win the fight, even though they lost the point, means they're still in control of this part of the map.
They're
Not
fine.
giving up an inch of card push for free here.
They're still behind. They're still behind. This can clean out. Clean house. Yeah, everyone just goes inside though. Yeah, this is what happens when Bucky's open. They don't play Bucky, they play Psylocke. Bucky is just way better than Psylocke. Just way better than Psylocke. It's not even funny.
Yeah, that's what they,
I feel like
what they needed there.
Peps just plays better character, man. I don't know.
From hardest. Peps putting this composition together. We talked about this as their signature style. And I've said this map is more difficult to pull it off on, but
yeah, free on card. I don't know why the mag is still just chilling on the point though. He should step up, make some space. Don't let him just take the map free.
Even on a more difficult map to execute.
This is also, Jake, where Wolverine looks a bit more reasonable. Leaf can perch up on the high ground.
Oh boy. Psylocke's ult is not good enough too, bro. Like, this ult just gets countered by everything, bro. In comp, I don't think it's good, bro. Yeah.
Was able to abduct the venom apparently, and a meteor in for Rajaro. He's going to hold on to it for the time being.
There's no combo with the Groot ult. Mag ult. Mag has to ult, no? I guess they're all dead. Bro, they're just getting rolled, man. Again, I don't know why everyone on their team is on the cart. Like, Mag should be in front of the cart, not letting him. Even a group, yeah, put a wall up. Final 10? I think Mag should ult at some point, bro. He should try to get one of the supports. Yeah. Or get the Bucky. He got the Mag. Mag is low. That's the other Mag, actually. No one's gonna kill the Bucky. Yo, Tim, yo, oh no. They're getting cooked because they don't have Adam. They play Mentis, they play Star-Lord. Adam's getting banned and they can't do anything.
They're going for it with the Luna Snow ultimate though, trying to double down, trying to keep this fight going, making the full hold. Their spawns are very close, so this is winnable, but Wolverine ready to ult if he does need it, able to pull the Magneto through the portal.
There's a top.
Oh
What is this?
He even knew that was gonna happen. Now the brawl point continues and the lack of ultimates for
yeah, Wolverine. No Wolverine ban, Wolverine thrives. Wolverine thrives.
And they're starting to clean up here on the objective.
I guess they switch on to Wolverine now. Now I gotta switch to Wolverine for a sec. I don't think it was intentional too, bro. I can't lie.
I think for Shu to get back to the fight quickly, I think there's like a portal, then like a switch, but if that wasn't the case, I think that Rajaro just got taken to Pep's spawn room.
Bro, I can't lie, bro. Bucky does need to get nerfed, bro. But do they need to nerf Bucky or not? Yes, they do. Like, two of the best Bucky characters got nerfed in Season 0. Hela, Hawkeye. like the long range characters, because Bucky can't really contest them because of his fucking super slow projectile. They got nerfed and Bucky got buffed, so that's two pretty much buffs from him. Now Hela got buffed though, so I don't know. But no one likes to play against Bucky, bro. Like, Bucky literally wipes your team every time. Just super annoying. Everyone, like, I'm trying to ban Bucky. Sometimes I don't even care. People ban Bucky without me even inputting or saying anything. I ban Bucky or Loki most of the time. But yeah, Bucky's gonna get nerfed, bro, for sure. It's super annoying. And the hook is so strong, bro. He can hold the hook for like 5 seconds. Crazy.
Yeah, Peps have had a chance to make use of that fate of both worlds, Jake, and there's no time really left in the round. Now you just go for it. Galactic Legend at the ready once again for
good. Star-Lord next. Just live. Just get behind a pillar and ult. Okay. Good shit, man. But there's the TP. They're gonna be back quickly when they get back to life. Yeah, they're just back, bro. The DP lasts for so long. They did pretty well, actually, bro. They did well. They held really well on the first point, but they held right. They did well at the end. Yeah, this is gonna be long, bro. It says 4 to 10 under Twitter or X, bro. It says 4 to 10, so I'm gonna be commenting for a minute, bro. But I'm ready, bro. I'm ready.
The reinforcements coming back in. Destroyed heads straight in their direction and just pops that ultimate immediately. Gives him a headache. And you can see what the Invisible Woman, right, is definitely adding a bit of a different flavor now. It is another ultimate outside of the healing deck, which is just sick. That cuts off line of sight for a Star-Lord, you know, during Galactic Legends, so it completely shuts down.
Looks like Luminosity is going for the same comp. Team Peps switched off the Wolverine. They're on Star-Lord now. Interesting.
Additional focus fire from your team. I mean, I think the Star-Lord ultimate is one of the best in the game when there's no Stratus ultimate to counter and you're just kind of eating up the enemy backline, but the lack of burst damage in the ultimate means it's not a huge threat.
So now I notice about Team Luminosity is that they're playing Comfort. Team Peps plays meta. They're on Wolverine, Bucky, and stuff like that. Loki, Luna, while Luminosity is playing Mantis, Psylocke, you know, more comfort picks, not the S tier characters. Okay, TPing behind. Okay, I like this better. And they switched to Venom. I don't know why no one plays Strange.
Yeah, this is pretty popular meta here on Shichibuya as to, you know, take the first fight from behind.
Do you think Adam team up is broken? I think it is. It's really strong, but it's needed because Adam is like, it's like a mid support. Adam is like Jeff, bro. If he didn't have a team up, Adam wouldn't be played. So I think it's necessary. Same with Raccoon, right? If he didn't have a team up, bro, I don't think he would have been played at all. It's kind of compensating for the fact that both of these characters don't have a traditional support ult, you know.
Yeah, it does grind out though one of those strategies ultimates.
If the Salah can get an ult early, okay, nice. Ooh, Luna just gets it in time before she dies. She was getting low. Mantis. The Mag has his ult. I think he should save it for the Bucky.
Beast of the Abyss, but trust me, could be a big one. It does have a little bit of burst damage of a component that could hit pretty hard.
You deny Bucky resets. No one can shoot. Okay. Okay, nice. Get the Bucky, get the Bucky. Good fucking shit, bro. Good shit. Good shit, man. Let's go, man. I love me some nice mag gameplay as a mag, man. I love it. I fucking love it. I love it.
And a situation where they're less caught out by that Wolverine not being punished so quickly into the fight. You know, you're giving Naga and Sestroid a little bit more time to work, and they're showing you what you can do.
Good shit.
Again, we can see like there's almost a transactional element to how that fight went, Jake. How many of these strategies ultimates can we force out without duelists?
I don't know what Mantis is doing here. This spot right here, I think, is the one of the most important of this section of the map. You have access to so many places in the map, and it's height. And Tin Peps whipped out the Doctor Strange, by the way. Didn't notice it, but they're on Strange. Okay, shield up. The Star-Lord ult is gonna be free if he pops it quick. I love this. Forces out the Mag ult. Please be safe. Mag gets nothing. Nah, there's hiding and stuff.
Without that bulwark would have died instantly there to that galactic legend. Here it comes.
Ooh. Bro, that's the Venom one shot, bro. That's the Venom one shot. Grasp plus your ult one shots if it's timed properly. I love this. I love this.
That's something you've got to be aware of when you're trying to take Venom on.
And Team Peps, they went for the Eye of Agamotto there, big risk, and it
And bro, they won the fight and they still have 2 more defensives up. Their Team Peps is gonna have Bucky, but we have a mag to counter. Ooh. Oh, they Mantis aggressively. I love this. I love this. Just wipe them out. You know you have the defense. You know you have the advantage on defensives. Oh. Hide and seek, hide and seek. But yeah. I really like cycling ult. You just use your ult as fast as possible. Because when you have your ult, every damage you do is less efficient. Still, sure you do damage, you apply pressure, but you don't charge your ult. I love the mag ult here. Wow, what a play. What a play. The bridge is not broken, so it was pretty hard to hit the Bucky. I guarantee you that. The bridge wasn't broken. And Sestroid ults. The ult should be free. No, they have a Luna, but the mag ults. I mean, the mag dies. It wasn't inside of it. Luminosity has the advantage here. The Mantis ult is back up already. That's why I loved it so much. Create so much space, just wipe them, and you have one up already. Actually, ooh, I don't know how they flipped this. I don't know how they did this. I really don't. What? The Mantis died so quickly.
Finally, Peps get a stop, and honestly, we've only got about a minute left in the game.
Peps is in a fine situation. Star-Lord ult up in 8. The Luna is at 81.
Charging the ultimate so quickly, I don't think Luminosity are going to expect this. If they go with that signature ultra aggression, they have a couple more seconds, but I think the Invisible Woman's going to be able to defend.
Psylocke ult is available for Luminosity.
That fight was really difficult for them in terms of the ult bank.
And they've got an invisible boundary here.
Ah, yeah, they're cooked. They're cooked. They're cooked. They're cooked. They're cooked. They're cooked. I don't know how they lost that. They still have one last touch though. Where they have the advantage in ults. Just do not die. Switch to Strange and don't die. Switch to Strange and don't die. Naga has to switch to the Strange. Oh boy. So they're gonna be on triple tank. That's not good. That TP is crazy, no? Holy. Oh my god, he's dead. He's dead.
Jake Naga had to switch to Strange just to get the portal. It gave the triple Vanguard effect here, but
He TP'd way too far back.
Naga gets instantly punished for switching over to that Vanguard, taken down. Trust me, he's able to find that corrosive.
Luminosity has a lot more ults though. They should win this. Just because of ult economy. This is get it. But that TP from Naga was insanely bad, bro. Bro TP'd behind.
And they're gonna get themselves through this part of the map.
I don't think DPS Jeff is a troll pick. If you have 3 supports and a Luna, it's good. It's fine. It's not better than like traditional DPSs, but it's better than like Scarlet Witch. Like it can be good for sure, bro. Especially if the Jeff player knows how to play Jeff, it can be really good. And on good Jeff maps, like it's strong, super strong. Like the Wakanda domination map, really strong. And Hydra maps and stuff. It just depends. It's one of the other characters that's super situational. If you have 3 supports, if you have a Luna, if you have a good map, it's really good. But other maps, it can be really bad. In other situations, it can be really bad. That's why one triggering can be troublesome if you don't pick the right character. Like you can one trick Hela for sure. You can one trick Bucky, but one tricking Jeff, not ideal. We're pretty even in ults. The Luna died early. I think Luminosity is gonna win this. Yeah, Luminosity win this. The Luna died super early, but the Bucky, we have a mag ult. In response, Bucky is not dead. He missed. Good. Good by Luminosity. The Luna is at 95%, 97%, 99%. Oh my god, Luna died. Luna died before ulting. That's so fucking unlucky, bro. That's unlucky. Good shit, Luminosity. Good shit. It was close though, but good stuff. Good stuff. Different map, different results. I love this. Woo!
It was close, but they were able to deliver.
Woo!
Still, I gotta give it to Team Pez, man. Some of those fights were so difficult for them with
love this.
Ultimates. They're still able to clutch up. So I think on maps where this Wolverine and
47 and 7 from Starlord.
able to be effective and be dominant, I think this is a pretty scary
20 final hits.
Destroyed though, dropping almost 40k
Holy.
damage. That is absurd on the Starlord.
I mean, look at some of these healing numbers. They're a little bit out of head.
Holy, Luna 62. 62k? But the Mantis got 30k plus 21k damage. 21k damage, yeah.
A little bit more at the 30k level here.
6 final hits.
You know, showing us what the Mantis can do, I think, in terms of having that CC, but also subtly empowering some of those teammates, you know, to hit just a little bit harder. It's something that is not always easy.
Bro, I don't know why there's not a space between the names, bro. Like, why make it so hard to read, bro? It's crazy.
No, Peps's Luna had ult, I think.
No. No, 21k from the Mantis, really, really impressive. Really impressive. I mean, the Mantis had more damage than the Shoe, dude. This dude.
Starlord, that map is really good. 20 kills from Starlord, 16 from Psylocke. Leaf only had 9. Whoop.
I think the Psylocke's value was kind of hidden. A lot of it. Because every time she ulted, a defensive had to be used. That's not a given for every ult. And she charges it super fast too. They need to keep banning Loki. Ban Loki, ban Loki, ban Loki. So they can't have a double Luna.
That was a snowball game, but I still feel like that last fight, man, if they get that Luna ult off, I think they should win. They had Luna ult and 2 DPS ults, and the other team ran out and they lost.
Yeah. The team fights depends on ultimate economy, bro.
Addicted to vaping.
We're talking about vaping. Is Necros dead? Oh, we got 2 point. That's Seagulls. But 700 is really good, really good for a non-official stream. It's fire. It's fire. I played League before Rivals, bro. I played League. I guess I gotta practice answering chat though. What game do you play before Marvel Rivals? League. I played League of Legends. I played Overwatch before. But like really sparingly. Yeah, I guess.
A lot of these strategists looked at and maybe sort of will see these big ultimates come out less frequently. And so players with skill sets like Destroyed are only going to find more and more success because there are going to be more pronounced windows in which to go in for that burst damage, to go in for those assassinations and give your team the player advantage.
Artist with some nice plays of his own. The Star-Lord gets revenge after being shut down by Loki, the copycatting Luna. It's been fun so far, and it's only going to spice up from here. The French get map picked next. Jake, what's in their wheelhouse? What plays to the comp they love to run?
I mean, as this map was so close, right? And we you know, look at the map score and we say, okay, it's an even series from here. But you have to imagine if we take this to another domination map, another close quarters situation where Leaf can play the Wolverine, maybe that swings this right back in Pep's favor. Like this was a 200-0 domination map. Like that's way more than you would expect, even for a dominant win with teams of high caliber. You'd have expected Luminosity to flip the point here and there when they get the ultimate tempo in their favor, but not so. So I mean, based on map one, I just feel like probably Peps are going to take us back to domination. But this is also an opportunity for Peps. If they've got anything else they've cooked up in the lab, you can kind of take us wherever you want now. So this is the opportunity for teams to show us what they've been working on, what they've been scrimming, where they feel they are the most effective. This is our chance for Peps to really set their identity as a team and show what they've got.
Yeah, Hell's Heaven or Burning Charla, two map opportunities here I think you can take us to if you want to obviously get us into a control map. I do think these comps are really interesting because in the past we've seen Vanguards pick that really sort of fulfill the same sort of purpose in game. So you're playing a point comp, you take Double Shield, you take Strange and Magneto. Really, you know, standard, very strong setup. You know, sometimes you see like the Hulk mixed in there as well.
Beautiful cat.
But now we're seeing like an anchor tank. And you know, then someone
I'm not a cat guy, but when I see a beautiful cat, I gotta say it.
Join up with someone like a Star-Lord or a Psylocke and give your team this dive component as well. So you have, you know, a more static core of your team that's going to maybe be playing around the Magneto, who really just wants to take that space slowly. And then you've got, you know, some of your duelists that go in with the Venom on the other side. You're almost playing two styles at once. And because obviously, you know, 6 players, you can obviously have your healers split their attention between them. I also think that one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of Mantis is because she can, over time, you know, heal that Venom while they're going in, you know, for that dive. And, you know, the healing lasts for quite a decent duration, enough time that the Venom can then use the shield, buy more time, come on back and get more healing from the Mantis. So it does give you that flexibility. Mantis
yeah, Mantis empowers Venom.
Dive takes as they come back.
Yeah. With the Mantis damage boost, actually, you can get a one shot with your ult and the grasp.
That just saves me. I can instantly get all of my health back and then swing out with no problem. Jake, you've protected it twice though. If you're Luminosity, Peps and their coaching staff has to be onto this, right? Does Luminosity fall apart if you remove Venom from their composition?
I mean, it's a fair point. I do think Venom is the best in the game in terms of that exact role of like holding the attention of the enemy team, assisting duelists as they come in and hit from the sides, and that has been right in the wheelhouse that Luminosity has been playing for every game. At the same time, Peps also has been using the Venom to great effect. They're a little bit less committed on the dives and using the Venom more for something it's called vision aggro. You know, a lot of players at home might be familiar with damage and stuns, control, things like that.
Vision aggro. Attention.
But at this level of play, it's also critically important to just
get the
distract
attention.
the opponent.
Yeah.
So a lot of times for Peps, when they're going with the Venom, it's less all-in of a commitment. They're not necessarily expecting to get kills on that dive, but they're forcing resources. They're forcing attention. They're able to maybe project it a little bit longer. And so I do think both teams, although they have different...
Pretty much every time a healer isn't healing, it's a W for you. Because the healing output is always higher than damage output. So if a healer is occupied by a Venom, trying to kill him, trying to stun him or whatever, trying to run away, that's no heals for anyone. And then Venom can get 1000 shield and can stay in the fight. That's actually a pretty good point by him.
But it can happen. Jinjibuya is not our...
A lot of Venom's value isn't really in the stats. You can't really quantify it. But when you see it, you know it. Now, you stream on Twitch too, or just YouTube? I only stream on YouTube. I could Twitch, stream on Twitch, but I don't know. I don't know if my Wi-Fi can manage. But I guess now I'm just watching something. I could honestly, but when I'm playing the game, my ping can go crazy if I'm streaming on double platform. But I'm gonna look into it, especially for the watch parties. I'm gonna look into it, bro. Oh no, bro. What do you think, bro? You think I should be on both? Oh no, man. I don't really like Twitch as a platform, but I guess it's more viewership.
That's all I'm saying, Jake. Big shout out to the Great Gator in the chat. Long time no see.
Let me take a note.
Great stream quality. It's insane. Well done, Hexagrams, Solomon, ZP, and everyone behind the scenes. I'm having a great time. If you're just joining us, we are going into map 3, and you can see it's
Midtown, my favorite map.
See maybe some more Invisible Woman, I assume, Jake. Will we see more Mantis on this map?
Definitely.
I have been committed to the strategy so far. I do think for Team Peps, though, we're saying about Leaf. I mean, we've seen a really impressive Wolverine from him, but I feel like historically, knowing, you know, Leaf as a player, being successful in the genre previously, I just feel like he's not going to be a limited player. You know, he's not all in on the Wolverine. He brings the heat on that character. It's a very serious threat, but he's not scared to swap off and bring something else if he needs to. He's got the mechanical skill, the aim skill to play some of these more conventional aim heroes. That being said, though, I think for Luminosity, if you force him off that Wolverine, at least now the ball is in your court. Like, you kind of, for Luminosity, you want this game to be all about aim, all about, you know, these high mobility duelists. That's what they've chosen to pick. That's their strong suit. And so I think if they can get kind of a mirror match in that
you don't
style,
mind. I'm gonna look into it for sure, bro. Like, if I can stream on Twitch without any technical issues, I think I'm gonna do it. Awesome.
Shout out to Gigalord. I'm here to root against the French, aren't we all?
Bro, why people really be hating on the French? Bro, people be hating on the French, bro. Why are you hating on the French? I do speak French. I'm not French, but I taught French. You know what I'm saying? Midtown is so fire, bro.
So, Uber, I'm Peps. This is my playground. What are you excited
The new
about
map isn't that good, in my opinion, bro. It's so fucking open, bro. I can't play an Iron Fist. Okay, Helaban. I'd like to see a Loki ban again.
So I'm curious to see how they adapt to that.
Yep. Can protect the Venom. Go ahead.
Throughout the rest of the series, without Loki, that enables the Star-Lord, right? You won't have the back-to-back Luna ults. There's the protect on Venom once again.
Did he protect the Groot? The Groot didn't have much impact though.
Very choked out map though. I honestly think
the Namor
comes out. I think this is
it forces out
what Hardest wants on the Namor. I mean, there was really impressive.
It forces a Luna ban. It forces a Luna ban. Adam ban? Or Star-Lord ban. Okay, Adam banned. We need to ban Luna. Please ban Luna. We need to ban Luna. The Namor's gonna be too strong.
I don't mind
Get rid of the cold squid.
Yeah, obviously, like one half of, you know, you might want to secure Luna Snow here to get a good team up, you know, with the Namor. So that might be a consideration. But banning out at that point, you know, I could turn the 3 strategists, which is.
No.
Okay. No ban. I've seen this. All right. Yeah, it seems like not the ban.
Like, we're good with this.
I feel like generally this is a mistake.
Oh boy. Yeah, they just fucked up. They fucked up, bro. Look at chat, bro. Look at chat, man. Holy shit, man. Oh my god.
Exactly. It's just such an obvious, you know, like why not? We've seen how
that's a mistake. But just ban Luna, man. It's not that deep.
There's a lot of corners, a lot of tight angles where, you know, Wolverine can be kind of camping on some piece of cover and grab you if you in the corner.
Wild stuff. Chat, once again, we love the French here on Marvel's.
Maybe they'll do a gentleman's ban, so they'll say in the chat like, we want to ban Luna or some stuff, or some shit. Maybe Peps is gonna honor it. Maybe they won't. But maybe they should try.
against the winner of this one. Team Peps has been in control.
Okay.
They take the lead back. We hand the mic over to Uber.
They're just like, bruh.
Thank you very much. Pocket straight away.
Are they really gonna do this, bro?
This is a
That's goofy.
they're on defense right now.
That's quite goofy.
See what the actual plan was supposed to be with that.
I guess they're just wasting time. They're just wasting time. That's like 12 seconds, right?
Can they not walk through that?
This is 15. I don't think you can get out. Like the fact that these are pro players, if they're not
Holy shit, that's like 18.
They just wait it out.
Yep.
That might need to be looked at.
Play high.
That's a little ridiculous.
That is extremely cheap.
Booyah!
Okay. And put it past Luminosity to
Okay, Team Peps.
like that. Either way,
No more Wolf. Really strong. No low key, but okay. Luminosity has the invis though. So there's no Venom on this map. Venom's open, but no one's playing him. Okay.
Much of this fight should happen across this bridge.
And Luminosity have just made a complete 180. We talked about them being
The reason why there's no one on the card is because if you play the objective instead of the map, eventually the team that plays the map is going to kill you. Because the team that has the map probably has the high ground and they have the positions that they want to hold. So eventually they will kill you and they will take the objective anyways. So play the map first, play the high ground. Those are the two best tanks against Wolf. Oh, with the rocket jump. And he's dead. And he's dead.
Just kept in midair for just long enough. Hardest is able to find the final blow there. Destroyed has already built up a Kraken impact though, so there will be an opportunity to go hog wild on them, but an invisible boundary is already ready here for Natlocks. A lot of those key strategists ultimates online for the attack.
No more buck here.
My goodness, Luminosity getting bowled over.
There is getting destroyed.
That's such a ridiculous pick from Leave. And as much as Luminosity, I think
this is what happens when you let them get the Namor. This is what happens when this is what happened when you let them just get the Namor mirror. They just destroy you on it. You saw that on the first map, and you still decided to give it to them. And yeah, bro, you just saw that, right? They didn't ban anyone, bro. Like, how do you not do this, bro? It's comp. Like, there's money on the line, guys. Like, let's wake up. Let's ban something. Yeah, I think their mentals gotta be cooked, bro. Like, some of them probably wanted to ban Luna, but were like debating. Now the Namor with this, the Ice Squid is fucking fisting them. Again, yeah. They're not winning the Namor mirrors. Like, Naga's Namor isn't good enough to contest the other Namor. There's a lot of ults here. Mag doesn't get anyone. The grill is gonna be massive. Ooh, yeah, I think Team Peps wins this. Ooh. Namor is one. The Mag, they're fine. They get Invis ult. Their Loki is coming back with ult. Strange also has his ult. He needs to find an angle though. Fate is gonna die. Yeah, Fate is dead. Yo, we need a Strange ult. We need a Strange ult, man. Bro, Shu is destroying them. Shu is going crazy on the Mag. He's going crazy on a Mag. I need to full screen this. Oops, my bad.
Underground, folks. A very claustrophobic part of the map here, and you should expect to see this Eye of Agamotto from Trust Me have no shortage of targets.
Yeah, and there's no defensive.
Yeah, I guess, but like they didn't even nerf Magneto. Mag is like the same, but it's better because it deals more damage. Strange got like nerfed a lot, but I think that they did a good job with the Strange, honestly. Yeah, that's a problem of playing Strange into Invisible Woman. This Strange is a throw pick. It's just a throw pick, bro. And not bubbling the Strange while his ulting is also throw. Like, you have Strange and Mag. With this combo, nothing can stop the Strange ult outside of his shield.
Trust me. Oh, buddy, beautifully
But yeah, as I was saying before, I think the patch kind of did a pretty decent job, bro. Honestly, like now you see more Groots, you see less strangers. Like before, you'd see stranger everywhere, bro. But yeah, Shu is destroying everything, bro.
Gets thrown up here for Team Peps, and hey, they make good use of it.
Yeah, that's a nice cleanup for them. They're on to the third phase, and so far it's been pretty much smooth sailing.
The problem with the Stranger on Luminosity is that he held his ult for so long and didn't get anything out of it. And if he's not communicating with his Magneto to bubble him, they're just not gonna get anything, bro. Like the Mag had to bubble him, but he didn't. I'm pretty sure he had it. Just didn't talk.
Sort of straight away, or at least more like a closed off street. Some access to high ground here, but less than you sort of see at the start of the map. This really means that we're having more of a pitched battle. Destroyed looking for a chance to go in.
Missed. The Mag bubble saves him though.
Very clever. Rajaro able to shield destroyed just when they get a little bit
Oh
low.
boy.
No regenerative
Yeah, Magneto
into
Invis pretty hard.
There's an eye Nagamoto catches shoot and Timo frontline stunned up, but honestly none of the squishy targets affected by that strange ult, and trust me,
He cannot play Strange, bro. Like, get off Strange, bro. He can't play Strange.
The damage follow-up away, even though Groot himself was stunned, he had already gotten his wall online. So this Streets phase is really where Groot can light it up. I mean, look, anytime
They're getting no value out of the Strange. Like, most of his value comes from the ult.
Right into the strategist ultimate. Luminosity trying to double down with ultimates of their own, but Team Peps have a massive bank to work with. Groot, he's waiting out these strategist ultimates.
Oh boy. Instead of Luna, the Mag's gonna come back with his ult though. Oh, he's one. He's one. Level 1 crook is one shot. He's dead. They're cooked. The Mag, only Mag is coming back with ult. But, he needs to touch. Yeah, he can't. It's bad.
And for me, Mitch, it's not just the Wolverine difference here with how good Leaf is and clearly, you know, the mastery he's showing on this character. I think it's also, you got to give credit to this Invisible Woman play. You know, for me, Natlox on the Invisible Woman shows a great understanding of the matchup. We saw, you know, in the moment there, Destroyed grabbed somebody, tried to pull the Groot back to his team. But the Invisible Woman, Natlox, was able to pull that player, pull the Groot back away, save him from the kidnapping attempt. And so, you know, that awareness of the match.
Yeah, there's no winning the name or mirrors. Yeah, we need to get Trust Me off Strange. Play anything but Strange, please.
Trying to play the Wolverine feels like he's getting kind of dominated by this awareness of Team Peps of how to focus fire down that character.
I want to point out, look at the top left of the screen. Only 3 heroes banned in this game. Luminosity elect not to make a ban with their third opportunity. They do, as we saw, try and play some of the Wolverine themselves.
No, they didn't not elect. They just forgot.
The answer, at least on that defense side, was a resounding, absolutely bloody no.
It happens.
I love this starting spawn here. It's like actually one of the coolest things in gaming that you spawn in the portal room as it.
Yeah, Team Peps did really well on offense. See, out of 1 minute.
I wonder if we get these picks are all troll ones, by the way. Unfortunately, we should expect to see.
No, I think they're gonna play Jeff here, Mitch. I'm pretty sure Jeff's.
Okay, sure. You know what? I'm here for it. I will be real. Nagato is gonna be on the storm, so okay. Obviously,
set up high ground. Namor is on the angle left side. The Groot hit his black wall there, so no one destroys him and gets health for free. He gets free healing, extra shield. Oh boy. Strange can fly off though. Oh, he's dead. Wow. The Invisible Woman pulled at the same time as Strange trying to fly up. They're just playing this corner, playing behind him. Interesting. They're not playing hide. They're playing the corner behind. Oh boy. Okay, so they actually flipped the Strange players and the Mag player. So Trust Me is on the Mag. Rajaro is on the Strange. That's crazy, bro. They're playing behind. The Bucky's gonna die. Yep. Bro, Squirrel would be unironically good here, bro. Squirrel, yeah, Storm is good too. Moon Knight, anything that can cleave or do a lot of AoE damage.
onto their ultimates, and Peps need to use one of their own.
Storm ultimate coming in straight into the backline.
Oh, Luna dies. I love this. Both supports are dead. Triple kill. Yep, that's what happens when you play this. You need to switch. You need to switch. You need to switch. You have two defensives here. You have the advantage.
Despite the damage pouring in, but
Yeah, they do have group plus Wolverine though.
Fantastic counter pick against that game style. If you're just gonna sit in the room and let Storm pummel you with damage, you're not gonna be long for this world with that. You know,
I had to go right now. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you, bro.
Right back into a close range engagement.
Thanks, bro. Have a good day, bro. I appreciate you, man. You're my first chatter, bro. So shout out to you. Griddle, but they have two defensives. Yeah, Griddle does nothing. They have Luna. They have Invis after too. They're gonna. Oh yeah, their Invisible Woman dies. Staggers. Staggers the Luna. Yeah, that's cooked. Doing really well. The storm switch was really strong.
Here on the second point, especially the end, thinking about that underground phase might be a little bit more difficult.
Okay. I think I realized something. The best teams are the people that have the okay, nice, interesting rollout. There's the Strange. Ooh, that's dangerous. The walls, no one's for the walls. They have no one for the walls. They have no one for the walls. Ooh. The Wolverine ult got no one. He kind of got like the kind of bug where just throw people up, but they just disappear. Oh, good stuff by Rojaro. Oh. He's walling off the spawn.
He's gonna spawn block with this. I don't think you can get out of the spawn if he blocks both exits. And oh, this is nasty.
He got. Oh boy. Yeah. It doesn't even matter if they come, bro. Like they need to be aggressive here, bro. They have a fight advantage. They're like 3 people. Like the Groot is stuck. The Groot is stuck. It's 5v6 right now. So if they do fight, they have a huge advantage. Storm mode brings out the Luna.
Do see Switch forced to use that healing ultimate, but there are none left now. This could be a big Kraken impact from Destroyed, looking for connections, but caught inside the strangling prison and taken down.
Yeah, there's nothing. Luna is in 5. Luna soon. They can still fight. They have the advantage. They have the ult advantage. They have Luna. Luna needs to ult. It's just too late, Luna. Oh, Luna is so late. Bro, if Luna ults earlier and Lajora just walks out, they're just dead. Luna just choked so hard. Like, Luna ults earlier, Invisible Woman doesn't die, and then the Invisible Woman after. That's just so bad. Now the Luna's gonna have enough time to get out. Oh. Nice kill by Trust Me.
From the low ground, no less. Team Peps, massive pick off, hardest out of the game for now. And they're able to take this high ground away from Luminosity, rather. They're able to take this high ground away. Mig Meteor, everyone's going to be forced to group up here. It's going to make it very dangerous.
I'd like an aggressive Magold.
Very aggressively taking space.
Ooh, the Storm is going to die. Ooh, okay. The Storm is... Ooh.
Yeah, Leaf dancing well, though, trying to stay alive.
She does have her jump. Ooh, no. Yeah, not good. Oh, double storm on both sides. The storm tried to kill the other storm ult and just get wiped. That's on the Luna. That's on the Luna. She lets her Invisible Woman die for no reason. She was on like 90% and they just lose. Like, sure, you ult, but it's 5. It's like 6v3, bro. You don't have enough firepower to kill them. So you just stall for no reason. So, the Groot ult, okay, no. The Groot's playing aggressively. Yeah.
Okay, just to reposition there. That group will put so much
They're making it harder for them to walk up. There's only 30 seconds left. Oh.
Slightly knocked off course, but Destroyed was still a little bit too far.
Nice pull, nice push though, but still got some people.
Which really adds to the damage total in general. And Peps here feeling comfortable, but it's a fate of both worlds that's going to push Luminosity forward. They're getting into this fight.
Yeah, they have to walk up, but like they're kind of cooked.
Invisible barrier, the boundary, never available now. Naga ends up getting picked off.
Ooh, actually, that's super interesting. They're C9ing it. An Invisible Woman's gonna have her ult too. Oh my god, Luna. Yo, Luna.
And here comes a Kraken impact from Destroyed, trying to get through the shield. Debuff applied and
Oh
reset
boy.
surely on the way. Teemo falling, and here we go.
Oh my god.
Again. Looking for the Luna
I think the Invisible Woman shield blocked the Bucky ult. Both supports are super low. This is insane, bro. This game is insane. Wow. Team Peps just trolled this. They just trolled this. Holy. Wow.
Attacking off of the objective, forcing Luminosity to decide, do you want to fight us or do you want to continue the game? Of course, you have to go touch the objective. So they were able to find some pickoffs, but that strange portal from Bajaro allowed Luminosity to reinforce despite being completely
The grid is on a high ground. They're all at height. So they're playing map? Nope. They're just dropping at the same time, playing low. They do have an Invis. Yeah, Invis ult in response.
Strategist ultimates, likely his leaf intended, and he sets it up to return back to the safety of his team. Now Kraken impact looks a little bit scarier. Team Peps with that ultimate advantage now cycling through them. Here's the impact. Wall comes up and it's
oh boy, they might be cooked.
That's a reset now. More of that damage.
The Strange is tagged, but he's quite healthy now.
Close to that Doctor Strange. Hardest looking for a bionic arm capture. It's trust me drawn out of position, but they're going to be able to
watch out for the Groot ult. The Groot ult is here. The Mag ult. Oh, Groot died before using it. Mag died at 99. I don't know what Invisible Woman's doing. She has her ult, she's just not using it. Wow. Okay, now Invisible Woman needs to get most of the healing. They need to take damage for the Invisible Woman. She's at 60. And they have to know that their Invis has her ult. Yeah, the Groot is on the high ground. I don't think this... Yeah. The Groot... Oh my god, they're cooked. Yep. They lost. They lost. Actually. Yeah, the Groot came up the ramp, was on top of the building, ulted both the supports. They weren't aware, and they died. Pew, pew.
Masterful play on Midtown, making it work with the Wolverine for a while, and then ultimately
Luminosity they don't deserve a win this anyways. So, yeah, that's why they buy a Groot. They have a Groot player, but Groot's ult is so strong. It's probably the strongest tank ult. The strongest. Is the strongest tank ult.
Contributing in a big way. I kind of like we got to see the storm from both sides. I did wonder if it would come out. I think also if we end up getting Clintar surface.
That's what people are saying. Also, I don't think the map can be repeated.
I think the Pets forward hold strats are good this all the time. So I think what it could have been on first point is they misexecuted. Maybe the cart rolled forward slightly too much, and so they couldn't get the second fight, portal fight, at choke, and so they actually want to take it more up, even more than they were.
Take the base. I'm back.
Strategist ultimates counter it, and also like a lot of like extra added like poke damage that you can throw in from a really safe distance.
Team up, Adam wouldn't be played. So maybe the alt. Actually, well, let me do this.
We saw in this last game pocket to match it.
We've got Luminosity on the map selection. They'll be choosing where we go next. Shin Shibuya was their first selection, worked out for them. Jake, do you have any suggestions for these players? Where would you think they could fit well?
I mean, they could take it to pretty much anything that is like super wide open. I think that's the key linchpin for Luminosity's style. They want the map to be wide open, free of corners. We see Team Peps, they love bunkering in these little rooms, just contesting the objective. Even if they're losing the fight, they're often losing it well by just much anything that is like super wide open. I think that's the key linchpin for Luminosity's style. They want the map to be wide open, free of corners. We see Team Peps, you want to avoid that. You want anything with like open points, no cover, like make this a game of aim and duelists, and that's where Luminosity have shine. You know, they could take us to something like a Spider Islands, I'm thinking, like that second and third point are both pretty open, but it's also interesting because I would have thought on some of these maps that Team Peps wouldn't be able to play the way that they do. So I'm hesitant to like be too committed to a map because they've made it work holding these little bunker rooms in maps that I don't think of as conventional in that way.
I've never had the patience to play the way they play right now. Mad respect to what they're doing in France. Shout out to Leaf on the Wolverine. He has been a joy to watch today. The abductions, next level. Shout out to everyone in the chat right now. We have 835 people watching over on Twitch. We are up and running over on YouTube. If you haven't already, spam that follow button, hit the subscribe as well.
C'est vrai. Son pack s'en est inspiré. Hein.
Sous triple tacos, ils ont le secret. Hein.
C'est sûr.
Et bien sûr qu'on a le feeling qu'on va conclure là.
I think Peps have had the edge for me on the strategic gameplay here. Like
Oh,
we talked about
on a été meilleur stratégiquement.
The discipline, the patience to play this style. It doesn't only take those, it takes a lot of preparation to have thought about each one of these maps. Okay, how are we going to hold the objective here?
Uber, the greatest news is we have you casting multiple titles, and we have you on the mic all night here as Hexagrams is going to remind folks on Marvel Rivals. But who do you want to watch? Because the observers have to listen to your voice for the next hour. So if you could command them to select one player, ideally on the underdog team, who should we watch from Luminosity?
Okay, I mean, that's interesting. I want to see Crook. I love the Hungarian as well. I'm half Hungarian myself, so big shout out to the guy.
Oh, the Mantis aggressively. I love this. I love this. Just wipe them out. You know you have the defense. You know you have the advantage on defensives. Ooh. Hide and seek. Hide and seek. But yeah. I really like cycling ult. You just use your ult as fast as possible. Because when you have your ult, every damage you do is less efficient. Still, sure you do damage, you apply pressure, but you don't charge your ult. I love the mag ult here. Wow, what a play. What a play. The bridge is not broken, so it was pretty hard to hit the Bucky. I guarantee you that. The bridge wasn't broken. And Cestroid ults. The ult should be free. Yo, if anyone was wondering what I'm doing, I'm just taking a look at my commentary, trying to find improvement points. They have a Luna, but the mag ults. I mean, the mag dies. It wasn't inside of it. Luminosity has the advantage here. The Mantis ult is back up already. That's why I loved it so much. Create so much space, just wipe them, and you have one up already. Actually, ooh, I don't know how they flipped this. I don't know how they did this. I really don't. What? The Mantis died so quickly. Peps is in a fine situation. Stoller ult up in 8. The Luna is at 81.
Bro, am I stupid? Am I fucking stupid? Bro, I can't download that shit. I might be cooked.
Is farming so hard, charging the ultimate so quickly. I don't think Luminosity are gonna expect this. If they go with that signature ultra aggression, they have a couple more seconds. But I think the Invisible Woman's gonna be able to defend.
Psylocke is available for Luminosity.
That fight was really difficult for them in terms of the ultimate.
And they've got an invisible boundary here.
Ah, yeah, they're cooked. They're cooked.
Oh.
They're cooked. They're cooked. They're cooked. They're cooked. I don't know how they lost that. They still have one last touch though. Go ahead.
Throughout the rest of the series, without low phase is really where Groot can light it up. I mean, look, anytime
They're getting no value. I would like an aggressive Maggold. Ooh, the Storm is gonna die. Ooh, okay. The Storm is. Ooh.
yeah, Leaf dancing well though, trying to stay alive.
She does have her jump. Ooh, no. Yeah, not good. Oh, double Storm on both sides. The Storm tries to kill the other Storm ult. And just get wiped. That's on the Luna. That's on the Luna. She lets her Invisible Woman die for no reason. She was on like 90%. Oh, Luna is so late. Luna soon. They can still fight. They have the advantage. They have the old advantage. They have Luna. Luna needs to ult. It's just too late, Luna.
Actually, also in 2 people.
Luna soon. They can still fight. They have the advantage. They have the old advantage. They have Luna. Luna needs to ult. It's just too late, Luna. Oh, Luna is so late. Bro, if Luna ults earlier and Lajora just walks out.
That's all I'm gonna say, Jake. Staying clear of that one. Loki is gone. All right, so
Loki ban on the side of Peps.
Interesting. Luminosity doing a favor for Peps, yeah?
Or is it flipped?
Yeah, is this? I wonder if the sides.
This
swapped,
this
right?
has to be flipped, yeah. The side of
right,
the sides have.
We are swapped.
Yeah.
But, I'm not even gonna fix the graph.
Those bans didn't make sense.
Ban the Hela as usual, as expected.
So Peps is on the left side, Luminosity also.
Being I
He's
think
on
a
the right
consistent
side.
anti-diver threat throughout the series. That's been in general the preference for Team Peps, despite of course last map, the storm coming out.
Alright, can we please ban Luna? Can we please ban Luna?
This one. Very, very good Venom out. Hall of Jala definitely.
If they don't,
I
already
think
know
you
it,
don't
they
want
lost.
to risk it getting banned out here at the end. I don't think you're crafting a full dive comp, but again, you can have that dive component to your team, and I think it's going to be really stretch. I mean, Jake called it vision. What do you call it? Vision aggro. It's very, very good, Venom, at taxing those healing resources and attention span of backliners.
No Groot.
Yeah.
Will they use their ban this time? Is Wolverine going to get removed? No, they want to use it of their own. Adam Warlock is not going to bring Star-Lord back over and over again. 30 seconds to kick off. Get your predictions in right now. Are we going to a game 5? Young Brisket, Mr. Bounce, do you think we're going to see another round of domination? How do you guys see this one playing out?
I think,
Remember, Virtus Pro is waiting in the
Peps
wings. We
wins
got Spark,
this.
Finzi, Nevix, and crew all waiting to play. It's Rivals Fight Night, Episode 1. $1,000 up for grabs. Peps trying to get a chance to earn a piece of it. Uber, I think that was 30 seconds. It's time for you to take it away.
Yeah, you filled that space really effectively, I've got to say. That's airtight stuff from the GOAT, Chris Puckett. Yeah, again, I know I favor Peps here. I really do like, some of the styles that they're able to go for. I obviously think that having the Wolverine edge is massive. Some maps, obviously, it's less viable than others, but you definitely can run a good dive component here. There's a ton of stuff you can pair up with that Venom. We can see like the Psylocke picked up. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like Hardest would be such a good Hela player, but Peps.
I think Peps wins this.
Unsurprisingly, it's your boy Leaf on the Wolvie boy.
Luminosity is running.
Curious to see what the teams go for here stylistically. I think this is another map
Fade is
where
on
we could
Penny.
see more Storm.
He's gonna switch to
wonder, though,
Luna.
Where are you really gonna bunker in terms of like holding the rooms the way they have been
Namor
previously
Mirror.
on this map?
I just like I don't know, man. I don't know what we're expecting to do.
I'm not gonna lie,
Are we running a Bucky
Team Peps could be pretty nasty
with
in terms of their ability to.
Are we trying something new? At least we are.
And hold, especially with that when the fog
least,
comes up on the end of third. But first and second point, I think are pretty open for Luminosity's game style.
Absolutely.
We're gonna go back to Namor though.
Okay, already.
I mean, Venom.
Namor's trying to clear out the Monstro spawns as much as they can.
Yeah, exactly. Both teams playing for the map. The best position on the map is the high ground behind the point. The Peps just destroys them.
Good cocoon timing. Hardest able to get the healing they need. And see, yeah, trust me, forced back there. Obviously,
yeah, Luminosity, you are not winning the Namor mirror.
Ultimately, though, getting caught up by Leaf, but when that Wolverine gets your scent, you are not getting away.
Yeah, no escape, and that's a great defense there for the first fight from Team Peps, despite having a relatively less mobile.
Beautiful mag skin on
They try to attack from multiple sides with the help
Captain
of that strange
Timo
portal,
on duty.
Peps just goes on the attack. They don't let those flankers set up and start to pressure them, and I think that's a great understanding here of the map.
Annoyingly, each time they lose a fight, they've got to switch off whatever they were playing and back to a strange to set that pool up and get themselves in this sort of position. So
going there
is in main right now. They
on the high ground here is the second best position. You can get pretty much.
A little bit scary. Some of those blooms of
flame okay. Naga gets the best of hardest.
I think that Luminosity really were looking for.
Peps gets bubbled.
To drop down. There's an unsuccessful abduction by
I think they should maybe try to get the mag. He doesn't have bubble nor his shield.
Up on the high ground.
Oh, Crook is wide open.
There's a meteor M here ready for Timo, but
get the mag. He's a little on point. I like this. Timo can ult, but doesn't. Wow, switch
winning that flank fight
ops
for Naga
to not
is absolutely
ult.
Massive. The defender should have an advantage there, but
Switch.
the fact that he's able to turn it
Press
around
Q?
onto Hardest, open things up, really puts the pressure on the defenders, and they're forced to make an over-aggressive move with Wolverine. It doesn't work out. That's a great first take from Luminosity, starting to get
I'm just high, bro.
rolling with
It's
the help
fate.
of play from Naga.
Yeah.
Okay, Switch was on the. Nah, this. Yeah, it's LG on offense.
Access to high ground here.
Yeah, Luminosity is on offense.
Breaks open the map here and
Switch could have altered, but he opted not to.
Be really careful. The moment a Biotic
Same with Timo. Timo had his ult. Okay.
Yeah, Leaf just. Well, what the idea is here, Kraken Impact going to be used. He's going to draw out the fate of both.
You know what's crazy with Bucky?
He's probably going to offer an off angle. Trust me, he's able to shield off that meteor.
Damage boost.
That's the more ultimate that actually does catch on to Crook, surprisingly. So, all right,
you know what's crazy with Bucky? Bucky can ult, tag someone with his execute, and still charge his ult while the person is tagged and kill him. That's crazy.
To make use of in a moment, there's no.
So he can charge his ult while his ult is up.
Yeah, and slowly but surely, Luminosity are starting to get that cart rolling forward.
Okay, Luminosity is going out with a different energy. I like it.
The fact that they're able to find one. Leaf, though, is able to snag Naga, pull him off the flank that he was attempting, punish him, and now it's Wolverine's turn to really push the tempo, add the aggression here. Wolverine ult is available, so Luminosity's got to be very careful, play at range here.
All right, Rajari just having trend back here. Luminosity have to regroup for this. Peps now have Leaf ready to go in with that last stand.
Wolverine's just chilling here. Like we see you. Someone got grabbed.
Down one individual.
Bucky got grabbed.
Picked off though. Nice mag cannon. And that claims like a large amount of your crowd control ability. With that Winter Soldier off the battlefield for Luminosity, they can only really just
they can't fight. They're down one. You don't want to fight this.
And Winter Soldier so far.
Your spawn is right there, so you can afford to wait. Don't waste too much time.
Got to make a big hold here.
The Namor is flanking left side. We see him.
Go for those kidnaps. That being said, he kind of has
it's a Namor battle on the left side.
We're getting
I think Hard is gonna win
though,
this.
Jake, in terms of these ultimates. This next fight is about to be
Well, Hard is
extremely
Hard is
volatile.
getting
Hold on to your
hit.
hats. Okay, trust me, goes very,
He
very well.
disengages.
Keeps that eye of Agamotto in their possession and stays alive.
Wolverine
No
ult.
connection there for Leaf. Multi-stun though. That eye is a big hit, and trust me, ends up.
There's a lot of
falling.
stalemates in this game. They're not using their ults a lot. Like no one really wants to attack.
Does make use of that last stand, but there are
like
some
Luminosities
extra
aren't
ultimates for the
using
defenders
their
to make use of later. The
ults.
fact that they don't have to use
Like Team
any of
Peps
their
has
support
2
ults, Jake, is
defenses
huge.
compared to
Yeah,
1 on
Crook tried to
Luminosity.
make the save with
Like
that
they're not
Stratus
using their
ultimate,
ults
but
at
ultimately
all.
it wasn't enough, and that's
No
a
one's using
costly ultimate to throw away, right? Like losing the Stratus ultimates in a losing team fight, forced onto the reset. So far, Luminosity haven't had any answers to this position. It's been looking
Yeah,
very
characters
well
like
practiced
Strange,
14
Bucky,
showing what
Wolverine,
they've really
you
made
should
use of
use your
all
ult
series. You know, they
super
understand
fast to
these
force out
certain positions on the map
defenses.
look kind of
Because you can
unbreakable.
actually charge your
Trying to
ult
control that
inside
high
out
ground.
the
Clearing
defensive
out the
ult.
spawns,
That's
trying to set up Leaf
what
up with
makes
that,
some of those
position to
characters
play
super
from.
strong.
That's going to get crumbled down.
Strange
Now
ults,
as an eye of
there's
Agamotto
no
comes on
one.
in. Doesn't look like there was a good connection there, though. I'm going to be honest with you. Horde of Proteus at point blank range for Naga here.
LG has the advantage here. Up one. Peps does have the Luna ult, but the match with the Luna ult, ooh, a Bucky ult might come. Yeah. The Luna ult runs out.
Now they're looking to wash Peps away. Meteor
Oh,
rain
he's
from
dead.
Timo's
Yep.
got to be a big one. Does get some splash onto Naga, so then the more
Yeah,
is
the Maggle
down
denied
on
the
attacking side.
Bucky ult.
But both of these Vanguards are still standing for Peps, albeit fairly at times.
Peps
They're holding
does
on.
have the advantage,
Arsenal,
though.
of course, they would
The
have a
Nimmer
Proteus to
ult.
rely on now. He's thrown it on in. There's a bit of a damage
Yeah,
component
ooh,
there.
okay.
that Peps
It's not
are
over
able
now,
to
it's pretty much
exploit
over,
to its
though.
fullest,
Yeah.
and they're going to win yet another massive fight with some big ultimates in play.
Yeah,
They
characters
bend,
like
don't break, despite
Wolverine,
losing a couple at
Bucky,
the start of the fight. Looks like an
Strange,
opening
even
for
Namor.
Luminosity Gaming.
If
That's
you
a massive
if you
corner
force
Proteus
out
that
a
turns the fight
defensive
around
with your
for
ult,
Hardest. And now he's set up once again
you can
on the
charge
flank
another
with a low
ult
ultimate
in the
bank
duration
situation
of the
for both
defensive.
teams. More pressure on
Especially
the
for
Duelists here in
characters
this
that
next
have
fight. This
a
could
lot
be
of
chance for Luminosity to break it
AoE
open, but
damage
it's their
like
last
Bucky.
chance, Mitch. They've got to break this
Like you
crucial
charge his
chokehold.
back
Team
so
Peps wanna
fast,
end the
and you can
series here.
literally
Krog's gotta
ult
stay alive. That
after
invisible boundary is
the
critical in
defensive.
his next
So you
engagement.
ult to force out,
And
and
they've
then you
just
can ult
developed it.
after to kill.
Oh, it's so dirty, bro. That's why the
Yeah,
team-up
the
is
Namor
busted.
kills the Bucky.
Oh, the freezing monster spawn just thrown into the backline. The burst damage destroyed.
They don't have any defensives,
Destroyed.
Peps.
Hardest though gonna go down. So we have Namor traded out
They
here
need
with
to
a soldier. Leaf a little bit low, trying to
Okay,
get away.
Naga.
Kirajara gonna be stunned up now.
Naga's
Destroyed,
forcing
comes
them
back
out.
in off spawn.
He doesn't have
Here's
his
Naga in
bubble,
midair,
though.
being moved around the map by Natlocks as they make use of
Peps
that
is going for an
full
ult. He might be
pushability.
invisible because
And
of
Crook
his
has
ult.
to be careful, sitting in the periphery
Oh,
of
he's going for the
that
one shot. He
healing
got
ult
it.
with the fate of both worlds being used, and that's a big
He might have been
maelstrom
blocked.
from Shu, but there's just too much healing available. Meteor
Damage
Ram
boost.
coming out now
Ooh.
from Luminosity. Can there be a connection from Rajaro? It'll be Timo falling though to Naga's Horde of Proteus. Peps down,
Team
down a player,
Luminosity
still in
has
position
the
to
advantage
fight
here.
for this. No healing ultimates available.
Team Peps
Predators
switched to
have used
Iron
everything
Fist.
they have, and
Interesting.
Shu gets drawn into his death
And the
by
Bucky
bionic arms.
wipes.
There, of course, is a cracking
Luminosity
impact to
does not
finish off
have
the job.
a.
It's destroyed.
Team Peps doesn't
Goes
have a
wild.
Bucky.
Luminosity stay in the
They
map.
don't have a Bucky.
Again, and again, he's got more resets.
There's no
Overtime
defensives,
is
but they do
very
have
burned
2 more
down,
ults
so
coming up.
Luminosity have no choice. They gotta
So
stay
they're
on
gonna
the
have
cart
pretty big
completely,
advantage. Mag
but
ult
maybe
and
too
Wolverine
little,
ult,
too late.
two
Team
pretty good
Peps
ults.
struggling to get the touch. Magneto,
Bucky's
though,
gonna
hold on,
die.
he's on
Bucky's
the
dead.
point.
Ooh,
Big Meteor to
nice
make this
block.
fight. Meteor damage is
By the
good.
Strange, I believe.
And he's a shield in the end. Not able to take that kill, but Leaf and Nalox
Wow.
do fall.
The Wolverine
But
didn't
Luminosity in
even
a great
ult.
position to
That's
punish
just
players
bad.
hastily coming off respawn.
And there's a
Jake Peps
Strange
try and quickly get the ducks in
TP
a
to
row
block
for
off,
a
which
last
wasn't
second challenge. It falls flat.
the best.
Big from
Honestly,
Luminosity.
yeah.
It was looking
Leaf
like that choke
didn't
point was just going to be
have the
too much to
opportunity
break
to
for
ult.
Team Peps. Getting onto the third point gives
they're
them a
still-
little bit more
okay.
wiggle room once they flip onto that defender side.
They're still on the Wolverine.
This, I
The
talked
Wolverine
about this in
hasn't
the pregame. This
gotten
could be
that
the
much
toughest
value.
test. This final choke
The
is
Buck
where I
is
think Team
a
Peps are
better
gonna be
pick in a
really
vacuum.
challenging to deal with.
They're on the team.
You said that right.
Here's
Shu
the
is actually
team.
on the thing here.
Ooh, okay.
That's going to be a long-term
Interesting way to
solution,
approach the
but
fight.
Again, these are pretty
Completely
narrow chokes that
behind.
you're playing
Wolverine ult
through.
coming up.
There's just not much shielding for Peps to rely
He's
on.
just-
I
he's
don't
just
think
not
Divine
using
Shu
it,
gets
though.
himself into the front line. Crook now. Yeah, itchy
Yeah.
trigger finger, I think, on that invisible boundary.
Just
He pops
bad
it straight
ultimate
away.
economy.
Leafs are able to walk away despite a big eye of Agamotto.
Oh,
But
it's
top
huge!
Shu
It's
must be
huge! It's
The
huge!
connection on that was
It's
absolutely
range.
And this is what Team Pep suffer. They're trying to play close. They're trying to brawl.
I don't know. Peps is just playing.
And it puts him in range of a big mass stun.
Oh,
At this next fight, though, this is the position I'm worried
Sexy
about.
Strangel.
Like, this is the challenge for Luminosity. Can they have the momentum
this is hard.
to break this in and get a full cap? That would
They
give them
do
a
have
much safer
faith,
position to
but they're
force a
down
potential
one,
game
so.
5 in the series. But it's going to be difficult here in the chokes.
Team Peps has
And
2
with all this
defenses,
fog,
one
you gotta
Luminosity
imagine
has
Wolverine
1.
is gonna
There's
be
a
able to sneak up
Maggle
on his
to
foes.
maybe kill someone. The thing's gonna have an ult,
Team
so
up in play. Shu can toss
this
into
might
the
be
midst of Luminosity.
bad,
Should have been needed.
especially in a tight ass corner.
Less than
The
advisable
Nemours
play.
getting contested by the Wolverine. He does have bubble. They need to make something happen.
Cocoon pop by Naga though to get out of trouble. He was very, very deep there. Trust
Oh boy,
me,
this
done
thing
up
looks-
for a brief moment now as the invisible boundary is going to be thrown into play. Fate also has that Lunar Snow healing ultimate as well. Here's Shu swinging
A
for
lot
the
of stuff
fence,
happening here.
trying to get these
I think
stuns,
Peps
but
has
it's
the
fighting to go
advantage.
down. Hardest is the one that delivers
Ultimate
with the War
advantage
Proteus getting
and
with
numbers
the Lunar
advantage.
Snow, and there is Leaf. That's got to be enough. Team Peps have found what they needed to stave off these interlopers. The Luminosity are going to fizzle out on this last stretch
Yeah,
of whole of Jala.
they can't touch.
Great comeback for the
I think
defenders.
they did
I would love to
really
see the
well.
damage stat on Thing in those last few moments. Those
For
punches
how
were just hitting like 4 or 5 players
It
at a
happened
time.
in
He
the
was just
mid
chunking
game,
them down
but
in
for
the
how
choke
fast
points.
they actually got the point.
And too little too late for Luminosity to be able to snowball through that part of the map. That being said, I think on defense as well, the first point is going to be the
They're
toughest
running
test
Bucky
for Team Peps. They've got
instead
to
of
somehow get
Namor,
through
so
this
they're not
very wide
really
open
on the
point where
Namor
you can
mirror.
really be flanked from
They're
all
not
sides.
running
I'd imagine
Salah
that this is
either.
probably the best case
So-
scenario for Luminosity to win here is getting a full hold on first.
They're not
Yeah,
running
you see how
Salah.
difficult it is. Even with a Strange, and even with the ability to reposition, there aren't great like attack side high ground options.
So that's
The
better.
defenders are
You're running
really
Bucky
inherently
instead of Psylocke.
advantaged in that regard.
That's a win.
Shu having a pretty ridiculous
Okay.
showing
LG's
so
gonna be on
far.
defense. Let's see how they approach this.
Well, we did see though, trust me, they kind of hit a massive Eye of Agamotto there in that previous round and break open the fight. Looked like
Let's
Luminosity
see.
were
Do we have anything in
honestly
chat?
on the way to a full completion there. Really competitive stuff, but like Jake mentioned, this first point really half the battle on a map like this.
I like that they're not going for the Wolverine. I think the Wolverine would have been a
Yeah.
mistake here.
Of
on
the
first.
Wolverine,
think it's
I love
just
this.
Too difficult to walk up in Wolverine. You know, as powerful
Oh,
as
okay.
you are, you
The
are
Storm
a
is-
melee
is
character, right?
pretty
so, like,
good.
these wide
Pretty
open
interesting for the
spaces are
first
not
point. I
your
like it.
friend. And so Team Peps, at least for now,
Most likely they're gonna
queuing
be on
up
the high ground
very
behind
heavy
a
poke comp.
point.
And as
They're
I say
gonna be
that, I
stacked
think
together.
they're-
They switches
maybe
off
they are
the
gonna run the Wolverine.
Storm
I would
back
love
on
to see
the
the Storm
wall.
here. I think it would have fit really
The
well.
Storm
with
can
poke style.
cleave.
I guess Wolverine
So,
does give
okay.
you that X factor that the enemy
Interesting.
team has to be
I like
aware
this.
of.
They're doing the
And it's gonna
TP
be the Punisher
behind
Rocket
with a
Raccoon team ups.
Namor,
This is the
with
first time I've
a
seen this come out in the series. Exciting to see
Rocket
what the Punisher
Wolverine.
can do with that damage
Oh,
amplification.
they're running
that
out.
infinite reload
I don't think they're gonna
rocket
run out
reses
the
as well
spawn
for
with
attackers
the
can be especially
Punisher.
powerful.
And so they're going to set
Are
up
they?
now and put the
I
Punisher
wasn't
in a
expecting
really
them.
powerful position.
Oh, wow, they
If they
just
can
got
take this
run off.
spot, this is where the
Why aren't they
defenders
ready
like
for
to
it? They
play.
just,
This is
what are they
supposed to be a
doing?
safe
How did they just
haven
get off the
for
point?
Luminosity.
Out of high ground like
But this
this.
real estate just been stolen away from
There's
them
no way
by
they
the
weren't
dishonest
expecting them to
business
do this.
dealings of Team
That's
Peps,
just
and
so
now
bad.
Hardest
Just lose the
has
map.
unlimited
Now,
ammunition and can rain it straight down from that
Team
turret
Peps
onto
can
the
just
point.
go
That
wherever
is
they want.
So utterly dirty.
They
Should
gave
you
the
get
high
given a
ground
ball walk, you
to
have to dive
Punisher
that high
with
ground position,
Z.
and I've got to respect Luminosity finding the response here. Destroyed's able to bring Shu down, so now you have one less shield to play with on that high ground.
And you know why they
Return to the
lost
fray
it?
because of that BRB, but
Because
honestly,
Shu
Hardest hasn't
and
done
both
enough
tanks
in
pretty
that
much
turret
just
ball with
decided to
unlimited
drop
ammo,
down
and Destroyed
for
has a
some
cracking
reason.
impact to shake the foundations of that high ground.
Like you have the
Yeah,
map.
and it's
Why do you have to
scary for Team
drop?
Peps, right?
You
They're
don't
lucky
have a
to
reason.
stay alive here in the back
Can
line.
just
But
poke
now
'em.
the respawners are going to be a bit split for them. We'll see Timo going over to the Venoms, trying to push the tip on the dive, and Naga alone on the flank, in trouble. Can't quite get to the
Naga's
pack in
dead.
time.
They
It's an
have
opening for the
Bucky.
attackers. See if they can find more.
They're Invis in.
Once
Invis
again,
is
I was
so
wondering if we get that
close,
Venom
but even
component
Invis,
to Team
she's gonna
Peps,
die
like a
inside
little
of
bit
it.
of dive. Here comes the
Punisher
ultimate. It is
ult does
terrifying.
insane.
Not a whole lot you can do
job
about it.
of
Not a shield in the
zoning.
world that can really stop
You have
this, and
Invis, though.
it's gonna get even harder now. Lunar Snow
Punisher turret.
ultimate comes on in. Oh,
He's gonna have his ult back
time,
really
boys. Once
fast.
again, Hardest amidst this
Oh my
healing,
God.
trying to shut down the Meteor M, but that's still gonna be an
Nice.
issue. They try and throw I think,
Venom
a
damage
smoke
boost
grenade
maybe?
up there
Maybe he can
to
kill
answer it.
something?
Here's
No, he
Timo
can't.
though with the Feast of the Abyss, looking for a
The
bit
Rock
of
is getting a
extra
lot of
damage.
value with
Remember,
his,
it's
res.
current health percent, so big on those high health targets, but Hardest has fallen here. Team Peps
They only have
starting to
one
run
ult
out of
in
gas
his
a little
Leaf.
bit as Luminosity hold their ground.
Yeah,
Yeah, they were able to wait out that Punisher ultimate. It
Leaf's
cost them a
Wolverine
lot
isn't
of
the
cap
best.
time,
He's
but
not
it
getting
proves
damage
be a wise decision as Luminosity are able to retake the point. 2 minutes left on the clock for Team Peps to find an opening
and
on this attack.
still has Strangers.
Hardest over to the Namor now.
She also
that was their
gonna
big shot,
have
right, with the Punisher
so it's gonna be both
Strangers really well around that, kiting it out and then just coming back to touch point at the
Invisible Woman
moment.
also is gonna be back mid-fight for both teams. So the Strangers is gonna do a lot.
On an Eye of Agamotto that's close to being built, but that is really about it. what is left in this bag of tricks. It looks like they're actually going to knock on the front door this time. Finally, a direct approach, but it's obviously something on this map that is pretty disadvantageous.
Yeah, they're kind of forced of doing it. They don't have a TP.
Chilling, getting an immense amount of poke damage from that ledge. You could say the same from Destroyed on that.
There's no way he gets it. Oh wow, he does get it. Yeah, like I don't know if that shit was ever working. There's two peel options. There's the Invisible Woman pull plus the Luna snowball. I think that's just a bad play, bro.
Yeah,
9 times out of 10 it doesn't work.
Pretty much worst case scenario for Wolverine. He's just
I think that's lucky from Roger, bro. I can't lie. I'm not hating, but I don't think it's a good process.
Super annoying with those spawns constantly coming in. It's another problem for Wolverine. There's no real way to clear those spawns on the high ground, on the walls, being flanked from all sides.
Now at least the Peps have been able to make use of that.
I think Luminosity's fine. Their Luna doesn't have her ult yet, but she can get it mid-fight.
It is looking dire. Luminosity have got plenty to answer this.
Trust me,
also
is gonna have his ult.
Get through that ultimate trough and are ready to unload.
Team Peps and Hardest has his name on ult. So if they open with Luna, and they open with Luna,
Luminosity ripping heavy ults. Team Peps trying to counter with their own.
damage was too late, I think.
No one is up there though.
Yeah, no one's on height.
Drop off the defensive high ground with the exception of the
They executed it right. Yeah, they executed it right. Good shit, Luminosity. Watch out, watch out. Bucky. Good. Timo's cooked.
I think they're in deep trouble.
Oh, triple knock up. Neymar's one. Is there another support? Oh boy, they're back already though. Get invis, get invis. Invis dead.
In the absence, I think, of your
There's only Switch alive. Well, Switch kills Naga though.
For so much of this round to throw the poke damage in.
Peps is kind of turning this, maybe. It's kind of close here. Switch is still alive. Their Luna is still alive. In the corner behind.
Wasn't able to get some healing, and I think there's time for reinforcements to come. There's a portal in play.
Rajaro.
Both teams reinforcing though. The portal.
I don't know if Team Peps has their TP. Oh, yes they do. They need Strange to die first, actually, by the way. They need the Strange to die first. The Strange needs to die first.
Team Peps are brawling incredibly well in this engagement.
Naga under a lot of pressure, those shoe forces that cocoon, and here's another invisible boundary. Pretty timely one for Luminosity, I've got to say.
Team Peps has the advantage slightly, I think, with the Luna ult. The Starrod's gonna have an ult backup. Oh, Invisible Woman dies. She was at 90. She was at 90. Invisible Woman was at 90 and she dies.
Shoe goes low. And there's that extra
Wow,
damage that
what a
we're looking
hold
for.
by
Naga
Luminosity.
finishes the job, taking down the Wolverine.
What a hold. I had no faith in them after they didn't ban the Luna. I had no faith, but they proved me wrong.
In this series, I didn't
Impressive.
see that coming after the dominance Pep showed in map 1, but Luminosity have had an
Unbelievable.
incredible fight back. Both of their map picks, they played incredibly well, bringing out new innovative strategies that have looked fantastic. Destroyed your MVP of this match, put on a huge performance on the Bucky.
And again, we saw a couple of innovative approaches there from Peps at
I
times,
think
right? I like that they
Wolverine's
attempted
useless.
to, set up on the defensive side, high ground with the Punisher.
Look how much they were struggling with DPS.
I think the Wolverine is useless. Sistred is really good. It's a really good play.
But very well handled, I think, by Luminosity to have a response and know how to
I
re-challenge.
think Rajo's having a pretty good series.
Yeah, and Leaf, I just
trust me, I don't know.
really get anything done.
Trust me, that's 13 final hits while
He
Rajo
was trying in there, like trying to find something, but so many times just pressured out by spam before he can quite close the
Naga
distance.
actually held pretty well against the hardest on the Nemo Mirror.
But they're just choosing, at least so far in the series, to let it through and respond to it tactically rather than by attacking it in the ban phase.
Now, we have 3-1 up there. It's 2-2. Yeah, it's just been adjusted, of course. As Luminosity have been able to take us to...
Oh. Trust me, gets in the roof.
Why is he so much behind?
That was so close, bro. That was so close. Thank you, Jess. You think investment? Esports is the best investment a free-to-play game can do. I'm gonna stand by it. It's just true. The reason why League is so popular still, and Dota is so popular, and CS is so popular, is esports. And that's the truth. That's just the hard truth. Without these amazing tournaments, teams, and players to bring the hype and the fans unite something over, these games would have died a long time ago. It
That's
is
the
an
word,
amazing
bugger.
investment for popularity. It's just advertisement for the game. Like a big prize post. You're not playing today? I played for 7 hours today, bro. Look at my stream duration. Oh, I was so confused.
I was watching on
They
YouTube.
made it so it looked like Team Peps won, but they didn't. Yeah, I want to play Repo. I want to play with Fan. Hey, 7 hours is a lot, guys.
Really could learn from this. If you want to play Magneto in Marvel Rivals, having the awareness to save your supports when
Yeah,
the
I'm top
enemy makes a
500.
play, not only does it save your teammate, but usually it allows you to turn around and punish that
Ooh,
duelist
you see,
with the
Luminosity
strategies
banned
you
Groot,
saved. So I think
and they're
for a
actually
lot of
winning the
players that are
game.
interested in, taking their Marvel Rivals game to the next level, getting up to Grandmaster, something you want to be thinking about.
Right, based on where that Horned Proteus brings the whale in, but when you're uncontested as Namor and you get to run through
If you have someone, if you're confident in your Namor player, you can keep Luna open. Just that the first couple of games I saw, I wasn't confident at all. But looks like hardest can play Namor at a pretty high level. So props to them. So they can keep Brian Group. Doesn't look like they have a group player. Ooh, that's a really good start, man. We got a good start, bro.
Peps, like what do they prioritize the highest? Because there's a lot of these big threats for Luminosity that you may want to ban out. They've been looking at potentially the Adam Warlock team up. They could see the Groot as a problem, but we're going to Spider Islands.
Oh, Spider Islands, let's go. Favorite map? No, he's not my favorite map. Okay.
It is a convoy map type.
It's Peps.
However,
Okay.
there's a lot of tight corners on this map, and I'm thinking especially one thing I've seen in a previous Marvel Rivals tournament, in the Marvel Rivals Invitational for NA, at least in the first, the inaugural Marvel Rivals Invitational, we saw the winning team use a Wolverine here to incredible effect on the first point defense choke. Just hiding in a corner by the bridge. Every time an attacker would step up, they're instantly pulled deep into the back line, instantly cut to pieces. And, I think that's definitely something that Peps are likely to try to bring out here on Spider Islands.
So does that mean we'll see Storm? That's the question. Chat, how do you guys see this one playing out? Let us know. Spider Islands, Game 5. Shout out to Hogs, by the way, in the chat. Finzi and Virtus Pro are waiting to play, but we're also going to see Sentinels at the end of the night. And Jake,
We got Team Sentinels.
Mic for that one, but I know you've run into a few players on the ranked games. Who are you excited to watch from the NA side of things after you?
I mean, Sentinels has really impressed me through the many different Rivals tournaments we've had so far. They were one of the first teams to come out super strong from NA, and they've showed a huge strategic diversity. So it isn't about one comp that we've seen from them. Like,
are you getting a Hulk today?
Signature style. It's the fact that they're going to be constantly changing it up on their opponents. They really use the ban phase, I think, to maximum effect, where Peps has first ban Hela every game. I think it's pretty clear that, for both of these teams, it's been pretty much running it back with the bans with some minor adjustments based on the enemy protect. But the first ban's been pretty stable. Both teams have kind of locked it in. And Sentinels has been a team that really has resisted that. That's been able to use maybe more heroes in the game than most any other team. And that gives them a little bit of a strategic edge to push these, niche, innovative strategies that they develop. So it's less about what exactly they're going to play and more about, I just want to learn from them the way they strategically approach the game is something I think anybody playing at home can learn new strategies from.
So you do want to say Amazing or Super Gomez or what happened there?
Well, I'm waiting till I, get to the top of the leaderboard, and other DPS players, there's a little bad blood. Of course, I'm very jealous of them and their position on Sentinels. Of course, I had to keep it general for the boys.
I like that
Local
one.
puffs.
Okay, Game 5 is loading up here. We're gonna have our ban and protects in just a moment. Uber, for anyone who's missed the show so far, walk me through the opening maps, because after Game 1, I thought this was going to be a one-sided 3-0 with Peps taking control for the French.
And no one would have blamed you. I think we were all pretty much on the same line there. Royal Palace, though, as a domination map, it is very easy to encircle. It's very easy for flankers to find great success on that map and basically come from behind and charge enemies, abduct them into...
that Virtus Pro team is crazy.
We saw that, on maps like Shinshibuya, much less possible. And as we started to go through that map,
Team Peps
we started to realize,
French.
okay, Groot is really powerful. We see Storm come out. You know, Peps are basically, you know, we're matching Storms all of a sudden. Now the game sort of really revolved around the Omega Hurricane. And whether or not there was Lunar Snow to counter that one. Obviously, yeah, Storm started to have this sort of outsized impact over the game. And then as we got to you know, the previous map, we saw a really...
No one's butting Storm. No one's trying the Human Torch team up. Human Torch is ass, so understandable.
All right, no Loki, no Hela. So after
Hella ban, Loki banned.
From both sides, we've seen
Venom protected.
constantly protecting
Yeah.
Venom. There we go once again.
I think they're gonna protect the Groot.
Going where, Jake?
Maybe it's
Oh,
not-
Namor again.
That's what they've done the last couple maps. So it seems like both
This is a
are
pretty good
pretty
Namor
solidified as far as what they're gonna go
map.
for. The second ban, though, I think it is a little bit more open.
And I think Groot.
Minimize the
It's a good Groot map too.
Star-Lord team up
But having to kill
is
Star-Lord twice is just, it's very unpleasant. You know, most can barely do it once, so I'm not surprised. When you see two teams like mirroring that team up, it's very bizarre. Although it does, and also the fact that you can just full race your team, like Adam Warlock.
Oh, Luna.
Is very good.
Okay. Okay, they leave the Groot open.
Run your Namor if you want.
It's a good map for a character that has verticality, people that can fly, climb up. Because you can get up to the ceiling.
But it does have that healing over time, that damage over time element that can be used to counteract.
Namor can bubble up, set up height.
I'm curious to see who
Pretty good.
Also, Cloak and Dagger, very high output healer in general.
Yeah, no one's playing Cloak. No one's playing Cloak. The nerfs were quite fat.
Jake, I'm excited because Switch has been leading the lobby in heals every single game, but he's been doing that on Luna. So what else is in the Peps repertoire here? What else do they have in the arsenal on the strategist side? What would you suggest to bring out?
I mean, they may just need to match the Mantis now. You know, I think it's Cloak and Dagger. You know, Invisible Woman is almost certainly going to be played. I think the question is, do you go for a Cloak and Dagger or a Mantis as the follow-up? But I mean, 3 strategists being banned in this ban phase really does limit
Triple
the options.
support.
Makes
Yeah,
both
triple
teams,
support
start
banned.
to question, you know, reaching really deep into their bag of tricks and their hero pools, and that's critical to play at this
There's a
level.
Skrill girl.
Right? You've got to have the depth. You will be banned.
No,
out. You will be
they were
attacked
just
for your
crawling.
strategies, and you're gonna have to adapt live on match day, and that's what we're seeing here from both Peps and Luminosity. It is going to be Cloak and Dagger for Team Peps taking on Luminosity's Mantis.
Timo on his triple Groot. Rajaro gets grabbed. He's dead. He's not dead. Oh, we got a Hulk already banner. He got grabbed. Alright, can we get back to the mag, please?
And trust me, coming out on the Hulk here.
No, on Cloak and Dagger
that's
too.
a really interesting choice. I mean,
Okay.
the team
They're
with
kind of
Doctor
forced, I
Strange
guess.
is pretty good. However, I think in general this comp for
Why
the
isn't
last
level
couple
1 Crook on
vulnerable to me to a Wolverine, right? We've
on
seen
his
how many
Mantis?
times that
Cloak isn't
barrier
that
from
good
Magneto
on
was
this
able to
patch.
save people from Wolverine's catches, and you've given up that skill. You know, Hulk does have a
And
two-layer,
shoot
but
is
it's
on
much
mag.
less flexible, much less reliable to get it on an ally that gets pulled
Oh boy,
away.
level 1 Crook is cooked.
Oh, you're in the wrong
You're just getting
neighborhood.
destroyed. They chose this mob for a reason. They're really good on it.
Where Wolverine really shines, can access those buildings so easily, can line up these leaps as well to curve them, as you can sort of see.
His tanks are just so inconsistent, man. They're just so inconsistent. They're getting destroyed.
Might end up being the one that undoes them in the end.
They're getting crushed.
Thank
right now.
you,
Trust me,
man.
Is going to swap over to the Magneto, but first point Spider Islands is actually a pretty solid point.
It's actually easy on defense.
And so
It's
Team Peps
easy
is
on
running
defense.
through it with a comp that we've seen them play before.
Because the
This
Hulk
a
is
very
useless.
comfortable style for Team Peps. I mean, this is
Like,
pretty
Bucky
much
and
the
Wolverine
on
is
the collar
crazy.
to
Like, just
for their
destroys them.
Most comfortable, most preferred heroes.
We saw the banner for a while there from Luminosity, but it just really doesn't cut the mustard in this kind of comp. I do think it can lock down individuals that can be very powerful. The team up is great, but man, Luminosity need a little bit more than that.
Yeah, their tanks are just...
Smashed. Naga, whoa, finds himself in the
It's
back.
over.
Normally you try and
It's
send him to make a
over.
hurricane up,
This
so you
fight is
can
over.
the rest of your team after it, but clearly he was all
But our
in.
Cloak hasn't even gotten a ult
Kraken
yet.
Impact here gets a ton of coverage, and Team Peps I don't know if they've even lost.
But they haven't used a single ult.
Yeah, they are just running.
They haven't used a single defensive. It's not even funny. Like, you don't even see ranked games like this.
Already lost players couldn't commit to the fight. That being said, coming into this next fight, they do have a double.
That's a really good position. That's so good. The Groot allows them to climb up the height. Sister's probably looking for an E. He's gonna ask for the bubble. No bubble. I like this. Oh, they're... Oh, okay. Oh, they don't care, bro. They don't care. Yeah, that's amazing, actually. Can level 1 crook ult?
I mean, Destroy don't stand up the entire time. We'll end up falling.
Nah, you're dead.
Build up a meteor but things are going horribly here for Luminosity. What a bionic arm. That was a ridiculous pull on the enemy Star-Lord. And trust me, well, it's a pretty grim landscape. Even if it looks prettier from high up, they are headed out of there to get healed up. And they might be giving up this check.
Yeah, I think they just gave up.
Trust me to try and stall out here.
He does have the venom.
Looks like Sistar just kind of gave up, bro. He just stopped moving.
The damage is over.
Well, the fight wasn't really over.
Trying to hold on with this dance of the butterfly, but too little, too late. You got a fully charged Wolverine just carving it up on the point. The group walls denying the defenders from getting back in a timely manner.
Like, I don't know what Luminosity is doing. Level 1 crook is clearly super comfortable on Mantis, and he wasn't on Mantis. He wasn't on Mantis for some reason. Then we get Trust Me on the Hulk when you know they're gonna run Wolverine and Bucky. And then you're surprised you get cooked. You shouldn't be. I don't know, man. The tank gap is the tanks are what determines this game, pretty much.
Switch has on speed dial there in the right hand side of the screen. All of those leaves being handed out, and Peps just ignore that Star-Lord ult.
Yeah, Luminosity strategy, they've been changing it up constantly, trying to find purchase in the map. They're able to wait out the Mantis ultimate.
Rogero is gonna have his ult for the Bucky ult though.
The team plays beautiful.
So I don't think he's gonna have a lot. They also have Invis. Luminosity is gonna have Mantis soon. Bucky doesn't die, he's one. He doesn't die. The mag needs to stay in front of the grid to block it. He needs to stay in front. It's fine. Supports get kidnapped though. Wolverine doesn't deal a lot of damage to him though. She doesn't have a lot of HP. Peps, Leaf jumps off the map so he doesn't lose his passive.
They are going to swap over to the thing, so continuing to value some of that damage threat in the small rooms.
Luminosity does have the advantage in ults. And he's dead.
That is a Star-Lord in the wrong house.
There's no way he's going to be getting out of that storage closet. Not sure how he turned up there. Trust me here, hoping to
Naga does get a pick back. It's 5v5, but the Star's going to get back a lot earlier.
Perhaps of course without hardest for the time being.
Aye, Peps, we have the advantage. Luminosity, we have the advantage here. Let's make something happen with our ults. Switch ults. Do we match? Please, Fate, can we match?
However, the rest of Luminosity have given up ground, and that cart is on the move. Here comes the dance of the butterfly now, and Trust Me is in the middle of it.
Yeah, they don't have anything. Invisible Woman is at 70, 80, 85. She dies. They don't even need to use the Fate. The Fate ult. Oh, pretty good for Luminosity. They don't even need to use it much. They just win with the Psylocke ult. Wow.
Once again, they're set up on the flanks. This time Star-Lord has found a new hiding position. Maybe will be a little bit harder for Wolverine.
Oh boy. Oh, he was caught.
Trying to stay out of trouble.
He was caught.
All those dashes to get to a safer spot.
He wants to be behind him.
Is there a chance for a quick assassination for Destroyed? And we go! Hit the E!
Ooh,
briefly, but damage is done, and Switch was not able to be healed up quickly enough. Trust me here.
Invis doesn't have to use anything.
Quite nicely. And remember on that Venom.
They just win the fight only with the ult expanded.
If you're trying to get that big damage output.
Oh my god. Oh, the body block him and stagger him. They only use the Venom ult to win this fight. Their Invisible Woman had her ult. She was at like 95% before dying the last fight.
Yeah, they've rationed them out, haven't they, Jake? Withstanding this constant pressure from Team Peps. Rajaro, are you going to guess for this one? Yes. Meteor M does not find any target by the looks of things. That was Soul Resurgence used by Luminosity, though. They do have Invisible Boundary ready to draw. Timo is going to go for that Meteor themselves here. Trying to get it around the corner. Big damage on Trust Me, but honestly...
Star-Lord getting pocketed. Wolverine ult is available. Oh, Crook, watch out, bro. Don't get hooked.
Doesn't want to try and fight or risk getting slept there by
Wolverine ult, bro. Ult. Ooh, he gets crooked. Insane bubble, though. Oh my god, what a bubble. They just leave her their Mantis. Oh my god, Luminosity is choking. They were just split off like crazy. The Wolverine still has passive. Yeah, they just get it, bro. They get it. I switched to Captain America to stall. It's gonna be hard to kill him. It's level Crook. Level 1 Crook. 70% he's dead. Yeah. Yeah. So Luminosity got onto the comfort picks and did it a lot better.
This series. I mean, with the way those
I just choked so hard in the beginning, bro. Just on some nonsensical picks, in my opinion. Like, those picks didn't make sense at all.
You know, I think if Team Pets finishes with a couple minutes, that would just be demoralizing for Luminosity. But the last few fights, for the most part, went their way.
One of the best outcomes from outside, for sure, though.
Half of play. And while only doing, what, like, you know, 10k or so damage on the Venom, Trust Me has definitely been a pretty key component of, you know, LG's ability to disrupt the attackers before they can set up. Because we don't have Lunar Soul here, we don't have access to the freeze. Ice Arts with that cleave healing, don't have access to that either. Of course, no Fate of Both Worlds to rely on. So we're definitely in a world where we're quite limited in terms of just that raw healing throughput. You can see that Mantis rarely can keep up with some of the, you know, the more headliner strategists. 10k healing for half is pretty darn good, but
Leaf probably has a jump pack, double jump, with, because of the rocket. You can see he has 25 shield, so he probably has both packs. Okay, I like the comp of Luminosity. Okay. Both team comps are fine.
Really be a critical spot for Team Peps to win a few fights and stall the clock down.
Out of the gates we go once more. Team Peps on this attack side now.
Yo, they're playing super aggressive. Holy. This can't be good. Yeah, they are so aggressive. They were so aggressive. This has to be trolling. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Hey, I don't hate it. Some of my ranked games in gym are less fucking random than this.
Kind of a throwaway fight here, honestly. Fighting this close to the
Okay, the TP behind. Fate is alone. Fate is dead.
Go with the strange portal, re-engage, and fight from the defensive side rather than from the attacker's side of the same bridge.
They're not in a good position, by the way.
Gaming, though, with their high mobility, these defenders for Team Peps, they're kind of exposed in the open.
Like, Luminosity is fine, bro. Like, they have high ground. Team Peps are just stuck on low ground. They're cooked. And it's their spawn behind, bro. Shard has his ult. Bucky soon. Shard needs to ult fast before Mantis gets hers. Mantis at 80. 80, 90, 92. Killer, killer, killer! Let's go! Bucky ult, but he's dead. He's not dead yet. Oh, Bucky. There's no way he cleans house, right? There's no way he cleans house, right? There's no way he cleans house, right?
No one left to support him. Guess that'll be the end
Oh
of it,
my
though.
god.
Cleaned up by
Okay,
Magneto,
bro.
but-
Bucky's balanced.
But I mean, still 2 minutes off the clock, and the card has barely gotten rolling here, Mitch.
I mean, yeah, looking conversely at how Peps were able to breeze through this part of the map and still have
Team Luminosity has a big advantage in this fight.
Relevant. Agassi Rajaro probably wants to control this high ground and not give Leaf easy access.
They have one more ult.
Pushing up and diving on down.
But Team Peps does have the Groot ult, which is one of the best in the game.
It's definitely something that Peps have to be mindful of.
Leaf has his ult, but from what he has shown, I don't think he's going to do anything with it. And trust me, also has his ult. He's a really good Venom.
But Hardest has already found Naga, shutting down
Naga dies. Oh wow, they just died. Just dies.
He caught those divers in, separated the rest of the attackers.
Yo, wow, the Groot was so strong, bro. They just walled off. No heals, and they couldn't get out.
That was their opportunity to push forward and potentially get a cap.
That's so bad, actually.
This will be pretty much
Just lost their advantage. They used 2 ults. Actually, Trust Me got cancelled. That's why he's at 62 right now. He didn't use it. He got cancelled and put back at 50%.
Just trying to pepper someone who's not protected. It didn't work out at all. Timo goes a little bit low here. Definitely some pod coming in from that right side building, and I suspect that Naga has something to do with it. In we go. Invisible boundary here for Luminosity. Rajaro is going to be forced out of the fight. Needs to get back in, but his wall's in the way as well.
Yeah, Leaf doesn't get anything with his Wolverine ult.
Nadlox does get their ultimate into play now with Crook going down. You've lost a strategist. And Leaf is looking to go to work. We are hearing the resets come out from Hardest now, trying to get rid of Fate and get another one will come down. Big damage off the crack.
You Naga, bro. Get off Psylocke, bro. Get on Bucky. Get on Bucky, bro. Get on Bucky.
Looking poised to take the series.
Get on Bucky, bro. Get on
And I
Bucky.
think it's well deserved, but man, Hardest on this Winter Soldier, he is pretty much dominating them in the competition, right? Like,
Get on Bucky, bro.
Luminosity are running. They don't really have the durability to deal with the Kraken impact, and he's constantly being able to clean up these scrappy team fights with the help of those resets.
That was big ultimate though from Team Pepsi.
Venom does has his ult. Trust me, he's dead. He didn't ult. Yeah, really quick. There's no defenses though. Level 1 Crook is dead.
Desperately trying to go for a galactic legend, but I'm not sure if his names will be inscribed in the annals of history from here on out. Naga, a little bit low, trying to go in with the dance of the butterfly.
Good ult by Naga. Oh boy. Luminosity doesn't have an ult in response.
Big damage to take Trust Me out of the fight. He'll shield up for the time being, and a Feral League doesn't connect, but Leaf can follow it up with standard slashes. Now back to the point we go. Leaf is running on fumes here. It's only
I think it's GG's. I don't think... Oh, they do have a TP though. That's Peep's TP. Wow. That's Pep's TP.
They are stopped in their tracks here on Spider Islands, and Peps finally prevail.
What a well
Oh my god, dude. They just trolled so hard with their picks at the beginning. They didn't play a Hulk at all the entire series. Everyone Crick wasn't on Mantis. He was on Cloak. I just don't understand this.
The TP? Wait, that was nuts from Leaf. That was insane play by Leaf.
2, 3.
I'd insta. But if he doesn't die and it's a 6v6, I think that's a really spooky fight.
I love the way they played around the Groot in this style. Like, not only are they pulling you into this tiny bunker with the
Groot owns too.
team ready to punish you, but then
Honestly, not playing Groot is feeder. Groot is OP.
And you separate you from your own strategist. And I felt like that was the key to a lot of Pep's success, was being able to
that game was that
positioning
series was sick.
from Luminosity Gaming. Yes, Luminosity is pumping the damage. They're even
Yeah, their Groot was really strong.
with the team coordination here. It's clear the communication. They were always fighting together as a unit,
at times they were dying together
They
as a
just
unit,
choked,
but
man.
they were always together.
The
They
first
really played
fight,
well as
they
a
didn't
team,
get
which I
anything.
think
They
potentially
used the
bodes
kill
well for their
ult.
match in the money match here against Virtus Pro.
I don't know, like,
Peps
and they
gets it
forced
done
them, bro.
every map they
Like,
selected. They
I don't
looked
know,
very
bro.
strong. In fact, they were
Like, they were
one
inside that
strategist
one
pick
building,
away from finishing with
and
4
Venom
minutes
just
on the
dove
clock. They
into
were
it and
rolling
just
on
died.
that
Like,
attack.
he got walled
I
off,
have
he
to
got
say, the
stunned.
thing I learned today, my favorite games are the ones
His
where
ult got
Loki
cancelled, he
and
died.
Luna get banned at the same
Someone
time.
else
Why?
too died with him.
People are eliminated. There's knockouts that actually happen. So great stuff in our final game 5. Will we see more of it? You might want to bring that strategy against Virtus Pro. Uber, as we take a look though at Luminosity, they are done for the night. Highlights in your eyes though, because this is definitely gonna be a team to watch in North America. Sorry,
Absolutely. I mean, the team is awesome. I really like sort of what they can bring with the front line of like Trust Me and Rajaro. I like how much they dabbled, you know, with half of their team sort of diving here. I thought it was really effective in tying up the enemy backline, just stretching the healing resources in general, and also just getting in people's faces and taxing their bandwidth. I think Destroyed and Naga are a great duelist combo. I think Destroyed on the Star-Lord has been a real highlight for me, and my boy Crook also put a really strong showing. The preference, of course, for this team to go towards the Mantis in some comps really helped them have another form of CC, especially in games where Luna's banned. Like being able to sleep a Wolverine or someone getting you there is really impactful. But I mean, can't take anything away from Peps here. These guys, they wanted it more. I think it's clear to see.
Leaf on the Wolverine. Thank you, observers. Point 1, we just got to hang out with him for about a minute and a half. Jake, I feel like this is the player to shut down moving forward if you're Virtus Pro, right? What's your scouting report after sitting in here watching 5 games if you're Finzi and Nevix?
I've seen enough, man. Just ban Wolverine. Maybe on some of these like super wide open maps, right? Luminosity was able to tactically outplay. They were able to win some of those maps. But when Leaf has a good game, when you go
I don't think Leaf was MVP. His ult didn't get anything, bro.
In the map, scouted out, prepared, the full formation set up. You can't just let Leaf run rampant on you like that.
Let's take a look at
I think Hardest was the MVP, bro. Hardest, bro. I don't know, man.
Just bullying everybody.
I think Hardest on the Hardest on Bucky, insane. Hardest on Namor, insane for most of the games too. I don't know, man. I feel like Leaf didn't have much impact a lot of times, bro. I don't know if I'm crazy, especially with his ults, bro.
You have like that full rage. Your regenerative healing factor just gives you a massive chunk of bonus health, and you obviously sort of begin to heal when that's triggered. So like you become, for all intents and purposes, like an off. Off Vanguard. You have the health pool. You have obviously a great sort of global taunt. You have cooldowns that allow you to decrease the amount of damage incoming.
You don't choose the girlies, bro. The girlies choose you. It's just how it works. It's just how it works. You can't choose a girly. The girly chooses you, bro. It's just how it works. You just need to read the sign. That's it.
Dog, I wonder, is it VP now? Is it still the EU game? So do we get Peps against VP, Virtus Pro, or do we get extension against Intergalactic? Any team? Which are the any teams? I don't know. Practice move.
It's been a blast here on the opening night of Rivals Fight Night. I know you were doing this for a few other games. For anyone who's tuning in for the first time for a fight night, what can they look forward to the rest of the show?
No, where the fuck is the flying bot, bro? Where is he? The hell? Like, where is the flying robot? The fuck? Is it like invisible or something? Bro, where were you, little bro? We're hiding, weren't you? Like Luna ult. They just trolled so hard with their picks at the beginning.
First point, Spider Islands is actually a pretty solid point.
It's actually easy on defense. It's easy on defense. Because the Hulk is useless. Like Bucky and Wolverine is crazy. Like just destroys them.
We saw the banner for a while there from Luminosity, but it just really doesn't cut the mustard in this kind of comp. I do think it can lock down individuals. It can be very powerful. The team up is great, but man, Luminosity need a little bit more than that.
Yeah, their tanks are just... It's over. It's over. This fight is over. But their cloak hasn't even gotten a ult yet. But they haven't used a single ult. They haven't used a single defensive. It's not even funny. Like, you don't even see ranked games like this. That's a really good position. That's so good. The Groot allows them to climb up the height. Sister's probably looking for an E. He's gonna ask for the bubble. No bubble. I like this. Oh, they're... Oh, okay. Oh, they don't care, bro. They don't care. Yeah, that's amazing, actually. Can level 1 crook ult? Nah, you're dead.
What a bionic arm. That was a ridiculous pull on the enemy Star-Lord. And trust me, well, it's a pretty grim landscape, even if it looks prettier from high up. They are destroyed, and we go. Hit the E.
Ooh.
Briefly, but damage is done, and Switch was not able to be healed up quickly enough. Trust me here.
Invis doesn't have to use anything. They just win the fight only with the ult expanded. Oh my god. Oh, the body block him and stagger him. They only use the Venom ult to win this fight. Their Invisible Woman had her ult. She was at like 90-95% before dying the last fight.
Soul Resurgence used by Luminosity, though. They do have Invisible Boundary ready to draw. Timo is going to go for that meteor themselves here.
Nine together.
Just choke. Do we match? Please, Fate, can we match? Yo, wow, the grid was so strong, bro. They just walled off, no heals, and they couldn't get out.
That was their opportunity.
Single game. Do you flip the strategy on its head
We're
if you take
back.
him out of the gameplay for
That's
Team
a
Pep?
series I wanna watch.
He's such an interesting hero in that what he provides, I think, is just so very helpful, and what he sort of provides is not really that egregious either. I think like Meteor M can be very powerful, but it is extremely skill dependent, and a lot of the time you can just shield it. So there's a ton of counterplay. And honestly, the heroes right now that are attracting the most bans through that phase, Pucker, are the ones with limited amounts of counterplay, because at this level, you have the resources and the experience to play around a Meteor M and the rest that Magneto can provide. It really is like a war of attrition based hero. It's the shock and awe heroes that maybe do things a little bit out of the ordinary, or have this mobility that perhaps has just crept too far over the line, that are getting looked at through the ban phase, as well as those healers with absurd throughput.
Great call out there. Shout out to everyone who's in the stream tonight. We're live on Twitter as well as YouTube and right here on Twitch.
On Twitter.
In the chat.
Yo,
Lemon
Elon,
Kiwi
bro.
in the chat. We are getting invaded
switching
by
the
Brits
name,
and
bro.
I guess French Canadians.
I don't know.
Jake, as we jump into this game,
I don't know.
We have a lot of pride for the French fans. They were spamming the chat earlier. We saw flags galore. Why is Peps such a fan favorite?
I mean, I think this is just an exciting team to watch. Like, not only do they bring the heat on an individual basis, we saw like huge performances out of like Hardest, for example, with the big.
Yeah, the
plays
French,
able to make,
bro, they're
especially,
passionate about their
with
sports.
That, Winter Soldier Ultimate.
You're
But at the same
passionate,
time,
I
I think
fuck
it's
with
the
it.
team play that I really love out of Team Peps. Like, they are really sick at regrouping together in all the chaos that Marvel Rivals brings.
Captain
This team, they
Timo
don't
on
get separated.
duty.
They find a way through.
You had some fantastic heals coming in from Naglox and Switch, who is super crucial on the Luna Snow. We'll see him in just a bit. On the other side of this matchup, though,
Oh,
let's
that's
take a
a
look at the
fucking
most famous
super
team
team,
in
bro.
Europe right now. Sparker has
Holy
three,
shit.
yes, 3 gamer tags in the top 10 on the global rankings. The man is putting in all kinds of time, Jake.
Yeah, Sparker is a beast. You don't
That's
want to
one
sleep
hell of
on
a team.
anyone on
Nevix might be one of the best tank players.
Like all the
in
best
the
players
game.
in Europe came together
Cypher,
to make this
Fee,
roster to be the
Didrio.
juggernaut.
All of these
to be
dudes
our
are in
defending
the
champion is really, I think, a natural position for Virtus Pro right now.
And of course,
Leaderboard.
we've got 2 fantastic off tanks in Fincy and
Haven't
Nevix.
seen him
They're
play,
teaming
though.
up once again
But
to
from
come
what
for
I've
Virtus
heard,
Pro.
they're
What do you think of the
monsters.
front line here, Uber.
I mean, one of them's a world champion, so I'll say that much. And Fincy is no slouch either. I mean, these guys are amazing. Nevix, someone who, right back at the start of when Marvel Rivals was trying to push these tournaments, was already like top of the leaderboards. Both these players, I think, you've got 2 of the best sort of shield tanks, in Europe. I think outside of that, this
Okay,
team is
let's
extremely
get a
cracked.
look
They've got
at the
quality.
banning
They did drop
phase.
a map to Peps though recently, I think, in the MRI, the Marvel Rivals.
They can bleed.
Marvel Rivals Invitational, excuse me.
So they can
Okay,
bleed.
Wolverine
We haven't seen
ban.
them lose,
I don't
though.
know
And
who's
as we
who,
jump
though.
into this one right away, Wolverine out of the map, Jake. Smart plays here.
I'm pretty sure Virtus Pro is
Hella
on the
burn.
right,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm thinking that might be VP
have a
because
suspicion.
Hella. That's
I have a
Peps's auto
suspicion.
veto.
Virtus Pro is on the right here. They do not want to deal with the Wolverine. They agree with me. I like this. So we're going to see already a very different series. So far, Pep's sticking with their guns, though. The instant Hella ban, still not something they want to deal with, Wolverine or not.
Storm.
Protect
Oh,
the
it's a little
storm.
storm.
Okay.
Okay. Backline beware.
Do we know what the map this is? Did we see the map?
I don't think we saw the map set yet.
I think it's
We're going to
Hydra.
a domination.
It's
right?
Hydra.
The pre-selected
That's
first
right.
You can see
map.
it in the
Luna
background.
Snow Protect comes out.
Luna.
Interesting, because
Yeah, we need to see who's who.
You want to survive that storm
backdrop.
ult, all right? That's
yeah,
Okay.
survive the storm multi, and just in general. I mean, Luna Snow really stabilized the game, but no
Oh,
2
they
Luna
might
Snow ultimates,
go.
all right? They're taking mercy on
Yeah,
you,
no
Bucket.
Loki.
They heard you. You get 1 Luna Snow ultimate. Absolute
Neymar
max.
band. Okay.
gonna have 6 hours of
might
invulnerability,
go,
not 24 hours.
Human
and
Torch.
Namor is gone. So Dives, welcome to the game. Who is gonna take first
Ooh,
blood?
Adam's
It's a
open.
best of
Adam's
7,
open, okay.
$1,000 on the line. Once again,
Are they
if you're
going
just
team up?
joining us, please hit that follow button. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. This is night number 1, and we're coming at you every Thursday with your favorite teams. If you have a suggestion
Every
of who you wanna
Thursday,
see on the show,
fire.
hit up my guy at Tempo ZP. Yes, he hasn't rebranded yet. It's still at Tempo ZP on Twitter. Let him know who you want to see on the stream. For now, we send it over. It's Uber and Jake. Game number 1, Rivals Fight Night EU Final.
Thank you very much, Carl. Was that his?
Some Sentinels players might stream the
Come on, that's
a throwback. That's a throwback.
their game if they're allowed.
That's like me calling myself an ESL.
Those look like Euro players.
We are reaching, guys. We are going back a long
Hydra.
way. Here we go, folks. Your best of
Things
7
is
Marvel
strange.
Rivals Fight Night
Nevix.
number 1 for EU is Team Peps in the blue. Virtus Pro finally taking to the stage here on the red side of the map. And
Are they actually running
I
rocket?
see them throw down. Ready to see Sparker click some heads. He and Fire. Deadly combination.
They
here
weren't.
at
They
the
were
doubles
actually
roll.
in spawn. Okay.
Yeah, this is our first look at Virtus Pro of the night. Team Peps also are going to be forced off of their Comfort Wolverine.
Okay.
We'll see what the next best option
Peps
is
is
for
running
them.
Adam.
For now,
Okay.
leave over to the Winter Soldier. Both teams prioritizing that Winter Soldier, really valuing that playmaking potential.
Portal gets you over to the left-hand side, so at least sort of fundamentally gives you a little bit of that high ground, of course. And just being quicker to the punch here on this map.
Finn is the only one to drop.
Finzy pushed pretty far forward.
Nevix
Sparker takes a pretty
2.
passive angle, honestly, amongst all of this. Pretty mindful of a lot of the poke damage that could come through.
Peps
that are still working
aren't
with
running
quasi-dive
strange.
component,
That's one of the
but they've got
advantages of a
the
strange.
Adam Warlock and Star-Lord team up here, Jake.
Yeah, first pickup though.
Get access to the
onto
map a lot
group, and
earlier.
That's a lot of the front line already down. So Virtus Pro watching the flankers,
Nevix
not able
died
to help their
early.
front line in that moment. Still trying to fight this.
Peps
back.
has the
We're
advantage here.
5-6.
Still contesting the point. They have not given it up fully to Peps. They might, though, have to now, as Nevix is still coming back
well
on
done,
that
my
respawn.
Peps.
They want to rotate through, of course, as after the point is capped, we start to see the point itself become more elevated.
Oh,
To the
boy.
dodge away there from the cellular corrosion. Is everybody respecting, especially the squishies, what Teemo can do?
Hardest
And
is
it's
dead,
hard
but
to
he
slow it
does
down.
has a
Fire damage
revive.
from a pretty safe spot and cut Peps down to 5.
Yeah, it's a very front-to-back play
Oh
style. The
my
res
God,
comes in, but
oh
huge
my
pop
God.
From Virtus Pro, charging in together.
Oh
and the
boy,
one res
these got
doesn't do
destroyed.
much in
Holy
the
shit.
face of a team wipe. That's one of the faster pops I've seen in Marvel Rivals. Virtus Pro
It's
bringing
pretty
the heat.
funny. Everyone died at the same time because of
that's
this
not- I
whole
mean, very
bomb.
quickly, they have reasserted themselves. And Fight didn't
He just
have to
lost
leave
so
with
much
the
health
wheel
at the
there.
same
He's just
time
kind of-
because of the soul bomb.
Just kind of aiming here from his own front line. And Team Peps, without much of a shield outside of what Magneto could provide, which has obviously been nerfed, right? The duration or the frequency.
I don't think this is Venom's best map.
Stream is much less now. Hardest trying to make his way through here. Some of those walls there, a bit annoying, can be used by Fire here. Just
Hardest does have
his
his ult though. Let's see.
Here comes the Galactic Legend, instantly counted out by the invisible boundary.
Yeah, I love
Just
this game, man.
1-for-1.
It's fucking
Virtus Pro
amazing.
happy to trade
fucking
those Stratus
amazing.
ultimates on the point with control. Vi helping to punish that Venom overextending, and now Sparker gotta be
They
thinking
do have
about
switch ults.
potentially
Okay,
looking
no
for
ults.
the Kraken
You're on
impact.
Adam.
Maybe not even necessary. Team Peps
It's
are
only
sent back
Adam and
into the spawn,
Mantis.
and Virtus Pro, I mean, they are explosive when they attack.
And they are
There's
now
no
starting to get out to a pretty comfortable lead.
they don't even match
Kraken
the
impact.
defensives.
Play to both worlds here. Drudra, of course, been a sort of healer player for a long,
It's gonna be
long time.
interesting to see how they
Finzy, though,
play
you
it.
know, in the past,
They have
he's been a bit of a
Adam,
duelist and
Mantis,
also
no Luna,
flexed
no
a lot.
Invis.
So seeing him now, obviously, as a shield tank for Virtus Pro.
Verse has
they
a
grow up so
lot
fast.
better
Here
defenses.
comes the push for Peps, though, onto the point now. True does have the Meteorium available, but
Teemo
bloody hell, those
died.
Brew Walls are a problem, and Teemo got cut
This
off
might
from
be
the rest
open
of
as
Peps,
fuck.
and then dispatched.
I don't know if
Shield
open
in
is
his face, he can't find a window through with the Meteor M, just throws it for a little splash damage on the
Teemo's
back line. Virtus
res.
Pro are sitting on a bank of 5
Nevix
ultimates.
does has
They're
his
just
ult.
winning this fight easily, safely, comfortably. This is not what I expected so far in the match, and now they strike with the Kraken impact. Sparker getting into the mix.
Obtaining those eliminations together. Now they're looking for the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, I
You
don't
can
know
see
about that,
desperately,
bro.
I think the heals for Peps were trying to get in position.
yeah, I think you might need another support, bro.
To bring back one player, it was the Venom. That is a low-value Adam Warlock ultimate, and even with that team up, Jake, it's been very hard for Team Peps to take any edges on that round.
I mean, VP just played that immaculately. You know, we've seen in many other tournaments, this Adam Warlock, Star-Lord, and Mantis team up really dominate the meta with like every team playing it, you know, really utilizing those reses. It felt so powerful. But the way Team VP win these fights is dominant. I mean, they're just like, when they find one pickup, they immediately get a team wipe. They're somehow crashing over their opposition more quickly than we've seen anybody else do. The execution is that clean that these reses just don't matter. They don't have the tempo.
Man, what a showing so far.
That's a
Team
best of
Nevix
7.
Looking dangerous there. Even though Nevix was the first pick off, only Nevix, Fire, and Cypher actually got picked off over the course of that whole round. Really impressive stuff from VP. They look more decisive than what we've seen so far, and as good as Peps have looked, and they have looked good, they've now got to go away from the Adam Warlock. They can't afford to bring that lower throughput healer in just to get the revival capacity for the Star-Lord.
And a quick TP on the point.
Peps
really
is on strange.
Getting here early, but it's the high ground ticket for Team Peps, putting them in a
I don't know why you
position as
TP'd
they
low
swap over
ground.
the mirror match.
Oh, Kraken Impact did end up hitting on a Finzi, but the healing is so good. Oh, the invisible boundary. Peps could not penetrate through it. And now Finzi's coming in.
I do like the switches they made.
So that ultimately fizzles. And up in the sky goes hardest.
So now they're matching defenses.
Oh, that is crazy. Roster Stone is not a hit scan weapon. That is a projectile weapon, and he's still able to take down an airborne target with such effectiveness.
I mean, Sparker's just a beast on this. And you know, the challenge for Team Peps is they've had to make a lot of swaps. Now they're going to pass the Winter Soldier over to Hardest with how impactful he was in that last series. I don't blame them. Leaf going to make the swap over to the Storm. But BP have just been sticking with their guns, and it has been amazing.
Casters, like...
And here's Fire.
Oh,
eyes there on that locks and switch. She's looking at that back
call
line,
abilities by their name,
out
bro.
there.
Like,
at least Timo
what?
Trying to make sure Fire's aware that he's been.
I can just say like his left click, his right click.
Oh, great wall! Look at the
his
wall!
ultimate.
It cuts off all of the strategies. Oh, they're so good. Natlocks eventually broke through the wall, only to be impaled by an Oaken spear.
Timo does play Groove.
Virtus Pro are on a different level.
Okay, we may be in for a very dominant money match as Peps. I mean, they fought their way through so valiantly against Luminosity Gaming, and right now, Virtus Pro are just eating them for breakfast.
This is stunning. They're already at half of their captured total that they need. Sparker close to another Kraken Impact. Fire close to another Galactic Legend. You've got all of your duelist ultimates ready to go.
Pretty much evenly,
evenly
matched for the next fight.
In
terms of ults.
This is intense pressure being put on them. The walls now, of course, being thrown up here.
Yeah, pretty much.
To give a breach potentially. Fire a little bit low, but he's going to go in for this now as a Mega Hurricane.
I think both Brutals are going to be extremely important.
Cannon though, and here is a Hurricane. There's healing though. Saipan does pop that invisible boundary, and there it is, strangling prison into the Kraken Impact. Big connection, but enough healing to keep Peps above that threshold to deny any
Peps
resets.
does
And now the Meteor Ram, they're able to break back
win
into the game.
this. It looks like oh.
And they were able to pop that enemy.
They didn't even
so
Brutal first, but they still won.
Properly beaten back, properly cleared out of the map. And Team Peps have an opportunity to take the position.
Hardest there with that free reset. Happy to be done and dusted, and now
Team,
Peps are in the game, but have a look.
Peps
Jay.
good
They
did
spent it
ult.
all.
I think this fight,
in order just to stay in the game.
They still have two more ults. Finzi did an ult, Fee Eater.
Of course, push back that Doctor Strange and deny the AoE. It's a Galactic Legend.
The last fight was won for Team Peps because they got a Bucky reset.
With that ultimate. Fire's the one to watch here.
Sparker didn't get any reset. They were healthy, so they lost.
Just to give that sustain.
They
But
just
there's
have
not going
to
to be
give
enough
up.
here, and Team Peps have to back off
No
the point
defensives,
entirely.
have to back
I
up.
like to see the challenge here from the Storm. Leaf ties Fire up for a time, and there are actually no knockouts coming off that ultimate.
Nonetheless, though,
grab.
it did cost them the flip, so Virtus
There's
Pro
a bubble.
back in the time advantage here, able to stall
Finzi
the fight
still
out
has his
towards
ult.
the next ultimate.
Hasn't
This
used
Eye
it
of
yet.
Agamotto, Finzi absolutely going to be
Probably
looking
super
for
hard
here,
to get
wants be
a-
watchful for all the counterplay, but
a
it's
good
running
attempt.
low for Team Peps. They're trying to stabilize. They're popping ultimates.
the Luna
isn't enough to turn this fight around.
Snowball,
Trying to
invisible.
burst down,
He's
Leaf
looking
in the
for it.
middle of that
He
Omega
doesn't get
Hurricane.
it.
Here it is. Great answer once
pretty
again.
hard.
Natlox has been good at shutting that down, but the Kraken Impact, that's another story
Blind Bucky.
entirely. Sparker looking for reset after reset. 3 knockouts there, and that will be the end of our first map. A one-sided showing here. Hell's Heaven goes the way of
VP shows why they're the best
And
in
if I'm
Europe.
Luminosity Gaming right now, I'm like, guys, why didn't we just ban Wolverine? This is a very different match. Team Peps now coming into Virtus Pro's wheelhouse, and it's clear who's stronger on this style.
Oh man, it did not feel particularly close there. Saipan MVP over the game, and I do think these invisible boundaries have been pretty instrumental. Storm's very effective. She's got great sustained damage, but
Yeah, Peps won that fight, but at what cost? They used every ult.
Is enough to be, or rather, it can be counted out by even
Well,
that
VP
invisible
didn't
woman
use
ultimate.
2
Big
ults,
healing
so
from
they saved 2
Cypher.
ults.
Dridro perhaps
And they
more
just won the next
offensively
fight because of
tuned
their
in this
advantage.
particular game, but overall great showing here. Nevix on the Groot is definitely something that has to be looked very closely at, I think, for Team Peps, because the impact was undeniable.
That's insane damage for a Vanguard, right? To be putting out pretty much as much as the duelists on Vanguard. This is why we see Groot prioritized, especially when they're able to fight
I
those
don't know if
choke points. I felt
Syphic
like
got
VP's understanding of
that
map
much
was
more
really
healing
strong,
than
but
Luna.
they knew exactly where Peps
And
would
more
come
damage
from.
too.
They were ready to defend that choke successfully. And then, you know, when Peps come to the same spot, defend the same choke, VP just completely on the opposite side of the map. They're slipping into the mid fight and starting it on even footing. So not only is the individual mechanics on a high level for VP, but they're playing the game with a real strategic mastery right now.
Oh man, I mean, brutal stuff. You saw Timo, by the way, died 7 times at the end of that map in the end, which is a huge amount. Timo, not a feeder by any stretch of the imagination, but getting burst down very, very quickly. Out of nowhere, basically, we're seeing Virtus Pro just being able to snap their heads about 180 and look at that Groot as they try and step up. Frequent Kraken impacts from Sparker definitely help. The resets. Cleaning up these fights is really important on domination, because once your opponents have control, the point they can stagger, they can stall, they can throw a player here, there, and keep control. But Virtus Pro only lost control very briefly, and while we were getting pretty excited about, you know, Fire coming in with that Galactic Legend at the end of this round, Jake,
what I want to say before is, why you casters call abilities by the name, bro? Like,
it looked as good as a team
like how the fuck am I supposed to know what a Kraken impact is?
Yeah,
bro?
I think it comes back to that. You know, the one fight they're
You
able
know
to
what I
flip the
mean? Why
point,
don't you
it
just
cost
say
them a
left
full
click,
dump
right
of
click?
6 ultimates. And against a
Like,
team
are
like
they
VP that
doing this
wisely
to
kept a
flex,
few
or?
things in the tank, you know, even though they won that fight, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The game was tilting too far against them for them to bring it back on domination.
That was faster than I expected. Okay, Virtus Pro trying to get us back on schedule. Mad respect, Nevix. Question number 1. This comes from YouTube. I saw someone asking, why is he putting the walls like this? So Jake, can you explain that?
Yeah.
Why do you see that at high level gameplay?
So the thing about there's 2 walls the Groot can build. He builds the small ones and the much larger one. The small ones, you know, they're a little bit tanky, but not so much. Pretty easy to damage through. So they're not so useful at actually stopping the enemy's progress. Occasionally you can use them for that. It's not so bad. But the real value they give is when you attack an enemy in range of a wall, the wall itself reaches out and does damage. So by putting them all around on the ceilings above choke points, the enemy, yes, they can walk out the choke point. They're not blocked, but as soon as they come out, you start attacking them on Groot, and that's where you see that insane damage coming from Groot, because the walls are continuing to contribute. So you almost want those small walls to be hidden away so that it's not so easy for the enemy to break them, and then you use that big ironwood wall to actually, you know, slam the door on that choke point when you want to close it off.
Yeah.
Hellabun from
Peps. Who knew? All right, we're jumping right into this. It's Spider Island, and once again, they don't want to see Hella ever. And I don't think you're ever going to see Wolverine on Leaf again. I'm sorry. So, Peps, what do you do? Do you have another trick up your sleeve? Uber, what's your expectation here?
Okay, I mean, I don't think we'll see too much different in terms of how these protects end up looking. Luna's has been protected in this kind of game, and I think that, you know, if you're Pep, as good as Timo is, you might want to consider trying to deal with the Groot, because they are a problem. We sort of talked about where they're so effective, right? The Thornlash walls being thrown up, just adding to your damage potential.
Loki.
But we are
You better ban Bucky. You better ban Bucky. If you want to play Loki, you better ban Bucky.
By a French contingent here. I don't know how to feel about it.
Please.
Bro, I got a war. Loki, don't mind me, Jake. I'm a big fan of seeing it. Unfortunately, we're going to see a whole lot of invulnerability.
They have to ban Bucky.
With that said, how many knockouts does Sparker finish with?
Psylocke.
I'm gonna say final blows or just in general knockouts.
Let's go final blows. Let's keep it a lower number, shall we?
I'm gonna say he's gonna have 22
final blows. Chat, get your predictions in. Once again, this is Sparker, the guy with 3 top 10 placements on our global leaderboard. How many will he finish with? He just led the lobby in game 1. Uber, we're not going to see Storm. We're not going to see Psylocke. The backline's pretty safe.
Yeah, it's a shame. I do wonder. I mean, that's the experience of these 2 teams playing against each other that has sort of denied the Psylocke. It might be a Sparker pick. We haven't seen it yet, so that definitely tells us there's something to look forward to later in this series. It might have emerged through scrims at some point, but Spider Islands, man, I'm here for it. We need to see Pep step up in a big way, because Virtus Pro have their fundamentals really nailed down, and honestly, they had the depth of the hero pools.
Decided to go with Spider Island. I fuck with it, actually.
Let's jump on in. Game number 2.
They did really well on that map last
3
series.
maps away from claiming $1,000
going for it.
first
Going
prize
free
here on Rival Fight Night. Pretty sure we're loading in. Take it away, Uber.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a best of 4. Or rather, a best of 7, excuse me.
Don't triple
in this case.
tank? There's no
Draws
way.
are very, very rare, but possible, I suppose.
Triple tank?
In this game.
There's no way.
Up comes a VP. They will be defending.
No roll lock, Mitch.
Don't triple tank
Yeah,
with feet or 5 playing strange. Super interesting.
This is innovative. We haven't seen this all day today. We'll see what VP can run. I mean, with how good they were on the last map,
That's
they're not
super
running
interesting.
this because of a lack of skill on the duelist. They really believe in this style. And I mean, to be honest, these 3 Vanguards also put out pretty serious damage of their own.
And you can see also, like, those group walls can be used as bridges.
If I
to get
played
yourself
the
up onto high
Starlord
ground
for
and also
serious.
participate in combat if not destroyed. So a lot of value you can get
He's
from a
playing
great
strong.
group player.
Sparker
Sparker goes
dead.
down first, though, as the Monstro spawns need to be respected. And finally, be trying to
Oh
look for
boy.
them now. They've
Ooh, nice hook by Leaf.
But they get dragged down by that bionic arm. Leaf making sure that Fire cannot move.
Yeah, I don't know why
across the
these
map.
teams like
That's
playing
another
so
pick here.
aggressively
Triple
on this
Vanguard
map, bro.
attempts Jake. There's been
Why
no
not play the corner behind?
Yeah. I mean, and I think losing
just
your
run,
one
run.
duelist first is actually really brutal in this comp. There's a lot of pressure on Sparker.
Your triple
to
tank
deliver
count, they're
tons
still
of
on
damage
it.
with this kind of front line in
They
front
will
of them. So if you're
TP.
able to snipe that duelist down early, yeah, you got a ton of front line, but they're not doing so much if they're not protecting a key damage dealer like Winter Soldier.
TP comes in, excuse me, and Virtus Pro gonna dive straight on through that once again. The group wall's going to work. That iron
Cypher has his ult,
going to be a
though.
factor now. It's Spy.
Cypher has his
On a
ult.
duelist, trying to take control of this high ground now and make it harder for Hardest to set up and throw
Fight
these
isn't
down
doing
for
much
free.
here, though.
Definitely it'll be hard to shift. This very high health
Cypher
coming from this
ult.
high ground, but here we go. They have a copy.
But
in
Nutlock
play.
enters.
Cypher looks like it's gonna
There's
be
a good ult by
strange ultimate
Timo.
that does get duplicated, and
Oh my
Horde
god,
Proteus
bro.
get thrown on in.
The
Timo
Bucky.
finally falls, but it's at the cost of Finzi, and now with a Kraken impact in play, Leaf was hoping
Leaf
to
is still
run
alive.
with the game.
Does he get his
Finzi's
reset,
up
though?
halfway through. Nevix
He
stunned
doesn't.
briefly, but Sparker is down, so only one Winter Soldier remains, and that is the man on your screen. Agamotto catches only on a Natlocks here, and it's going to be tough
Fi
to
does get
slot here,
Nuzlocke.
but Fi has to follow up
Nuzlocke,
damage to
sorry.
remove the strategist from the game. A lot of shields in play, a lot of those Leaf trying to work his way through, and eventually Nevix must succumb.
Nevix
A
is
ridiculous amount of
dead.
damage.
Leaf is hiding behind,
Are
though.
Still alive and kicking.
Yeah, they're really starting to chunk through, and this triple Vanguard
Offensive
setup
misses
so
his
far hasn't
ult.
worked. VP still fighting valiantly here.
Hardest
on the
is-
point. Sparker considering going for a clutch
Takes the aggressive
with this
angle,
Kraken
but has to
impact,
bubble
thinking about
away.
is
He
gonna run
dies
here,
for it.
could potentially stabilize
He
this.
does,
There's
yeah,
very little
low-key,
defense left in the game.
low-key Bucky.
Okay, well, rejuvenation
That's
domain is
that's some
gonna
free
get popped, but there are still
resets.
to be had for Sparker, trying
This
to
was
line
my
up these
fear.
impacts. The damage is good, but
Sparker
desperately
still
Free
isn't
Throw trying
dead.
to
Oh,
heal Sparker,
now
keep
he's
him in the
dead.
game. Eventually, though,
Bro,
he's
Leaf
gonna fall.
another
Finzi
ult,
gets
bro.
into the fray,
Holy,
and
bro.
Cypher's gonna be able to buy some time now with that Fate of Both Worlds, enough for the thing to get into the fight. It might not be too late still. Strangling Prison used there now.
Timo
but
went
Cypher, of
from,
course, offering a
Groot
ton of
to
healing, and a massive knockout
Venom.
comes in.
Ooh,
Finzi is a pro.
massive.
Agamotto there, that's a big
Massive.
one from Shu. It's going to turn the
Massive.
fight as hardest.
Good stuff.
With the, sorry, comes in with the Iron Fist. Okay.
Timo and Hardest switched characters
Iron
to
Fist
get
can
back
kinda
in the
go
fight
crazy
sooner.
on this
Hardest was on
Vanguard setup, right?
Namor.
Like, Iron Fist is
It
actually
was a
just
pretty
deceptively
low
tanky. He did a
Namor.
pretty serious amount of
I mean,
burst
pretty
to get through it.
pretty
He almost has that
slow
ultimate
rollout,
online.
and Timo was
So
on
a bit of a
Groot, which is
counter pick,
insanely
pick
slow. So.
coming out for Team Peps, and I will say, as much as they get that cap, and it
Fi-
felt like they
okay,
won
Fi is
every
back
fight
on
back-to-back,
the
Virtus Pro still ran the clock down over
Namor. The Iron Fist pick is
3
cool.
minutes on that first.
They want triple tank,
Quite significant.
but now
I mean, I'm very
they're on
curious how
Namor.
this
I think Iron Fist
sort of
doesn't.
works out.
Is not gonna have that much
It's a
value.
very powerful ability, and it's pretty easy to trigger Dragon's defense off these like messy fights. So you of course have access to great mobility and pretty impressive damage output as well. Shu just got chunked down low, but Nevix is the one that is
Timo.
brought to heal.
His
He
Venom
doesn't
didn't
survive
work
that
at all
damage output
first,
now, and Timo,
fight.
although getting dragged in with the bionic
Finzy's
arm,
dead,
is able to
though.
walk away with the help of his E. Finzi is down. That's the issue though for Virtus Pro. And here comes the Iron Fist.
Oh,
My
boy.
good Hardest is absolutely
The Iron
looking
Fist,
for a
the
fight.
immortal Iron
Can't
Fist.
get another assassination done though, but
In
Timo
comp,
has a
that's
piece of the
crazy.
abyss at the ready.
Yeah, and Team Peps now are really taking it to Virtus Pro, putting on the
Team-
aggression.
Timo's gonna be
I think
looking for
Fi switching
Slam.
over to the Namor makes a lot of sense trying to defend, but there's a big ultimate tempo here for Team Peps to get snowballed through this second point.
Oh boy.
Timo frozen up. Low does not have that shield available, so you're going to require the static shield of Shu thrown in his way. Hardest looking for a living
VP
shield,
only has
surely.
one ult
Into the back
available.
line we go. Pressure now being put down on
He
Cypher.
doesn't deal a lot of
Looks like
damage
there's a
though.
freeze in
Oh
the beast.
my,
And
Leaf
with
got
them in time,
2.
Gonna drop his way in with a massive
They
Kraken
combo.
impact.
Ooh, they
Timo
combo
coming
the
from
Venom
other
plus
side, chopping
Bucky
through.
ult.
With that Feast of the Abyss is going to cut this VP
Oh, they're
team
looking
down
to kill that
half.
Luna for a
Fire
ult.
under extreme pressure, taken
I
very
love
low.
this, Peps. I
And
love
throwing the
this.
clones to
They're
the
really
clean
good on
now.
this map.
All right, Leaf showing that he can really tango on this Winter Soldier as well. And this map pick proves to be a real difference maker here for Team Peps. They look a lot more comfortable here on Spider Islands.
Uphill battle here for Team Peps, but they've really made up a lot of time in that last phase of the map. We're definitely looking towards some of these ultimates now. As
it looks pretty even ultimate-wise between both teams. But Nevix does has an ult. They can go Nevix ult plus Phi.
VP have encountered this in scrims, but it doesn't seem to matter. Still
Hardest
at the ready. This is the kind of pick you see so rarely. It feels like such a specialist choice here, but for Hardest, he's making it look easy.
Yeah, I think Hardest should just ult, bro. Ult to try to kill the group. Nice wall by Teemo. Blocks the... Oh, yeah.
Seems to be a little too much to ask for right now. Sparker sweeping over them with the Kraken impact resets.
Yeah, jumps on into
Safi
clearing close,
yeah.
you never know who they might be. And look, I mean, that combo was pretty impressive. We saw a Strangling Prison combined with Horn and Proteus.
Iron Fist does need
recovering
ult.
from that is hard enough without there being a Kraken
They can
impact dump on
to
top of it.
create some space.
Hit the Wombo combo, but it's still over 2 minutes for Peps to finish the map.
Yeah, and see if the Iron Fist ends up going for this ultimate. Hasn't found the window to get it in here. Finzi
Iron Fist isn't getting a lot of value here.
Something to worry about. No invisible
I think,
to push
yeah,
that
I think you
Doctor
should
Strange
just
away.
ult and go
That's a
away.
great point. You can't displace
You
him.
should weave in, weave out.
It's
Nah, it's one of the problems. Iron Fist, you need to weave in and out, bro. You're it's essentially right now like what ulting it's 1v6, bro.
On that Winter Soldier so far. Peps now
Like
down
in
to 5
between
players.
your block
Of course,
cooldown,
have
you
the
need to weave
ability
out.
duplicate another of those
You need
big
to
healing
disengage
ultimates.
it and get some
They've got plenty
healing
to work
or
with.
resource from team.
And Agamotto here though is gonna have to be used by Shu.
Okay,
That
Squirrel
would be
Girl.
nice if he hadn't taken a javelin to the face. He's
Teemo
been
does have
adventurous,
his
now
ult.
he's back to spawn.
Teemo.
Yeah, it's a great catch from VP. Nevix that wall cutting the opponent.
But they have two
apart for just a
defensives.
second, it's enough.
What?
However, the fight back.
Squirrel Girl.
Sorry.
Squirrel Girl's going ape shit. Hardest doesn't care about the meta. The Luna Neymar combo.
There may not be resets here, but Team Peps are running on fumes. They've got a fate of both worlds, and they're hoping to use it to gain some progress, but once that expires, they're going to be much more exposed. Big eye of Agamotto, but everybody back around the corner and able to recover on Virtus Pro. Kraken.
They only have Bucky.
They
have Bucky and they have Nevix has his ult. Finzi also has his ult. Yeah, this good.
Straight away,
should be
but
dead,
was
no?
it too early?
Oh!
Agamotto combos, and that is disgusting.
Oh my god,
Yep.
the Eye of Agamotto slamming down on that Strangling Prison. That's a
Hardest
sick
is gonna have
wombo
his ult
combo.
pretty
Team
soon.
Peps, Team White back to the spawn, and Hardest on
Sparker
the
too.
Squirrel Girl. I gotta say, I didn't have this on my bingo card today, Mitch. I'm excited to
Yeah,
see
respect
what
Hardest,
kind
man.
of damage he could work.
Fuck
He's
the
pretty
meta,
good
I
at
agree.
clearing those Namor spawns.
Are you ready for the unbeatable squirrel tsunami, Jake?
It's coming. Oh, it's coming.
They only have artists.
And closer to it. Let's see how this goes.
I don't know what's happening with the ult economy,
Now,
but they only have
thank you very
artists.
much. We need Hardest POV. We need it now. Here comes the Squirrel Tsunami thrown on in. Can it be dealt with? Hardest wants to
boy.
push up here. Virtus Pro, they're looking pretty healthy. Kraken impact at the ready, but not much else to combine it with. Horner Proteus,
So
though,
that
just
damage.
around the corner. Here we go. Dropping on in, getting that reset. Bam, that is dirty stuff. And there's more where that came from. Once again, Team Peps are going to basically implode under the VP Wombo combo. They've had it 3 consecutive fights, it seems, or at least it feels that way, and it will stop Peps in their tracks.
The Squirrel Girl came out. It didn't really do anything, but it was there. We saw it.
She was present. She was definitely marked as attending, Jake. I will say, the Mammal Bond is pretty powerful, and you can obviously sort of lock people in place with that Squirrel blockade, but yeah, maybe it was just to clear the Groot walls, honestly.
Oh my, that combo is sick. That's what we missed on cam with Leaf having that Kraken impact with the help of the Venom ultimate comboing together. And I mean, those players were full HP. There's no way the strategist could you know, pop an ult so early to defend against that. And they just get almost one shot by that timing.
I mean, we saw a couple. I mean, we're seeing in this game a lot more of those combinations here. It all those starts with the group. Strangling Prison is the precursor to these massive team wipes.
Pretty standard calls from both sides.
Player Eye of Agamotto, though, it seemed was pretty disgusting. Because I wondered, Nevix got caught out. I think pulled in by a bionic arm, Jake, and I was like, this seems a little bit premature going for this Prison, but I guess it didn't matter. There was plenty to combat with at the fingertips of VP.
You know, it's interesting that VP, they came out on this triple Vanguard setup, and I was curious to see, like, would it work? And it just completely fell flat. I wonder if this means we'll see more and more teams really stick to their guns with this 2-2-2 setup. That seems to be dominant in the meta right now. This isn't about restrictions being imposed on the game. This is just what the players feel is the strongest.
Yep.
Yo, they love playing aggressive like this. That's crazy.
Strange though, they will of course be blowing that tower up as
This plays so aggressively here.
Just really gets in the way. Leafy playing up close to the corner now as Virtus.pro.
Twice I've seen this setup, but twice
changes after peeking out of spawn. They know what they're dealing with here, and I like that good catch here on Nevix. He's frozen as well. So much CC, and yet Groot just, well, he just trundles his way through it, shrugs it off, and now we're back to business for Virtus.pro. Although the front line is definitely getting pressured. Dritro copying a ton of damage there, and that stun on Finzi is followed up on well.
Yeah, that's a jungle right here, man. It's the good jungle.
Nice pull in, leading to a pickoff, and VP
I really like
Luce's own spawn here. So Team Pep's really asserting dominance right now on the defense.
Pep's going to be able to make their way out from behind this cover when they need to and take the fight to VP as they advance now.
The Brawler King Groot.
Fire and Sparker
Tino's in a tough position.
And here's going to be a copy
ult early.
Natlox is able to get a Fate of Both Worlds down, and that's the window.
They get an ult in response.
To pick up fire first.
Yo, they need to watch out. Peps doesn't have the second Luna. They need to play safe. They need to back off. They need to back off. They need to back off.
But Shu goes down. Headshot there by Rosterstern. And yep, it's time for some resets, folks. Strap yourselves in. It's about to get ugly.
Oh, massive cleanup from Sparker, but nonetheless, this was Team Pep's, happy to
lose one of the problems
of running this way in front of the attacker spawn. Almost a minute
playing
30
this aggressive.
The
You poke them a lot, so you give them a lot of ult charge.
Okay, TP to be thrown in pretty much straight away. Timo. Okay.
Oh, what a play by Finzi, bro.
Catch is so good.
What a play by Finzi, bro.
To develop a clone or TP to it.
He knows they're gonna TP, so he TPs before they get it, and he just kills them through.
So he put his own strange portal, and they're peeking down from above on the defender spawn there, denying them from taking the portal. That was the play we just saw. So Finzi totally read that play, saw it coming a mile away, and punished with a very creative, aggressive strange portal.
That takes some time to set up as well. You need to move that portal across the map. So Finzi has to basically go for that immediately after the end of that last fight. Crazy stuff.
Double hook on both tanks, though.
I'm not gonna lie. That looks a little bit low here. Spark is able to be kept alive because to the rescue comes
damage boost. Oh, Sparker dies.
Autoproteus claims Sparker. Still a 5v5. Strangling Prison thrown
Oh
up.
My God. Triple ult combo.
Bam. 3 for fires. That whale belly flops.
For a triple.
And here's the checkpoint for VP.
Yeah, VP back to their ways. The combos are so clean. They set up with the Groot ultimate, the Strangling Prison, sets everyone up, groups them together.
Every time you got a Groot ult, bro, you pretty much win a fight,
gets that
bro.
little bit of damage amp from the copied Luna Snow.
As long as you have something else that can combo with it, you can pretty much win the fight.
Throughput that Team Peps is bringing to bear.
Doesn't matter defensive or anything.
A little shell shocked here. For me, it was the counter TP from Finzi, but that last fight, they really dominated Peps. Tino wants to push up here, trying to set up some walls a little bit low, and that rejuvenation domain means
hardest on an angle, no one's contesting him.
Coming their way. Here's the Fate of Both Worlds, though. Kraken Impact already used by the sounds of things. Leaf has that one available, but it's Sparker that is trying to land some of these big hits. Agamotto, what a massive counter.
Oh my God, what a counter.
Finzi is stunned up, but the
what a counter.
Absolutely mental because it's Saipe that comes in with a Fate and Sparker
Finzi ult to stop the Bucky from getting resets and dealing damage.
Seen how many times these top-level teams are able to deal with the Doctor Strange trying to dive into the
You're so good at countering,
conventional use for the Eye of Agamotto. This time he uses it to shut down that Winter Soldier ultimate that could have snowballed out of control. So I love that usage from Finzi with the way players have adapted to this Doctor Strange ultimate. It's a new perspective that I really like.
We're going to have Autoproteus from both sides here, but crucially, Fate of Both Worlds up for Saipe. Can use it aggressively here, I think, just to try
that's
and take
Nevix
this
again with another ult. They're just running them over. It's not even funny.
And a second checkpoint clocked in for VP.
That's not even funny, bro.
We talked about Team Peps, how good they are with their positioning.
Yeah, they just combo Namor, Groot,
they don't get caught split.
and
from Virtus.pro, the Wombo combos, the
Luna
executions,
every single time, and they have a Loki so they can have it more often.
Series. I mean, VP is
and he kills through
closing
everything.
this out, finding a massive sweep
So
of
it's a team fight win every time.
Objective progress out of it.
And Team Peps just isn't doing it. They're completely behind. They're just dead, bro. They're getting destroyed.
Set up here, come from a different angle, but they get blown to smithereens by strategists.
They're not as coordinated.
What is going on?
I mean, the pressure is overwhelming.
I don't know if this
going
works.
for a spawn blocking TP here. See if he can get it up in time to deny these defenders the chance to get out from the spawn. Seems like a few players have already gotten out, though, so they will be getting a fight here. Trying to hold on at the end of the map, but VP are putting so much pressure on here, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. We are uphill already. Hardest is trying to work on the periphery here and deal with these Saipe clones, which can really start to add up in terms of that damage that they can put out. Fine, ignoring for the time being the other Namor, and here it is, cracking inside once more. And we are cracking Team Peps wide open. That fate of both worlds for Dridro, for Switch rather, comes in way too late. There is no backup with that healing ultimate in play. And there we go, folks. Virtus.pro get themselves.
They're just so coordinated. They use their ult at the right times. Peps used their ult staggeredly. Like they didn't use anything.
Find eliminations when the strategist ult comes out. We've been, kind of lambasting how ridiculous it is when you've got the combos. Luna's ultimate.
They never comboed anything.
For 24
they have the
hours.
same
But
comp pretty
Virtus.pro
much. They can do the same
afraid.
combos. They're just not doing them.
Like
the Groot ult
is
is just so instrumental in doing or setting up
That's kind of professional play
team wipes
only
every
in
time. Yo, low-key 15k damage, bro.
Let's highlight the Bucky play because I feel like this is going to be a mainstay for the rest of the night.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that being able to get these resets gives you like multiple instances of area of effect burst damage. It is ridiculous. So even if your opponents are, using our Lunar Snow ultimate and being healed up, you, as a Winter Soldier, can still apply the debuff to everybody inside that field of effect, and then you just wait out the ultimate to expire, and you're guaranteed
to push forward.
Just choke ults. Do we match? Please, Fate, can we match? Yo, wow, the Groot was so strong, bro. They just walled off, no heals, and they couldn't get out.
Single game. Do you flip the strategy on its head
We're
if you take him out of the gameplay for?
That's a series I wanna watch.
He's such an interesting hero in that what he provides, I think, is just so very helpful, and what he sort of instantly counted out by the invisible boundary.
Yeah, I love this game, man. It's fucking amazing.
Happy to trade
It's fucking
amazing. Ultimates on the point with control. Vi helping to punish that Venom overextending, and now Sparker gotta be.
They do have switch ults.
Potentially.
Okay, no ults.
You're
on Adam.
Maybe not even necessary. Team Peps.
It's only Adam and Mantis.
Up comes VP. They will be defending.
No roll lock, Mitch.
Don't triple tank with feet. Or five playing strange. Super interesting.
This is innovative. We haven't seen this all day today. We'll see what VP can run. I mean, with how good they were on the last map.
That's super interesting.
Because of a lack of skill on the duelist. They really believe in this style. And I mean, to be honest, these three Vanguards also put out pretty serious damage of their own.
And you can see also, like, those Groot walls can be used as...
It's crazy.
News, he's paying out of pocket, and for good reason. He is witnessing fantastic gameplay, and it's not just the front line, it's not just Sparker on the duelist, it is a team effort. Jake, I'm not letting Cyphex play on Loki ever again. That is my insta-ban if I'm Peps moving forward. What do you think they could do to get back in this series? Because this is David.
They need to ban Bucky.
Is it the? I think it's the Loki. I also think
it's the Groot and the.
You might want to target because you think about the source of a lot of these wombo combos is if
Groot,
you can't
but
lock the enemy
even
down
still,
and group them all up, then it's much more difficult.
He's online
to get that,
right now on this game.
Horde of Proteus with the damage amplification from the Luna Snow's ultimate. It's like
the problem is there's a protect, right? You can only ban one.
But without Groot, you're not hitting on 3, 4, 5 enemies. It's not nearly as devastating to the team fight.
You're not aware Hamburger Help was on the menu. Sincerely, production. Speaking of production, guys, it's been a while. Make sure you open up the stream in a second tab. Help them out. They just started this today. All right. Rivals Fight Night. Put it in the chat for you guys. Open up second tab. I am simply a simple co-streamer. They're the ones doing all the work.
Bro, okay. All right,
yeah, hella.
I thought they hit the ban, but the Wolverine makes a ton more sense. I would expect to see like Groot here surely for Peps. They've got to get the.
Don't protect Groot.
It's too much.
Again, VP, they have such a sick comp here. It's not
Shin
really
Shibuya.
reliant on like the team ups per se. I mean, there's the Namor team up, but I think the reason that they protect the Luna Snow is the critical. I mean, most people think of the Luna Snow ultimate as pumping so much heals, right, and allowing everyone to sustain through the damage. But the fact that you can switch it over to a damage amplification, that's what's allowing them to one-hit these opponents with Namor's Hornet Proteus. And I think there's other support ultimates that have the same level of sustain, but this is the only one that gives you that kind of damage amp that can affect Namor's Hornet Proteus, allowing you to one-hit the opponents through their strategy assaults. And that's been a consistent theme. Namor's banned. So Peps, I think, also aware the threat that combo is posing.
Low-key banned. The grid's still open.
Gone off the table, Mitch.
No.
Timo can play Groot, so it makes sense.
They're more, obviously, also just the team up is really effective. And what it also can do to Luna Snow subtly just makes her even more effective at healing, not that she wasn't already. So, is this Shin Shibuya?
Oh, it's Midtown. Is it Shin Shibuya? It looks like Shin.
Tiny letters.
Oh, Midtown, I love it. I love me some Midtown.
And Jake, I think you nailed it. Like,
love me some Midtown.
This game is competitively. Just the updates, the maps themselves. Marvel Rivals is 11 out of 10 right now. They are clicking across the board. We're going into Game 3, and Virtus Pro also in control. Is it a sweep incoming?
Starting to look that way, Bucket. I mean, Team Peps, they've got to find an answer here. They did throw the Protect on the Storm, though, so maybe that's something that could come out for League. We saw him bring out a little bit in the last series. Maybe that's a way to disrupt some of these combos. Namor has also been taken out. So VP at least are going to have to reach a little bit deeper into their bag of tricks, show us something we haven't seen before.
Let's go.
I could honestly say the same with Peps here, though, because they really did lean on that hardest Namor pick. Okay.
Both teams do this.
Here, is that the idea?
Wow, Notlux dies somehow.
Oh, buddy. Straight out of spawn, I just get shot in the face.
Ironically, I think that kill just doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Trapped in the spawn. Like, it just makes no difference.
And look at how quickly they're clearing the map here. So Nevix wants to make sure that no one can be sort of snuck in and sort of flanked to wrap.
Looks like they're gonna play left side building.
Obviously, for Team Peps is not on the table, which is definitely something they've used here a whole lot. They're gonna have to play some honest Marvel Rivals.
Fire, yeah. Fire on the starter height. Good matchup into the Storm.
There's some good high ground to work with, but I don't know. It can be shut down pretty.
They're not playing height. VP's not playing height. They're playing low ground. Okay.
At chasing down some of those flyers, bursting them. Storm doesn't have the best survivability, but a pull in immediately onto the group. Timo trying to be saved by his team gets the bulwark for Magneto. It seems to be enough to get him out of trouble.
Okay, for the back line,
my best guess is that they want the brawl. They want to brawl lower ground. Insane. The pull was insane, bro. They just pulled out of position, group wall, and they're cooked. Like, that's an insane triple combo, by the way. You have the Invis pull, you have the Bucky hook plus uppercut, and then you have the Groot walls to finish things off, bro. You're just cooked.
Do you see that Leaf is trying to establish like a footing on that high ground, but yeah, Fire is just denying it. Sparker playing from the other angle, getting really
yeah, Leaf might have to switch.
Ready for Kraken impact now as Timo's getting chunked in the front line. Okay, time for a Mega Hurricane. This will have to be one of those strategies. Ultimates pop straight away. Invisible Barrier is the call from side.
Both teams have both defensive, so we're gonna have that's bad. Timo gets his ult, but on 2 tanks, so it doesn't kill anything. But Nevix dies before having. I don't think, did he ult? Oh yeah, Sparker.
Sparker is able to clean up the rest of the fight, even if the Kraken impact didn't get max value. He goes to town with the rest of his abilities, and it's another wipe for the defenders.
Yeah, Finzi and Nevix working together so well in the tank line, and the double pull threat from not only Invisible Woman, but also the Winter Soldier, cycling onto these tanks, and Team Peps have constantly been starting these fights on the back foot. They do have one pickoff, but the spawner should be back soon. And Virtus Pro is giving no ground right now. 1:30 left on the clock, and Team Peps have barely
Shoes on Magno.
And not in the good way, folks.
Oh, Finz is dead. Finz is dead. Finz is dead. Yep.
Stunned there. Two of those VP players drawn forward, and Finzi wasn't quite able to get away. Nevix, can he escape?
Going pretty much the same comp.
For now, great Invisible Woman healing. There's a Kraken impact waiting in the wings now. Peps do not have any of those big healing ultimates, but Omega Hurricane is on deck here for Peps.
Yeah, Peps doesn't have any defensives.
Artist wants to find one more, just can't quite get the hook connection. Virtus Pro licking their wounds.
VP does have one, which is Invis. Peps is gonna have. Yeah, Peps is cool. Both teams have theirs.
Here with the Omega Hurricane available for Leaf going straight to the back line.
Oh, Fi dies though. Leaf dies instantly.
It's a 1-for-1 now as the Kraken impact is used, and Peps actually have to play right to the edges of their own invisible.
I think Peps are in trouble.
Here's Hardest, drops on in now, does apply the debuff to both.
Timo has his ult. Nevix also has his ult.
The combo potential isn't quite there though for Virtus Pro, and it's a Groose ultimate that goes for essentially nothing. Saipek goes down in the end. Looks like a Meteor M accounted for that healer. Now Virtus Pro have to lean on this Fate of Both Worlds to buy a little bit of time. I have Agamotto for Finzi.
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard.
Nicely done by Switch.
You gotta freeze and the pull. It's hard to hit.
But the fallback had to come through for Team Peps, and they had to give up Timo in the
Sparker
process.
ult, yeah.
Staggering this one out well.
That's the X factor.
We've seen this time and time again. He started to
Just
this
wiping,
fight,
bro.
many
Just
huge
wiping.
Eliminations again and again here with the Winter Soldier, and that's a cleanup of
Balanced.
first point. Virtus Pro charging ahead to what could be a 3-0 lead in this series.
This is one of the most one-sided rounds that we've seen today, Jake. Team Peps barely get out of spawn. In fact, the second they step out, they have a player shot in the face by Sparker. And frankly, things don't get much better for them over the course of the round. In a fight with Virtus Pro, we're on the back foot, or at least it seemed that way. They're able to hold on, and Sparker is the one that produces a beautiful 3+ kill streak with that Kraken impact to save the round and turn this into a checkpointless push for Peps.
Peps, mentally speaking, you've got to be in such a dark place right now. You know, these fights have been brutal. You've been punished at every turn. Every time you get a little bit of an advantage, VP is so scrappy. They're constantly turning those advantages back against you. And on the flip side, when VP takes an inch, they just sweep forward, clean you off the map, taking miles.
And now I think the win condition is pretty straightforward for VP. Just push most of the way through this first.
Leaf is still on the storm.
Team Peps did make extensive use of it. We saw Leaf with a lot of storm action, but frankly, no one really was able to do enough. Sparker with 14. That is a lot of damage.
What the heck?
That is excessive. The next closest I think is like at 9. So Sparker again, exactly. Out of the gates we come. No cheeky spawn traps here for Peps, and that honest gameplay might cost them.
Well, but they maybe value the TP more for a
Timo get hooked.
attempt, given that they have to make a full hold here. So I actually think it's a wise.
He has no
decision
shield.
in
He
this
needs to
situation.
watch out.
Yeah, it's a really long cooldown ability, right? Multiple minutes, in fact. So not having that available could be their death.
You're playing the building left side. Okay. Interesting. Bucky loves this though. His left click. Yeah. Oh. Yep.
Natlocks blown to smithereens by the Maelstrom. And Switch has to back up here. Ice Art's popped to give a bit of self-heal over towards that Lunar Snow, but it's not enough. Finzi just casts a glance in the direction of the Lunar Snow and takes him down.
He's so ready. He's trying to
Wow.
his next spawn,
Okay.
deny any kind of a retake here.
Shouldn't
He's
try.
thinking about it. I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able to do much here.
I think he realizes he can't at this point.
Oh, he's going to make it so it's awkward to touch by putting the portals in front of the
Finzi.
Oh, it's using it as a shield. Finzi continuing to innovate on the Strange.
And that's really good for Groot.
Of course, yeah, you can shoot through it, I guess, but you need to physically be on the point. So shoot.
Oh my God, they're cooked.
Sparker drops on in, another Kraken impact.
Yeah, they're cooked.
That catches everybody on the side of Peps, and they are fed into the wood chipper. Nothing but guts and gore out there, folks. It's a
Yeah, bro. It's a massacre.
very quick and dirty.
Chainsaw massacre.
3-0, Mitch, and with how close that last series was, Team Peps, or rather, Luminosity went to 5, back and forth across through the entire match there. I was thinking, you know, maybe this Team Pep squad could.
I think VP might be the best Western team.
Really put a test on Virtus Pro, but right now,
I think they're the best Western team because in most games, EU teams are better than any teams, but then there's the Chinese and Korean teams that are better. So, and I don't really know any Korean team, so I guess VP is the best team in the world.
Dude, he almost had another 22 final blows in a game that was about 1/3 as long. He's just eating them. 0 deaths, just 0 deaths. Just 24-0. Just 24-0 on my Winter Soldier. Surely you can beat Winter Soldier, right?
Just doesn't die. He cannot die.
He's almost doubling up on hardest in the damage. I mean, it is a brutal loss, so the stats are always going to be skewed. But I mean, doubling up on somebody, that's dangerous territory, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, and Sparker has played on some of the biggest stages in esports. This guy has been around. You know, you think that this is going to rattle him? You know, much as we would like to think Rivals Fight Night is something that our teams put on their calendar, and I'm sure they do. But tell you what, he has been out there in the roar of the crowd, and yeah, this is another day at the office for him. Wow, let's try and go back over some of these highlights, because basically this is going to be the whole map here, and it's about the same duration. Storm play here for Peps, right? Leaf trying to get that high ground. They eventually are able to break through, but there's this fight here where Eye of Agamotto gets interrupted, and Virtus Pro have Sparker come out and find this big multi-kill Kraken impact.
Just the focus fire is so impressive. I almost feel like you need to take the Winter Soldier away from Sparker, not only because he's individually such a monster on this character. He's starting so many fights with hooks. I mean, his raw damage output is just ridiculous, server topping. And it's not that you're going to put him on another hero and he's going to not do as well, but when VP get those execution markers from the Kraken impact, man, they focus fire so incredibly well. They're always getting the eliminations again and again and again. And I think it's really allowing Sparker to just explode way more than he normally would, even on another duelist character. So maybe for Team Peps, that's something you can start to attack.
All right, I'm chiming in here, Mitch, real quick. Can we just talk about the Strange Finzi? Like, that one game, I want to send it to all of my friends who suck at Strange to be like, look what you can actually do on this hero. He was dominating, dealing out the damage, but Jake, we were wondering, what is he doing with the portals? He scouts exactly what's coming, when it's coming, and then to deny entrance so that you have an even easier push. You mentioned that we really appreciate when pros teach us something. I feel like the man isn't afraid to showcase his skills here on Rivals Fight Night.
That's a great call-up. Like, I think Finzi is really showing me some new things I didn't even think about on the Strange. I've seen the TP spawn block before. I think that's becoming pretty impressive. But, like, for instance, on that last map, when he knew the enemy Strange would want to portal, so he builds a portal for his own attacking team to snipe down on the enemy defender spawn, deny them the chance to portal preemptively. There's levels to this, man. And so Finzi, clearly a master on the Doctor Strange, showing many different styles. The portal, such an inherently creative ability, right? It just connects two parts of the map, creates a portal through time and space. But the many options you have to use that in all these strategically different ways, Finzi is putting on a masterclass.
And before you try it in your own games, it doesn't work on defense. You have to be riding the cart so you can stay in the action while playing with your circles. We got to go to a break.
My circles bucket. I don't care about the fight.
Before we go, we are currently at 979 followers here on our Twitch channel. We opened the channel today. My goal was to get to 1,000 followers on Twitch and 500 subscribers on YouTube before North America kicks off. Virtus Pro is speeding up the clock, so please spam the button right now as we go to break. Hit the follow, hit the subscribe. We got Game 4 on the other side.
4 minutes.
Take a screenshot, send it to your mom, because it's the most handsome trio you're going to hear in Marvel Rivals. We got Uber and Jake on the mic. I get to direct this show into chaos, and we asked you earlier for some fantastic combo names. Shout out to our co-streamers. Seagull Stream has the best answer so far. But Jake, I know you got a lot of friends who are tuning in and showcasing Marvel Rivals. Anyone you want to shout out?
I got to shout out Boger, for coming on for a quick co-stream. He's been really popping off in Marvel Rivals. Played other games in the genre, but I think really has been, finding the limelight as a Doctor Strange expert. I'm sure he's watching and being really interested by all the plays that Finzi is pulling off on the hero and really pushing the limits there. So shout out Boger. Thanks for watching the stream, man.
Uber, I know you're always carrying Mr. X no matter what game you're playing. Recently, it's Marvel Rivals. So what have you learned tonight from our pro players that you can teach Matt to maybe enhance his game?
I mean, there's no point because he doesn't really listen and he actively tries to throw my games. But I generally think as like someone who's like playing Doctor Strange every now and then, I just don't think enough about portals. I maybe sometimes think about it off the rip here, but you know what you can do with it, which it's such a powerful ability. That's why it's got such a long cooldown. And also I do play a bit of Invisible Woman. I think her ability to shut down some of those proximity-based ultimates is really impactful. The ability is not that easy to use, right? It's more of a cylinder, so you've got to have that decent aim and decent timing. But if you can get it off, man, you can really turn a fight in your favor.
We're about to get into what could be the final round. We saw Team Peps tried to hit F5. The surrender vote did not pass, so we will see a fourth game. Virtus Pro has been abusing the competition. No, but shout out to Peps because this has been a grueler, right? You played a 3-hour best of 5. Now you played a tight game 1, a rough game 2, and a brutal game 3. Jake, it's still your map. How do you stay alive? How do you force a game 7 and to keep Uber in debt paying babysitters?
It is totally fine, Bucket. You take it to your third best map with your third map pick of the series, and surely your third best map is the one that you have the best hope of starting this reverse sweep as we're going to Symbiotic Surface. It's a map we haven't seen today. It's a bit of a change up here.
We like it.
Oh, Symbiotic Surface.
It is the kind of map where you can do this pretty well. I mean, the original defensive location is a cul-de-sac. You know, a little bit different to Shin Shibuya as it has like
it's
that high
pretty
ground.
hard on
It can be a
offense.
little bit hard to attack this point. You need a dive comp that really gets deep because the defenders often make use of Groot here, and by make use of, I mean abuse. It's really hard to get through that long straight away, and you'll see teams start to break the map geometry to try and break the map literally to find ways to sneak through. I think Storm's really powerful here defensively. The point is made for
Loki's
her
really strong too.
effect, and she's usually able to stay pretty safe by tucking into a corner. So this will be very difficult for Peps. VP's defense has been just rock solid so far.
I'll be honest, I zoned out. The word cul-de-sac broke my brain. I did not think we were going to hear a gaming zone described in neighborhood fashion. So once they break into the cul-de-sac, they're going to try and make their way down the main street. Jake, favorite player to watch in this lobby? If we can give a shout to the observers before we jump into the game. We've been giving a lot of love to Sparker, but if I remove him from the list, who do you want to watch?
You know, I am a Groot enjoyer, so I kind of want to see a little bit more Nevix. I want to see what he's cooking up, how he's kind of crafting these team fights with the use of those walls and the ability to cut up the opposition, to set up in crucial moments, and also to start these big Guambo combos off when he opens up with the Strangling Prison.
All right, here we go, Uber. It's ban time. There's Hella. A lot of diverse decisions being made by the coaching staff over at Peps.
I think they should have let the Hella through, actually.
Yeah. Right? Just see what happens.
Standard bans.
You're down 3-0. Clearly, the approach isn't working.
Hardest. Come on, bro. Suck up. Play some Hella. It's fine.
Can we protect the Wolverine next time around? Is there a way we can change the ban and protect order to where it's protect then ban?
That would be kind of busted, I think. I think you need the time to like ban that broken thing out, right? But you know what?
They're happy with this. They just play. I think they're just playing solid in response.
It's pokey. The pokey map. You know, the cul-de-sac is pokey.
Loki, you gotta ban Loki here.
Ban Bucky.
Do the pokey Loki.
The double Luna Snow ultimate. That's the Namor.
Yeah, Namor.
I guess it works.
I mean, that team up is so powerful, and it's really been a key combo piece for VP and their ability to one hit with that Namor combo. Okay. But the Loki ban's taken away. They're looking out for you, Chris Bucket. No,
honestly,
double Luna Snow ultimate.
I think you gotta minimize the damage that could come out if you let them run a Loki for Virtus Pro on the other side as well. Storm and Loki, never fun to play against. They don't have to deal with this one, but you do have to deal with Sparker. He's probably going to be playing on Bucky, aka the Winter Soldier, once again.
Yo, you just keep picking maps, man. Hope they win this one.
Will we see a full hold? Best defensive players, and is there a chance we'll see a Squirrel Girl like the chat is demanding?
All right, Squirrel Girl low-key goes crazy on this map, but I don't know if we're going to see it come out here.
Yes, that's a really good Squirrel Girl map.
Maybe VP pull it out, style in their opposition, but I honestly think if you're VP, you want to really make your mark here on Rivals Fight Night. This is our inaugural tournament. You want to solidify a serious position as champion, and a 4-0 is the way to do that.
How are you going to bust your way through, though, is the big question. VP with the expected defensive comp, the Storm and the Winter Soldier here. I don't think Human Torch is going to be something that we see, although they have a bit more of the aerial mobility than the the Storm, they're not good at fighting other airborne targets. So it's going to be Leaf on the Storm here. Similar looks. There's a world where like you maybe go for that Rocket Raccoon to keep the pressure on and also to make it so Hardest doesn't have to reload.
They're going for it, and I mean there is that team up with the Winter
There's
Soldier is pretty
VP
powerful.
on.
The
Oh.
res beacon can at times be pretty effective.
Okay, Peps is on
See if it's
Raccoon.
enough.
I
Both
like it.
teams, though, going for the storm.
Gotta
Both
change
teams
things up.
valuing
Should I
the
work
vertical
on it?
mobility,
Okay.
the poking potential.
No Punisher.
Nevix,
Punisher would
look
be
at
really
that nice
good
trap he set up
against
in the side room. You come in here, you could be
Nevix
cooked by those
is-
group walls.
Yeah, you've got to be
Groot.
extremely careful. You can see the walls.
And the
in
fight
play.
is on
Shoot,
the
aware
Storm
of them
for the
now.
first time.
Peps are trying to feel this out a little bit, just poking and prodding. So they're going to take the front door here, oddly enough.
If one of the teams can get a hook here, it can be massive.
Looks like they're on the wrap here.
Timo's losing a lot of health.
Finzi low, but you've got a world-class couple of strategists here on the VP side of things. Here, though, Hardest now has that
Hardest isn't hitting
benefit of the
he's not hitting a lot of
infinite ammo
shots.
with Roster Stern. Very powerful.
The supports are just chilling.
Mix your other abilities in for the reload, but
Nice
they are,
hook.
of course, impactful. Bionic Arm is going to drag Nevix out of formation, but there's enough heal. Leaf went down, but brought back into the fight by the BRB, but Shu will not have that same privilege.
Oh my god. Massive hug by Sparkor and just finishes the fight. Oh my god, man. They might switch off the rocket.
See you for nothing. At least that's what Team Peps weren't hoping, but again, that is sometimes the risk here, right? The Rocket Raccoon doesn't have one of those.
Sparker just fucking closed out the fight, man.
You don't have the access to Loki, so you can't.
He closed out the fight with this insane hug. Got 2 to 3
now
people.
I think we're gonna have Peps have to behave a bit more, go for a different strategy, something a bit more.
Yeah, they have the
robust here
rocket
with-
on Luna.
God, just another healing ultimate.
They're so powerful, you know, these the
On Luna.
defensive
I guess,
utility from them,
Invis.
and then trying to make use of those resurrects on attack is pretty
VP
difficult
has
with the
2
Rocket
defenses
Raccoon.
though.
But Virtus Pro, they've got a full bank of ultimates here in the series. It's up to Team Peps to
No
somehow
Groodle
break
for
this open.
Timo.
You see some kind of individual
Nevix gonna have
performance
his.
here.
Timo's gonna have his
Comes the
too.
ultimate game. VP is pretty much unmatched, and already they found one.
Oh my god,
Already an
not like is
opener. Easy
dead.
fight.
It's not the end of the world because he doesn't have his
And
ult
it was a
yet.
clap from Dredro that claimed an elimination. Finzi gets down though.
Oh boy.
There it is.
What do they have to
Trailing
combo
Prism
with?
used, and
Storm?
it's going to be tough there for Hardest to stay alive. A Mega Hurricane used by both Storms are simultaneously there. Messy stuff, but it is Virtus Pro that outlasts. And I got bad news for you, Peps. VP have both their strategist ultimates ready.
Oh my god.
Man, the
I
damage
just
potential
noticed
with this
they didn't
Storm
use
aura
any
is pretty
defensives.
Massive. Luna Snow as
They
well,
didn't use
continuing
any.
to amp up Storm, and Fi able to
I
put
think
on
it's over.
showing a hero we haven't seen so much
For
from
at least the
series.
last, for the next minute or 45
We
seconds.
come. Now remember, a lot
There's
of-
no way they win those
a lot of
fights.
Winter
They don't have
Soldier
any
abilities can be
defenses.
AoE. If people are grouped up in a choke
I
like
think
this,
if I'm Team Peps, I just want to play safe, play in a neutral, don't engage until I get my Invisible Woman ult, and they don't do
because
this.
Voltage is an AoE ability, so it's pretty scary. You're trying to filter through.
Well, they
this
still
choke, you're getting
haven't
pounded
used
by all
anything.
those abilities. I think Sparky got like a 4K hook earlier on. Hardest is down though. And on the back foot is Shu. In more ways than one, apparently, all of Team Peps forced to do a full-scale retreat, and still
They lost
none
the
of
fight
strategists' ultimates have been
while
forced out
using
of
an
Virtus
ult.
Pro. Peps have not done enough to put pressure on them now. Timo just watches Shu.
They used the
disintegrate
Mag ult and
right
still lost the
before his
fight.
very eyes.
Mitch, they're getting spawn camp. VP already starting to talk about how they're going to spend that victory check as our first champion of the Marvel Rivals Invitational here in Europe. And Team Pep so far have found no purchase on this offense, nothing they can work with. VP still hanging on to the Devil Strategist ult, ready to counter any kind of aggression that could come out from these attackers.
Nevix just utterly
They're going
denies
left
that.
side.
Right now.
Not
Peps
destroy
forced
so they
to
can
left,
see
and
them.
They are spotted out already.
Timo does have an ult, but there's nothing to combo
Chilling.
with.
Peps though will have both of their strategist ultimates to play with. They've been
Maybe
able
the
to
Storm
come back
later.
around
They
the
haven't.
box. Here we
They
go.
they
We need
didn't
a
have to
trailing
use a
prism.
single
We need a
one
big
of their
combo here from
defensive
Team Peps
for
to
like
break
a
through
minute
Virtus
and a
Pro. Here
half,
come
bro.
those strategist ultimates.
They weren't
Switch,
pressured
and
at
now
all.
looks, lay these together. Use them at the same time. Dredro is going to have a healing ultimate.
And Nevix
Later
still has his
Q's
ult. He can
ultimate will be
combo with
challenged. Spy does
the
go down.
Bucky.
There's a Mega Hurricane in play for Leaf, and now they're hit with that debuff, though the Kraken impact has left its mark, and here come Virtus Pro. Dredro with a fate of both worlds. Leaf gets claimed. That is a
Yeah,
big
hardest
eye of
ult, but
Agamotto,
Finzi just
frozen
stops him.
stiff. Peps and Spark comes into flat.
Just uses it defensively.
Oy, 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 it's a full hold.
Ay,
and
ay, ay.
now, I mean, Virtus Pro.
Pretty much over.
They only have to capture a single tick on this offense
Ay, ay, ay.
to claim the championship here in Europe. It feels like Team Pep's mentally broken at this point with the level of dominance Virtus Pro has put on.
Not even remotely close here. Virtus Pro might have dropped a map to them recently, but they've seemed to have hit a surge in form that is very hard to match. Curious to see if we get the Rocket Raccoon coming out from them, because Sparker definitely seems to play Sorry. 10k damage on a pretty short round there. Sparker definitely seems to be the player that can benefit from that infinite ammunition.
Sparker's just.
I don't think they're getting.
This guy, so sick. Not only putting down monstrous
I
levels.
don't think I don't think they're running the thingy, bro. I don't think they're running the racket.
And the combo, the synergy from the rest of them. I will say from Teemo, that was kind of a sweet strangling prison that pulled somebody out of the invisible barrier, allowed them to get one opening pick. But VP, I mean, even when they lose one, even when a pick goes against them, they do not give up. They don't give an inch. In fact, they continue to push the aggression, even when they're down players, even when the fight's against them. And that's a mark of an elite team, a team that, you know, can bend before breaking.
Okay, that is a visual bug there. Leaf does not have their ultimate active right now. That would be quite strange, considering we are now heading over to the second half. And remember, only 2 ticks is what Virtus Pro needs on this first point. We are not going to see very much of Clint after.
Or 1 tick. Yeah, 1 tick.
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
Counting from the other direction, excuse me. That is even worse for Peps, naturally.
Peps, what do they have here? What's left in the tank? Maybe a hook. At least one team fight here.
It's looking good early for VP. Invisible Woman has 40%. Yeah, Cypher's at 50. They're just gonna win it.
Okay, you're in deep trouble now.
Bro, Cypher is at 80%. How is he at 60%? How does Cypher do it? He's at 90%. While Natlock is at 60. He can just ult and he just win this. Yeah. I guess they get poked while they walk and he can just get the healing. For free.
Oh, you don't be hitting the French team.
Yeah, that's
with the
GG's,
white
man.
flags, Mitch. That's
Now we get the
much.
any
That's
teams.
too much, but Virtus Pro, I mean, you got to give it to them. Our first champion, undeniable, and you've got to wonder.
Hello,
after a
viewer.
performance like this, will we be seeing
What's up, viewer?
a repeat championship time
What's
and time
poppin'?
again? Because this wasn't just a 4-0. I mean, this was an obliteration by Virtus Pro. I mean,
That's
if
the
there are
EU
levels to this
champions
game,
for you. They
there's a
win
couple of them between
1,000
these two
damage.
teams.
I mean $1,000. And now we're gonna jump into the NA. We're gonna watch a best of 3 first and then a best of 5.
Here to see if they can challenge this team, because right now they look head and shoulders above the best that Europe have to offer. Puckett, what a showing! And I tell you what, they saved me some sweet babysitter money. So honestly, my heart goes out to the boys. They're still doing me good after all these years.
Yeah, Nevix and Finzi, they owe us a few favors. You made them look good for many years. Uber, I gotta give you a shout out. Still, I think the best play-by-play in the business, hands down, regardless of game. How did you pick up all of these heroes, all of these characters, all of these abilities with a short time span, knowing as much work as you're doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, casting is a full-time job. I'll do it 40 hours a week. I cast 5 days a week, and then I spend my evenings being bad at games or watching VODs. So that's basically my
really
hobby
good,
and my
man.
vocation combined. It's the only way I can squeeze it in, brother.
These people like got accents, bro, like
Skills
the
staying
UK
healthy as
accents,
well.
bro.
Shout out to my guy
They're
Jake
just
as
so,
well.
like,
The knowledge bombs throughout the show.
perfect
Jake,
for casting.
anyone who
I don't know,
missed
man.
the earlier part,
It's so
what
good.
did you learn that's new? Because I know you're already 19
It's so
and 2. You're
aesthetic.
at the top of the heap on the leaderboard.
Dominated.
How are you going to be 20 and 2 after tonight?
Well, I'm excited to play a little bit of Winter Soldier. I mean, honestly, the performance is put on. It's clear that to be at the top level, you really need to have Winter Soldier in your duelist kit. It's a character that I haven't played so much of, so I'm really excited to try to bring that out, to learn a little bit more. And I mean, there was real masterclasses put on by Hardest, by even Leaf brought it out at times. But really, you got to put the crown where it belongs on Sparker. I mean, head and shoulders above on the Winter Soldier.
Who is your MVP? Well, you can find him 3 times in the top 10. He goes by the name of Sparker, and he is signed by
Sparker
Virtus
MVP.
Pro. The Bucky, devastating, hamburger helper, ground and pound, whatever you want to call it. Sparker had the highlights. Walk me through some of the best ones, Uber.
Okay, I mean, again, Sparker is massive. Like, you know, going back to the start of this series, like, he's playing off angles at times. He's just looking for these picks, right? Constantly pulling enemy tanks out of position or disrupting a Venom. It doesn't feel like sometimes at low levels there's much you can do against Venom. He's always in your face, he's always pushing you. But Winter Soldier's perfectly geared to deal with him. Pull him in, knock him up, knock him back, hit him where it hurts. I mean, you know, Winter Soldier kind of does everything. And it's important to point out that Tainted Voltage also grounds airborne units. So there's niche applications for Winter Soldier to basically have game against every single hero, other hero in Marvel Rivals. There aren't any true counters to Winter Soldier, I think. But you got someone like Sparker at the helm here who's able then to, have these big ultimates. We talked about how even against a big healing ultimates, it's still reasonable to try and go in with this Kraken impact and get all those debuffs applied so you can get resets later in the fight, because that duration is quite long. It's 8 seconds, right? You have 8 seconds to get somebody to that threshold of health to get your resets. So it's such a powerful hero, and really it's the star player's prerogative to pick up the Winter Soldier and take the game over.
You know how you banned Wolverine against Leaf? Maybe you want to ban this guy against Sparker.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this would have slowed him down a bit. This only makes me more excited to see, what else Sparker has in the tank. Because with gameplay like this on the Winter Soldier, you better believe this guy does something nasty on the Hela. Something he could bring out on absolutely any character in the game, and, storied player in the genre. It's great to see him here on Marvel Rivals, and I love that you were mentioning, Mitch, like, I want to see this guy on land. I want to see this whole Virtus Pro taking it to the rest of the world, because right now, maybe there's no challengers in Europe. I mean, we didn't see much here today in the Marvel Rivals Invitational. We're gonna have to get some more teams on next week, see if anybody can take Sparker to task and potentially match his performance on the Winter Soldier.
Man, it's so sick. I do want to say that, like, I'm so glad we could have a team like Peps here, because their fan base are completely unmatched. Like, there are no fans like French fans, especially the Peps army. So big shout out to Fefe and what he's built with Team Peps, and big shout out to them who, this is a gut punch series for them to get swept in, but they've been in the chat supporting the whole time. So big love to them, and thanks Fefe for the raid as well.
Yes, the Peps fans have been loud since the very start of the show, even before we began. Thank you for being here. Great showcase against Luminosity Gaming. Virtus Pro, though, was on a different level. They are the final boss in Europe, and for their efforts, they will take home $1,000. Give a shout out to Phi, Sparker, Nevix, Finzi, Drydro, and Saipe. It's basically the whole European Union. I love it.
Yep.
Uber, final thoughts before we let you go back to your kids tonight.
Thank you. Yes, I'm great to be here. I think we're starting off something fantastic. Just really thankful, honestly, for everybody who turned up. Thanks for the teams for giving their time and coming and playing. We hope to only make this a bigger project. Big shout outs to VP. I can only hope the gap in EU closes a little bit more as time goes on, because I'd love to see these Peps fans at big events as well. Looking forward to more. Big Puckett, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. And for you, Jake, if I recently came into a lot of personal money that I want to waste on professional training from Jake Overwatch, how do I get that done?
Look, I'm more focused here on the talent work now. I think this is my calling. My real enjoyment here is taking it to these top level players and getting to tell the stories of the best players in the world. So I just super happy to be here, to be able to watch a team like Virtus Pro put in work, and I'm just really looking forward to the future in Marvel Rivals, to getting to lands, or who knows what comes next in the future of the game. Excited to be a part of building that here in Rivals Fight Night. We're going to be back for more week after week, bringing you the best of the best in NA and Europe for now. So like you guys said, I want to shout out the fans for coming out, for supporting this as we kick it off here, getting started. But we have a long way to go, and really big ambitions here at Rivals Fight.
$4.99 to get out of dime, and hit up Jake OW on Twitter. In the meantime, we're going to a break. When we come back, I am going to rinse this board, bring in some fresh casters, and we are going to reset as we head over to NA. See you in a minute.
Again.
What the fuck did I just see, bro? Dog, what the fuck did I just see? Fuck me, bro. What did I just witness? Holy. The fuck? Rival Fast Night? What the hell? $1,000 people. Intergalactic.
Welcome back, everybody. Rivals Fight Night continues, and I've got some fresh faces joining me. We've got Avast and ZP. Avast,
we're back, but I'm here. I never left.
7 years.
I've never left.
We haven't ever worked together. How do you feel about NA playing Marvel?
I don't know, bro. I've been live for like 4 hours.
Always has. I feel like a little bit of an edge starting out with a bunch of these because realistically, you know, these guys, they're bums. They're working. America, we're fighting for survival over here. They're working out. They're grinding. And comparatively, Europe, they also have like a lot of really, really good players overall. They're really talented FPS. And also on the secondary point, Puckett, the reason we haven't worked together is because you've always been like, oh, he's stinky. I don't like him. And before this, you said that Jake and Uber were the more handsome, the most handsome possible caster pair. It didn't even give us a shot, ZP. Not even a shot. Not one chance. They couldn't even. He's like, oh, that'll do, pig. That'll do to us.
It's kind of the skincare routine, you know. You either got it or you don't. And let's just talk a little bit about what ZP's bringing to the table tonight, because ZP, you have been doing so much work behind the scenes. When you're not doing play-by-play, you're making calls to me, you're making calls to Hex, and getting the whole crew together. What was it like building this talent roster?
It was wild. It was one of those things where it's like, okay, you know, the entire Avengers Assemble, it was that. But for broadcast is exactly where we're at right now, where we had to figure out, okay, who can cast this game? Who's going to be awesome at casting this game? Who do we know team-wise? Where, by the way, big shout-outs to Crimzo, where in terms of navigating the Marvel Rivals landscape, Crimzo has been phenomenal. The coach of Sentinels just helped us get every contact we needed, helped us, you know, matchmake behind the scenes. Super, super cool. But look, it's kind of been an all-hands-on-deck experience. My Discord DMs have never been more flooded, but so far today, you look at the first half of the show, you look at what we're putting on, it's all definitely been worth it.
If you need a hella one trick, go to Jake. If you need a hella two trick, go to ZP. My man plays Winter Soldier and Hella, and he has carried me throughout our games. Yeah. Avast, though, when you're playing, are we a Vanguard? Are we a strategist? Are you playing duelist these days? What's your ideal?
Typically, I main losing with ZP is my biggest main, because typically when we play, we only lose. So maybe he's only giving his best juice to Puckett, perhaps. He's not giving it to our duos. But overall, it's a flex, you know? A little bit of Magneto, best Vanguard in the game, of course. Strategist, I mean, obviously, you know, I have a lot of background with that. So I think strategists are very strong currently, and we're going to see it in the games, too, that strategist role determines a lot of the tempo here in this game, and determines like a lot of what you see in the ult fights and a lot of the skill expression as well. So realistically, I mean, you gotta roll up on the strategist.
Been very involved in the ban and protect as well. We have two new teams going at it though for the first time. This is Intergalactic taking on Extinction. ZP, tell me a little bit about these NA rosters before the winner plays Sentinels. What should we know about these 12?
So we got to know here about Intergalactic and Extinction is that there are teams on the newer end here in the North American competitive scene. There's been a whole lot of teams showing up where, yeah, you get a lot of the old hats, right? Where, you know, Nevix goes back to like 2015 as far as hero shooter gameplay goes. But Extinction and Intergalactic, both newer teams, and Intergalactic not to be slept on here, where they did pretty well in the Valhalla tournament that went on just recently. They were able to take maps off teams like LFO. I mean, were they able to put together a full tournament to get to the grand finals? No, but they were able to take down Shikigami at one point, and even though they lost them in the lower bracket, it's kind of the classic new team, new game setup, right? Where you have bursts of talent where you look really good, but consistency maybe is a little bit of an issue. But that's one of the exciting things about a brand new game, Marvel Rivals, that we can see in the front
pretty
lines,
much all these
teams
players
as they develop from new kids on the block
I don't
to,
know much about them,
champions
but I've
of the
seen
league
them on ladder,
as time goes
on streams.
Now you can see here for Intergalactic,
one above all yet.
We are going to see Window. You got Doomed, Senor Hoff, one of my favorite Wolverines to watch. Is he going to get to play Wolverine? And a Hulk there. Now these are our players' ideal characters. We won't necessarily see this comp. Is a Hulk going to be in the mix for NA tonight, Avast?
Might be.
I mean, realistically, Hulk is a fantastic Vanguard to play. You get so much value from the shields, from the gamma burst, being able to actually shoot people from far away. But also, you're not seeing a lot of Hulk play in EU, and I imagine we're not going to see it that much in A either. Just because
Hulk is so much weaker.
Focus on sort of these double shield compositions, the Stain from Doctor Strange, Magneto, and sometimes if you want to swap it up, you have to bring in the thing, you bring in Venom to really allow yourself to put that pressure into the backlines and also give you a lot more sustain. And Hulk seems to have been flown by the wayside a little bit. I think he's just like not as popular as he used to be.
Fidel and Nuxstar are going to be taking over the strategist roles. We will see some Luna, we'll see some Loki. On the other side of this matchup, we have Extinction ZP. What should I know about our challenger tonight?
Yeah, I think looking at Extinction, I think between the two teams, this team is probably a little bit lower on the power ranking scale. But again, it's so early that they definitely have the ability to be very explosive, right? This is a team that also has significant hero shooter experience, right? Especially at the tier 2 level in previous games. So this team in general, it's not like they're coming in without any competitive experience, right? It's a team that actually, you know, is reasonably accomplished in the past in terms of like what their players have done. And, you know, it's just putting it together in a new game. I think overall, in terms of what to expect from NA relative to what we saw in EU, is I think player-wise, I feel like NA, for what we've seen, definitely more willing to run things like Thing on average. I think you see a little bit more Storm, less Hella bans. For what we've seen, like teams are more willing to fight the Hella. That also could have just been a EU-specific thing where EU was going out its way to ban Hella a little bit more. I mean, more so on the Pep side, but we'll see. I think meta-wise, we're definitely going to be seeing a different take from EU, which you kind of expect regardless of game, right? EU and NA, different stylistic approaches.
It's going to be sloppier. That's what we do in NA, but it can be a whole lot more exciting at times. Avast, give me your preview of what we should expect before we see Sentinels in the grand finals for NA tonight. What are we hoping to see here in the Challenger match?
I mean, realistically, we're probably going to see a very close matchup. I mean, hopefully it's a lot more reminiscent of Pep's LG, which would happen in EU versus VP Peps.
I hope so.
Obviously, they are going to have that disadvantage of playing a series previously, but these teams have played a lot, and they have a very similar power level. I think comparatively, they have very strong rosters. And like ZP hit on there, is that it's going to be the coordination, because when you watch some of the best teams play, it's when the neutral ends, when you get to these very ult-heavy fights, it's all about the coordination, the cycling of those ults. Can you burn through the Fate of Both Worlds? Can you get a Kraken impact out just in time to, you know, get the culling effect, get that instant 20% execute on the health? And I think that realistically, when you see these squads, they're going to be scrappy, but they're going to be close. And you really have to keep an eye on just how well those those duels players are going to be performing and getting picks, and also making sure to avoid a lot of the value from the strategist ults.
If you're looking above, we had a fantastic 5-game series between Luminosity and Team Peps. Peps ran out of gas against Virtus Pro, but now we have turned our attention to North America. This is our opening fight. It'll be a best of 5. So first to 3 wins moves on.
Yeah, first
the winner,
to 3
of course,
and
playing
then
Sentinels in a best of 7 for another $1,000. Big shout out to our supporters. Also, I don't know if I'll get in trouble for saying this, but I believe we are working on another sponsor. So if you guys got that money, you want your name right next to our logo, you want to be featured on the same screen as ZP. Hit up ZP on Twitter at TempoZP. We got this game kicking off in just a moment. I saw that the players were just figuring out how to get in the lobby. ZP, is this always an NA issue? Are the players less intelligent
NA players,
than
bro, chill out, bro.
In my experience, when it comes to the players,
respect
it's
us,
less
buddy.
about the intelligence again, the
Respect
lobby, and
us.
more so the bladder and battle control coming into
Respect
the game,
NA.
where I cannot tell you how many times, regardless of game, where you think you're ready again for NA and you get told someone is on the can. Never fails. Always happens, and the bathroom breaks in NA, historically, vastly more common than in EU. In EU, I'm not even convinced they use the bathroom. That's just kind of where I'm at least not in the middle of a series. I think they're more just gentlemanly about when they go.
Yeah,
fiber difference.
Yeah.
Extreme fiber difference.
Kaluj says this is going to be a 3-0 intergalactic, and it's not even close, by the way. Do you trust Kaluj at this point of that?
I'm going to be honest, if people are familiar with Kaluj's background, notorious troll. However, he might not be trolling in this particular instance. It could be a 3-0, but also that's just sometimes the way it goes in Marvel Rivals. I feel like the snowball is very, very powerful in this game, and you can just like lose a series off of one ult, one mistimed ability, and realistically 3-0 is possible, but as everyone should know, Looted On, otherwise known as Kaluj, you know, he is the troll, and we should think for ourselves, independent thinkers here on the broadcast. So I'm going to hope, I'm going to pray for a better game than that.
I think we had to hit up Kaluj's management and be like, hey, could you play as like your name? You know, like not like another name, like your real name, like Kaluj. That would be cool.
I literally went to Crimzo at the beginning of the day and said, hey, look, I know Kaluj's been playing as Looted On, but you've given us his roster name as Kaluj. Can you make him change his name to Kaluj? He's like, oh yeah, he'll just get an account named Kaluj. It's like, great. So we got that sorted. You know, you don't want that confusion where people are like, they keep saying Kaluj, but who's this Looted On guy? No.
Yeah, we got it all sorted out. Shout out to Gator back in the chat as well. Kaluj, sorry for giving you a hard time. Thank you for playing for us tonight. Best of luck with your $1,000 matchup upcoming. Leg day has been here since the beginning. It's over 2 a.m. and he has been waiting for this moment. The Royal Palace, the opening domination. Avast, get me excited.
I mean, Royal Palace, domination in general, you're going to see some very, very hectic fights. is you're going to be seeing high ground plays. You're going to be seeing everything all over. And the most important part when we head into this series, and I think ZP and I are both going to watch out for that, and yourself, of course, Puckett on the desk, because I know you're going to be watching this very closely, is what are the bans coming out for these teams? Because the ban meta here for the ban protect phase is so important to determine what are the comps you're going to see. Are they going to be choosing to prioritize Hela? Are they going to want to play a triple Vanguard style with maybe, you know, throwing an Iron Fist on the Duelist, throw in, you know, maybe even just a Namor? It really just depends on what the teams are choosing to prioritize right now, because there has been a little bit of a meta shift going on, and really everyone's still experimenting since the game's so early of like, what is the best comp? But you know, you're probably going to see still a lot of Winter Soldier, always be expecting to see the Bionic Hooks come out, a lot of Kraken impacts come out, and a lot of Cholines.
ZP, my brother just texted me, what is this game? So my brother watched me when I was working on Overwatch League. It was a little overwhelming. As a Halo guy, there was a lot of colors, a lot of stuff going on. This game is Overwatch plus another level with the team-ups. So can you explain what a team-up is in this game? Because the picks and bans can totally negate one of those before we even get into the map.
Well, what team up is, first and foremost, right, is that you're making a game with the Marvel IP. How do you want to approach it, right? These are characters that have deep relationships with each other, that have been in like multiple issues with each other for decades. And it's how do you respect that in game? It's like, oh yeah, if these two heroes were playing with each other, they'd probably do some cool combo attacks, right? So I feel like that was the philosophy that went in behind it, and just the idea of certain compositions, if you run two heroes that, you know, you would expect lore-wise to kind of work well together, they probably have special abilities when they work together. Things like, you know, the Black Widow Hawkeye.
We haven't seen the bans.
You know, they're going to be hitting harder, and, you know, Widow's going to be benefiting from being able to take advantage of Hawkeye's.
Where are my bans at?
Right? It just, you have stuff like that involved.
Where are my
like,
bans?
You know, these two characters have worked together a lot in lore, and if I play them together, I get a benefit. That's awesome.
Yeah, so John, to simplify it, Hulk can throw Wolverine like a cannonball. It's pretty dope. You're gonna see some awesome stuff tonight. Avast, we have our map. We're about to get into the ban and protect stage. If you are trying to remove the strength of the enemy team, who are the key, I guess, characters right now that can just totally dictate the playstyle?
I mean, we saw it a lot in the EU series. If you were here, if you weren't here, Wolverine. Wolverine is 100% a hero that many people have to be afraid of, especially if you don't have a fantastic Wolverine of your own, because he requires so many resources. If you have the Magneto, he has to take every bulwark for your allies to keep alive when the Pharaoh leap comes out. If you're playing the Thing, he has to take all the embattled leaps to get the damage reduction, plus the immobilization zone from the anti-street charge. So pretty much, Wolverine has to go. We have to do something about this guy. Otherwise, you know, it really depends on the team. It depends on what their strengths are. You likely will see, you know, potentially Loki getting banned to prevent team ups from Hela, you know, because she gets those limbs. You're able to get the instant reses or the bonus health as well that goes on to Thor or to Loki. Also, just the regeneration domain in general is so powerful. And then sometimes teams don't want to play Groot, even though Groot right now is an extreme meta pick. You might see teams want to get rid of the Groot, try to force more dive style compositions. It really just depends on the squad, but really be on the lookout for like Wolverines, Lokis, potentially Hela, just to get them out of the way.
ZP, do we see any non-2-2-2 comps coming out of the NA teams here for domination?
It wouldn't be unheard of, especially when you look to Sentinels. Sentinels is a team where every now and then they decide, you know what? Let's do it old 3-2-1. They don't go full goats, but they do say, we're going to do 3 Vanguards, back it up with 2 strategists, and then we'll put all our DPS eggs into the Storm Basket, maybe into the Winter.
I haven't seen them do this. I've watched a couple of their scrims.
It's going to be
in
first
season
point,
1.
oftentimes not
I haven't
usually
done it
second
once.
and third. Something to sort of gum up the works, draw time off the clock, but then you're still pairing it with like an over-the-top, really powerful duelist character, right? That can shine even when they're the only one that you have.
Yeah, I really think they fucked up, bro. They probably weren't on in fucking comp mode doing a quick play. Wolverine is banned.
Removed, so no one's getting abducted this game.
Oops.
No Wolverine on the field is pretty big there for extinction. I mean, I've seen some of the games here from Intergalactic, and Intergalactic. I mean, they have a strong Wolverine player, like you talked about, Senior Hoff. I mean, he is very, very strong on that pick. So very good that it's out of the way for extinction. I'm sure they're bringing the side relief as Namor gets banned, which also means that we could be seeing some dive, Puckett and ZP, a little bit of dive coming out here.
Yeah, look at the protect right now. Here's the telling part, right? Anytime you go to protect phase after the bans, you kind of get an idea of how are they going to build the composition, right? What are you going to go around? And they protect Loki. That makes sense, because you think about just watching NA competition, Loki is very much in the we're either going to play him or we're going to ban him type of mode, right? It's just way too strong as a strategist right now relative to how a lot of people run.
The
so
Thing.
makes sense, but the Thing Architect coming out.
The
Also,
team.
more of a North American special where North America has been
What would you
way
even
more
ban?
bullish on the thing
Why would you
comes.
protect the team first? Game though doesn't make
Good
sense to
answer.
me.
Good answer, my friend.
I don't think any
Final
team's gonna
banner is,
ban him.
I think on like what pretty much what Intergalactic want to do here.
Brood ban, so no Luna ban.
Being gone here as well.
So
they're like, okay, you can double shield it up. You can play a doctor.
They don't mind
You
running.
know, it's gonna be Storm, which means that we are looking for a very ground-based battle more than likely, unless they want to play Star-Lord.
So they don't mind running
Starlord so
or
strong
matching
with the Galactic,
low-key
Galactic Legend,
Luna
also the
backlines.
Galactic Barrage, and also just those propulsion. The propulsion be able to get around the map almost infinitely because it's not a cooldown, it's on a resource meter. So it would be a very likely pick as well into a team that maybe where Extinction wants to play a little bit more ground-based game with the thing.
ZP, we're going to Royal Palace. We've seen a whole lot of Magneto. Do you combo Magneto with Thing?
I think you combo Magneto with anything you want right now. I think Magneto is just the one character in the game, especially from the Vanguard point of view, that
He's the most versatile.
it's hard not to get value with Magneto. Sure, some teams might not always play him, but it's also hard at times to say, oh,
Mike is good in any comp.
Meteor
Any
M is
comp.
one of the best delete strategist buttons in the game. On top of also being an ultimate that can be used to save your team depending on what's coming in. There's times where you'll see a team come in with the Punisher ultimate and it's just immediate Meteor M directed at the Punisher. Just instantaneous reaction. So yeah, seeing either team run Magneto, not too surprising to me.
We have 4 of Seagull's flock making their way into our Twitch chat. Shout out to everyone on YouTube as well as X.com, better known as Twitter. This is Rivals Fight Night. This is North America. Your Challengers match begins. Intergalactic versus Extinction. Avast
Let's get it.
on the mic.
Avast, as we take a look at this here,
His Extinction is definitely
one team. Well, here's the thing, and the other team,
the underdog.
You said my line. You said my line, ZP, as everyone rolls out here. Intergalactic going to be looking for a lot of poke, obviously. He's laughing. He took my line, and he's laughing.
I do what I did.
And really, it's still going to be a relatively similar composition, right, with Winter Soldier and Hela on both these teams. There's going to be a lot of neutral poking, a lot of just fighting without the ults yet. And really, we have to look at Pinnacle to make a lot of space with the charges, with the embattled leaps, to just try to force Intergalactic back and give some more space.
Pretty standard from Intergalactic. There's no thing, nothing special. The thing into double shield tank is pretty good.
And top one gun in real danger right now, getting poked all sorts down. It's got to be doomed on the other end, so hella pressure. Going to be a little bit better for Intergalactic to kick things off here. Both teams struggling, building up.
Wow, Flumme already has his ult. That's insane. That's insane for him. They run Invis to give the things the team up.
As right now, Intergalactic needs the backup. They're looking for an engage, and there is gonna be the fate of both worlds. A lot of damage coming out here from the boost as Nook.
Extension had the advantage on defenses, but they cannot get anything out of it.
They need to back up here a little bit as they've lost another player. They've lost Flumme.
Yeah, I mean, the early pickoff goes against them, and Intergalactic just smart in cycling ultimates after. And now, you take a look as we head into the next fight here. Intergalactic still has enough gas in the tank here of Vast to keep it rolling forward. They can use Hela to stall, and they can also, of course, just beta 2 worlds to kick things off. They have both worlds.
Of course, and there's so much sustain as well because remember, there's
the Ting ults is available. The Maggle from Blue's gonna have to be saved for the Hela.
Or just give them bonus health. So there's so much sustain here for both these teams.
If you wanna save the Invis ult. Ooh, Hela has to ult early. Oh my god, they fucked up. They fucked up. That's
immediately. You see the
that's not good.
Not gonna get too much at the end of Goddess.
The Ting doesn't get anything of his ult though. Bucket gets nothing. Window still has his ult. Flumme does get a kill. Window gets nothing with his ult though. Yeah, the lamps. Woo! Good stuff, Sleepy. Good shit.
Evicted and also
love this.
not getting the Omega resets there for the Kraken impact, but still more than a value.
Omega resets.
The regeneration domain
First time I've heard that.
One of the most crucial cooldowns you can have the strategist to kind of deny a lot of those ult impacts, especially versus the Kraken impact. Is Extinction holding high ground. They are gonna have the God of Mischief, so they can sustain here. They have the Goddess of Death too. So really,
they should always push out here, or at least hold here.
A lot of cooldowns early for Intergalactic because they have to think about how do we get in, how do we get them off our high ground.
Well, if you're God of Mischief, apparently all you want to do is become a pop star, is what we see in this composition. But Extinction,
Loki ult.
Thing versus Thing.
The Intergalactic is always gonna have a better ult because they have the Luna.
Remainder of the team Extinction looking for a little bit of a disengage here. Got a mischief in action.
Dude,
boundary.
There's hell on both sides.
Here, a little bit of a
Is it Top Gun that's ulting? No. Okay, Top Gun ults now. He's being burned. Yeah. He was burned. Ooh, what a hook though. Ooh boy. Gets bubbled. Holy, he's getting CC like crazy. Bucky gets his reset. Blue still has his ult. They have the ultimate advantage still. They still win it.
Having used the Yancey Sweet Charge means that Intergalactic, they didn't have a lot of health going into the fight. They had to use some cooldowns early, and they had to burn, most importantly, their Strategist that fate of both worlds very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, how's Intergalactic run into this next fight right now? I mean, you look at tools you want to entry in, it's not ideal. I mean, maybe you go for clobbering time, but time is also not on their side anymore.
Window. Oh wow, Intergalactic is matching the thing. Okay. Impunity ults. They're just running away. He doesn't get anything. He gets in on this thing, but does no damage. Impunity's completely alone. Oh, he tried to touch, but you know, wow.
You know what? It may be a new game, a new
people were talking about a free and all for Intergalactic. The extension is
to be fair, I don't think that was a homegrown C9. I do think that was a thing charge, like pushing him off there a little bit. So unfortunately, Impunity just could not get the touch. But still, a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I think you have to give it up for Extinction there, where that round didn't really start particularly well for them, right? Like, they end up losing first fight. Doomed ends up getting the better of Top 1 Gun on the Hella v Hella matchup. And, you know, first fight pickoffs, pretty rough for Extinction. Eventually, though, they're able to cycle ults effectively, get back in onto the point, and then they just hold, Vest. They just simply hold after they get control.
And that's what's so powerful about these positions here on the dominance game mode is that, or domination game mode, is that once you have that initial cap, you're able to take very, very aggressive positions, especially when there's a high ground differential, which most of these maps will have, and you can just poke so aggressively, just trying to make the other team use ults just to get out of the spawn, just to make it to the point.
We got swapped, by the way. Senior Hoff now hopping over the Star-Lord. A little bit of change up here, more wide open stage. You like this swap?
I do. I think there's been a lot of Star-Lord play, and it's so important because Star-Lord is not only so mobile because of that rocket propulsion, but just as importantly, the shift. He's invincible during that time, and he's able to just like continue to go in. There's right there. Look at that. There's the Blasted Barrage forcing the Regeneration Domain and the Invisible Barrier.
Yeah, it's a great early strike. Now for Intergalactic, they're actually going back in. They're not actually respecting the visible or boundary all that much at all. And Doomed in over the top. Goddess of Death immediately grounded. Meteor M being thrown in by Blue FPS on the other end. Both teams still at full strength. The visible boundary gonna be dropped now by Extinction. Intergalactic Extinction fight tooth and nail. Support ults being used. Intergalactic countering. Fate of both worlds. And now it's Top 1 Guns. Goddess of Death living up to the name this time. Not taken out early.
And that was just beautifully played from Extinction. Extinction, sure, they had to pop that invisible boundary early from the God of Mischief from Flamme, but the great thing about Loki is that Flamme's already nearly 60% to another one of those ults. It builds so quickly, you just farm damage and healing from the mystical missiles there and from running the doppelgangers and just pretty much everywhere throughout the map. And having that late Hella ult after they committed, after they tried to use all their ults to get in there, just meant it was a pretty easy cleanup there for Extinction. And now Intergalactic needing to recontest. They are going to have 2 ults, soon to be 3, but not, I would say, ults that are going to be very, very easy. But there is no strategist ult for Extinction.
Well, they start out Galactic Legend, look at the force outs of cooldowns, maybe get a kill if you're lucky, or just burn down the Hella.
Senior off, I'm back. Got some business to do with. Had to help my dad out with some shit.
Engage here from Intergalactic and very efficient when it comes to the economy of Vast.
And Extinction, I mean, they just desperately needed to get that God of Mischief up a little bit earlier so they had the chance to maybe pop an invisible boundary. They tried their best with the Regeneration Domain with the Doppelgangers, but unfortunately Intergalactic just, they knew their win condition. They knew there was no strategist up just yet for Extinction, so they could get in there, pop the Galactic Legend with Window, making the space alongside Impunity, and that was really well played.
Extinction now looking for the way in, 40% to 37%, very even here on our second stage on Royal Palace. Bionic Arm.
Both teams are evenly matched in terms of defenses. Michael doesn't get anything though.
Down in response. Both teams, tooth and nail right now, looking for the key first pick.
Both teams are gonna have ults. It's gonna be interesting.
Looking to the back line. Loki clone first, going reset. One more
oh
time.
boy, Sleepy is getting a lot of resets.
If needed. Opening the way here. Helping Doom
Yeah, watch out for the Bucky. No reset again. Oh my god, he still has a reset. He dies though. Extension is ahead though, I think. It might be. Senior off gets his ult soon. Top Gun.
Here just a bit as Intergalactic continue to hold on to the point. So well played from Doomed after those ults are exchanged, just looking for that early pick. And Extinction here having to walk in. They're going to have the Goddess of Death CP, but Intergalactic, they're likely just going to go in with the Galactic Legend early, knowing there's no strategy. There it is.
And he gets a 30% damage reduction from the thing dash.
And that was just, can I say, no, you just get burned down. Doesn't even matter they used their ult. That is legendary in and of itself. Blaster Barrage right into the backline. Senior Hoff showing off the power of Star-Lord here.
And exactly what I thought was going to happen there did happen, and it was so well played from Intergalactic, where the Star-Lord pressure, and that's why that map in particular, the Bifrost Garden, is so strong for that hero, because he has so much room to maneuver. And Hela, sure, she can get up in the air with the ult, and she can zoom around with the Astral Flock, but she does not have nearly as much presence in that air, as much ability to just like force a fight, despite, you know, she has great pick potential, but not nearly as much overall pressure. And they used that Star-Lord so well for Senior Hoff, just continuing to give the bulwarks, letting him be really, really aggressive. And Galactic Legend is just brutal when there's no strategy ults available. Even if you have like the regeneration domain from the Loki, it just only saves you some time.
Well, particularly too on a map like that, there's not a lot of natural cover. It's so wide open that Star-Lord essentially has the skies to himself. And you think about the tank composition you're up against. Realistically speaking, sure, you know, Magneto can provide some protection within there, but if you're running a Thing can just kind of be like, hey, moral support. You know, could leap to you, but overall, it's actually quite hard to keep the hell alive there, even using Goddess of Death as a defensive cooldown. Then, you know, even as we change stages here, Avast, we still got the Star-Lord on deck.
Very strong point for this, honestly. So there's still a lot of room, a lot of headroom for Star-Lord to move around for Senior Hoff. Intergalactic rolling out here, looking once again to set up a charge, try to catch someone with the immobilization field. As Extinction, they're going to be poking, they're going to be looking for anything, because while they have the Winter Soldier, they have a lot of options to potentially get an early pick from the Bionic Hook from Sleep.
Intergalactic has a big advantage. They have Loki, they're going to have the Thing.
I just got Window.
Pinnacle is back on Strange, no more Thing, and they get a pick without expending an ult.
A little bit of repositioning here. Both teams down one though. Doom was able to win the Hela v Hela matchup, so 5v5 and early control going to Intergalactic here.
Yep.
Now they did use the God of Mischief, you know, pop a Fate of Both Worlds there with the copy, but still, I mean, you'll take a first fight win 100% for Intergalactic. Now they're going to be controlling the point. In Extinction, they're going to be likely just looking to use the God of Mischief of their own, just open up the space. So they come here to the high ground, and Intergalactic, they should not let them in for free. They should try to keep them here in the choke and make them use a lot of.
There's a Bucky hook that misses.
As Extinction, I mean, they're nearing nearly 4 ults.
You gotta think they want to open clobbering time here if they seize the opportunity. Clobbering time immediately coming down. Is Falter going to be there though? Forces out Fate of Both Worlds in from Flamme. So that's in response to clobbering time. Kraken impact from Schleepai. Looking. For now, just onto Thing, back down.
Hela gets burned.
Have been silenced. Still looking for
the Bucky's gonna charge his ult extremely fast if he focuses on just charging his ult, bro.
We'll see where this one goes.
Comes the Galactic Legends ZP, and what's so crucial here is that they're gonna force.
Oh, clobbering time gets 2 people.
Right now, and also, I mean, too late. It's
yeah, I got both DPS.
Ending, and the Galactic Legend now off the very late pop. They can just push. They can take all these kills, or rather, all these limbs very, very late. As Intergalactic going to keep chasing here, trying to find some more staggers.
This is absolutely ridiculous. It's where Star-Lord also shines, where after you've gotten a numerical advantage in the fight, the other team just is trying to desperately disengage. He's got jet boots to just chase everyone down. Ridiculous.
There's another reason why Star-Lord has seen so much play here. The chase so strong as Doom getting a very late pick, as Shuga has made the swap onto Star-Lord in return, going for the mirror here. Saying, okay, you know what, well, not the full mirror, obviously, because no Thing for Extinction, but try to contest them a little bit more as they're being so aggressive. The Blaster Barrage coming in, there's the Bulwark, and Window just giving them no space here on the Thing, continuing to take the fight to them.
Whoa, Intergalactic, guys, they're trolling. Oh boy, they're trolling.
Arrivals Fight Night. Top 1 gun into the air. Here is Hela. Goddess of Death in action, looking for.
They nearly C9'd it. Oh my god, Fidel chokes.
High value pickup here for Extinction as they look to stay in this round.
Fleming's gonna get his ult soon. They win this. Can they save the Loki ult though? We need to save the Loki ult. Window has his ult, but he saves it. Loki also saves his ult, which is really good for next fight and moving forward. It's really good. They didn't use the Loki ult. They also have Luna. That's a really good setup for extension. Two defensives. Really good. Bro, Intergalactic choked. They pushed so hard. But like, they just Extension just decided to go the other way.
They're able to be so aggressive at holding. Extinction's comp of it's not really built to going directly to the choke point. It's more of a wait and see sort of situation, and they have to be perfect from here on out. Meteor M coming on in from impunity.
Oh my, it's over. It's over. The Luna died. They just fed the mag ult. They just fed the mag ult charge. And Fleming just gets destroyed in his ult.
Right there for impunity, who comes in, immediately deletes monotone.
Doomed ult early. They can't even. Oh, they're getting body blocked.
One of the only few abilities, without the use of like a crack and impact or anything like that, is the contest is gonna come out here, and it looks like Intergalactic.
They have no defenses, while Intergalactic has two. They just fed the mag ult. Mag was at 60% charge. Why were they doing this? They give Mag 60%. I mean 64 charge. Like, what are we expecting? Of course Luna's gonna die.
100%, and I think
of course she's gonna die.
There lags a little bit because I'm gonna be honest, ZP,
what are we expecting?
I don't know what you just said because my PC DC'd for like
I said the tempo shifted once Star-Lord came to play. For round 2 on Senior Hoff.
So crucial, crucial. And I 100% agree because Star-Lord, it just gives, there's a reason he's been played a lot for a lot of different teams across EU and NA, and it's just so much mobility. You have so much mobility, you have the ability to pressure throughout all the map, you're constantly synergizing with, maybe if you have a Mantis, you can have the ability to actually get a, Cocoon so you can revive, or you just have the Magneto, you can get the Bulwarks, you can pressure effectively with your Blaster Barrages, with your Galactic Legends, and because of that mobility, it's very, very hard to pin Star-Lord down, and he does a lot of damage.
You look at who is doing damage here too, backing all of it up, where, yeah, Star-Lord pretty effective, especially on the final blows end, but look who's in the thick of things with Window, where this is one thing we see, whether it be on heroes like Groot or in this case Thing. I mean, you rely on your tanks to do a good amount of your damage output to sort of act as the check on otherwise really, really strong heals in the game from the strategist lineup, but, we're going in the highlights here, and, Gods to Death had its moments, especially here.
Top 1 Guns player, I mean, consistently has been a very strong player for Extinction. I think has a very clutch ults, but the real story here is you watch the Galactic Legend. Now, I don't know, this one actually is going to be one of the ones to watch because Galactic Legend and the way that you can force those strategist ults early, which is what Intergalactic did repeatedly, just getting the pressure on, forcing the strategist ult, means that you can just pop a free Galactic Legend. You put a metal or an iron bulwark on him, and he just goes on in, cleans up, and there's very little you can do if you don't have a Star-Lord of your own to contest. I mean, you do have a Winter Soldier who's all around probably the most meta duelist, but it doesn't have these strengths here, these very niche strengths of just being able to abuse these very, very high ceilings.
I think to an extent you are a little dependent on your Hela player if you're running a Hela to act as a check on the Star-Lord, right? Like Hela, of course, doesn't really care if you're in the sky or on the ground. And we saw that on the other end, right? Where Doomed, Schlipai came in on the Star-Lord and he was basically baptized with a few Hela daggers to the face. That's how that one worked out. But Puckett, we're back in it here. You just saw map 1. What you like?
I like the Thing. So I got 2 questions for you. 1, does the Thing take damage?
Does he take
is the first answer. He does take damage, but in that particular match, he was not taking damage.
Okay, and then 2, should Monotone be doing as much damage because he had 8,000 less healing? But on Luna Snow, it seemed like he was prioritizing maybe helping out in the team fight.
Well, I mean, that's a question. I think that's a question for the teams themselves, right, Puckett? And I think for Extinction's the unfortunate reality for them is that they were on the back foot a lot. They were on the back foot a lot, and when you're sitting there, it's like, okay, well, I'm Luna Snow, I'm going to be trying to, or even when I'm playing Invisible Woman, I need to make a play. I need to have something happen, and both Invisible Woman and Luna Snow can do a decent amount of damage with the icy arts that pierce, and even Invisible Woman's primary fire does pierce through enemies. when it comes back to her. But the reality is, no, she probably should not have, I mean, or I'd rather Monotone should not have been doing as much damage as they were. They probably should have been doing some more healing, but everyone was dead, so they probably just couldn't heal as much as they wanted to.
Okay, so it's just domination in the flow of the game type thing. I was just trying to think about this early on in the series. Will we see an aggressive strategist like a Mantis coming out later? Intergalactic takes this one. It goes to our first round 3 of domination. So ZP, how tight is the matchup from what you've seen?
I think it's a lot tighter than people might have expected going in, where at least
extension
people, I mean Kalush was very bullish on Intergalactic just sweeping
okay,
Yggdrasil's
path, I like this map a lot. One of my favorites.
We expected. You know, there's 3 O's and then there's 3 O's. And I think between the two teams, I think what you saw from Extinction was that maybe certain matchup compositions are less favorable for them. Like, if them going in here, getting rid of the Star-Lord could be a good idea, just given how they performed in the Star-Lord mirror, which was not very good.
Is there a counter to the thing? What's the hard counter with no Wolverine?
Realistically, I wouldn't say there necessarily is a hard counter.
It's just a lot of damage. A Punisher with a rocket, he doesn't have shields. So just blast him with damage.
The simple reality is the thing
in my opinion
has to be punished by the overall comp, right? Without a Wolverine, there is no true hard counter to a Vanguard. And I mean, Loki's been protected, Namor's been protected. So
is this a
we're looking at potentially once again, like we're gonna see like a. I mean, if there's no Luna ban, Namor's definitely getting played like 100%. I feel if you're gonna protect Namor.
Hi, little one. Surprise!
Oh, there we go.
We got a mini Puckett in the building. And there is the Luna ban, as predicted. Sorry, Squid Boy, you can put your icy one on chill. It's just the 2 little guys. Now, Avast, without your icy squid, is it even
no Luna?
Like, can you?
Never protect. Yeah, whenever you protect Namor, you know they're gonna ban Luna.
Without the frozen spawn, which no is not the name for the shrimp you're gonna find in the freezer section, but I do think that overall that Namor could still get plenty of play. Namor could still get tons of play here, and he's a very overall strong hero. I mean, you have the Aquatic Dominion, you have the ability to just like constantly pressure people from the flanks, which you see a lot of Namor's do, where they just constantly go for the flank picks, drop the Aquatic Dominion, and get an early pick on like a strategist or maybe a duelist. So even with Luna Snow gone, doesn't mean that Namor is going to be gone. And for Usual Path in particular,
I think he's going to be gone.
There's a lot of flank potential, especially because you have the Blessing of the Deep to get up the high ground, to rotate, you know, out of bad positions, because you're invincible to all damage during that time. So we shouldn't count out Namor yet. We definitely should not.
Absolutely. ZP, it is a party here on Rivals Fight Night. Everyone staying up past their bedtime. Shout out to the Europeans. We're going game 2, though, between the NA squads. Intergalactic looking for 2 maps in a row.
You know, one tradition of us
window on the thing. Ooh, Intergalactic on the Widow. Maybe only at the beginning of the map. He's gonna switch off though, I think.
The Widow is still here. What is going on?
The gates might be open, but don't necessarily trust it. I do think if there's any map to play the Black Widow, it's going to be this map, because the sightlines are so huge, CP. But really, you see the portal tech here. Look at this, behind them. That's going to be the portal used from Blue to let Sleepy actually peek behind Intergalactic, trying to get a pick. It's a
switches
off. With it, but see, there's no pick, so
back on Star-Lord.
It's a quick swap. Again, some habits perhaps do not change, but it is Extinction on the attack. Intergalactic back once more on the defense. And, you know, interestingly enough, you take a look at compositions here. Shlupai gonna be over to Star-Lord, not Star-Lord on the other end. So perhaps clearer skies for Shlupai this time around.
Ooh,
but also the hella pressure
doomed.
Just says no way.
Just owned his ass. Just owned him.
I mean, comparatively to the last domination that we just saw to the Royal Palace, is that
Nuke already has his ult. Already, bro. Already. That's insane,
because also
bro.
the skybox isn't quite as high, especially in this early part of the map here, the push for Extinction.
Probably has it for mainly damage.
And Senior have both to contest Sleepy. I mean,
triple clone.
Try to fight the flanks, or you can sit in front of the
triple Loki.
and look for poke damage, but it's not going to be nearly as effective.
Nothing to contest.
On some level, obviously it's a full-on team thing, but on some level, what is it on your Hela to stop the other Hela here? Because I feel like
oh my god, the window got oh boy. It got dominated. Got destroyed.
Extinction takes advantage of that. Intergalactic down a Vanguard early.
Oh, triple hook.
We got Goddess Death in over the top from top 1 guns player. looking to break things.
Oh my gosh, that might be the most impactful tainted voltage I've ever seen. That's
what is tainted voltage?
I've never seen it get do, especially not at this level. I mean, the damage that came in. I mean,
what is tainted? What is tainted voltage, bro?
Take that fight. Sure, they forced the invisible boundary, and
what is tainted voltage?
The God of Mischief, which is huge.
They're getting that TP
for Intergalactic, because sure, they're not gonna be able to hold on first, but can they get out with the portal?
Well, they get out with the portal, and now they immediately use God of Mischief, drop the invisible boundary, and take the fight to Extinction. Extinction, you gotta look to blue FPS here. Has the Meteor M
Pinnacle also has his ult.
Take down Hela, 2 already down. Wow. There won't be a Meteor M coming on in. And Intergalactic, that is a full-on recontest that forces Extinction back to spawn.
I mean, the clobbering time. Here's the thing, ZP. Here's the thing, is that clobbering time will sometimes do that because Extinction, they popped both their strategies earlier in the fight. Sure, they traded with Intergalactic, but because they have that portal available for the recontest, they had to be so careful in that fight for something like that happen to come out from Vanguard, come out from Window, and Window played that perfectly, getting through the portal, dropping the clobbering time, taking so much space, allowing the picks to come through, as now Extinction are back to square one, just coming back up here through the street, through the hill.
They have to find some way of entry. I mean, they have 2 Vanguard ultimates online. They go for the Bionic Arm Pull, does not hit. Extinction dealing time against them. Kraken Impact to kick things off. Gets 2. Schleepai with the pull. Doomed. Goddess of Death under pressure. Meanwhile, Schleepai still saying again and again and again.
This is resets.
And goes for one more. There's no breaks
Mud bubble. Looks like we win this. No TP.
Unlikely they're getting another cooldown reset there.
Yep.
But still the space, the picks got it from Extinction, from Schleepai, allowing them to finally get this point A. As Intergalactic gonna set up here, they did not get any back spawns, so they're all gonna be available here to take this next fight. They will have the Eye of Agamotto, and they're also, I mean, pretty much both Vanguard ults here. As Extinction continuing to look to make this progress go further.
Loki's gonna have his ult. Extinction does have defensive ult advantage though.
Pretty easily. You just have to be wary of Impunity's Meteor M, which is pretty much the only thing that can burn you through those strategies.
I mean, Senior Hop also could just be really, really sneaky with Eye of Agamotto, but Pinnacle, move it on in. No clobbering time yet, just a little bit of disengage on the other end. Meanwhile,
Senior offsult got canceled. Not canceled, but denied.
Gotta go into the back line, but it's a great regeneration domain into the back.
Hela gets instantly
now Flamme, God of Mischief.
Burnt.
Even Extinction in the fight. Pinnacle drops clobbering time. It's Intergalactic down 2 here at Vast. Now is question more of stall.
Ooh, the Ting. Oh boy.
Everyone, and I thought that fight was over off of some amazing plays from Extinction because, I mean, top 1 guns player.
Extinction's gonna have Mag and Bucky for next fight.
Pretty much denies the Eye of Agamotto entirely. But from Window, but I mean, luckily, or no, rather, denies the Eye of Agamotto entirely, and then additionally, they have the force physics to get the pick as well onto that Doctor Strange. But they just get caught by the clobbering time. The invisible boundary keeps everyone alive, and Intergalactic played that so well.
Extinction back on in. Intergalactic looking to hold on. Minute 30 left here. Time not really on Extinction's side. Been a very good defense from Intergalactic so far. Landing some poke here on the
Senior off is dead.
Great pick on the Star-Lord.
That's really good.
Looking to snowball over and in. It's another pick. Extinction up 2. And this time, Avast, I don't think ults are going to save Intergalactic on this push.
No, and that's one of those times where
they're looking at his ult for Extinction. The Max still has his. They need to communicate. Don't use Loki ult. I have Mag ult for the Star-Lord.
As Impunity coming through early, just drop the Meteor M just to get in.
Interesting. Creating some space.
No pickoffs that time
around. Window's dead.
Finds thing early.
Loki! Loki!
Pick off Flamme! Big pick off here for Intergalactic. Still into the fight. Goddess of Death gonna be popped. And Extinction right now just a little bit scattered, having to take cover in the cover.
He's trolling with this.
Invisible boundary now going to be used as Extinction tries to reset the fight.
Nice bubble by Impunity. Holy. Nice reaction.
Here, Winter Soldier trying to make something happen, but guess what?
Window has his ult. Nuke also has his. That's an easy fight for Intergalactic. It just depends on how many ult are you gonna use to win it though. They use. Okay, can we not use the Window ult maybe? It's last fight, so just use it. Fuck it. Oh, Loki's at 90%. Ooh. Oh my god, Loki's at 90. Fidel, they need to kill the invisible woman. She's at 77%. She's at 77. 78.
And that is a reversal of fortune and then some. As top one guns player continues to roll forward.
Extinction not living up to their name. They are not extinct yet. They are
Extinction is cooking, man.
Holy. Time here, VP, because they really, with their backs against the wall, they've been continuing to get clutches. I mean, I thought there in that moment, the God of Mischief gets popped. They walk forward, window. They know they had forced the regeneration domain. They can pop the clobbering time, get those picks. They just couldn't. They couldn't. They had the cooldowns available. Everyone lived as Extinction gets those picks yet again. The top one guns player.
Extinction can keep winning those. They have two defensives.
I mean, they have to be thinking like,
they're up one in terms of defenses because Nuke doesn't have his.
Boundary for Extinction. Looking back here, sleep by Kraken impact.
Woo. Triple. Yeah, he just resets. Bucky's so strong. Ooh, Impunity with an insane ult though. Intergalactic is down one, but their spawn is a lot closer. Extinction needs to get some more picks to get the momentum going. Blue, yeah, Blue should hold his ult for a Sentinels Bucky ult.
Frontline here for Extinction doing so much. Blue holding on to the meteor because they want to save for the strategist ult as the clobbering time comes in, forces the God of Mischief, and this is so huge now because now Senior Hoff can theoretically get some of these resets, keep the Kraken impact coming through, and they can hopefully chase down these kills.
Oh boy, couldn't get a mag ult, bro. Oh, he switched off mag.
Okay, goes in over the top, says high ground, Kraken impact, absolutely.
So smart.
One more time, over and in. Sleep by gone again and again. It just does not stop. Senior Hoff just keeps jumping. And this is in overtime. Final push opportunity for Extinction. They still have to keep running into the Bucky blunder, and it's not working out well.
Lol.
And that was so well played from Senior Hoff because they popped the Kraken impact at the end of that fight, and then crucially he saves it. You have 8 seconds to save to have the cooldown before it expires. And he just
yeah, you have 8 seconds to save it, and then even when you press it, you can stand in the air for like 2 seconds. Like what?
So Senior Hoff plays that so well, and you're gonna see that a lot from Winter Soldier players, where really the cooldown management, the resource management of the Kraken impact, when you have like Loki clones or Loki doppelgangers on the field, is so crucial. And in that moment, that really gave them the edge they needed to make sure they could finish the fight.
I think the other thing that's really worth noting there too is just at this level of play, the level of coordination you get off the Kraken impact too, where you have to think that on comms, your Bucky is straight up just calling, saying, look, I'm going up here, focus fire, right? Because it's a group effort. You open with the Kraken impact, you get enough damage that they fall down, you get your reset. Like, you need that level of team coordination to keep the Kraken impacts continuing to happen, which is why even at this level of play where, conversely, you'd think the other team would be more on the, okay, how do we keep people alive? It's just difficult when the other team is just so coordinated on the level of, we will focus fire this.
100%. As now we look towards Intergalactic's offense here. And what's so important for Intergalactic is that they know their win condition. ZP, we've seen this many times before, and the win condition, knowing what you have to push to, is both a blessing and a curse. And it looks like they're actually rolling out on the Rocket Raccoon a little early with Fidel, trying to build a very early CYA, get that damage amp, and also when they're working with the Winter Soldier, the very crucial team up, the infinite grit, that's pretty much allowing constant damage, infinite ammo.
You're 100% running the Rocket here for your Winter Soldier.
And they swapped.
Yeah, they swapped. No one's gonna run Rocket.
Maybe you don't need it.
It's fucking Rocket, though.
Something on the other side, I think, just shifted them away from it. Be like, no.
It's fucking Rocket Raccoon!
3 bullets in your clip.
Who's gonna run this little rat?
And there's going to be the work onto window.
Oh boy.
Just doing the anti-street charge coming on
nice
through.
drift.
There's the immobilization as well, but unlikely you're going to find any picks off that note. Not
and he
yet,
likes them some team.
And what's so crucial to watch right now, ZP, what are the ults? What's the God of Mischief here for both?
I really like the angle that Impunity is taking. I love this.
Not gonna have it first as window just going bowling. High value off that Yancey street charge. There's not gonna be enough interruption though for Intergalactic to make this push work. God of Mischief already popped here from Flamme Extinction. Looking to force at least the same off Intergalactic. Fisticuffs still flying between both things. Doomed, able to take down Hella counterpart. Setting up Intergalactic with
The
plus
real
one.
fight starts
65.
after this.
Invisible boundary now going to be dropped. Intergalactic though still working at an advantage.
Senior Up is gonna have his ult. Oh, Shipley also has it. Impunity ult. He gets no one. Do we have a Maggle to deny?
Not gonna get hit by it. Shlipai takes down one.
Oh.
Extinction fighting on back.
Oh, Hella gets a bubble. Insane. Yeah, Senior Up gets it. We need Blue. Blue, we need an ult from you. Blue, we need an ult for you. We need to deny the Bucky.
As Intergalactic holding here on the point, the off angle right now for Senior Huff, just doing so much, playing here on the flank with
Please
the Generation
ult,
Domain.
bro.
Gonna have another Kraken impact.
I don't know why we're holding ult
A
for.
little bit, but Extinction, I mean, their spawns are close. They're holding here on the fight. Is Top 1 Guns player finally gonna pop?
Gunner gets the Bucky. Nice Tiger. Ooh. Doom gets him. Yo, Hella is a menace. The Hella is a menace. I don't know why Blue's holding his ult.
Now stuck fighting this back. 5v6 once more.
I guess he's holding it for the Hella.
For Blue, looking for the opportunity. Goss of Death going to be used on the same note. You use Meteor M to take some of those shots away.
Okay, he gets the Star Lord. They don't have a Bucky anymore. Pinnacle kind of trolling here.
And Pinnacle going down a little late though, so Intergalactic with the close response can finally maybe round the corner, but not if Top 1 Guns player is going to do that.
Top 1 Gunner just got doomed right there.
On the second half of this map. And now Intergalactic have to wait. They can't fall off the
Extension holding really well here.
To get back up. And sure, Invisible Boundary's gonna be up.
Both Invisible Women have their ults.
What's so important to remember,
but Impunity is so much more ahead of Blue. But I guess Blue is timing his ult with Doom's Hella ult. So I guess it's fine, doesn't matter that much. But Blue can even deny the Starlight too. So. Looks like Doomed is getting an angle on the left side, kind of splitting off two sides, both sides, like this. But Sheeply gets, ooh, they're getting cooked. Yeah, they're running low key. That's troublesome. Oh boy.
And the one hope here is that, okay, 30 seconds remaining. There is going to be time for Intergalactic to make it back. So they can be happy that they at least removed the Kraken impact. That's gone. They're going to have nearly, 5 ults for the upcoming fight. But
Nuke doesn't have his ult yet, but he's gonna have it.
Well for Extinction. So it is relatively equal. Pinnacle will probably get the clobbering time. And right now, there's going to be so much pressure on how do you force a strategy.
Blue has his ult for the Star Lord. They need to communicate it. They keep doing the mistake that of double ulting for the Star Lord.
What Intergalactic was able to do last time. Window.
Oh, Window's being super aggressive. Oh, boy, they just all die.
Galactic Legend not even used. It's the Window show backed up by Impunity with the Meteor M.
Blue could TP, but he would lose his ult. He could go to Strange but lose his ult. Yeah. Fleming still has his ult though.
I mean, that's just better safe than sorry. I think right there, Intergalactic, like, we do not want to be first out.
That's so bad.
We were aura farming, and we've lost aura points now. We're almost
that's so bad.
And that's probably the best.
We don't even get to use our low key ult. That is tragic.
You go for the initial engage. Window goes in with the Iron Bulwark, and they're able to get a humongous clobbering time to get an early pick, stun everyone, and then just follow up, because that's really the best case scenario for them. But now, I mean, they're coming to a fight where Extinction used no ults because they actually were knocked out so fast.
Extinction better use their ults early as fuck.
Really
get them on cooldown, just kill them all.
And I think Extinction,
hold them close.
How this ult cycle may start out. I mean, most likely scenario, either clobbering time or God of Mischief into Invisible Boundary, right? Is probably what you would expect right here. Wouldn't really expect God's Death to come out unless Top 1 Guns is about to fall to Doom.
We need to use stuff.
You still gotta watch the situation. It's the one thing
good
where
ult.
Either team could go down by 1 at a moment's notice. Oft as Hellas take risk, but Window goes a little bit deep, gets taken on down, and
Top Gun is going insane on the Hella. I love it.
That's just, I mean, here's the thing, ZP. It's a masterful thing performance. I'm never going to get tired of saying it because Pinnacle, it's a classic thing moment where runs in, gets the bulwark, drops clobbering time, forces cooldowns, stuns everyone. Top 1 gun player says, okay, here's a pick. Fantastic. Okay, they're not stunned, but they're low. Here's another pick, and you're just being a nuisance. The thing is so survivable. He's so annoying when combined with the bulwarks for Magneto that he's just running in, dropping ult. Okay, I'm gonna leave now. Bye bye.
We gotta ask Puckett how many of those you get broadcast. Like, what is your overall?
Looks like Doom is gonna contest Top Gun on the angle left side. Yo, Top Gun is not ready for it.
Yep.
Yo, nice play by Doomed. Birds up and floats down and hits Top Gunner where he least expects it. Oh, Schlipai is just out of the defensive.
And looks to carve up what remains. However, Invisible Boundary limiting some of the damage. Even as Intergalactic takes the tempo lead, moves over. They get one more fight here, though, in second of S, sure.
Extinction is gonna have the ult advantage.
Hella v Hella on the flank, gets the early pick, allowing all that pressure to remove from the field.
Gonna have Hella, Ting, and Mag against only Hella and Ting.
It doesn't necessarily get any picks there.
So it's pretty much a Mag ult advantage.
Very good strong control, can clean up the fight here. As Extinction, they have to be worried. They have to be careful of anyone looking for the flank. They're going to look for the recontest right now. They do have the Goddess of Death still. They're still at the
Oh, Nuke has his ult too.
They have the very early sight on a Senior Hawk. Can they chase him? Probably not. He's so mobile on the Star-Lord.
Top 1 Guns player, a little bit off on the hunt, goes to the high ground. Clobbering time used by Pinnacle. No pickoffs here just yet. Intergalactic still full strength. No, Senior Hoff caught by Schlipai. And here
what happened to Nuke? Why is Nuke not using his ult? Why is Nuke not using his ult? What happened to Nuke?
Goddess of Death on the other end takes down.
What happened to Nuke?
Intergalactic not out of the fight just yet. Meteor M from Blue, FPS looking, searching, what's the right target, and decides it's the thing. Extinction. Hold on strong here in overtime, and that is going to even things up 1-1.
Good shit, Extension.
Remember I said Kaluj likes the troll?
Yep.
It's 1-1 now. So, just saying. Just saying. Just saying.
The Kaluj intel proving a little bit questionable. Maybe this was Kaluj just hoping. You know, going, you know, we saw what happened in the EU. We didn't want to have a full best of 5 NA. However, maybe it's happening. Extinction showing real guts on the second point defense. And also, I mean, it kind of showed that they were way better at dealing with the Star-Lord this time around, too. It wasn't a thing where play Star-Lord, win game, like we saw back in our domination map.
I think the swap to the perma thing also helped them a lot. It gave them a lot more pressure to just give a lot more space for Schlipai in particular. Because when you're playing the Winter Soldier versus no Winter Soldier, it just allows you to have the option to pretty much you need the space to look for bionic hooks. You need the options to also just get all that extra damage because Winter Soldier does so much consistent damage. Similar to the Hela, but also a lot tankier because every time that he's popping an ability that's related to his bionic arm, he's getting bonus health. He can brawl so effectively. He can displace people with both the Trooper's Fist and that hook to where I think you have to think about like, okay, it's not just the fact that the comp changed, but also on top of that, the map, just way less maneuverability for the Star-Lord, which really gave, I think, Extinction the opportunity to contest a lot more.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll put you a little bit on the spot here because obviously this was a pretty close game and it was a turnaround too, right? Where Extinction was able to even up the series. But from what you saw right now, what was the biggest difference on an individual level that Extinction did better in map 2 relative to map 1?
Realistically, I mean, first of all, this is a really cool play. Before I even, I'm gonna hit you with a non-sequitur, ZP. This is a really cool play, using the Black Widow with the portals from Strange to try to get a pick on the back line, just using it to look from behind them. But most importantly, it's honestly top 1 guns player. I think the Hela difference was huge, not in actually like a diff, but more so just the amount of pressure, the amount of picks that top 1 guns player was getting there in these fights repeatedly. And because of that, Schlipai was a lot more free to also get a ton of value. So I think really the Hela value on this map, and we talked about it a bit, how having the Astral Flock, the ability to get to high ground, to pressure, to have the Goddess of Death, to add even more pressure post Strategist ult, is so crucial, and top 1 guns player succeeded.
You know, I think there was a difference in prioritization too between the two, whereas it felt like top 1 guns player, while not neglecting the Hela v Hela, was more willing at times to take the L in the Hela v Hela matchup if it meant that they were getting something better on the rest of the team, right? Like top 1 guns player is basically dodging Doomed, I feel like, for half of that and just looking for team value. And that's risky when you have another Hela hunting for your head the entire time, but in this case, it seemed to pay off.
Sure, I think the overall, you have to always think about the delicate dance of, am I looking to win individual fights on the flank, or am I looking to give a lot more team value, right? And sometimes the answer is very, very gray as a duelist player, because if you get a pick on the flank, that's team value, right? You have a lot more freedom, you have a lot more damage on the field, but also it's dependent on, okay, can I pressure out the Vanguards? Can I force some early strategist cooldowns, maybe even an ult? And realistically, Top 1 Gunsplayer did a really good job of balancing it between them. And Intergalactic, definitely no slouches, but it definitely felt like they had a very big struggle on first point, or not, on point A in particular, in terms of breaking that initial hold.
And that's something you definitely see, particularly on Convoy and Convergence to an extent, where you can beat a point, but you can still feel really bad about a point, right? Where if you have to burn most of your available time, and in the process of burning that time, you get to the next point, you're just effectively under immense pressure from there on out. But you know who's not under pressure? Chris Puckett.
Yeah, I'm big chilling. I'm letting you guys do the hard work tonight, and I am just enjoying the NA broadcast. All right. Why don't you run 2 shields against a Hela Avast? Can I just not do it when Thing is on the table?
You definitely can. You can run. We've even seen double shield comps like Doctor Strange, Magneto still getting played against Hela. It's just the problem with that map is that because of all the huge flank angles in particular, it's very hard to control the Hela. And I think also for both those squads, they really wanted to use the Thing to give value to the aggression, to make sure to break through because of how just really choky the chokes are, which sounds crazy. It sounds the same to say a choke is choky, but the ability to drop the Yancey charge through and just displace people, put some immobilization where they can't run away, and also give embattled leaps to the people that are taking very aggressive fights, including your flanking duelists, is crucial there. And I think that's where the Thing opened up the space for, you know, the Hela, the Winter Soldier. And you definitely could still see Magneto and Doctor Strange being run, but I think both these teams prioritize having the Thing and the option to be extremely mobile and extremely aggressive through some of those more difficult terrain options.
It's been fun to watch. Everyone's winning their own map, at least so far. We're going to Intergalactic next, and ZP, walk me through kind of the expectations of what we have, because this is a best of 5, right? You pull out your best card now.
Yeah, I think you 100% do. You never want to be in the situation in a best of 5 where all of a sudden you have the pressure on you of you must win no matter what, right? It's 1-1. You're not quite in a life or death situation. Your tournament life is not on the line yet. But I do think one of the really cool things about the format we have here is that if teams have a particular map identity, if they feel great about the map that they are on, they have the ability to bring it to their hometown, right? Like, use hero comps that may be a little bit better for them. Use strategies that have been great for them. And you know what? We can talk about it all day long, but that cat Puckett also adorable.
Yeah, I'm just getting surrounded by toddlers, kittens, and Marvel heroes. All right, Avast, we can keep talking like nerd strat and stuff, but I want to have the fun time. Can we talk about which hero needs to be added to Marvel Rivals next? It could be anyone from the X-Men, Marvel's universe, you choose. Who is it? And you have to give me their 3 abilities. Think about it. Creative.
It's
symbiotic
tough because there is a lot. There's a ton. I have to really bust out my Marvel. I honestly.
Here's where the ban and protect. They're gonna get rid of.
They're gonna get rid of Silver Surfer. Silver Surfer. They're doing the Fantastic Four stuff anyways. Give me a Silver Surfer flying around the map. They're gonna be able to just like delete planets at will. Probably can't balance that ability, but imagine.
Wolverine Bond, Namor
bad,
Groot saved.
But I mean, I imagine ZP probably has a bit of a better. But I mean, realistically, we are also in the ban protect phase.
We're ban protect, but I'll get one out. I'll get one out, and this was for everyone that gets a reference here. You add Doctor Doom, and one of the abilities is Foot Dive. I don't care what the other 2 abilities are. Those 2 at a minimum, and he needs to yell out Foot Dive. You do that.
Why he only dives with his feet? Yeah.
If you don't get it, it's okay. It's not for
ZP and
you.
I have way different Reddit feeds, I'll tell you that. Well, we're getting down to the final bans, and here we go. So Loki's going to be protected. We got Groot protected on the other side. You can see Namor not going to allow any diving, and you're not going to see any Wolverine taking out your main. Storm's not going to be on the map. So what do you do here with your final ban? Get rid of a Hela?
And Hela could be interesting. I mean, with Groot protected and Loki protected and Namor gone, I mean, there's almost a chance where it's like, okay, Invisible Woman. That's a pretty interesting one because it means there's not going to be a boundary. You won't be able to force physics to like stop the engages either. So maybe Intergalactic looking to cook a little bit here for potentially a slower comp. Play with the Groot because we are on symbiotic surface, and this is a very, very strong map for bunkering a bit, especially on that point A when you're on the defense, or even on the offense having the walls. So maybe Intergalactic going to go for a little bit of a slower composition, especially with Invisible Woman gone, I guess.
The chat is caught up to Foot Dive, ZP. You're amongst them. Enjoy it. Shout out to you guys. Green Goblin was the best answer. That is Velocity DN. If you have a better Marvel character to put into Rivals, tell me who it is and what are their 3 moves. We'll answer it in the next break.
I gotta say, looking at Symbiotic Surface as we head to go into this, I definitely think it's a map that you could play a little bit slower, and defensively you just have more options to not necessarily get immediately dove on, right? Like, I feel like there's cheekier setups you can do here. I think it's also, you talk about heroes that work well here. I don't think it's any surprise that you got double Groot right now, Vast. Just given the ability to set up just ridiculous wall setups, both for damage and defense.
I mean, considering they were both protected, they were protected obviously, but also these comps are pretty reminiscent of what you see on this map a lot. I mean, you're going to see a lot of Strange, you're going to see a lot of Groot, you're likely, I mean, Magneto comes in the mix, and there's going to be a lot of poke as the Winter Soldiers looking for hooks, the Hellas trying to find picks. No crazy, no Moon Knight, nothing trying to farm a hand of Khonshu or whatever, but instead just going to be doing a little bit of poke, looking to get here onto point A entirely. And they do.
Yeah, and they just immediately remove Bucky from the equation.
Oh, but Sleepy got destroyed.
So, quick pick off, taking Sleepy out, and you think about Extinction on the attack here, Vast. Well, it delays things. When you lose your Winter Soldier that early, you know, you kind of just have to take a step back and have a breather.
Take a beat, you know, have to take a little beat, be like, man, like that stunk. I got picked early, and now I do the walk of shame back here to point A, and see the Groots just bombarding each other. And what's going to be so important also is this duel of the Groot walls. When you see the Iron Lash walls, when you see the the Thorn Lash and rather the Ironwood walls, looking to separate the heals, looking to find an early pick on isolation on someone, as Impunity on the off angle here, dropping a lot of damage. A great cryo freeze there coming out, or absolute zero coming out from Fidel.
Yo, Pinnacle's taking super aggressive
Mischief
position.
going to be used as both Lokis decide to enter their pop star era. Both teams still at full. Kraken impact, though. That breaks the fight wide open. Senior Hoff absolutely demolishing, sending Extinction right back to spawn.
I mean, sometimes you just drop
as the
strength
Groot.
plus the Kraken
Yeah, bro.
impact,
If you have a
it's
Groot and Luna,
it's
if you have something else to combo with,
in that moment,
babe.
that's just a lot of damage. And they had no, I mean, they pretty much already forced the God of Mischief. So it's just it's so difficult to break it. As
everyone
being
did.
used here from Blue, getting them behind Intergalactic, taking this.
Now they can win the fight.
But it does remove the
oh, Pinnacle doesn't have his ult.
The brutality of that position, and now they're able to look for a little bit of a stronger push.
I think so much of this may be dependent on Sleepy.
Pinnacle and Blue are down. Sleepy also drops down.
The ultimate that both teams have been using.
The Hellas behind him. Doomed is behind him. No one sees him.
Do they keep it going? Agamotto used in response from Windows. That can be enough to turn the fight. Let's Doom take down Sleepy. Stops the Kraken impact train. Goddess of Death used on Goddess of Death. The old Hellafite as both get brought to ground. Flamay on the Doom though, takes him out immediately. Extinction trying to get a little bit ahead, but as I say that, Senior Hoff able to turn right back in. It's gotten real scrappy here.
Yeah, the Loki's in an insane position.
For Extinction as Intergalactic looks for a way back in.
Oh, the split here from Intergalactic is really
Impunity.
They get the pick, they couldn't, but Intergalactic's doing so good here, trying to keep the split. Fidel caught behind, gonna go down as now Kraken impact gonna be used, but really getting nothing there for Senior Hoff. But more importantly,
Pinnacle, you have your ult. We need a Pinnacle ult soon. We need an ult from. Impunity's gonna have his ult. Senior doesn't have it though.
You just need a good Strangling Prison. You need anything. Oh, but they're gonna get caught first.
Yeah, the good ult.
Strangling Prison comes on out. Intergalactic trying desperately to keep this point in their favor. Flushing Extinction out, and you look at the time right now, Vast. We're down to our final 35 seconds.
There's
Extinction.
There was no time.
Right now, they're thinking about here is what is the best way to put our opponents in prison. It's all about Pinnacle as they go for the setup.
Doctor Strange analyzing the timeline, saying perhaps there's one timeline out of 1 billion where I can cap the A. And you see here what's so crucial is that for Impunity putting these Thorn Lash walls up on the ceiling where they can't be easily shot, getting a lot of damage when Extinction tries to approach from that little room here on the right. As the dueling taking place, still no ults here for Intergalactic Extinction. They need a strong Strangling Prison. They're gonna have also the Fate of Both Worlds to keep everyone alive. And there it is.
They go for Prison into Goddess of Death. Everyone's still alive though. You got Fate of Both Worlds coming in for both teams. Everyone is dancing, looking for the way over. Intergalactic Legend now going to be coming in.
Ooh. Oh, he fucks up his doubles. He's one shot.
Both teams still looking for a crucial first pickoff.
Window.
For Impunity. Is this gonna
You
result
fucked up your one shot,
Quite
bro.
yet. Extinction, though, on Depth
All he had to do is get a better angle to get both the body and the soul with his E. Hitting 160 down, 260 damage. Oh my god.
Oh, you just, I mean,
Oh wow.
Loki is such an incredibly strong hero. I mean, that Strangling Prison for Pinnacle was like, okay, surely that'll be it. Wrong. Because
Pinnacle gets another ult already.
Regeneration domain, which not only drops an insane amount of healing, but until the rune is destroyed or the ability ends, it converts 30% of the damage back into instant healing. So everyone lived through Strangling Prison. Okay, that's fine. Intergalactic, they have a Strangling Prison of their own. Surely they'll win it with that one. Wrong. Loki, Regeneration domain. No one dies, and then it keeps everyone up, and everyone gets the chance to come back in. But Doomed, I mean, getting the early pick on the top on Guns player means that they're not going to be able to control the high ground here at all, as Intergalactic taking this fight very aggressively.
Oh boy.
The quick Bucky pickoff into the bionic
Bro, Bucky hooks you, uppercuts you into his team, and then slows you for like 30%. Bro, like, holy man. And grounds you too. Like, what?
You just try and finish off the Strange and blue FPS.
Insane damage, insane DPS, insanely hard to kill
That would be
too.
a little BM. That'd be a little BM. You see the hook here, trying to be caught. Nope. Not going to be able to get the hook around the corner. Maybe in a different game, but not this one. As Extinction walking forward,
walled off.
Good walls. Gonna be forcing them to break that. As Intergalactic, I mean, they have some ults up. I mean, in fact, by more than just some.
Bro, Pinnacle had those for a minute, bro. We need an ult from Pinnacle. Pinnacle, we need something from you.
Window down early. Now, what do you use to try and turn the fight back?
They need a hard pocket to Bucky.
Off the Goddess of Death.
Ooh, Window Impunity gets his ult.
Here we go. Senior Hoff grabbing the Kraken impact. Response though in Fate of Both Worlds, Intergalactic. 1 for 1 here.
Rhythm's not over, Bucky. Window.
Setting up here on the top. I have Agamotto.
It is such a strong position here. I mean, Window.
This change is gonna be massive.
There's gonna be the Fate of Both Worlds. Window trying to keep everyone alive. They want to live. They want us to just trade the Fate of Both Worlds. There's the Agamotto. Gotta hit a lot, but can they clean up anyone? They can. And get Sleepy. That's huge. Off all that dark magic, the dark energy there. The Maelstrom of Madness.
Also in the middle of that, Goss Death comes down for top on Guns player.
Yo, Pinnacle, if Pinnacle stayed alive, he could have gotten another ult.
For Extinction, only 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Right now. But they can strange ult. They can strange TP.
From the card, I don't even know if they can touch. And also, Intergalactic, they're not gonna want to let them touch. They're gonna push extremely aggressively.
Yeah, but yo, Blue's just TPing.
I mean,
they need to cancel him. Oh, I think he no. Oh yeah, they are. They are. They are. They are. They are, my boy. Yeah, they flipped the map. Hella's gonna get burned instantly. Oh my god. They're all dead. They're all dead. What?
The switcheroo does not actually be that
holy.
But they had to do it just to at least stay in the round.
It was close. I mean, I really respect that they had the goal to be like, okay, we are definitely not gonna touch by foot. We need technology. We need portals. We have to think with portals here. And so they go for the portal directly in front of Intergalactic. And Pinnacle trying to put all those walls up, the Ironwood walls, the Thornlash walls, just to block the damage for long enough. And despite the Strangling Prison that comes out from Impunity, I mean, they're able to make it through the portal just in time, get the contest. And I really thought in that moment, I was like, oh my gosh, a miracle. A miracle's occurred. We're going to see a miraculous push. No, not quite. Miracles don't occur that often.
It would have been a great storyline just because of how that happened with all the pressure directly into the spawn. But we are swapping upsides here. And of course, sometimes you'll see a change in strategy, sometimes not. But, you know, overall, what is your read on this map and what is a good defense versus not, right? Like, is that a defense that, you know, you feel really good on, you're setting up an easy attack, or are you just happy if you get first point right now?
That's an extremely, I mean, in general on Symbiotic Resurgence, I mean, this is a hard map to attack. It is not necessarily uncommon, at least even at the high elo levels, to be first held to where you're not going to get point A at all. But if you're Intergalactic, you can feel really happy because you they didn't even get the second point, they didn't get to point B. And so you have a lot of time to work with. You know exactly where you need to push. And oftentimes, just from the cart distance that occurred there, that offense for Extinction, just having a good cap on point A and a really strong snowball into the second half of point B means that you could probably cap this like very, very smoothly, depending on how it goes for point A.
Look at the heroes here, nothing really being changed up. Both teams pretty committed to what they feel is strong on this map. And yeah, once more, in these early fights, I feel like so much is dependent on just early group walls,
No,
early
they moved
biotic
up your
arms,
window.
Abduction, actual abduction coming on in, and yet
He still manages to live with the Cloak of Levitation, thankfully.
Cloak of just get me out of here, Cloak. Not quite Jarvis level command, but you know, close.
Jarvis, levitate me. As the crews make their random point early, regeneration domain actually forced.
Oh,
I mean, this is actually pretty big for Intergalactic, I think, ZP, because they got a little bit better positioning and they forced a much later regen domain.
Yeah, and the regen domain isn't there to save Pinnacle a second time. So regen domain great the first time, not available second time. Doom taking down top 1 guns player, Extinction down 2. And you talked about a first point snowball. It's looking chilly and it's looking rather spherical.
I mean, the ball is rolling down a hill somewhere. Newton is smiling, saying, oh, gravity, it's working. It's working here. Because right now, like, Intergalactic, I mean, they have to be really happy with that. And it was so crucial, I mean, especially in the neutral fights, when you force that regeneration domain, probably Loki's most powerful ability by far in his kit, that just opens up the opportunity. And like, yes, they had to use theirs like shortly after, but they got a little bit of extra time there, and they were just able to put up a good wall, find Pinnacle off the isolation, off the damage from the Twin Lash wall. As Intergalactic coming up on nearly 4 ults. I mean, Extinction, luckily, they didn't have to use anything in their bank because they all died before they're all limbed. So it's going to be a relatively equal fight in terms of the ult territory. Well, not anymore.
Yeah, not with 2 pickoffs immediately here, setting up Intergalactic for success. Extinction, they do use God of Mischief into Fate of Both Worlds, and it's double again. It's again in stereo between our 2 Buckies. Schleepi looking for a turnaround, buy Extinction a little bit of time where they need to buy some time. It's 4.5 minutes left for Intergalactic, and they might not need that much of it to put this one away. Completely one-sided here so far.
And that one chance from Schleepi there maybe could have gotten another reset, but was frozen, hit with the absolute 0. Pinnacle gonna make it back, but the Strengthening Prison, no one goes down. There's no damage, there's no heals for Extinction here, and Intergalactic should be cleaning this up unless one of the mighty gods from the Marvel Universe themselves shows up and decided to wipe them all. It's very unlikely anything else is gonna happen.
The one above all is not available right now. There has not been returning the voicemails from Extinction whatsoever in this situation. Gods of Death immediately gonna be taken on down. Intergalactic piling on elimination after elimination, and they should be able to just leisurely slide this one in for a map 2 victory.
That's exactly what they're gonna do. And I mean, really, there's a lot of props to Intergalactic there. I mean, the defense setting up, because you get 1 clean point A win, which is what happened there, getting the early pick, didn't have to use too many ults, and then you just have so much time there. And if you can just snowball, get an early pick, I mean, it's pretty much done there because the time advantage, the position advantage, it's just so hard to overcome in that situation. So a really, really good defense from Intergalactic.
It's a good defense that puts Intergalactic on match point, but the one trend we've been seeing, at least in the BO5s, not necessarily the BO7s, because VP was just on another level, but generally speaking, the old adage kind of holds true that being able to go to your own map, especially when you can choose any game type in the game, the only rule we have for picking your own map is that you cannot repeat a map, just seems to play to the strengths of these teams here so far, Vast.
Can we pause for a moment, guys? Pinnacle at 100% accuracy on Thing. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's very big. That's very big. You know what? I think you've really called out the most
hard hitting analysis. All right, as exciting as it is to break down a game in a best of 5 series that doesn't call game series, I would like to take our attention and turn it on the chat. In the beginning of this game, I asked you guys what character from the Marvel Universe should we bring into Marvel Rival next. We've had some great answers. Vast, do you know who Gambit is?
I do know Gambit. I'm looking to make my name for myself out here. I do, of course. Who hasn't seen it?
Okay. So,
I'm about to make a name for myself, right?
I'm gonna throw the exploding cards.
Kinetic card.
I'm going to make a
I'm
really,
about to
really
make a
good
name
seafood
for
boil,
myself.
because I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna hit someone with a metal rod because I think he's got like a metal rod that he hits people with.
I'm about to make a name for myself.
We're gonna keep working on that one. Lesseru says, Sandman, the passive sand body standing on any of your abilities would heal and generate bonus health. The Sandstorm is a horizontal sand wall, large visual blocker, and it slows enemies and speeds allies. A Quicksand is AoE. It fields and drags enemies towards the center. Strength intensifies with time spent in the Quicksand, and an ultimate would be something like a Hela. I like these. These are getting strong, ZP. Have you come up with anything better?
Have I come up with anything better?
He only gave one ability, by the way. He just gave ability based off feet. That was it. That's all I heard from the doctor.
Well, it's absolutely iconic within what it does. But okay, you want to go to another thing? I'll piggyback here. We'll do a little bit of caster synergy here. If you're gonna add like Gambit into the game, right, and think about how you're gonna do Gambit, well, one of the team ups there, you'd have to have Rogue, right? Like iconic old school X-Men pairing. Have Rogue in there. You can have an ultimate ability where you just, kind of like Loki's God of Mischief, but also just hurts people at the same way. Like no one actually goes into an interaction with Rogue where she steals your powers and you actually feel good about it at the end. You actually feel quite drained. You might be in a coma for like 10 years of syndication if you're talking about something like Captain Marvel, right? So, Rogue, you got a power steal ability, you got flights coming on in, maybe something along the idea for super strength that, she stole. I mean, just cool abilities. You can even like get the power stealing in from different mechanics, right, too? Not even just the ultimate. So I think there's so much creativity there. And then, power up with Gambit where, maybe you use parts of Gambit's abilities without putting it into a coma.
The seafood boil. The seafood boil. She gained strength by eating some crawdads, perhaps.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights and while they roll. Keep the ideas coming in all the chats. We want to welcome in Sinatra's viewers, over 2.5 thousand tuning in to our first Marvel Rival show here on Fight Night. Check out all of the broadcasts, and a big shout out to Hexagrams behind the scenes. If you guys want a clean feed and you want to join the watch party like Seagull, Sinatra, and crew, you can host your own. Just hit up our producers. We'll take care of you. Good on it. Who stood out in the game 3 decider so far?
I mean, sometimes we disagree with the in-game choosing of the MVP, but Impunity got it, and I have to agree because Impunity, I mean, we're seeing some of those highlights there. On the Groot, such good tech. I mean, even in this play where it maybe ended up failing, the strangling.
Nah, Sentinels play the next match in the finals.
But the usage of the walls in particular, and that's when they're really gonna separate a really good Groot player versus a good Groot player.
Let me actually fix the title here. Drops. Then versus Shroud. Shroud's
mitigating damage for his own team. And I mean, just once again, that's the opening pick on that
rumored. Zen versus rumored Shrouds. Wait. Zen versus Shrouds rumored board.
Fantastic call outs there. Keep your eyes on Senior
What the fuck is this?
Grand finals.
Head on over to our YouTube channel. Drop a subscribe, and if you're watching on Twitch, hit that follow button. We are already over 2,000 followers. It is just the first of many broadcasts coming your way.
Yes, not true. Yo, what's up, chatter? Our viewer.
I don't know if it's actually gonna be, or is actually fucking Shroud's team or not. What? They actually have decent production. Selfness of Prime. I love the comic theme. Yeah, it's good. They it's like very fitting for the game. So marvelly, he said. Yeah, it's first to 3s, best of 5s.
Oh, we can get someone's fucking screen, actually. Holy, I can get Nuke's POV.
Who's the easiest character to use in this game? It's a good gym teacher. Wait, your name's Chris, right? Fuck, I forgot. It was so long ago, bro. That was, wait, when was that? That was 2019, no? 6 years ago? Oh, Brock. You still have that place? In DC? The same place?
It's gonna be Hydra. How is he ahead of me? What the fuck? I'm watching his stream and he's ahead of me on the main stream.
Nah, British Pro won't lose. Moving to New York. Interesting. That'll be fun. That'll be very chaotic, I'm sure. Realist is a sub. Basketball coaching. Interesting. Fuck, I'll take some coaching, bro. Need to learn a jump shot. VP is owning everyone and it's not even close, bro. They're lucky. I'm sure VP were literally all on the edge of their seats. Literally all 6 of them, whoever in call, all looking at the roster leaks and like, thank God J1 is not on these rosters. They were literally on the edge of their seat biting their nails, I'm sure. Itching, like trying to sleep, looking at their phone like they can't sleep, bro. Seeing if I'm playing or not. You understand? Oh shit. Well, I'll be right back. I have to take a call real quick. I'm sorry. But this is perfect time because you can just watch this stream. Yeah, I forgot. I was supposed to take the call after the sponsor, but it's about, yeah.
Do you, buddy?
Yeah.
Do you, buddy? Do you, buddy? Game in 1.
You are watching the first night of Marvel's Fight Night.
Fight
Welcome,
Night.
everybody. Chris Bucket on the mic. We got ZP and Avast, and 2 of the best teams in North America fighting for their chance to play for $1,000. It's a best of 5 leading up to the best of 7, and this could be the final
Dog, we
game.
got this,
Will
and
Intergalactic
then a
be able to finish it out,
BO7,
or
bro.
will we see
Holy
Extinction
shit.
forcing us the distance. Avast,
Holy
ZP.
shit. And
Let's
then
break
after I
down
gotta
what we've seen
play,
so far,
bro.
because
God
this is just the
damn.
NA portion of the show. We already saw 2 matches from EU, and there's clearly a juggernaut over there. Virtus Pro, best team on the planet, or just in Europe, Avast?
I think it's the best team on the
little
planet, bruh.
call. I mean, considering we haven't really seen very much, cross-region play at all, essentially. I would say that in general, looking how clean they look, though, Virtus Pro might be a favorite. I mean, might be heresy to say because I know Sentinels later today in the BO7, we're going to be seeing Sentinels play, and Sentinels clout match, of course. We can't be dogging on the clout too much, but Virtus Pro look very, very clean, and we got to give Sentinels a chance in this new, their new roster. Give them some time to gel and see how are they actually going to look before I make the comparison. But Virtus Pro might be the team to beat worldwide currently.
Benzie calling out that we need to take a look at mutants as well. Lots of teams coming to the surface here
Bro,
as the top
Mutants better
squads
than
in their
Synth.
region. We hope to feature them all on Rivals Fight Night. So find us on Twitter. Let us know who you want to see. And of course, spam that chat. Before we jump into the next game, we're going to see Extinction choosing the map here. But ZP, I saw a fantastic suggestion. We need more Vanguard. What if we had a Doc Ock who gets to free float if close to walls? So it's kind of like a flying character, but you're dependent on walls and stuff.
I would love it. I think the wall climbing mechanics in the game and also the web swinging mechanics in the game are some of the coolest that we've seen within the hero shooter genre. Also, I think a good chance to introduce the anti-team up mechanic because Doc Ock is a hater. I feel like he needs extra special
Well, I haven't watched a
bonuses
Spidey
only
movie in
versus
like a
Spider-Man
minute, bro.
does not like Peter Parker one bit.
In
But
like
also,
a minute,
I have another
bro.
thing to bring up right now that Seagull brought up, which is a very important observation, is that apparently within Seagull's chat, everyone is saying that Avast just looks like a park ranger right now. Full park ranger cosplay.
I was wondering, are you like in Yosemite or where are we working nowadays?
Check on the redwoods after this, actually. So I mean, it's gonna do a night. I'm just gonna check out some trees. I mean, I'm keeping both the cast and the forest. Okay, Groot and I were tight like that. All you need to know is that this is some of the finest resold park ranger uniforms you could ever find. If you ever need a hookup, you know who to call. Okay, so, but if you get lost in the woods, don't call me after making fun of the fit. Do not make fun. Do not call me.
True or false? You own a reptile.
Don't own a reptile.
Okay, not yet. He's gonna be a snake guy eventually,
Not
ZP.
yet.
All right, we're jumping into this map. We've got it on the screen for us. What can you tell me about game number 4?
I think the fact that we're hanging in the Hell's Heaven right now, it's kind of interesting because generally speaking, I mean, when teams are picking maps that they feel favored on, a lot of times teams will go to Convoy or Convergence, but going to Domination, to me, it just feels like going into this extinction wants a straightforward map, whether it be win or lose. And I mean, they also, when you see teams go to Domination too, there might be some sort of comp where they feel like, hey, we actually have like a key mechanical edge, because it's more of a game type where it's less heavy on some of the deeper strategic plans.
Bro, yo, following the official cast is so fucking complicated, bro. Like, you have so much information, you have 12 ults to track, 12 people's position on track, and they're all not in the same spot. Wolverine band.
This map, you know, you get to the Super Soldier Factory, you get to the Frozen Airfield points, it gets so enclosed, and the map's going to rotate, where Wolverine is incredibly strong. The Pharaoh Leap can cover so much just ground, catch a player very easily, and with the Last Stand also, when so many people are going to be grouped, unless you're doing really effective splits, Wolverine makes smart. And I mean, also, there's another group protect. So you know Immunity's probably going to be playing some Groot.
Will we see more things, ZP?
I absolutely think we are going to see more thing, unless it gets banned, which I don't think it will be. I think in this instance here, I think both teams have shown they feel pretty good about playing things. So worst case scenario, you go thing for thing. The Star-Lord Protect coming in from Extinction actually is pretty interesting to me, given the fact that you think about which team looked really good with Star-Lord back on our first Domination map. It was Intergalactic. It was Senior Hoff just going wild on the Star-Lord. So in this case, they've gone with the Star-Lord Protect, and they go for the Hella ban. So I think to them, it's like they're okay with the Star-Lord Mirror. They're just not okay with the Star-Lord Mirror when they have to deal with the Hella.
Yeah, they're saying if we're going to run it, we just want to not get picked out of the sky. On the other side, is that Invisible Woman being banned? I believe so. So
that is an Invisible Woman being banned, which it makes a lot of sense when you think of the fact that this map is very strong for her kit, but also when you have Star-Lord being protected, so you know Star-Lord's probably going to get played. The Guardian Shield, her secondary, is so strong for very mobile heroes because you can give them a shield, 300 HP, it gives them healing as well, slows enemies that come near, and you can redeploy it at will pretty much. It's got a pretty low cooldown. So Invisible Woman not being able to be comboed with the Star-Lord means that you're gonna have to find a little bit more answers that maybe are a little bit less ubiquitous, less versatile. You know, you play with like a Mantis, potentially just like keep with like a Cloak and Dagger, or you know, the ever-present Loki. So overall, I think it's a pretty interesting ban because it's pretty much just mitigating the value that you can get from a hero like Star-Lord.
So are we seeing Loki? Are we seeing Luna? Luna has to be in the comp, right? ZP, what do you expect to see here? Cloak?
I think when in doubt, in terms of supports, there is like kind of a general tiering. If you're gonna take a guess, like obviously teams might have specific strategies on maps, but I think if Loki is available, Loki will be played. I think if Luna is available, Luna will be played. And part of that is that Luna's ultimate, fate of both worlds, it's just incredibly good at presence. And guess what? If you have Loki, you get it twice, right? And you take a look at the comps here, doesn't look like that's gonna be changing anytime soon.
Here we go. Game is ready. Extinction trying to force a game 5. Casters, take it away.
Take a look here, Avast. It's a Hulk sighting. And Senior Hoff off the group.
I mean, I see it. The Hulk 2 leap on that thing. It's
triple support. I mean, triple deep. I mean, triple tank.
Window is on the strange.
It's
so
triple tank.
Doing the old flex, triple Vanguard action in play versus an old 2-2-2 on the other end. So more pressure on Extinction.
Doom the solo.
And that's it makes even more sense now with the
Yeah,
invisible
Doom's a
ban,
solo
because
DPS on
having Invisible
Star-Lord.
for a triple Vanguard setup here when you're just playing the Star-Lord for Duelist means you won't have the force physics to bring them into range of your Vanguards. So this is actually an even smarter ban now, because Extinction having to back up. I mean, the triple Vanguard is getting so much pressure, but they are finally going to pick
Senior's dead.
right there onto Senior Hoff, as that's going to mean that they can drop the Fate of Both Worlds, try to find some more, and yeah, they're also going to make sure that Bruce Banner, he's back. No more Hulk, just Bruce Banner time.
You know, one thing that I feel like is
Oh, there you
universal
go.
across hero shooters is that if you're gonna run a
Alright, are we
triple,
still on the setup
Vanguard
or what?
composition, it's also a composition that doesn't really like giving up first pick. If you give up
Yeah,
first pick,
that's
the other team
not
is running
ideal.
something more usual, like a 2-2-2, it's probably over. That fight is not going to end in your way, because all the advantages of running a triple Vanguard composition is that you're really tanky. There's a lot of space being taken, and people don't usually die. If someone dies, now you're just down a duelist, which doesn't feel great.
For sure, and Triple Vanguard still puts out a lot of damage as well. I mean, the Vanguards all do a lot of damage on their own, but you're right. I mean, there's so much sustain here. They're really relying on Doom to be the pick driver, and also to have just a lot of displacement, a lot of value for the Vanguard ults, as there's going to be the Force onto the Fate of Both Worlds. There's going to be the Kraken impact as well, as can they clean up anyone with that cold?
Does Sleepy get a
No,
reset?
everyone's going to live.
Galactic Legend in from the top one guns.
Intergalactic is just chilling. They're chilling. They're winning this.
Not easy targets, and it's Impunity just running around giving people the Hulk fists.
They just invested
And that's the
Groot
beauty of
and
this comp
Loki.
here, CP, because, okay,
I guess
you
they
have
used
two
two.
duelists, but
They used two
we have
defenses
meat.
too.
We have a lot of meat, which means it's very hard to burn through them unless maybe that Kraken impact is getting a ton of value. You know, they're able to focus those that have had the culling effect. Maybe they can get a strategist. And with Impunity running around Hulk, you can also drop the indestructible guard, which means that everyone gets shields on the team. It's so much valued in terms of just mitigating the damage, and all that damage goes into shields, then turns into ult percentage for Impunity. So he has even more monster Hulk form.
Just hanging out on the wall.
Oh boy.
Here, and, all right.
That's risky,
Hulk
bro.
going on in, alt use.
He's just alone, not getting healed. He's gonna die. He does get the Lunas though.
Gives up his life for it.
It's worth. It's worth.
Still,
You get your healer.
setting the stage here.
It's worth.
Extinction, though,
And you get there
more than
faster than
ability
Luna
to
too. I
wall
think.
this back.
He's looking.
As
Oh,
Intergalactic
this can be
down.
massive.
Vanguard's in early high
Oh, it's
They
huge.
did not know. ZP, the answer to that,
It's
they did not
huge.
know. They did not know about the Eye of Agamotto there. I mean, really well
It's
positioned window, and
huge.
even with Impunity going in, gonna trading his life there for a pick, that's still great because, okay, pick, they think we can come back in, that Hulk's coming back, and Window just gonna reposition with the Coco Levitation. And also what's so crucial with this team up too with Hulk is that because of the Gamma Maelstrom, Window can hold on to all that dark energy, all that dark magic at 100 and not be anti-heal, which gives them even more pressure when they release that. So
There's no
overall,
anti-heal with the team up. There's no way.
Well, Extinction,
He
they're
doesn't
loaded
get
for
anti-heal
bear.
with
The
the
question is,
team
do they
up.
use it here or wait for the next round? I think they probably use it here. They open up
I
Galactic
senor.
Legend, top one guns player into the sky. Fate of both worlds in action.
I Fidel needs to stay alive.
Impact in. Schleepai just
So he gets an ult.
impacted
He
himself
gets his ult
instead.
right after.
Down one early on the ult bank, fully drained, and Intergalactic looking none worse for the wear. Extinction.
And it's probably just
Intergalactic ult is better. It's just better.
But as soon as
They have like
Blue did
5
not
more
get
seconds
value with the
of
meteor,
Luna
did not
ult.
kill anyone through any- they're not getting a limb to
Yeah,
strategy,
Extinction just
means that
loses here.
Intergalactic just gonna survive.
And Window
Gonna last
also
for
has
so long.
another ult.
Intergalactic clean up here on the
Okay, it's
point,
not over yet.
and, you know, that's a situation where you really just want to get one. You have to find
I think
one
it's
to
over.
maybe stop the sustained value that's going to be happening with Intergalactic when you're forced to be on point there.
Yeah.
So that's interesting to me, and I'm curious if this is going to turn out to be a more regional thing, because it would be such a reversal of historical, trends between the regions, right? It's funny to me that in EU, you don't really see too much in the realm of the triple Vanguard comps for the most part, and then you get to NA, and it's like, yes, we will triple Vanguard. We will find ways to use it. Not on every map per se, but Intergalactic, I'm not sure they're really going to change here, and I know it's something that you look at previous public matches for Sentinels before they became Sentinels, they were partial to it at times also. So, using some of the flexibility here in Marvel Rivals with team compositions, just to say, you know what, sometimes we do want to use triple Vanguard.
And sometimes you just want to bring out the big green thing, you know? You want to bring out the Hulk. And I think it's so crucial. But realistically, it's also just that so many strong team-ups there, especially with the Doctor Strange. The Indestructible Guard just gives so much value. There's really no other ability in the game that gives you just that much damage mitigation from a Vanguard that instantly with the shield. That then converts into pure ultimate percentage. So outside of maybe like the regeneration domain, see an early portal coming out here. Window gonna take them up directly onto the point. So you would think, oh, maybe we're gonna fight for high ground. No, instead we don't need that because we can build the stairs. We can just walk up to the high ground.
What?
Right. I mean, well, you don't need anything as flashy as flying. You know, use the stairs. Simple and effective. But what do you think here of Thor versus Hulk as both teams start?
Ooh, Pinnacles on Thor.
Things out here. Agamotto on deck for Windows. Takes down.
And then, oh, Extinction is matching the triple
and again,
tank setup.
Thor, what do you like?
Thor is very interesting here because you're going to be dropping the Awakening Rune a lot. It's all going to be based off of, can I throw that damage, just try to cleave through enemies, get a very, very quick God of Thunder.
Thor
but
doesn't
for
cleave,
the first fight, at
bro.
least, it did not give a lot of value. Intergalactic going to be chasing down these frags, continuing to find one. And what's so good about Hulk here, again, we talked about the shields, but the radioactive lockdown means that we can also exile players. That player can't do anything. They're not going to be able to shoot. They're not going to be able to heal. They're just going to be stuck until damage is done to them. So Intergalactic playing this so well. And for Extinction, if they're going to play the Thor, I mean, they don't have like a hella team up right now. They aren't going to have the reses. They aren't going to have that damage boost. Really, Thor just needs to take
Impunity's
a
out
lot
of
value
position.
with the God of Thunders and just trying to displace maybe members of the back line.
A little bit of blaster barrage. Top one guns facing up for the Galactic Legend.
Top Gun.
Extinction, a full ult bank here.
Super aggressive position. Wait, Top Gun. He's just behind him.
No
Ooh, it's big.
Agamotto used by Window. However, down one, it's going to be difficult for them to convert on. Galactic Legend use Fate of Both Worlds in Extinction. Burn in the bank. They head directly onto the point. Keep their tournament life on the line, because if they lose this round, that's it. They will not be in the money match.
Oh, the Strangling Prison coming
Okay,
out.
yeah.
Great.
Sleepy is the. Oh, Sleepy is on Strange.
They now have to survive through the Intergalactic
Sleepy is the one that switched
off.
off.
He's gonna get pocketed, but finally gonna find Pinnacle, and now they're stuck here in the room, the bunker. It's not looking good. The blaster barrage, and it looks like that's gonna be it here, as the fight is gonna be over. An Extinction here on a last fight territory, and you really, I mean, Intergalactic playing this triple Vanguard up so well. They're getting so much value from the Hulk. Doomed allowed to just come in, force cooldowns, get late picks, as Extinction just have not had the chance to get any return. And I mean, they swapped counter Hulk.
Avast, Intergalactic is now knocking on the door of Sentinels. They can feel it. The best of 7 money match in their sights. Extinction, last fight to stay in the first Rivals fight night for North America. Doomed immediately takes down Flamme. A huge.
The Luna needs to stay alive. Does Monotone stay alive? Does Monotone stay alive? Oh.
Looking to put this one away. 99-0.
80% Luna. 82, 83, 86, 90 Luna dies.
Book their ticket to fight Sentinels for $1,000 right after this match.
Intergalactic versus
I mean, I have to give
Sentinels.
so much credit to Impunity. I mean, Impunity played the group masterfully on Symbiotic Resurgence, played Hulk here expertly on Hell's Head.
Boo.
While it's happening, giving shields, finding picks,
for the
Doomed, and I
for
mean,
the
overall,
measly,
just played this so,
not
well.
the measly, the gigantic,
I
the
think you look at
astonishing,
Impunity's contributions,
the
and it cannot be
jaw-dropping
understated, where, yeah, the MVP
$1,000
says one
prize
thing,
pool.
But Impunity overall hero pool was great throughout the series, flexing on multiple different tank heroes, and making the Hulk difference, as you mentioned here, just very much known to the point that you get the swap at the very end, almost desperation out of Extinction. But between these two teams, we thought it would be close. I think it was close at points, but Intergalactic just showed more flexibility.
Let me look something up. How much did I make on Counter-Strike when I was like fucking 14 years old? ESEA season, fuck, what was it? I think it was season like 18. What season was it, bro?
I know we banned him. It's definitely a lot harder. I mean, I think that's why that was banned, right? I mean, I mean, actually, to be fair, it was technically Extinction that banned him, correct? So, realistically, Extinction didn't want to ban him. I mean, so, but it's definitely a lot harder because we're pretty much the only full Vanguard counter because not only does he do a ton of damage, his damage is based on the percentage base of the target's health. So, the more health you have, the more damage he does. So I do think that, like, if Wolverine's on the field, you probably don't see a triple Vanguard, but you have seen some games that, I mean, even
Season 90 maybe?
previous banners, or even in Europe, where you've seen triple Vanguard potentially be Wolverine occasionally, but it's definitely not easy, and I
How does ESA even work nowadays, bro? It is so hard to like. Oh, I see. Hold on.
Obviously had a great game. I mean, a very, very good game. Showed the flexibility. I mean, there's nothing that we can complain about with Senior Hop. I think they were very, very crucial. And I just asked the answer, which clips are sexy? This clip is so good. I mean, this is for good reason. CB? Yeah, of course it's for good reason. Who is playing your Bucky? Bucky is going to get the biggest highlight clips in Marvel Rivals right now over every other character because everyone wants to hear again get said like 5 times in a row, and it also often happens, right? So, but also, it helps too for Senior Hop. Very impactful Star-Lord play, especially going back to how we opened the series on domination, right? Where Senior Hop goes Star-Lord after a rough round 1 and just easily brings Intergalactic through for 2 straight rounds. And with flexibility, whether it be on Star-Lord, whether it be on Super Soldier, or at the very end, flexing the group. However, Puckett, there may be retribution. And Avast will remember this day that he got. I will say, I mean, I'll lodge a protest. I would have had impunity personally, but Senior Hop, obviously, I mean, on the Star, on the Bucky, I mean, you can even say that somebody, an intergalactic legend himself, perhaps, an intergalactic legend himself, even. So yeah, overall, I think that Senior Hop had a game, and I can't be mad about that pick. I think the MVP was well deserved, showed a lot of flexibility, but impunity heads in chat. Rise up, Puckett has taken that away from you. And
Season 21.
I would also like to request that our amazing solid behind the scenes creates
What did we get?
pick of the day. If we could crown impunity, I know you already have the montage ready. Let's just throw it up on Twitter. In the meantime, we've got to talk about what is in front of us. CP.
This was my ESEA account.
Qualifier matchup to get to the money battle.
You guys fuck with my picture. Join 2015. Wait, hold on. What did I get in intermediate playoffs? What was my ADR? 85? In the intermediate playoffs? Wait, I was on Ghost Gaming? Wait. The main team was this? Wait, this team went on to be this team. What the fuck? You guys fuck with that? 91 ADR in Maine, but I only played 2 matches because I went on vacation, or I went to Hawaii, I think. Does it say, like, what we got? How do you say the placement? Oh, we got 10th? I thought we got 3rd. Oh, regular postseason. Oh, we got 3rd postseason. Yeah, this is when I won like $200 when I was like 15. How do we see the matches? Like, can I see the match history? Who did we play against and who did we lose to? View bracket. We played against Incognitos. 10-6, 5-16. We're the 14th seed against the 2 seed. Who did we play against? Oh, I think it was literally these people. James, I think I remember this guy. I think this guy went on to play like pretty high level. Ross DK? I played on a team with this guy. Fuck, how do we see, like... I wish we could see, like, I wish we could see, like, the match. Maybe we can, if I go to my profile. Stats. If I go career, league, fuck. Oh, it's right here, I think. What? I had a 6.9 RWS? That is fake stats, bro. Does it show the match? The whole match? This is only one map, though. and 22, relax, bro. You can pull up any game, bro. Wait, why does it only show one map? Oh, maybe it was 2 maps. Because of 15 and 32. See, how about this? This was a main match, huh? You gonna talk about this? In-game? You gonna talk about that? At 15? That's one below Pro Play, basically. Pro Play starts at Premier. There's signed teams in Premier. Like, back then. That was literally on 60 FPS and below. Like, no troll. On, like, some shit-ass computer. The Macintosh. Bro, and I literally had 0 hours in Counter-Strike, you understand? Like, let's see how much hours total I had. And literally half the hours I didn't even play, like, competitive. 1,800 hours in my life in Counter-Strike. All these other kids I'm playing against literally have like 10,000, bro. You understand? Wow, you're so good, thank you, man. That's actually when I started PC gaming. I was at 15 years old for that. For Counter-Strike, and I played for a year. Like, I played 2 seasons. I think I played Open, Intermediate, Main, a little bit of Main, and then I quit. And then played Overwatch when I turned 16. But Counter-Strike was my first, like, PC game of, like, actually having a full PC. My first PC game was probably, well, RuneScape if you count that, but like an actual like competitive game. It was Counter-Strike. Before that I played Xbox only.
Rivals Fight Night number 1. That's
Call of Duty only.
Opening night's first broadcast will be featuring the best of EU and NA. We already did the European broadcast.
Death.Saradomin Brew. Bro, you don't even understand the amount of DDs I hit, or DDs we did in free-to-play East Varrock Wilderness. Level 15 to level 20. Mage only, Fire Blast only. I don't think you understand, bro. Yeah, I did. How do you know that guy? Brock? I played CS with him. He was on my open team. Wait, you guys know? Does anyone here know who Classics is? Like the Rocket League Pro? KLASSUX? He was on my open team. I played open with him. He was our opper. When I was 15, he was on my open team. I'm pretty. Here, let me look it up. Actually, I'm pretty sure it'll pop up. If yes, yeah, it's crazy. They actually keep every stat.
Bro, we're in best of 7 territory. Holy fuck.
I don't know how they have all this info from legit 10 years ago, but they have it. Let's see. Let's see if I could find it. History. Okay, not that. Records? Stats? Fuck, where was it? How did I find it? Maybe here? Career. League. Okay. Let's see if we could find like. Oh, I'm pretty sure this was Classics. Clashing? Okay, that's not Classics. Fuck, where was Classics? When? Maybe I played main with him? I think I played main with him, maybe. But that wouldn't make sense either, because I think I played with. Oh, maybe I did. Let me see.
Yeah, I gotta eat some.
No. No. Bro, when was it? I think it had to have been open. But maybe it was SIBO. Does anyone know what SIBO is?
Yo, let me hit 1K, bruh. Let me hit 1K. It's not the best, bro. Respect mutants.
No, one of this is fear. So one of these people have to be Classics, I feel like. Maybe
No,
Living
sure.
Meme? Oh no, that's fear.
Yeah. Triple tank.
Does anyone know Classics' name?
Bryce said he played in Halo. Goes to Eternity. Nice. Congrats. Poppin'.
How many different heroes can they play? And Sentinels should be able to be very strong in all of them.
We got some diehard Sentinel fans in the chat right now. They're freaking had a penny as
Yeah, I'm
their
down, Guru.
icon. ZP. What other characters, heroes will we be seeing as we're going to our first map in the best of 7?
I think one thing that you might end up seeing from Sentinels that you haven't seen as much within NA, and you saw it come out a little bit in EU, is that I do think you might see more in the realm of, you know, again, flexibility, where if they have to run something like a Storm, they can run something like a Storm. They've run that in other tournaments. It's not like secret info. They enjoy running Storm. They enjoy running Thing dive comps. They can run double tank. Going into Hell's Heaven, I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe took a page out of what we just saw in our last domination map and simply decide to go, you know, on the triple Vanguard, right? I think that would make a whole lot of sense with how some teams in NA have been approaching domination as a game mode, particularly on Hell's Heaven. But we'll have to see. I think the cool thing with Sentinels is we won't know until we see the bans and the picks actually come through.
I don't know. There's no Penny. There's no Penny Parker, Puckett. I just gotta play it. There's no Penny Parker coming through. Kurova has the Penny Parker. That hero is not. If Penny Parker is played during today, that, I mean, that would be incredible. Especially because also Kurova is their strategist player. So that would be even more impressive.
Okay, so we're probably not going to see a Penny. Will we see? I'm trying to think of who has just been absolutely removed. We haven't seen any Magic so far.
No Spider-Man. No Spider-Man.
No Spider-Man. No Mr. Fantastic. Like 30 seconds of Iron Fist. ZP, any other duelist that you want to see? The chat is asking, what is the best duelist right now?
Best duelist overall, I mean, it kind of depends on what criteria you're going to use. I think when you look at Sentinels in particular and what they could play, it would be Rymazing on the Star-Lord. I think a lot of teams playing Sentinels might just take Star-Lord out of the equation.
Okay, yeah.
But also, I mean, Sentinels is a team where you can drop the Iron Fist and have it be good, right? Like, their pool into the duelist goes a little bit deep. I don't know if you'll see anything along the lines of a Spider-Man come into play, but
bro, they've never played Spider-Man ever. Magban.
Yeah.
That's very interesting that Magneto is banned. You don't see that happen too often because it's, like we've talked about, one of the only solutions to strategy ults. As
I mean, Wolf
is
protected.
So
Wolf is protected. We need an invisible woman.
And there's no bubbles, which means if you don't have
okay, the thing.
For this match, I fear for you because Wolverine's gonna be running absolutely rampant.
They might ban Invisible Woman.
Penny Parker might be coming out just for
to enable the Wolverine.
Traps. All right, let's take a look at what else.
Talking
is
about blue
team,
by the way.
I have a feeling it's gonna
Hella
be
ban.
Nope, Hella is gonna be out here. So strategy.
I don't know which is which.
A lot of Vanguards being
I think blue team might be a
Sentinel.
Sentinel.
After seeing Impunity running the group, make sure he will not be in the
whoa!
Whoa! Third Vanguard will be
whoa!
It's time to get weird, Thor.
I mean, they know that triple Vanguard was in the
Holy
cards.
shit.
They know it's in the cards here. I mean, that's why Intergalactic made these bans. Wolverine's protected. I mean, they've essentially just said right off the bat, like, okay, like, you are.
Bro, you're not gonna play triple Vanguard or whatever, bro.
Well, the other thing too is of the Vanguard,
I've seen like a couple streams from them. They've never played even a single game of triple tank.
Have to run into the blunder that is Wolverine's claws going in here.
There's no way to run triple Vanguard.
I think absolutely end up being a Wolverine versus Wolverine mirror match. I think the tanks
Gomez is a
that
really
end up
good
being
Wolverine
played here are going to be super interesting because I think both teams will probably run Thing mirror, but what you see as the next tank with Magneto and Group being off.
You said I was so bro. That's the average. That means some games you literally drop like 80 ADR and some you drop like legit 20, like 15 and shit.
Domination. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We don't have to really worry about portals too much on this. But this is going to be a brawl. It's time to jump into it, and we see
Intergalactic is whipping out the fucking Gamma team up with the fucking Iron Man. There's no way.
I mean, I'm so happy to
the
see
triple
it.
tank,
it,
huh?
Honestly. And you know, I guess to be fair, it was a little early
yeah,
jump of the gun on saying
Sentinels
Vanguard,
does not run triple tank,
the
bro.
triple brawl Vanguard.
Intergalactic does.
I mean, you don't
looks
see
like.
the Hulk Thing Venom too often, but these are three of the beefiest dudes that are gonna be running at
Okay,
you here.
Fido's just
and they're gonna be doing a lot for the mitigation because I mean, you have the indestructible guard.
Dude, that's a insane Ming maxing right there.
To give the damage reduction as well from Thing. So Intergalactic,
they're going for the rocket at the beginning to give armor and then Jeff to give the most speed with the bubbles.
It's super funny that Wolverine protected, but it's more so the threat of Wolverine, which changes the tank composition as
Doomed is dead already.
It's gonna be a little chaotic here, but Hogs immediately just finds Doomed in the beginning. Kind of interesting to see a Star-Lord just get crunched by Thing. Super.
You got a name more fluid now. Collusions on
advantage
Tor.
for Sentinels. Intergalactic having to find a way back in.
Gomez on Bucky. They're playing pretty much the meta outside of the tanks.
Difficult mound to come back from as Kalush gets the better Senior Hoff.
you see what
Yeah, they're just
Sentinels are
playing
doing
the
so
meta.
well on this first fight is, okay, they're not playing triple Vanguard. They still have double Duelist. And that means you can't fight on point directly. You're not going to be able to deal with all the help.
Yeah,
all that
Intergalactic has a
has
what? Has a Venom when they could have
you know, they make sure that
a
if they ever get pressure, they
Namor
can drop the blessing of the deep. Super
or
Game is
Bucky,
also looking for a
two
flank,
SR
trying to find
characters.
pickoffs, trying to get
The
a
senior gets off the thing, I think.
lot of value from the bionic hook, and it worked expertly because then they're split trying to find anyone, and because
Impunity's on the
this
thing now.
Thor, probably one of the highest DPS tanks currently in the game, just because of the Awakening rune, and it cleaves through the enemy team, and it worked expertly because
Oh, we're
all
sure
the split focus meant
Thor
Sentinels
cleaves
just
through
because
the
they need it.
team. I don't think he
Sentinels,
does.
Intergalactic staging here. It's Sentinels on the defense. Intergalactic looking to flip this.
I do like
the
the switch that they made.
Right, amazing. Just laying in some damage on the Namor.
I like the Namor. Namor's broken, so use it.
Might be flinging some
Especially with
sooner
Luna.
than you may think.
Ramazing's gonna have the combo. They're going for it.
In Blaster Barrage,
Kurova's dead though.
Here for Intergalactic, and this is where
Gomez
you can
on.
be a little bit more aggressive after pick number 1.
Oh,
Galactic
doomed.
Legend in over the top. We'll see if this is enough to turn the tide. It's looking good for Intergalactic.
I mean, and with no strategy ult here,
Kurova
just
does
gonna be
have
cleaning up.
ult.
Intergalactic making the swap over to the Namor, doing the second duelist, so crucial there because now they can.
Yeah,
work
Kurova
on the
died
fight.
early,
It's
no?
double Duelist comp. I mean, despite the fact that
He had
on
to have
Namor, there's
died
still a lot of
early.
heals, and also with
Yeah,
the idle
this is
aura,
all.
just able to go out onto the Star.
The Ting ult is available for Impunity.
So Intergalactic making some good swaps there. Intergalactic Legend.
Like this alone
looking
can
very,
win them
very
in a
big
fight.
with no strategy ults. And Sentinels looking to
2.5
retake here. They're gonna
seconds
still have
of
that big
stun.
whale getting ready to go out.
You know, there's a
They're
little bit of
left.
a mind warp
All
that's
left,
happened
all
here
left,
with
all left.
Intergalactic, where it's Galactic Legend, but we both of us have called it Intergalactic.
They still have the Luna combo. Luna Namor combo. Intergalactic was the team that did it. But Senior Off is already at 90%.
It's not quite a clobbering time, though I think most of the watch is pretty much set to that. You see Impunity now, moving forward, looking for the right time, gonna drop.
Impunity drops his ult. He's one shot.
Focus fire to turn Impunity, barely surviving. The heals, though, very
Oh
good
my
for
god,
Intergalactic.
Nuke is
It comes
dead.
across as Nuck is focused down instead. Sentinels still picking up 2.
And that's exactly what you want to
These
see.
two
I mean,
ults
if
for
you're
this.
Sentinels getting able to force
Walls
early,
and
create
Galactic,
both worlds,
Intergalactic
and then walk
uses
back
one.
up, drop the Hornet Proteus, get a pick. Gonna be a late kill now. A late
It's
delay
not
now
the end of
onto
the
Window.
world.
Is Intergalactic,
Loki's
I
at
mean, they still have
95%.
decent amount of time. I mean, the banks here relatively equal. They're
Yeah,
gonna have
Loki's at 95% and Luna's at 72, so they're ahead on ult economy, support wise.
Be on to Aramora to see, okay, how does she mitigate the damage coming out here from this Hornet Proteus? How do they stay alive with this regeneration domain?
I think it's gonna be a quick God of Mischief coming on in. In all likelihood, Kaluj though. Right now, God of Thunder on deck in the front line. Descend. I dare you to come fight me. Punches Senior Hoff right in the jaw. Drops a God of Thunder right after Sentinels, working one up. God of Mischief used.
Kurova's at 50%.
To dance off in play.
Yeah, they need to watch out, bro. Sentinels needs to watch out. They don't have a defensive.
Thank you very much.
They do not have a defensive. The Starlord ult is free. There's no mag.
Intergalactic here as well.
There's no shield tanks. Oh, Gomez is back on the
and there's no strategy ult
on the Starlord.
As Super Gomez continuing to find 1, find 2, find 3. And I mean, Sentinels, it was well played from Intergalactic, but Sentinels just keeping so much pressure throughout the entirety of that first point and just making sure to remove those strategy ults.
You know, we had the Bucky blunder a few maps back where you saw a team have to go in and just run into again and again and again. Well, you have strategist ults up and you have to touch the point, and you got Star-Lord yelling at Legendary. You're not really feeling good about your odds to live there.
I never seen him play that shit.
About your odds to live there either, as Super Gomez just got absolutely stat pad at the end.
Can I chime in real quick here, gentlemen? Aramori is nasty on this Loki. Observer, please put the camera on the Loki. It is the only strategist I'm willing to play. I need to learn how.
Thank you, Puckett. Thank you.
Hashtag ad, hashtag
you can
spawn
take the
too.
ramblings of Puckett and you can take them under consideration, of course.
Do you notice that Puckett has just grown in power as night has gone on? He's just slowly...
I know, he's really...
Before you know it, it's just like...
There's no Puckett in team, says Puckett.
Just when she has all.
Impunity is 0-4 on the thing, bro. 0-4.
But he's definitely right. I mean, Aramori, obviously, she's very, very good on the Loki. He's played a lot of it for the squad of Sentinels. And what's so important here is Sentinels hold on to the Hornet Proteus here and also Fate of Both Worlds for this next point.
I mean, they get a little bit
yeah,
of savings
Sentinels has the advantage.
Senior Hoff, though. Going backside now on the Thor.
Oh,
Impunity
no,
just
Michael,
misses.
Impunity! He did not hit the clobbering time.
Meanwhile, Kurova just got simply abducted to start things off there.
Oh, Kurova's dead again.
Off the early
Not his
pickoff,
best start
off
to
the
a
quick,
series.
Just kidnapping.
Yo, Impunity, do something, bro.
See if this is what they need to get first point. They're just about there. Sentinels.
Oh, finally, he
stuck
probably
having
has his
protect.
first
5 versus 6.
KP.
Kaluj just getting punched into oblivion.
I don't know how Sentinels
Has to
loses
take a step
this
off the
badly,
point.
bro.
Cap going the way of Intergalactic. And this is kind
That's
of things here where
crazy.
you have an advantage, but you don't necessarily chase too deep.
Senor
As you know, it's about to be back
and the
to a
Wolf,
6v6.
95%
Especially
ult.
not on the Super Social Factory. It's so hard here with the rotating point and this really small choke. And there's gonna be the metal cannonball throwing Senior off on the Wolverine. You know, not getting too much. Gonna back up here as Sentinels walking in with
Sentinels have
six
a
ults
lot of
here for this
ults, yeah.
They're rich. They're absolutely rich. They're looking to spend.
Windows dead.
Intergalactic will see if they can hold on. Fate of 2 Worlds used early on. Gomez, though, able to get the early pick on the window. Sets up Sentinels now for the 6-on-5. Intergalactic, what do they invest? God of Mischief has been used. Last stand ready here
Yeah,
for
the
Senior
Wolverine
Hawk.
ult can be
Senior Hawk
really
slashing,
big. You can
slashing, looking for anything right now. Into the back. Still last stand on deck.
We need
Kaluj
a
does use
Wolf
it now.
ult.
He does. Into the back he
Ooh.
goes. Kaluj down.
Kaluj
Intergalactic able to get
dead.
1.
Senior
Even
dies
back
for
out.
it, bro.
Intergalactic still in control of the point here too, Avast. Fate of both worlds coming in as Mori now on the clone.
And Sentinel still, I mean, Aaron Moore playing this so well, getting that late God of Mischief. Still, despite the picks, despite the last stand from Senior Hoff, they sustained here on the point. They're able to stay alive. Really, really good ults. And Sentinel's still in control, finally getting the cap. They're going to have a clobbering time as Intergalactic walking in. Sure, 2 clobbering times, that's fine. I'll have 2 clobbering times. But it's, in return, you're just going to have to watch out, like, okay, who's going to force perhaps a regeneration domain, something early.
Well, speaking of clobbering time, Hogs check the watch, dropped it, but also got dropped in turn. Thing for thing, as it were. And now, right now, back to what is setting up to be another 5 versus 5.
I think that's
Sentinels
a
in
win for
control of the point.
Intergalactic. They go 1 for 1, but Hogs has to use his ult for
Yeah,
this.
I'm not sure. The Wolverine
One
was
Impunity
there.
still
That
has
was
his.
problematic.
Rising dies.
Unfortunately, the blessings of the deep were not a
5v6.
blessing. There's going to be an early pickoff as well as Intergalactic.
Intergalactic has the ultimate advantage. They should win
That's
this.
a lot of damage here, and Senior Hoff should be able to run wild as already. There's going to be the Fate of
Ah, there's a lot of
There's going to be a
ults.
Kraken impact as well from Doom as
There's a
Intergalactic
lot
in
of ults.
complete control of the point. I mean, I'm sure Hogs can delay here a little bit, but really, they just have nothing. And oh no, they're going to commit the Fate of both worlds here for Sentinel ZP, thinking they can last a little bit longer, and they just couldn't. They lost too many picks.
Oh no.
I think what happens is as soon as they use Fate of both worlds, like 2 people just happen to get dropped that
that's not
weren't in it
Kurova's
at the
best
time or
series.
right before. It
Kurova's
was
a really
just
good
a little
player,
bit
but
unfortunate
this is
timing,
not
as
his
you called
series.
out. Intergalactic now, perhaps one
So
fight
far.
away from evening things out here in our first map, in our best of
There's a
7
Stroller
money
ult
match here on
from
Rivals Fight
Sentinels,
Night. 3
but
ults
there's a
on
Loki
deck
ult too.
for Intergalactic. Gotta think we're about to see Nuck do a little bit of dancing via God of Mischief here in just a moment.
I mean, there's going to be the early.
Both teams have
Galactic
the
Legend coming on out.
Namor
Super
Luna
Gomez trying
combo.
to get pressure, but so much Namor damage here onto the high ground. So
Whoever's
well
gonna be able
played from Window,
to-
making sure to keep the pressure on. Sentinels now
to land is
into the
gonna win
point,
this.
But they're going to have to try to survive through this old barrage.
The horn comes in, Intergalactic with
Yeah,
1, but
they
here's
are the one to
amazing.
land it.
A far better blow of the horn. Takes
Yep.
down 2. Sets up Sentinels here for the flip. Might not be out of this here just yet. Aramori finishes off the God of Mischief, and
Use save your
Sentinels pushing us to what should be a final fight now, Avast. Getting spicy here in map 1.
And absolutely beautifully played there from Kurova as well. I mean, Kurova gets the value from the Fate of Both Worlds, lets Super Gomez lives, take those players off the high ground, and just as importantly, gets the freeze on Senior Hoff to make sure it's a
didn't
very
do
quick
a
finish,
good
no
job
chance
as
for the
well,
last
but I
stand.
don't know why we're
Doom
glazing,
trying
bro.
to get a pick there with the buy on hook. Doesn't find anyone just yet, but gonna
Or
farm off
maybe
that
I'm
Kraken
stupid.
impact.
I don't
And you
know.
see Hogs playing really, really deep. It looks like he wants to come up behind them. Oh, they have the scout. They have the scout window. Gonna see that, but nothing really gonna happen from it.
I think, look, you have a little bit of time on the clock. You don't have enough for 2 fights. If you can get a sneaky fight start, you go for it. Hogs, though, right now, you see the pressure just going on the Hogs. Hogs gonna have to rejoin the rest of Sentinels.
Oh my god,
Ultimates,
Impunity,
though,
man.
being built on up. Galactic Legend ready to go for Super Gomez. Hogs, the time is nigh, but Doom decides to open things up with the Kraken Impact.
Oh boy.
Diving on in. Has another reset ready to go. Amazing, though, gets on to his counterpart. Namor for Namor. Sentinels.
Oh,
6,
and
4,
Amazing
5.
blocks that reset there,
Super
ZP.
Gomez
So there's going to be
ults.
no more Kraken impacts as well. Sentinels looking really, really strong here on the point. The Galactic Legend going to be out for Super Gomez. Intergalactic in a really tough spot. Sure, the last stand will come out, but it's just not going to be enough. They can probably sustain here for a little bit longer, but I think Sentinels has this in the bag.
Overtime ticking on down. Intergalactic cannot touch. And Sentinels taking our first
I
map
think it came down to the name or Luna. I said whoever is gonna execute it better is winning.
Too much, but that was back and
Rhymes
forth. You know,
got
people
2
that
kills
went into this going like,
with his Emerald,
Intergalactic,
and
they're just gonna get crunched.
the rest of history, I guess.
Not quite the case there, Vest.
Here's
They
the
definitely
thing.
made a case, if nothing else.
I mean, there's definitely still flexibility for this roster. And also, you know, just remember pushes up Glasses nerd voice. Yeah, remember the first to 4 means we can draw CP, so we may make sure I have to say sure it's first to 4. But I do think that Intergalactic showed a lot of signs of life, and it's really interesting as well to have Window make that swap over to play Namor for this squad. So they don't have pretty much a second Vanguard player. they're pretty much using Senior Hoff as their second Vanguard because Wolverine so tanky in this situation. So it shows that there is a little life to Intergalactic than we think versus a team that Sentinels the main boss of the lobby, but they have something in them for sure.
Well, I think the other thing that's really worth noting too, especially in general assumptions on play, right, is that people don't like fighting Wolverine. Wolverine got banned throughout most of the day, EU and NA. A few exceptions here and there, but Wolverine got banned a lot, and the general idea is like, well, if you're not running Wolverine, at least run the Wolverine mirror. Sentinel said you can play Wolverine, we don't care. And Puckett, I know that definitely had to get your interest.
So I was reading chat during most of round 1, and everyone was just saying they tried to counter Kalush. It can't be done. Do you think removing all those Vanguards was going after his player pool of Vast, or do you think it's just trying to set a certain playstyle?
Realistically, if you're a player at this level, and Kalush is a player at this level that, yes, has Kalush played a lot of those hero tanks, like what we would say is like Doctor Strange, Magneto, etc. For sure, and you could even say that potentially those are his best heroes, but he has a flexibility to play plenty more than that, right? So I look at this, I look at the Wolverine lock-in for Intergalactic, and I say like, okay, sure, they might be wanting to counter, like take Kalush off the heroes that maybe he's not as good at, but he's still going to have plenty of other picks in his pocket here, and I feel like it's much more just a play style option than it is just we want Kalush to be countered, we want Kalush to feel bad, everyone bully Kalush.
You saw the galactic damage being done. Star-Lord back in the mix. ZP, this seemed to be a character that was either in the game and heavily featured or someone that is going to be banned. Will we see him moving forward for both sides?
I wonder if fucking Strange is going to get banned every single
really
game.
Like playing Star-Lord, so you can argue for Intergalactic, do you ban Star-Lord because maybe Sentinels likes it more? Coming into this, as I said, I think for Intergalactic, you don't try and play a flexibility game with Sentinels. I think you play what you're good at, but the reality is at this level of play, Star-Lord gives you a lot of options, heavy consistent damage, one of the better playmaking ultimates in the game with Galactic Legend, and look, it's also one of those heroes that scales up better with skill. The better you are with tracking aim, the better you are with mobility and game sense, the more you're going to get out of Star-Lord, which is why it's so valued at this level of play right now.
One of the most annoying ultimates on the planet. If you aren't ready with your Luna Snow, we'll see if Star-Lord makes it through for the next few rounds. I do think you have to target Amazing, get him off the Namor potentially domination in the future. We're going to a convoy though, I feel, for game number 2. The players get to choose though. Intergalactic, what's your strength of that? What do you choose to back yourself up in the series?
I mean, it's just hard because I think no matter what map they're going to pick, Sentinels will be prepped. Sentinels are going to be prepared. There isn't really like a clear-cut, like 100%.
We need Virtus Pro versus Sen, bro.
I mean, anything where you can maybe like
Virtus Pro fucking 5-0 him, I think.
But the problem with that is that Sentinels are also more than ready to play a tons of routes. So like maybe if you wanted to take yourself to like a Convergence even and play like the Symbiotic Resurgence again, like we saw versus Extinction. But I mean, really, they just need to find something like hopefully they have a pocket pick because Sentinel's going to be so well-rounded.
Right?
And it is Symbiotic Servers. There we go. So okay, maybe they're trying to force the Groot here just for impunity. So I guess you know it's happening again. They have a chance.
I think the real match of NA will be the Senvers.
Stop them before they gain any momentum.
I don't know who's this. I think the 100 Thieves maybe that signed that one team.
Rolling. They are very smart with it when
that
they choose
team.
to use them. They layer them perfectly, and they're just going to control the map.
That's like the true NA match.
It can't be a tank, can it?
Symbiotic.
It has to be more than just
mutants,
the Vanguard. Are you?
Galactic, it's still a full team effort, but what I will say is that it might be more on the Vanguard side, because if I'm Sentinels going into this draft, and you, again, you're a team that really flexes the fact that you are a versatile team, right? If you've watched the previous matches and you saw how much that Intergalactic got done with the Groot, you don't have to run Groot yourself here on Symbiotic Surface. You can just take the Groot out and say, no, you guys have to play a style of game that maybe we're a little bit more competent at, and you're going to be forcing Impunity to change off of what probably
let's go.
Hero on
Symbiotic Surface.
So, Venom Sentinels, unlike Intergalactic, where Intergalactic wants to play to their strengths, if you're Sentinels, you kick them while they're down and take away the things you know they're good at.
Does Avast have a lava lamp, chat? Let us know.
Groot's gone.
We have the Groot ban in. Sorry, Impunity. You got to play Hulk. Nope.
This is probably the most Vanguards you typically, in this match, which is so, because of how strong Sentinels is at like the triple Vanguard comp, is you're probably the most Vanguards you're ever going to see. With Groot being banned, Magneto being banned, like, and there's the Wolverine. And remember, Sentinels is still on red side as well, which means that like they are like, oh yeah, we're cool with that. Like, we're gonna get rid of the Groot, we're gonna play the thing. It worked for them last map, and I think they're going to continue into this map.
Wolverine protected, Thing protected. One more ban after the Hela is going to be canceled out. And here we go, lock in. You don't know what you're doing.
Surely it'd be
Strange again?
A strategist or a Vanguard here, right?
It could be on Strange again. I mean, they might just like the idea of changing the dynamic of the tank gameplay. No, instead,
Star-Lord.
Smart. Honestly smart. Even as good as they've been on the Star-Lord, I feel like for Sentinels, they like Star-Lord just a little bit more, but to me, the ban of the draft, and it was part because I set up, so maybe just pumping myself up. But look, if you saw the last time they played Symbiotic Surface, Intergalactic, you got so much mileage out of the Groot that Sentinels, they were watching the same match and they go, no, you don't get to play this. You're gonna have to beat this a different way. No Groot for Impunity. Love it.
Avast, was that Hogs protecting the Thing? He got the in-game MVP from round 1.
I mean, I imagine it was a group effort. I don't think Hogs gets to drop the solo protect button, in the ban.
But he's like, yo, guys, I need my character. Come on.
I mean, he might be. He could be hopping in and be like, I'm gonna freak out if you don't protect the Thing. I just can't do this, guys. But more than likely, I think they really just have a focus around the Thing for this map. And Thing is also really, really strong.
Are you gonna run
you have
triple
the
tank?
To make space. You have the ability to.
Because I haven't seen him do this ever.
You can give the damage reduction when you're coming through the choke as well, because attacking that point A and defending, it's so hard. And with the clobbering time, you just have that AOE that AOE stun. So Thing is strong, very powerful. And I think for Sentinels, it's just a question of like, how does this integrate into the rest of the strategy? Because you're probably going to see a Thing.
He's thick too. Take it away.
There's no way, bro. Don't triple fucking tank.
I love the spirit of having Jeff, even though you can't play Jeff. The fact that Aramori, she just respects the fact that one day it'll be a thing, and you can just simply walk out as
Sentinels
pajama
really
Jeff.
like.
Don't say it, Avast. I swear to God, do not do what you're about to do.
Tor.
I mean,
the second time they're on Tor.
Realistically, it's also just like a slight optimization.
Kaluj was on Tor
right?
before.
You have the bubbles to give the speed boost as well from Aramori, and then just
this might be for Luna.
The devious exchange, so you roll out really quickly. But
so
I mean, no, I don't
you
think
get one shots with your Tor off of the Luna damage boost.
Just potentially, I mean. I don't know exactly what you were thinking I was gonna say, honestly.
I thought you were gonna make a Thing pun. I said the word Thing, and I'm just I've actually activated his trap card.
I thought you were going for like a My Name Jeff thing, and I'm like, oh, we're doing
no.
What are we doing here?
No, absolutely not. But we are into it. It is going to be Sentinels here on the attack. Are amazing. Right now, just on a little bit of monstrosity control on the side.
Dueling Senior Hoth, yeah, they're on the and with both Luna Snows up, that means there's going to be that frozen spawn team up for both of them. But the pressure here, the pressure from Intergalactic, just so
like
much
judging by their position, you'd think they were on defense, but they're on offense. He's completely went behind
using
them.
that cooldown because I mean, you drop the primary fire, you drop the melee, you just build an incredible amount of dark magic for the Maelstrom of Madness, and while the duel is happening, Intergalactic just kind of walked over Sentinels.
Yeah, and speaking of compositions here, are you liking the triple tank for Sentinels on attack for
really
this
weird,
particular map? Or, Intergalactic right
be
now,
on point.
they're not running it themselves. They're just
high
running
ground? Interesting.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on the. We can discuss it too as the fight goes on, because Kaluj already gonna take down Nook, and that means they just completely cancel the God of Mischief. It's gone.
Oh my! Holy fuck!
The biggest whale we have seen all day
oh
long
my god, bro!
Just clean sweep Sentinels
Oh my god,
the map.
bro.
Triple
I don't think you
Vanguard.
go in there, dude.
That's the power of Neymar Luna. Plus Bucky.
What a play,
Damage
ZP. What a
boosts
play. I mean, like, it was looking
both
very
those
hectic there at the
ults.
portal to make it the point. You think Sentinel's like, okay, you get an
But
early
Sentinel
pick on
still
them, you
has the
completely deny
advantage
the value of
because
the God of Mischief, but just that
Nuke
combination
died
of the
while
crack and impact plus
Loki
the Horned Proteus,
ulting.
it's so much damage early, and it's so hard to respond if you
So
don't pre-pop
they have
the
the
strategist.
defensive advantage. They have so much
Sentinels,
more
another crack
ults
at it.
though.
Only a
That's the
minute 30
problem
left. A
though.
lot of time has been burned away here thus far. Kaluj in on the strange.
Yeah, this should
Eye
be
of Agamotto,
free.
warmed up, ready to go. Just needs to look for the
Really
right
free.
opportunity. Doesn't want to get.
They're not
in a
even close
situation
to
where it's value.
anything.
Instead, over the top, using this as cover, could drop right down. And Intergalactic, I think that they sense it out a little bit here, Vast. They realized it might have happened if they stood in the doorway. Agamotto still going to be used, and that is a dead Luna Snow. Kaluj still finds the opening.
Could make the argument that maybe, okay, like,
There's-
it's a little bit of
there's a
overinvestment.
lot.
You had a pick, you had a ton of point control, but
The
it
Bucky was a
guarantees
little
the
too
point, right?
much.
And they set it up.
And the
Kaluj
fact they
using
lost
hook
the
rotation to get
Loki
above them,
ult
trying
run.
to set up, like, hopefully they're going to recontest. I can drop the Eye of Agamotto on them. And for Sentinels, I think you can walk away from that being very happy, only having to drop 2 ults. You didn't have to use the Fate of Both Worlds. You didn't have to use the Horned Proteus. That's just 2 Vanguard ults right off the bat. As Super Gomez here on the Thor, and we can talk a little bit more about this triple Vanguard here and why particular Thor. And the reason I really like the Thor here for this triple Vanguard is Thor, because he's able to use his shift to go up the high ground and to do so much damage with the Awakening Rune, it's so strong.
Right now, everyone is burning ults. No one, one person's died. Hog's actually first to fall in
Nuke
this
has
big
his
ult
ult.
exchange.
He can match.
Fate of Both Worlds still active here for Sentinels. God of Mischief gonna be
They can do
invested at the same time.
their Neymar Luna combo.
You see Sentinels right now.
Both team
down
can
one,
do
getting
it.
Forced back
Can do it.
a little bit here in the moment. And it's just a full regroup a little bit, just waiting to be back at full strength. Now moving in, Air Mori gonna use the stolen ultimate.
Ooh,
Fate of Both Worlds. Senior Hoff though, off the horn.
This strange ult to set up
And Intergalactic see
The,
the opening there. I mean, they played it
the
slow.
Neymar
There's a
Luna
little bit of
combo.
poke back and forth, and they
Kind
just
of
make
like
sure
a
to
root
be,
ult.
as soon as that Fate of
Stopping
Worlds
them
is
from
dropped,
moving.
they're looking to drop a combo. They're looking to try to catch them there on both sides, on the underside of the high ground. And
Yeah. Dog, I don't know about this Thor pick.
Galactic drops the Eye of Agamotto and the Horned Proteus, and it's like, okay, fight done, well played. They'd removed Super Gomez from the high ground too, or at least pressured him off. And Intergalactic playing this extremely well on the defense so far. Sentinels looking to come back in. Sure, they'll have some Vanguard ults of their own, but there's gonna be a Fate of Both Worlds. So Intergalactic have plenty of sustain options. As they're just gonna poke from the high ground.
And Intergalactic doing a great job of buying time again. Only 2
Intergalactic
minutes left for
has
Sentinels.
the
First point
defensive
really was
ult
not
advantage
super swift for them.
with their Luna.
You look at this, Doomed with just a quick little flank check.
Please, Luna,
All
don't
clear,
die.
Luna's on back.
Please don't die, Luna.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's on the flank, just quick bionic
Oops,
arm.
I don't think he meant
no
to do
punishment
that.
for it. Bionic arm attempt though comes out. Does
You have
not
two
get the strange.
extremely
Kaluj,
powerful
perhaps the most
tank
slippery
ults, yep.
backside around.
Oh, good
We got
shit.
clobbering time in from
Good shit what he
Sentinels.
did.
No eliminations from it here though. Just
Impunity.
Of both worlds coming in from
Oof,
the
the Luna damage
Intergalactic
boost.
cracking
Team
impacts.
fucking wipe.
Doomed.
That's not play. Don't play.
Oh, and that
They don't
was
play.
absolutely beautiful there from Intergalactic.
And they have
I mean,
a lot for
they
next fight,
approach,
too.
Hog's gonna drop the clobbering time, but they have so
Both teams do,
much
though.
damage. And sure, they had to trade 2
They
ults
didn't
for
have
that
a
win,
single
but they're still gonna be winning
defensive?
here. I mean,
You
actually,
have
technically, because they
two
dropped the
now.
clobbering time their
Okay.
own. And just the reset's totally worth here. As Sentinels, they get to
But
walk in
Nuke is
here,
gonna have
plenty
his
of
ult
ults,
soon.
But now Intergalactic, they have the options to, okay, do we
Ooh.
look to
Yo,
potentially drop the
Intergalactic can
Agamotto Horned
completely
Proteus combo yet
deny
again? We control the
Sentinels,
high ground.
even with the
Sentinels
two
have to worry
defenses.
about all the flank pressure. They always have to be constantly watching.
Because
for
they
the
can
Napoleon.
just
And of
kill
course,
him through
very
it
early blessing the deep, get him off the high ground maybe. They don't.
with
They
their
don't get him off the high
combo.
ground.
If they can go for a time whale,
They need to
I'm all
look out for the
it.
window
Work in
for
progress
this
on
strange
Time
ult.
Whale.
I like that. I like
If this
Time
trench
Whale's
can
pretty good.
stop it from
We'll
moving,
see how they set
or
this one up. Cracking
Gomez.
impact though. In
Oh, boy.
Super Gomez.
Oh, they
dancing
get
around,
nothing
the
out
horn
of it.
comes on in.
They get nothing
Fidel
out of a triple
gone.
combo.
Sentinels up one so far in this fight. Got him
So
Mr.
does
Fuse, fired
Sentinel
up.
though.
Intergalactic
Ramis gets
looking
no
for
one.
anything that can even the scales. No
Curva
other
still
ultimates
has
really
his
able to
ult.
be used here. Impunity might
Yeah.
be checking the watch soon. 94%. Clobbering time. Soon to be
Impunity
ready to go, but
soon.
Intergalactic
Soon
invest. I think
impunity.
they'd rather just back up a little bit, get back up to 6, and then use it if they can. But Impunity nearly falls. I think that was a regeneration domain that just barely saved him in the moment.
Clobbering Time comes out though, catches the backline. Can they get anyone off of Hogs' Clobbering Time? I think they can. There's the damage. I mean, so crucial. They're still alive for the time being, but they have no ults. The regeneration domain though, keeping everyone alive, but it might just be the slow loss.
Oh, Nuke has his ult. Fida's gonna have his ult soon too. That's a big advantage for Spora and
Regeneration domain once again proving, God, what a strong part of the Loki kit here, even off of that.
Colors gets no one.
They can just double dance here.
Bucky plus damage boost. Bucky plus damage boost gonna come in.
Is Intergalactic feeling nice and healthy here on the point? Looking to get
Bucky damage boost.
Down.
Both teams can do it.
Coming in with the dance of her own. Fate of both worlds after the God of Mischief. Super Gomez. Kraken impact.
Boy.
Doom though getting far more. 2 down. Both supports out from Doomed. Just eviscerates the backline. Of
Both Buckys are going insane, bro. Both Buckys are going
another
apeshit.
reset. Just gonna keep getting resets. Super Gomez.
Oh my God, Gomez my wipe.
Alive. Could do it all, but I just don't think there's enough health.
Holy shit, Bucky, man. This fucking Bucky character, dude.
No, there isn't.
No,
and Intergalactic, I mean, just played that so well.
Good shit.
Yeah, I mean, the problem there is that in the dueling Kraken impacts, the first strike of the Kraken impact coming from Intergalactic just eviscerated the healing that was available. You lose both your Luna and your Loki, you're not going to be sustaining that much longer in the fight. That's just how it goes. So, a spirited defense from Intergalactic.
And I mean, this is what we were talking about where with Puckett earlier, where okay, what's our map picks? I mean, it's definitely showing that Intergalactic are very comfortable on the symbiotic resurgence here. They're definitely they're very, very comfortable on this particular map. But also, I mean, they have the
that was like time to win.
Sentinels. I mean, this is a team that we're like, okay, this might be the Kings of NA. Obviously, it's our first Marvel's Fight Night, so we don't have like the narrative totally imbued yet of who's the defending champ, who's the warrior of the arena. But you know, we're going based off the current vibes, the current wins, and Sentinels definitely was that pick. And I mean, Intergalactic.
Interesting.
We need a moment of clarity here because both in chat and on broadcast, there's been a little word mixing. It's day number 1. It is Rivals Fight Night.
Rivals Fight. Sorry, Rivals Fight Night. There's no Marvel. We're not.
He's getting the Mordiv? I thought that guy was like a Moon Knight only.
Thank you. We don't.
I think Super Gomez like a Star Lord only. I think.
They're playing Marvel Rivals. They're playing Marvel Rivals.
I mean, anyone can play Bucky, bro.
Background, it just drops. It still has to drop in. Exactly. You know what? I'm done. We're gonna go ahead as Puckett enjoys a sandwich or whatever delicious snack he has in the background. Intergalactic. It's 4 minutes to attack. Actually, that sounds really good right now. But Vaz, what do we see?
I would love some of that. I mean, I'm currently seeing pretty much the same comp. I mean, this is like to be expected. It's the same comp for both sides here. No major adjustments. Intergalactic.
Yeah, I think the Tor for Sentinels was really bad, bro. The Tor didn't do anything.
Okay, how do we make space? How do we immobilize?
Then switch to Bucky and they started moving.
Here, maybe drop a Maelstrom Madness on his window. It's really, really low. I mean, both Vanguard just getting absolutely pounded on the approach.
I mean, right now, the goal here is you're taking damage, you're building up ultimates. Ideally, you don't give up a pick, because if you give up a pick, you're going to get sent back. Intergalactic, though, is getting completely pummeled. Regeneration domain.
Yeah, Nuke has his ult already.
It is gone. However, God of Mischief is up, and Nux just barely saves window. The
Kaluj is low.
Has been overwhelming.
Ooh, Gomez dies. That's insane. That's so fucking good, actually, because Bucky dies.
Up to them to respond. God of Mischief from Aramori into dear Lord, the whale. The horn was huge from Amazing.
I mean, it was looking a little, things have been looking a little grim lately.
Oh my God, bro.
I think overall that was just a really well played though from Sentinels because, okay,
Gomez died, bro.
Farms the God of Mischief off the regeneration domain there in the choke when everyone's just taking so much damage. Gets a little bit earlier, they can get a ton of pressure on Super Gomez, catches them right before Aramori is able to God of Mischief. But the Horn of Proteus in the choke, I mean, it's just so brutal. There's a reason Sun Tzu talked about this in the Art of War. I'm pretty sure about it. Chokes are very, very strong. You should throw your whales down there.
I mean, look,
you're gonna have back in the day, they said nuke the whales
because it would have stopped this from happening. Namor would not be a top tier pick without these.
They have no defensives.
Gomez, Kraken impact over and in. 1 down so far. Looking for a little bit more. However, Horn is blown.
Corva has to ult. That's impunity that ulted right there.
This time though, no one falling down from that one. Nuck.
Ooh, nice. Really well done by Window here. Goes right before or in front of Hogs to block off the healing from the Luna ult with his shield. So Hogs dies. Doesn't get healed.
Even with that great damage, you're going to be able to contest here with the portal. Get it with the high ground. And what's Intergalactic planning to do here? I mean,
oh, Hugs just dies instantly. Kalush has his ult, but he's gonna die before he can use it. He gets no one.
I don't think so because there's just so
he doesn't die. Oh, wow.
Intergalactic, only a minute 20 left.
Fidel has his ult after. No one dies. Doom has his ult in 30.
No one getting hit by the whale this time around. Sentinels though.
Your senior Huff needs to charge his ult fast. He's at 80%. He needs to charge it.
There's 3 Lokis up here, by the way. Rymazing.
Oh my god, yo, Rymazing, you do not win this. You do not win this, Rymazing. Loki 1-on-1. You don't win this, bro. You don't win this, lol, bro.
Also, Intergalactic winning the war of attrition right now, getting the convoy moving on forward. And
they still have a Nemoral, they still have Bucky ult. They have a lot.
I mean, and that,
they're gonna have 4 ults for next fight.
The Horde of Proteus,
Sentinel's gonna have 2, maybe the
find the
Luna.
value they needed, like maybe a pick to probably get something in that fight. And then because of that, I mean, the reposition coming up from Nuck, sitting on the high ground. 3 Lokis doing all that. Jake talked a little bit during EU, but Loki does a lot of damage.
Yeah,
a lot
Loki
of damage from primary fire. And having
bro,
3 of them all shoot
Loki
you, I mean, that's just
and
the worst
Adam
case scenario
1-on-1, bro. No
there,
other
and
characters in the game will
I mean,
beat them outside of tanks.
I mean, 1 Loki is bad enough, let alone 3.
Oh, Hugs just dies instantly.
You gotta think he's eyeing the Sentinels all clumped together. It's prime time, the stop time, but on the other end, it's doomed.
Bro, they're not playing, bro. They're using everything. They need to kill Korova. They need to kill Korova. 98%. He's dead. GG's.
And then, I mean, I don't even know if they're going to be able to contest here, ZP. I mean, they have full cap.
Hogs has his ult.
No chance a portal's going to be opened up in time.
And
there's going to be the
it's
cap.
over.
I mean, map goes the way of Intergalactic. And this is versus who we were thinking is potentially going to be the chance of Sentinels, and they played that so expertly. I mean, the value from the Kraken impact, it's so
that shit was a massacre,
getting
man.
the culling effect where
it was pretty
you
much
have
a
that
massacre,
20% health bar where if it hits that 20%, it's an instant death, is so good for a chase down or to finish up kills on the point.
The thing is balanced.
And you know, I think we kind of set this up at the beginning of the match, so I think it's really good to just draw the story back into where we're at. Where Intergalactic also won this map.
Played that so expertly. I mean, the value from the Kraken impact, it's so critical. Getting the culling effect where you have that 20% health bar where if it hits that 20%, it's an instant death, is so good for a chase down or to finish up kills on the point.
And you know, I think we kind of set this up at the beginning of the match, so I think it's really good to just draw the story back into where
these guys used to
Intergalactic also won this map earlier against
these guys are Intergalactic's pretty good at using their tank,
it was off
like
of impunity,
their tank ults.
just
Their tank ults are
a
pretty good.
world-class group. Sentinels came in here and they took Groot away. They correctly recognized it as the strongest thing Intergalactic had.
They always combo it with the
the
DPS ult. It's pretty good.
Groot, no problem. Intergalactic
Sentinel
just changes things up.
It's rare they combo it.
1-1. You gotta love it.
I mean, maybe no Groot, but they do have a Brute.
Like the tanks are setting up like Bucky and Namor very
But
well.
I mean, you're totally right. I think
because the spark of all that was like the thing like double ulting a tank up top,
and they played it expertly.
and then that's when Doom ulted the Strange to like burn him instantly, and then it started like it falls apart in a 5v6 with the Bucky ult up 5v6. You're just getting fucking steamrolled.
Probably the most deadly combo we see on a convoy map. Avast, how close though were the Sentinels from full
Whip, thanks for the prime. Whip is
For those just tuning in, maybe we can bring that roster back up. What should we know about our current final boss here? Sentinels
Super Gomez plays hell. That's like fake. That's like going into a ranked game and like the guy claims he plays every character in the game or something. Like he'll fill.
It wouldn't surprise me to see us go to either
like the same
Convergence or
shit.
Convoy. I don't necessarily think we're going to go to another domination map. I think something like Spider Islands could be where we're potentially going to go. Something where you could do setup plays, right? You can flex into the fact that this is a roster that also can play really strong flying threats, or at the very least make you waste a ban on them, right? So
Rymazing godly hella. Obviously not if they're banning hella, bro.
Rymazing in particular, super versatile, and at times when they do run just one duelist, it'll usually be Rymazing. Sometimes it'll be.
The fuck, bro? Wish list. What the fuck is a wish list?
There's just enough to kind of adapt to every situation, but in this case,
I ain't following low, bro.
I think Intergalactic, if there's a key defining point for me at Vest, I'm looking at here, I feel like Doom just had the Winter Soldier game of his life.
Doom and Senior Hawk both had a great, but you're definitely right. I mean, like the Kraken impact there.
This guy. This guy said half a tank of gas for the win. In California, bro, chill.
I mean, Doomed had a fantastic series. And
guys are actually getting peanuts for this win.
Impact of Winter Soldier and why he's a perma-pick for almost every team. There's pretty much no DPS that's as ubiquitous that does as much for a team. As Winter Soldier.
This finish was just absolutely insane. You had the Winter Soldiers on both sides just slamming the ground. Whales coming from both directions.
Is Storm out of meta for pro play? I don't think Storm is good. Against good players. It's so easy to kill that character, I think. It's just so, like, too easy to kill, I think. In ranked, it's good, though.
If you've seen any more versatile chat, please give him a call out so we can bring it up to our producer's attention. We're looking for an MVP.
I give some credit to Window here, by the way, because I mean, you talk about flexibility. Typically, it's a DPS flexing onto like Vanguard for the triple Vanguard. Window
actually in ranked, I don't even think it's that good anymore. But
onto Duelist. Window going off that Vanguard role onto Duelist on the previous map of Hell's Heaven. So I mean, you don't see your tank, your Vanguard players making that swap over to Duelist that often.
Great call outs.
I think Bucky's like way too OP. They didn't even nerf this character. It's like the saddest shit I ever watched. That character.
I would just love to see how many
like how much value he gets for like how little effort you have to put in.
Let alone we're gonna be like 3 or 4 weeks from now. I just feel like
money
the
is
numbers going
prime.
to be absurd. Yes.
Yeah, we need AI to help us out with this one. Absolutely. There's been a whole lot of agains, and we are just getting started. That was compliments in the chat were the Sentinels. We're waiting for the map pick in the chat. ZP highlighted a few. Will we see any Loki ban? I was looking through, and a lot of the compliments in the chat were the Loki saves on both sides of Vast, not only just throwing up the lanterns, but also copping the Lunal.
Loki, it's always tough because I think Loki is so universal right now for all teams, where as a strategist pick, you can't really go wrong playing Loki. You can't go wrong playing Loki in rank. You ever play Loki in rank, and I think for a lot of other strategists, they played so much Loki that like you have to have a really strong pocket pick comp to not play with Loki because he just gives so much sustain to survive through things like, oh, we have no ults, we need a regeneration domain. Oh, we can pressure out some of the flanks here with the mystical missiles.
Midtown.
So I don't know if we'll really ever see a Loki ban, especially if we get to Midtown. Guess what? Loki is really, really good on this map too. And guess who's also really good on this map? It's gonna be Hela. No, well, Storm, yes, but also.
Oh no!
Like, yeah, Hela would be a great choice. And ZP, I know that's your main. So is that your go-to on Midtown, or what duelist would you be bringing out for the ideal setup?
I mean, Hela, I think at this level play is really interesting because you kind of have this side idea of like, okay, do you think you're gonna win like the Hela versus Hela matchup, right? Like, it's not even so much as like, do you like playing Hela, but also, is there someone that is going to make things really tough for you if they also play Hela, right? And then on top of it, it's kind of the dynamic of, well, do you expect something like a Storm to be in play, right? Like, if you think the other team might play a Storm, or in metas where like Iron Man might be relevant, then it's sort of a weird thing of, if you don't have someone that can also play that, even if you have a good Hela, do you want to play against that where your Hela, you know, might have to go against something like a Hela into a, you know, into a flying character and just make things like really, really difficult if you're not able to match it 1-to-1. So I think there's a lot of factors at this level play in terms of like who you ban and pick and why.
I think I was supposed to throw to a commercial break, but we got, all right, 1,100 viewers here on the Twitch channel. YouTube is popping off. Same thing on Twitter. Shout out to everyone tuning in from around the world. Shout out to all the watch parties. The numbers keep growing. ZP, as we're getting into this game number 3, we got to remind everyone what is up for grabs. This is Rivals Fight Night. You guys have done this with a few other titles. How does this format work? What should I look forward to as a fan who just hit the follow button on the stream?
Well, what you gotta look forward to is that every week we are inviting 2 of the very best teams in a particular region, in NA and EU, to kick things off here, and they will go against our defending team for $1,000.
Oh, let's get it.
Very,
We're
very
up.
time efficient as far as the viewers and players are concerned, because just tune in every week,
Okay,
see some of the best matches of one of your favorite games.
Are we sure this is Intergalactic on the right side? Advanced mag. Yeah, this is flipped. This is flipped.
Here we
This
go.
is flipped.
Bands are already in.
This is
Magneto,
flipped. This
no.
is flipped.
Groot out. Vanguards are getting attacked once again, and they're going to protect
Or
the
is this
sky.
Sentinels?
Star-Lord back in action.
Central. I mean, I really loved also during that spiel that they were like, okay, enough talking, ZP. We need to get to the bands. They just throw that one. And I overall though, I mean, Starlord being protected from Sentinels here, I mean, it's not surprising because Midtown, this map has a lot of high ground. There's a lot of high ground. There's also a lot of morphing. You know, a lot of pretty much changing geography on this map. And Starlord's able to navigate it really expertly. Bucky's going to be protected for the side of Intergalactic as well, which means that they want to have the counters. They want to have the options to potentially, you know, you can poke flyers with Bucky. You can also get the Kraken impacts and you know, make sure to get picks with the Bionic Hook too. So they have some good options.
It's Sentinels pick, chat. Let us know who is going to win this game as the final ban comes in. Venom banned Intergalactic over on the Sentinel side.
Okay.
No more Wolverine again? We'll see what they do.
Hugs does play Venom.
Let us know. Who do you think is going to win this game? And a social experiment.
Wolverine ban.
Who is the best duelist in Marvel Rivals right now? ZP, you go first.
Bucky.
Who's the best duelist in Marvel Rivals right now? Oh man, well if you're talking about NA, I still think you might want to give it to Amazing. If you're going over the EU, that is a tough call. Because in a way, with how much damage he was doing on Vanguard, I'd almost say Nevix, but clearly that's not the case.
Or sure it's not Offersy?
Your show,
Offersy?
I'm handing it over. I thought we were jumping into the game.
You know what? Thank you so much, Bucket. I'm glad that you're letting me know. And this is what it's all about on the broadcast. You have camaraderie, you have verbal cues. It's amazing. I mean, really the duelist conversation, it's a little early. Personally, if I'm going to EU, I might pick Sparker myself. I might be a Sparker guy. But I don't think there's any wrong answers. That may be like, you know, myself, if you were to put me in the conversation, but well, I'm not playing.
It's not me.
So
as evidenced by our duo games, it's not me. Although, the only thing I'll say in my defense is that it was probably a bad idea after a very long day to be like, hey, I'm absolutely tired. Would you like to lose some MMR with me? That was basically
they're on that bullshit again, huh? They're on that bullshit again. Okay, Rising's on the Hella.
That's the crazy part.
There was D-ranking done that day.
Yes, Sentinels is not running anymore.
As close as it gets in our best
Intergalactic is going to
here on Rivals Fight Night. Winning team takes home $1,000, and of course gets to be the defending team.
Teams really like to play on that bottom side.
To kick things off here, and
but you just switch to Storm. Anything that cleaves, that does AoE damage, you just dislodge them. Bucky's good here. It's not the best for the Namor though.
Rezzing players that have fallen, getting bonus health as well if they're not fallen. So Sentinels playing a very like tanky style here, trying to anchor up here on the point, try to make sure that Amazing on the Hella gets a ton of value.
Armory's dead.
Intergalactic playing this so well, making sure to try to split around, getting damage from both sides is not.
This never made sense to me, man. This never made sense to me.
It's multiple picks, really.
Yeah, and Intergalactic just able to.
Will they TP?
Through early on.
You probably will.
Here early on Midtown, and you know, take a look here. I think you kind of have to.
Window could counter TP maybe, but they don't TP, so it's not necessary.
Into fate of both worlds, and it's just gonna be buying time for Hogs, Collusion, Gomez on the triple Vanguard comp to find.
Nuke up 90%. Aramori has her ult.
You see, clobbering time gonna come out.
Gomez is low.
Getting caught, but you see Doom. Gonna be popping this Kraken impact. Actually,
two defensive used, one on both sides. Amazing gets one shot, 260 damage.
Window has the full Maelstrom of Madness.
Amazing went down early. They lose the Hella early in the fight. Fate of both worlds still
Hugs is gonna have his ult soon.
At a one-man advantage here so far.
They fucked up.
See who's gonna go. Agamotto gonna be invested by Cluj.
Time good here from Hogs or ZP as well, so it keeps a lot of stun here on the point. But Doom gonna have another Kraken impact here.
Oh my god, Doom. He's not gonna die, bro. Every time he ults, he gets like 50 health from his abilities, man. It's just insane.
On the Winter Soldier, Doom has been getting so much value here for Intergalactic.
Yeah, it's also a little bit of Loki farming.
Why are they on? Why do they put Gomez on Tor? Why do they do this?
Where are you? Where's like one of your many Loki clones? Feed me.
I don't understand.
It's a classic. It's like, oh no, I'm almost out of resets. I need some more Kraken impact. The humble Loki clone, seen there in the corner.
But instead of running Namor, Bucky, they run Gomez on Tor. Like this makes no sense, bro.
Sentinels, I mean, they had the Goddess of Death, but overall, Intergalactic, I think their old make looking very good.
I mean, they open with clobbering time.
Oh boy!
They absolutely do. The follow through, devastating. 3 members of Sentinels just immediately.
Aramori ult. Amazing is dead.
well on its way.
Armory is alone on point.
And that's Intergalactic.
She's
I
gonna
think, just
die.
investing ults to try and secure this fight really early.
I guess she does. She did die
though.
though.
For
Okay.
Sentinels, but they decided to pop both
Fido's at
the
97.
The clobbering time. Try to just find picks very
Doom's
early.
at 984.
Out from Aramorius. There's gonna be the Pearl directly onto the point here. Or since the regeneration domain, which is actually a pretty big cooldown, gone.
They can match. They can match.
Generation domain used. Intergalactic now getting pushed back a little bit. Sentinels looking to make this defense a good one.
They watch out for the Bucky.
Take care of Cluj. Has Agamotto ready to go. Of course, around.
Oh my God, Doom's also gonna be free, no? Oh, Ramazing's killing everyone. Where is he? Where is he? He has to be behind him. He has to be behind.
Sentinels to hold this corner.
Okay, I know why they're running Tor. They're on a Hela.
They committed some ults earlier. They committed the
Hela Loki Tor, so they have the team up so they can revive everyone. I don't know how Ramazing just killed everyone. He had to have been behind him.
They're just waiting. They're waiting
or on
for
an
some
angle.
strategy to get up. And Ramazing played that so well. The damage was from the team up, obviously paying dividends. Just utilizing the high ground to continue to get value, and so sitting in the back as well, just elevated away. It just gets those multiple picks, which is giving the bonus health to his front line at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Aramori or Super Gomez right now, you are absolutely loving any play where Amazing can land even a single final blow. But here we go, Intergalactic. The Horn at the ready here for Senior.
Nick has his ult.
To go with it here just yet.
Intergalactic has 2 ults.
See the damage force
2 defensives.
back. Fate of both worlds now gonna be burned.
No one dies. Ooh, Kaluj dies.
Kaluj down. Intergalactic with 1 here so far.
Ramazing's dead.
Not much else to come on over, but Ramazing down. 5 versus 4. Now for Intergalactic.
They need to play for their Luna. It's at 80 and 20 and 20. Play safe. Play life. 87, 87, 87, 90. Play safe, guys. Play safe. Play safe.
Sentinels still firmly in control, and I mean we're approaching a last
97.
soon. I mean maybe 2 more
Last
fights.
fight territory. There's
They'll
130
have the
left,
Fate
bro.
Worlds.
Chill out.
They're gonna have the Kraken impact here yet again. They need to make sure they don't lose anyone on the chase. They don't, luckily. As Sentinel's gonna back up. Super Gomez getting pretty low. And Sentinel's just continually to masterfully cycle these ults, keeping everyone up. No one's going down, and I feel like I have to put.
Alright, we need an Intergalactic to ult fast, bro.
We need to see
oh
more
my
ults,
God,
and
what?
that is unfortunately not going to be what you wanted to see.
That's not good, bro.
Just the quick little headshot, the dink you love to hear when you're playing Helen. Ramazing goes, yeah, another challenger, Bucky, absolutely. By the way,
Now their Loki can just charge his ult for free.
In this particular situation, you see Sentinels just moving forward.
Intergalactic has 2.
You know, you just buy so much time when you get pickoff like that, and they might have had enough.
Senior off here again, holding onto the Horn of Proteus, so and the Kraken impact there for Doom. So there are options. There are options to break through these strategies.
Yeah, Ramazing was behind him.
Shortly after. A lot of space here for Intergalactic, as there's gonna be the strategy.
Ooh, nice bubble. Kaluj just kills everyone.
It's literally all out there on the field, as you say, but off the Agamotto, Kaluj able to get 2.
Ramazing ult. Nuke still has his ult, but yeah. I think they die quick and strange TP.
I don't think they're touching again.
I do not think they're touching again. And they do touch, it's not going to be a great touch. It's going to be really hard because
he's going for a TP.
The God of Mischief to keep them
I don't
alive.
think they can. Yeah,
they need a portal. They need something on
Ooh,
like right
they
now.
did get the TP. Oh boy.
There's a chance. There is a chance. It's very small because there's
Kurova does have his ult.
So they need something else. They need something very
Doom switch to Psylocke. Impunity is at 99% to his ult though. I do think that Window can get back though through his TP.
On the backside, takes down Fidel. And that was the kind of the problem with the portal last gasp here. It was more about touching the point and then hoping for the best. And the best simply did not come. Sentinels holding strong on the convoy.
Here come the butterflies.
Yeah.
And here's the worst part, unfortunately. The dance of butterfly.
Yo, Ramazing carried this so hard. He killed 2 people while they were using a lot of ults. Intergalactic.
I was not expecting the
He literally won them the fight alone.
He's really just floating in. Like floating
alone,
in is just
bro.
like an angelic voice
alone.
saying something and leaving.
Puckett sees everything. He knows everything. Even you think he doesn't know, he knows.
Exactly what I would say.
That doesn't check out. Like, actually, you check the ledger, it makes sense. But what also makes sense is that Sentinels, after a tough start, and it was a tough start on the first point of Ast, simply find their balance. Ramazing gets very solid pickoffs on the side. They have great ultimate economy and how they cycle, and They just.
I think that Senor guy was on. What was he on actually?
Someone was on Thor. Or no?
Just hold firm. 1 second.
Give shout outs. Have to get a lot of shout outs there. I feel like Rymazing obviously doing really well on the Hela, using the team up to the maximum effect, controlling the flanks, and also to Kaluj. I mean, we see it time and time again.
Intergalactic do not opt for the triple flank on
You
defense.
couldn't be letting Rymazing getting picks. Your number really has to be.
Oh, Doom's on Hela. I think Doom is a Hela player.
Stopping that value, but now they're on the defense. They're going to be swapping actually off the Namor, playing the Winter Soldier and cheese, a little portal cheese. Love that one.
Honestly, it's just a quick time deduction is what you're seeing right now. Saying we will start the game
like
in about
10 seconds or however much.
Yeah. It's longer than that. You take a look. It's still up there. It's like a good. We will start the game 18 seconds later than when we're supposed to start. That's all it is. A small tax deduction of time, if you were.
Of course. The IRS of Time Bank. And now, Kaluj positioned here. And all of Sentinels have now just made it over here to the stairwell on the left side of the spawn. Decided that we want to take the high ground effectively fast. We don't want to slog it through.
Boy.
And I mean, immediately rewarded by Find Window.
Yeah, you just saw Windows HP. Drop and gone.
The window's been shattered. It's been shattered. No more window. They've broken the glass.
That's a really nice
It wasn't tempered glass. That was like the cheap glass that will actually cut you if you ever interact with it. That's the type of glass that got broken there. And look, very strong opening here from Sentinels, setting the tone. Intergalactic, I mean, it's still going to be a relatively clean fight at the start here. No one with ultimates just yet. But the neutral game for Sentinels, unmatched to start things off.
A very aggressive position here, letting Super Gomez just trying to farm up damage here with the Awakening Rune, cleaving through all of Intergalactic. Lot of dark magic. They're going to play here in this bubble, actually. Very interesting. Just going to keep playing on this side, getting a lot of heals as no one goes down yet.
Sentinels Gomez getting very low. Healed right back up. Fantastic rejuvenation domain coming out from Aramori. Keeping everyone nice and healthy here on Sentinels. Enough time for Kurova to come in with Fate of both worlds. Senior Hoff, Kraken Impact ready to go on the other side. Has been the playmaking here for Intergalactic.
There's no Namors on both
Kaluj,
sides.
Moving forward. Akamoto denied. Senior Hoff with the damage.
Just kills
the rest of his team. Goddess Death going to be brought back to ground here, but not before getting the pick onto Loki in the back, which reses Super Gomez back into the fight.
Oh, man, they couldn't get the Goddess of Death down fast enough. Really good dodge, though, from Senior Hoff, making sure to use the Trooper's Fist to get around the clobbering time. So that was really well done. They're going to get the late pick again onto Super Gomez. So he says, hey, I'm back. Oh, I'm gone again. Goodbye. And they've held on to the Kraken Impact and the Goddess of Death for Intergalactic. So if there was ever a fight, interesting. They're choosing to drop the portal, get down the Ayamoto there.
Ult.
Yeah, that portal was the selfish portal. I'm going to use this to set my ult. What we saw from Kaluj. However, it's straight out. Kaluj ends up dying for it. It's Intergalactic actually trading out a little bit better right now. Doom
is gapping.
Drops on down, gets Rymazing right after, and just like that, Intergalactic continues to make the presence zone here on point A. Only a minute 14 left remaining for Sentinels. They very well could get full health.
And Senior Hoff still holds on to the Kraken Impact as well. And sure, there's going to be some support. There's going to be some strategy duels coming up here soon for Sentinels, but if you pause it before, could be a very risky spot.
65.
And you have to count that. That was a little bit of a selfish portal, or at least an interesting portal there for Kaluj, going for the quick recontest, looking for the Ayamoto.
Ooh, Kaluj.
Kraken Impact used and
not able to burst it down.
Yeah, that's a good, honest Kraken Impact. You know, no double dipping, as it were, as Kaluj and Aramori find two pickoffs off the rip.
Nuke, he dies.
Intergalactic, they have to be kicking themselves, ZP. They have to be kicking themselves there because they're like, okay, we know we have ults, we know we have a Kraken Impact to potentially find someone. They just couldn't burst down that target fast enough to get the continued resets, and they all get caught by the clobbering time. And I mean, now that point's going to go the way of Sentinels, and Intergalactic, their backs up against the wall a little bit more. They might even get staggered. Yeah, they are getting staggered.
Yeah, Doom saw, I think, looked at their end, and Hog saw Doomed, and I think at some point Doom was just like, all right, yeah, let's do this. Kind of like Iron Man 3, where like that, you think back to it, and it's just like, okay, you know, I'm getting sent out of the suit. All right, let's go. It's go time. And
I can't think back to it. I can't remember it, CP. That is a very, I mean, it's not an esoteric reference, but I just not gonna remember. As you see, Aramori and Raimazing fighting for the flank really aggressively here as this
really
Loki
like
Hela
how she's
combo, which I love to see. I mean, you have to be
Raimazing
trying
on
to
the
take some
angle.
flank spots.
I
You have to be
like
looking to try to win something on the flank there as their Generation Domain used early, and here's gonna be the God of Mischief, so they're gonna have actually holding on to the Fate of Both Worlds, so they can pop it a little bit later.
Well, Fate of Both Worlds, once more, a dance-off. As you see, Super Gomez going in deep. God of Thunder lands directly on Loki's head. And Asgardian Conflict going the way of Sentinels, and they are real close to victory here. As you see, they only have a little bit further to go.
I mean, that was a bit of a masterclass. Aramori holds on to the Fate of the Worlds for so long, recognizing, oh, I don't need to pop this right away. And then damage boosting, empowering Super Gomez there. So the God of Thunder gets a pick. Can they even touch? They have the portal. Oh, but the Doppelganger, you see it come on out, but it doesn't count as a contest DP, and that's going to be the...
Yeah. Nuke doesn't have time to use his ult because he's stunned by Hogs's Ting ult. And he just lose because of this. Eesh. All the game that I've... Yo, bro. The Ting has been MVP in all the games. All of the games, bro.
Maybe the game developers when it comes to contest with your Doppelganger. Sentinels, after a rough start, I mean, they were close to getting full held of Ast.
They would have been full held.
Breeze through the second point.
Playing this, you know,
Velicus is their prime.
And it's showing here. The Triple Vanguard continuing to give a lot of value, getting the extra.
That was very, 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 very bad
duelist.
From Loki.
Using Thor as a fat duelist. He's just doing an insane amount of clean damage. You're using his ult to try to just...
The fact he's even in a position on defense to be ulted by the Thing is already bad. That's already bad.
I'll be honest, the Thor in Marvel Rivals is kind of a mix between the Thor in Infinity War and the Thor in Endgame. Right? Like, he's not as ripped as the former,
especially on this point. It's so like far. It's so like long and far. You know what I mean? How are you getting ulted by the Thing on Loki?
Also,
does that make sense to anyone?
That's what you expect him to drink.
Mead. Technically, he'd probably be drinking mead, if anything else. You know? A lot of mead, a lot of ales.
We went off shit. All right.
There's like miles apart on that fucking point.
The chat was saying, why waste Super Gomez on Thor? What do you think of his performance of Triple Tank?
Rubberback, my food
I mean, you're
is
seeing
here.
the value that you are getting, the team up value. So you're getting extra reses or extra bonus health from Raimazing. The Awakening Rune, just sending out that cleave damage every time. You just farm damage, you force, and especially in like very enclosed maps like Midtown, like in particular this area. And the God of Thunder is just yet another pick to force cooldowns, force ults, and maybe even get a pick. I don't think it's a waste at all for Super Gomez to be on the Thor here, because you're just underestimating how much damage the Thor does.
And speaking of damage, Kaluj pumping it out once again as the Sentinels tank on that Doctor Strange. The Vanguard doing work, but Finzi was telling me in the chat that I should play more Thing in my ranked games. He's super fun. All you have to do is punch, and he's really good against Triple Tank. Why does that work out?
I think it works out just because of the fact that you'd expect Thing when you go in. I mean, his attacks have a huge range, so people generally tend to clump up a lot in Marvel Rivals, especially if you get out of the realm of pro play into more average ranked play. I mean, Thing, you can put yourself right place, right time, not necessarily going to get bursted down, especially to have the team up from Invisible Woman, and you just get to punch. You get to punch to your heart's content, do a whole lot of damage, and, you know, let the cards fall where they may.
Give a big shout out to Solomon in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. That's my light. We're going to a break. When we come back, NA Finals continues. It's Rivals Fight Night.
Yeah, I gotta eat, right? Overpressed time, nigga.
Daddy's back. They got that funky ass music. On 14th, they play. Will be watch party. I remix. Indie Halpern. Bro, imagine calling a remix Luis, bro. I've not. That. You call. Rod, Connor, Indy. Everyone does.
Intergalactic won our challengers match. They earned the honor to play against Sentinels, who have been the top dogs in NA. Avast, what have we seen so far through 3 games?
Well, I mean, honestly, just the continued flexibility of Sentinels. The triple Vanguard so strong for them. They said, oh, Super Gomez, he's being wasted. He's not on duelist. Wrong. He's playing large duelist now. He's playing large duelist. He's playing Thor. But overall, it just continues to show that the strength of this team is that every one of these players makes really good decisions, is really flexible. I mean, Aramori was obviously like a hallmark of that in that last map of Midtown, just holding on after the God mission, holding the fate of both worlds, waiting for the right moment to empower Super Gomez. So Sentinels just looking like a powerhouse, but Intergalactic, I mean, they're looking really, really strong here. I mean, they have to give them a lot of credit. This team is fighting back, and ZP, I think you talked about it a bit, but like Doomed, looking really good.
I'm told by chat, ZP, we cannot continue any more conversations without giving a shout out to Shroud. Shroud is apparently watching Rivals Fight Night. Everybody wants in on this title. It's not only fun to play, it has awesome updates, but also esports is just getting started. You got to grab the best rosters you can early on in this game.
Spider
So
Island.
what you've seen tonight, are there any star pieces that may be scouted, ZP?
Well, I think absolutely you're looking at Intergalactic, and if you're looking to get into the scene, you're going, oh, wow, this team has potential. I mean, they went up against Sentinels. This is now the second time in recent memory that they have taken a map off them. So even if Sentinels, we expect them to win this series, right, just based on past performance, I think you're looking at Intergalactic, and they are an absolutely fine opportunity because they are proven right now. And again, you know, Vaz kind of brought it up and talking about Doomed, right, where Doomed, you look at, hey, you need good duelist talent. Well, here you have someone that will just continue to spam the voice lines with, again, about 8 times per crack and impact. What more do you want?
Yeah, I think we're going to see Doomed. Spider Island is going to be map number 4. Intergalactic's chance to tie things up. This was their map pick. So, Avast, talk me through their strengths that you've seen so far. How do you tie things up with Sentinels once again?
I mean, with Spider Islands, you're looking at a pure convoy map here, right? And especially getting through that first point A, there's a lot of narrow chokes. There's a lot of like high grounds you can position like Loki doppelgangers on. You can put up Star Lords. I mean, for Intergalactic, I think they're going to continue to probably want to use this Hela that's been going so well from the Doomed to try to get picks, try to find isolations there on the flanks with the Soul Drainer, you know, farm out of a Goddess of Death. But, I mean, it's kind of up in the air of, like, how they want to continue, right? Like, what's their Vanguard lineup going to be? Do they want to still try to force a Doctor Strange and Magneto here, which is a very standard composition for Spider Islands in particular? Because Kalush is going to feel really comfortable in that. And I think that's the issue we keep running into for Intergalactic is, like, their team is very good. They have great picks, but Sentinels is very, very confident across every comp. So realistically, you just need to play better. You're just gonna have to play better than them. I mean, it's just forehead, just play better than them. Because especially, you know, it's just that how simple it is when you have a team as flexible as Sentinels.
Shout out to Shroud in the chat, first time chatter. Hopefully not last time we see you here. For everyone who is tuning in for the first time, do us a favor, hit that follow button. We started the channel today. Let me hit a quick refresh. I think we're slightly over 2,000 followers. The goal is to end the stream around 3K. Over on YouTube, we're also live right now. You guys can hit that subscribe button as we have 8 seconds before the first ban comes in. Let me guess. We're going to say Wolverine. No,
Groot ban. Again. Okay.
I mean, Groot very strong here.
Go back to myself.
I mean, there's a lot of narrow chokes, a lot of ability to get value from the Iron Mask wall and the Strangling Prison. So it's actually Magneto banned, which, I mean, probably one of the best Vanguards on this map in particular, besides just the actual implications of the triple Vanguard.
Also, we got an update from production. It is Sentinels on red. So for Sentinels, they're getting rid of Groot. I think that makes sense, especially given how we saw Impunity play earlier in the day. What I'm curious here is what you protect and what you ban from the other end. You protect the Wolverine. I think that makes sense, even though Sentinels also play a really good Wolverine. I think the protect here is actually going to be quite telling in terms of what we're going to see. Also, I think, Puckett, you had brought up a while back is like, why not ban the Loki? I think it would be cool to see. I think the problem is both teams just like playing Loki way too much, so neither really wants to mess with the balance. But the Star-Lord Protect makes sense for what we've seen Sentinels prefer in the past.
So you make sure Wolverine gets
bad, okay.
If you're Intergalactic, that's your answer to the tanks. On the other side, Star-Lord constantly taking out your strategists.
You're respecting the Bucky Doomed.
Will not be going again, though, this time around.
What did they ban?
No Winter Soldier
Hela,
is an interesting ban from Sentinels.
Doom
but
does
also,
play Hela.
I mean, when you've seen how well Senior Hoff has been performing on this, the crack and impact and continued value, I think it makes a lot of sense. And
no
Winter Soldier also
ban.
still continues to get a ton of value in general on Spider Islands. Venom being
They
removed
might
as
not
well
play
means that
Venom.
it's unlikely you're going to see too much of that dive
They prefer
style,
the
especially
thing-
with Star-Lord being protected. I think it makes a lot of sense for Intergalactic.
Mirrors
because
instead
Star-Lord
of,
is very, very strong on this map. There's a lot of high ground to maneuver around.
Venom mirror.
Just set up for those galactic legends.
This is what this
and I
tells
think
us.
that's what's a very smart ban actually from Intergalactic. Is just removing the Venom, making sure that can't be possible. You can't have like a perma-tanking Venom there as Star-Lord zooms around in your backline. So it definitely seems like we're probably going to be seeing potentially some more of the same, maybe a lot more Hela being played.
Namor gets through.
Yeah,
Luna
Namor's
is
through.
in as well.
Can always see that from defense.
Strange. Mike is
ZP,
not
for all the
available.
plat heads in the game, why is there not a Black Panther or Moon Knight
What is
in
a plat
every
head?
lobby like we're
A
used to?
plat player?
I think what it just comes down to is I think if you're going to run Black Panther, you have to run a composition that's ultra heavy dive focused, even to the point of running both duelists on dive. And generally speaking, teams haven't gone
they're still on that
level of
setup.
dive heavy. And I think the general power level of the character just might
Still
not
on
be
that
there.
setup.
Moon Knight, again, I think it's a character that actually can have value from time to time. But if you talk
Intergalactic
about what
is
characters
matching.
scale more
Interesting.
with raw, like FPS
We're getting
tech,
triple
right? Like, with
tank
pure
on
aiming
both
skill,
sides.
who you're going to get more of, and the reality is that a lot of Moon Knight's kit is
It's
more about
exactly
game
the
sense
same
positioning,
comps on both
unless
sides.
I'm really good at tracking. At this level of play, players like Super Gomez, players like Rymazing, really, really good at tracking. Different world.
And well, ZP, it looks like we are.
Actually,
we
they're
started, yeah, we
not.
started the map here. I mean,
Super
we're
Gomez
very,
is on
very
the Star-Lord.
aggressive
What?
First hold right off the bat, just trying to just stuff them here into lockers.
I guess
right
he's
away.
just
But
he just switched to Star-Lord. It was on Tor
and,
before.
You know, with both teams playing Hela, that means that we're going to see, and also Loki, that means we're going to be seeing some reses. And I mean, Doomed getting a res here right off the bat is just keeping the contest alive a little bit longer, but not quite enough. As Intergalactic going to fall here. Sentinels playing this double duelist, not the triple Vanguard, as opposed to, you know, what you
were
think
on
about maybe,
Tor
oh, we'll play
before,
triple Vanguard, but it was actually Intergalactic trying to make that work with Senior Hoff.
Super Gomez right now. A little bit of a quick retreat. Strange Portal used. As Intergalactic comes back into the fight. And I do think following the Hela storyline here is going to be really interesting because there's so many
Sentinel's gonna
sneaky
have
areas
their
you can
ult.
position both
No,
on
I mean
attack and
Intergalactic's
defense,
gonna have
where
the ult
you're not only
first.
trying to
Nuke is at
get pickoffs
90%.
onto strategists, but you're also
Fidel's
trying
at
to get the better
90% too.
of the other Hela. And there's a lot of ways you can play it.
They
And
actually
should
have a
you
pretty
get-
big advantage
should
in
you get
defensives.
pickoffs, it's very,
Curva's
very
only at
impactful. So
86,
I think Doomed and
89.
Rymazing both have the ability to...
They can kill them. They can kill them.
Ready. Fate of Both Worlds
94.
gonna be used.
95.
Got a mission copying the Fate of Both
Yeah,
Worlds.
you're
Intergalactic
late. Aramori
staying alive
gets
here
it
on the point, gonna
first.
get some very big kills.
Yeah.
The Wolverine swap for Senior Hoff is very, very big. But Super Gomez and Rymazing controlling the high ground here. And we're going to see this a lot. Duelists just continuing to fight for the high ground. You're probably going to see a lot of the Doctor Stranges floating around, just continuing to try to find picks on these flanks, maybe get reses. As I mean, they're trying to chase down some of those dual Sentinels. But Super Gomez, I mean, he's fast.
Yeah, Gomez
He's
is
very,
setting
very
up
fast with
behind.
Star-Lord. It's almost impossible to chase down the Star-Lord.
In terms of you want to be fast, just pick up the
He's gonna be
Rocket.
behind
It's
him when
pretty
he starts
effective
ulting. He's
in the
gonna,
end.
yo.
Galactic Legend, though, going to be used here. Super Gomez in over the top. Look for a pickoffs, but you know when everyone's dancing down below.
Yo, Nuke is
the
already at
dueling
42%
Luna
for your
ultimates,
next ult. It's
Your
crazy.
options are going to be a little bit limited.
Ray's nice
Super
job
Gomez
with the
looking
alt
down, just
economy.
watching the ants fight over the Dorito. You know, just watching all the ults go down,
Yeah,
viewing from the sky.
the Hela
as
ult
goddess of death
flanking.
comes on in from
Bro,
Rymazing
Fidel,
in the
bro.
back.
You
Gotta
have to
find
know
Fidel,
you're gonna
knowing
get.
that there's
Yeah.
no Fate of Both Worlds. That's actually so well played because Super
Ooh,
Gomez
Rymazing
across the Black
dies.
Legend forces those strategist ults, allowing Rymazing to go back in. But still,
Yeah,
Intergalactic
Nuke has his ult.
sustaining here on the point. They have the God of Mischief. They're gonna have some opportunity to potentially still stay.
Sentinels so far getting the better of this, the momentum of the fight in their favor. And, you know, once you start getting a little bit of a break in the front line, this is where a Star-Lord can just run forward and just go,
Yeah,
you know,
you
shift
ult?
one time after another, continue to roll in,
What?
reload, add on the damage. And look at Intergalactic here. I think they let this one go at this point. They're just setting up for defense on second. First, it's gone.
Sometimes those mad recontests are just that, because you give up more ult charge for no reason, you stagger yourself, you don't really get much out of it. And the Intergalactic comp here is having some trouble because you're playing into the Star-Lord, into the Hela that's constantly flanking. You don't have another duelist that's able to contest, and so you're kind of losing these flank lines. You're losing all the pressure. Your strategies are feeling a lot more pressure to pop their ults a little bit earlier. So they need to have something to where they can just remove Gomez, or just they need to allow Senior Hoff to just get way more value.
Again from Gomez
Galactic Legend
already.
From Gomez, Hela often the target of choice. Regeneration domain though going to come down.
That's
limits the
actually
impact, but not
insane,
enough before
bro.
Wolverine gets caught in the same ultimate. So Super Gomez just a little bit of target acquisition change there, Vast, to again
Just
give Sentinels
rolling
momentum.
And right now, Rymazing and Super Gomez they're driving the game. They're entirely is based off all the pressure coming out from those two flanking duelists, in particular Super Gomez, who's just completely uncontested. Senior Hoff finally gonna make it a swap to Namor. I mean, if you're gonna stay on the Wolverine, you just need it. Just more aggression, more picks. You need to have something happen. So the Namor now
Isn't
that
that
contest
Bunny
Super Gomez
Hop?
a little bit more.
Oh,
let the
wow,
respond
and
as
he just
Doom's
got
gonna find
cooked.
Rymazing.
Yeah, quick little 1-2 from Doomed, and look, a single pickoff like that can really change the tail of the next fight. Sentinels, we'll see how much they commit. They've already done Fate of Both Worlds. We'll see how much more they put into it, though. Agamotto in from window. No pickoffs, though, immediately after. It's still a fight. Sentinels is in.
Well, there's not going to be a second Eye of Agamotto. It's blinded in one eye because Goodbye Kalush taken down by Nook. They're still going to have the sustain here as well because they have the God of Mischief. And now Sentinels, they're stuck in this fight. They're going to be able to
Namor.
quite
They're on
some time,
Namor
but
now.
they don't have
Intergalactic
that
is on
second
Namor. I
They
love
don't have the
this.
shielding, and they're probably just going to back up here. And that's exactly what they're doing, taking all the way back here. And Intergalactic trying to find some more as Kalush dropping a very
interesting
cheeky
TP.
portal to maybe like poke them from behind. I mean, you can, they get back pretty fast here as well, but they want the portal now to do some shenanigans later on.
Yeah, I mean, the downside about using the portal there is that now you're not going to have it to squeeze in like.
Well, if Doom can get a hella ult behind, can be dead.
Right? So,
another ult from Gomez. He charges ult so fast, it's crazy.
Finds Senior Hoff, focuses on the duelist, gets his target, sets up the 6v5. Still going into the backline.
That's just so bad for Intergalactic.
And again, Avast, it's the duelist setting the tone for Sentinels.
They're just letting Sentinels dictate the entire game. They're ulting first.
You're just so fast. You put so much pressure out. The Galactic Legend
They're just
just
ulting
controls
first.
so, especially when you have like large, wide areas like this on the
You
point
won the
B here
fight.
for Spider
You could have
Islands.
taken
You're
all
just
the
able to
space on the
provide
map.
so much pressure. And with the clobbering time coming from Hogs, that means like, okay, no regeneration domain, no ults being farmed with the strategist, so gets tons and tons of value. Is Intergalactic now going to be looking to defend here on the final point, point C?
This is a tough point to go into, by the way. Even when we looked at EU, this is the final boss, I feel like, of points in Marvel Rivals. It is not easy to get a full completion on Spider Island. So we'll see where Intergalactic goes here on the defense. It does not really mean anything for Sentinels if they don't finish out here, but it means the world if they do.
Doom popping that Goddess of Death very, very early, getting blocked out a bit by Kalush with the Cloak of Levitation. There's a piece of Hellas throwing some orbs at each other as Nook
What the fuck did Nuke do, bro?
So there's no Loki heals anymore.
What the fuck did the Loki just do? He just jumped up
more
and
strategist ults up here for Intergalactic. Effectively
I think the moment might be too big for him.
Holds Agamotto in the moment, but instead it's Kalush. Offensive Agamotto sets things up. 3 more picks here for Sentinels, and they are getting real close to potentially completing a difficult to complete map.
You gotta embrace your Woodmaster roots. The Eye of Agimoto. You gotta sound really,
nice
Midwestern there when you go for it.
setup.
But now, here comes the contest out, but Hogs hiding behind,
shit by
dropping the
Nuke.
clobbering time, trying to force out ults, gonna get out the God of Mischief. Regeneration Domain keeps everyone very, very healthy here for Sentinels as they just leave. It's like, okay, we've clobbered, we left.
Yeah, also Doomed. Quick pick off on the right maze.
Yeah, Doom is really
that
good.
One pick off,
Ooh!
buying
Good job by Gomez on the iframe, the right click.
No extra pickoff zone. Super Gomez now.
To just a
once
strange
more,
ult.
Galactic Legend being met by Regeneration Domain, so not the easiest. Breaks line of sight for 1 second. Nearly gets 2 in the back, but not quite. The heals are going to come in, but they have to touch the cart. They have to move in. They're so close to just giving this up for free as Intergalactic have to immediately head back out as they took cover from the Galactic Legend.
Oh, the swap from Senior Hoff onto Star-Lord, so clutch there. 2 different stellar ships, giving him invincibility frames, making sure he does not go down to the Galactic Legend from Super Gomez. And that's just another reason why Star-Lord just so powerful. You can just be positioned like that, use 2 different dashes just to get out to give you invincibility. As now Sentinels rounding the corner. I mean, they're looking here for the Eye of Agamotto. They do have the Fate of Both Worlds. They're going to have both strategies ults up. But Intergalactic an ult bank of their own. And really, it's like, where's the clobbering time come out? Where's the anything already? Impunity going to drop it right there.
Kalush into the back line, drops the Eye Agamotto. Fate of Both Worlds out on both sides. Everyone dancing, feeling the beat. No one dying here just yet. Senior Hoff, Galactic Legend into the back. Super Gomez super close to his own legend. Both teams looking for the all-important first pick. Health bar is being healed back up as quick as they go down. Super Gomez ready to go.
Fidel ult.
Watch the Galactic Legend. You gotta watch it. Where is he being marked right now, ZP? Because you, like you called out, Super Gomez has that ult. He's down. No, finds such a very important pick, and Doomed still making some pressure here. But ZP, I mean, this could be a huge Gods of Death.
Gods of Death is out. What's going to deal with it right now? People have to back up from the barrage, but they also need to move forward and touch the payload. I guess it's time for the thing, but the damage dealt by
Impunity has his ult. Impunity has ult.
Just finishes what is set up by the Goddess of Death, and it's Sentinels getting through this incredibly tough point.
And the Goddess of Death not necessarily getting direct value there, but Rimazing on it forces all of Intergalactic to just back up. They have to back up. They can't afford to take that damage. I mean, especially because you're not playing like a Magneto. You don't have a secondary shield to mitigate that damage. You do have the... Just letting their duelists set the pace, following up there, Kalush Hogs, just continuing to be very, I mean, no other better word, just sneaky, cheeky, whatever other ikis you want to add on there, you know.
As we're waiting for this round to kick off real quick, there has been a Cool Matt 69 spotting, Emong,
Cool
Finzi,
Matt
Shroud,
69.
Fish Sticks, DFX 87. Everyone is here to party. Be loud in the chat. Give us some impressions. Yikes.
There's the fall off. Right when you're saying like, oh, like this is all these amazing people for Cool Matt's
never done something like that.
Yo, Nuke in 4K, bro. In 4K. In 4K, bro. In 4K, my dude. In 4K, bro.
Swap Sentinels get through what was a very difficult attack. Now Intergalactic.
Holy shit.
Best of 7 to slip away from them. They need to do at least equivalent of Ast on their own attack.
Do a little bit of that little Rocket Raccoon value. Getting some armor packs just for the fun out of the spawn from the BRBs. Because now, Window trying to make some space, Intergalactic trying to get through the choke very, very early. And this is where the comp for Sentinels is so dangerous. And in just in general for this map with now the double duelists, is you're going to be being shot from all the high ground, from behind, everywhere. Star-Lords, Hellas, they're in the trees. They're in the trees, CP. And they have to make it through this choke.
Having DPSs that can get hide on this map is really, really good.
But as you said,
because you can just sit on the ceilings.
It's not great. It is almost going through war. But
and that's a great situation for Intergalactic. They forced the early regeneration domain there. So they're going to have that sustained, but Armory obviously farming a ton of God of Mischief. And, well, it doesn't matter because they've lost the picks anyways.
You lose Thing early on, and suddenly it's, all right, how do we get back to spawn without losing everyone in the process? Big early pickoff from Sentinels, and Super Gomez even gets on the Doom. You know, Doom might have tried to just, you know, get the pickoff on the Gomez himself there, but it's always on a knife's edge when those two fight.
Ooh, Super Gomez getting a little silly with it. Again, goes to spawn, but luckily gonna survive, has the stellar shifts. Now Intergalactic setting up for their next push. 2 ults already in the bank, but Sentinels, I mean, look at it. They're a very, very healthy economy themselves, and Intergalactic, they gotta find an option to break this.
Intergalactic, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on his attack. Already doesn't feel like a whole lot of time. Right now, just looking at Super Gomez, ready to become the legend once more.
That's old.
Fate of 2 Worlds early here from Intergalactic, not getting a ton immediately. It is going to force out Fate of 2 Worlds on the other side. I have Agamotto in over the top window. It's huge.
The thing into Strange.
Vanguard so big. Clobbering time followed up by the Eye of Agamotto, but they still want to commit Sentinels. I mean, they're still pretty healthy. They want to drop the Galactic Legend. Senior Hoff on the Wolverine. He can do nothing. They're shooting from the high ground.
Gomez is dead. Ram isn't going to have his ult. Yo, Doomed is just the best player on this team. Holy.
This is going to clean up this fight.
Doomed is clean, bro. Nuke gets a res, too.
So badly here on the Hogs because the issue now is that they've used so many ults. They've used so many ults here. They are going to get the stagger on the Hogs. And they're going to get the portal tech. They're doing the portal tech. Look, Window dropping the portal tech, making sure they can't effectively contest. He counter portals Kaluge. They can't get in here. They can't use the portal to touch point.
Portal comes on out, but they have to watch out for Kaluge, the final boss.
Oh, Senior got
finishing off the payload, drops the Eye of Agamotto. Doesn't quite result
Senior's
in much off. I mean, I think it might have
Doomed
been
is probably super low.
But Intergalactic, they lose Window towards the end. Off some of the pressure from Amazing on the Goddess of Death. 2 down, and only a minute left here of Vast. Intergalactic doesn't have many more shots at trying to get the first point.
Hogs is hiding.
In fact, aptly named, they have the last stand. They had the last stand with a minute left. I mean, I think this is the issue here is that, like, the Wolverine's such a strong pick, but if you're just not able to deal with these duelists on the high ground, on the vertical differentials, and just find an early pick, I mean, Senior Hoff is doing nothing. He's just staring up in the sky.
It's pretty much even in terms of ults.
There's the flank. Senior Hoff goes to the high ground, trying to find one. The Soul Drainer doesn't get the Pharaoh leap. I mean, cooldown's down, so now it's round 2, looking for anything.
He was looking for the rooftop grab, doesn't get it, but still last stand on deck. Get into the
what I'm looking for is Gomez and the Ting's ult for on both sides. Gomez, Wolverine can also be really good.
Gods of Mischief used here from Nuck. Fate of 2 Worlds in.
Bro, I need to see a Wolverine player grab someone out of the defensive and trying to kill him. Even if you don't kill him, you can still charge your ult back up super fast. Ramazing kills.
Absolutely no one is dying right now, but finally, the last stand gonna come out from
Senior
Hoff.
is
But it's
dead.
only for the Hela. Only Hela ends up falling here. Super Gomez in over the top. Galactic Legend laying down the damage.
Ooh, Gomez got
End the map here and now. And it's looking like they might just do it. Time has run off the clock. We are in full-on overtime. Intergalactic looking for anything to stay alive.
Beyblade.
Super Gomez dives into the back. The blaster barrage. Luna Snow in his sights as the rest of Intergalactic just getting chunked down one by one. The hold, it's done.
One last game.
Super Gomez, I mean, just in general, the duelist for Sentinels, the heroes there, the absolute heroes, I mean, just keeping so much pressure, and there's just no answer. There was no answer. Senior Hoff on the Wolverine just simply couldn't ever find the chance to use the last stand. Didn't hit a barrel leap to find someone.
All of the games,
especially in that
the
last
thing was
minutes,
ace.
you just needed some value, and it's not easy.
All
it's really
the
not
games.
easy. It's not like Senior Hoff's a bad player at all. It's just really, really hard
All the
when you're playing into a
games.
comp where two people are in the sky.
All of them.
Whole thing. Alright,
You know, they're
what
drawing up the
next?
plan. They're just like, okay,
Alright,
so what do you
Wolverine
want me to do
ults
as
is
Wolverine?
strange. Alright.
Oh, you want me
Yeah,
to?
just like
Oh,
nothing.
I get one chance of the Pharaoh leap too. Oh, and
Bro,
you know,
the thing
sometimes
is
it works out and
broken.
it's very flashy, and other times
How
you-
the fuck
you
does the
just
thing
kinda
get
leap over a
fucking
building and you hope for the
MVP in
best.
each and every
Best does not
game,
happen
bro?
in this case.
No Magneto bubble makes it no fun to play Wolverine, and you gotta be thinking that Star-Lord Protect came into play at the end of that game. Sentinels now move up 3-1 of Vast. They're on match point, one game away from $1,000.
I mean, it's looking like they were the team to beat. We made the right call here for the first fight night. We definitely made the right call. Sentinels looking extremely strong, extremely flexible.
$1,000.
And Star-Lord definitely finding, I think, his place in the meta more and more. We've seen teams in EU and OCE just using Star-Lord more and more, just recognizing, oh wow, it's really, really good to be really fast and really high up in the air.
As we take a
Generally
look
good
at some of
things.
the highlights, ZP, I did want to ask one thing. Are you seeing as many ultimate combos from these NA teams compared to what you saw from VP and, of course, the EU squad?
I think in NA, more than anything else, a lot of it is crimes of opportunity. Obviously, you go far enough back, we did see some great Strangling Prison into Horn combos, right? Where you're just locked in and all you can do is look up and see a whale just coming to end you. But more than anything else, I think the key driver here, especially, it's things like Doctor Strange, right? Where you see Kalush continually just
fuck?
scanning the terrain, looking for
Dog
the right
new
opportunity to do
com.
a drop-down
Dude.
Agamotto to set
Oh, not
everything
again.
else up.
Dude.
Oh, come on,
Yo, they're fucking evil for this, bro.
That boy Kalush pulled up.
Reverb on the audio.
Bro.
Boy Colin.
Kalush eyes have been so annoying as well. If you're into Galactic, there's
Dude.
nothing worse than just pausing for 2 seconds while he whips you in the face.
Bro's about to make bank loot off this game
Awkward pause. Thanks, ZP.
with like
Dude.
$100.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine. We'll wait.
You know,
for
I
the
thought it was
end of the
ZP's turn. I
highlights
thought it was
roll.
ZP's turn to talk, honestly. I thought it was ZP.
Can't expect perfection on our first show. What we can expect, though,
He
is
nuked it. He fucking nuked it.
Just week 1. Can't expect perfection on our first show. What we can expect, though, is Fozix,
This
who just
commentator
jumped into the
drunk.
stream to hit the
Fozix.
follow button. Finzi's friends are all showing up as Iceland awakens with the sun. Avast, it has been a fantastic show. We are about to hit the 8-hour mark. What has been the highlight of the tournament so far? I'm not ready for it to end right now.
I mean, definitely clocking out of my park ranger shift to come cast it has been big for me. But also more importantly for that, I think just seeing the breadth of the comps and seeing kind of the evolution of the meta. Where I remember way back, everyone's like, guys, what if everyone just plays triple strategist and triple vanguard?
I mean,
What happens?
$100
No,
not
it's fine. Triple
too
Vanguard can
shabby,
still
bro.
happen, but we're
We
not
can get a
getting
couple
triple
skins
strategist
here
quite
and
as
there
much.
in Marvel
seeing,
Rivals.
I think also Star-Lord being a continually big addition to the meta, and just seeing the flexibility of these players. I think
Hades
that's
is a
the
Prime,
strength
or
of
Hades.
Marvel Rivals right now is we don't have hero limits. We don't have role limits. How do
Yeah,
you
like
experiment?
3
How do you
Psylocke
change?
skins.
How do you evolve as a team? And Sentinels showing that here, that you can push the limits a bit of like, ironically, of what can your team do? How much flexibility can we have? And you're really seeing the benefit for like players like Super Gomez, who's playing Star-Lord, playing Thor. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, and I love that you can flip it up mid-game as well. You're not locked in to a specific role for the entirety of the game. It is very fluid, and we see it change depending on different checkpoints. ZP, we're going into the path once again. Is
This guy
all
said
gonna be
Sentinel's
air
gonna
creatures?
take a
Are we gonna
cut,
see
bro.
everyone grounded with
That
more
would just
tanks?
be
The-
like,
the Vanguards
it's
rolling
definitely in
free.
the contract
What
that
do we
they
expect to
could,
see
but like
here as
there
Game
is
5
no
load
way
in?
I think what we
Rob
expect to see here
Moore
is
is
probably
gonna
both teams
message
running thing, just because the first choke point
who
here
the
on
fuck
battle
is
is
Super
absolutely
Gomez, yo.
brutal. You need something to
I'm
create a
gonna
little
be
bit of
taking
chaos
$60
in there,
and
and that's
$100
what
for
in a spot that's very hard to
Dude.
flank. very hard to actually get good damage into.
Like, what are you talking
I'd
about?
like to see, and I mean, there's a pun here. I can't avoid it. It's where we've gone. Would actually be the take out the thing in the beginning here, because I do think of the two teams that Sentinels gets way more mileage out of it right now than I think Intergalactic has, and just change things up a little bit. You're facing elimination in the next map. If you had anything to try on a whim or any just gut guesses, now is probably the time.
God damn.
Too. Diet Coke has ZP going wild as we're approaching the midnight hour of Vast. I was just promised in the chat, don't worry, this is going 7. So tell me the comeback story. I'm an Intergalactic fanboy. I have my jersey on. I made it myself while the show started. What do I need to see?
I mean, well, you definitely need to see, if you're gonna keep trying to play Wolverine, which it's happened multiple times now, you need to get value. You're gonna
Like, after this, I gotta
If you're
eat,
gonna
and
play
then I gotta play the
Wolverine, you
game.
need to get value. That's a good tip. Tips and tricks.
If you're not gonna be playing Wolverine, you definitely need some options to shut down Super Gomez, whether it be the Thor, whether it be the Star-Lord. You just can't.
Let's get value.
And a shout out to the thing again, because Hogs on the thing has really been giving a ton of value. You've been seeing like the embattled leaps giving, sometimes you're the most amount of damage mitigated in the entire lobby, because you get that damage reduction sent to all of your teammates there. You're constantly pressuring into the back line. You're dropping clobbering times, the force cooldowns, the force
Clobbering
so
time.
they need an answer to the thing. They either need to find a comp that's going to work to punish the thing, which is hard, or you need to make sure that you're playing comps that Super Gomez can't get.
They need to ban the thing. This is the root of their problems. Not because Hogs is good at the thing. He probably is good at the thing. But like,
real question. Why
the supports are way too
bring out the quad Vanguard
ult
dual
happy
strategist
against the thing, and it's fucking them.
Well, Crimzo has seen some stuff in the hero shooter genre.
It just fucks their whole ult economy. Like, just that ult, and boom, like, they have to support ult. They just need to ban that, bro.
Yes, I think Crimzo, he's all about
get
fair
normal
competition,
fights
fair
happening.
play. Look, man, 4 Vanguards, no. We're not going there just for the good of the game. I think, Crimzo, he's just kind of a steward of what's good like that, and you got to respect Crimzo, and also all the energy he derives from his wide collection of baseball caps.
Okay, Groot banned, Magneto banned. Now we're gonna protect Star-Lord and Wolverine. No Bucky this time around. Okay.
Interesting. I mean, Magneto's gone again, so it means obviously there's no bubbles that are going to be possible. There's no bulwark that can come out. Groot being gone is not unsurprising here, because Groot is very, very strong on path, and Pewdie obviously very good on the Groot. And of course, no else but the thing protected, because we gotta have Hogs on the thing, of course. And it's really just a question.
It's gonna be the same thing, bro.
I feel like this is just matching up to be like, okay, no Wolverine, like
unless they ban Star-Lord.
Standard composition potentially minus the Magneto.
Collusion's strange. It's gonna.
Might not have been.
I'm calling it now.
Yeah. Better on Strange than most of the other characters I've been playing, and the result. The other characters I've been playing.
Jack
and the
thinks they're
results
prime.
with good Eye of Agamotto plays have been really hard to argue with. However, I do really like the Protect on the Winter Soldier here, just because the most variability I think you're going to get in Marvel Rivals also comes off Winter Soldier play, where even if you feel like you might be a little
Let's
bit
see
below
how
the
many
other team,
times
you
Star-Lord
never know what's
ults
gonna
this
happen
game
in
with
any given
into
team fight,
0
and
support
the fact
ults.
that you
It
just
should
need
happen
one
0 times
good pick
in a pro
with your
game.
Kraken impact to break a
But
fight
that should
wide
never
open,
happen.
regardless of what else
But
is
let's
on the other
see.
team. So I actually think even still, if you're a team that's a little bit the underdog, I think you want to run Winter.
Hey, Rivals, Fight Night champs, or are we going the distance? Galactic, start the rebound right now. I believe in you, Avast.
Well, I'm already shaking in my boots here a little bit. Not just because of Puckett's
Shivering
belief,
in
but
my
because
boots.
Sentinels. What do I see here? Heartbreak emoji, Super Gomez on the Star-Lord. Heartbreak
Oh,
emoji, there
they
it
bring
is,
back
on
the
fast.
classic.
We've seen it before. Gonna be up in the skybox.
Triple res,
Looking to put a lot
Adam,
of pressure. Intergalactic,
Mantis,
they need to have some answers
Star-Lord.
here.
The interesting thing too is that you banned the Hela, and obviously part of it is that Rymazing has been playing the Hela.
I do
Where,
like
by the way,
Intergalactic's
speaking of,
comp.
new compositions.
Really
Coming on out.
just
Kurova, Rymazing, Aramori.
the classic.
And Rymazing.
Rymazing on fucking Mantis, what the fuck?
Oriented Mantis. Something
You're on
you've played a lot,
triple
actually,
support.
Mantis, I mean, essentially
What the
functions as almost another duelist.
I guess Kurova's gonna play
Where you
super
have
aggressively.
The allied inspiration, you can damage
Holy
boost your
shit.
allies, you can also damage boost yourself. In return, you have the Spore Slumber to sleep people. So, I mean, there's really a lot of options and utility here from the Mantis that, on top of that, her primary doesn't have fall off. So it's
please.
It's essentially just another duelist.
Kraken Impact out early, Hogs down. Blaster Barrage though, in from Super Gomez, who's getting all the healing in the world. Probably also gonna be gang Mantis support buffs all game long. You have Dooms right now on the Winter Soldier looking for something. Instead, it's gonna be Fate of both worlds coming on out. Both teams doing a little bit of dancing right now. A lot of ults on deck for Sentinels in the moment. I have Agamotto.
He know he's looking for it.
Yet, though, for Intergalactic in turn. Instead, it's gonna be Super Gomez using that Adam Warlock Resurrection to come right back into play.
Yo, they're gonna be so hard.
Sentinels, I mean, using the Adam Warlock to keep the sustain up. I mean, when the heals may not be amazing.
Like that shit would be crazy on defense. I don't know on offense. Do they have enough damage?
Legend out, but Regeneration Domain is up, which means it's gonna be very hard to punish some of these players.
They need to take it down. They need
to let Super Gomez get some value to the clock. There's gonna be the charge coming on in, trying to immobilize some. They aren't gonna find anyone, but it is gonna be impunity finally caught. And the triple
Senior Hoff is up 95.
It's just keeping so much sustain for Sentinels, where Intergalactic, they just need to find a pick. They need to get Senior Hoff to the backline for something because they can't just be playing here.
Can we talk about Hogs just playing bounce right now? Intergalactic willingly puts themselves in a room that they have to portal to get out of because Hogs just sitting there punching the doorway repeatedly. And the
I mean, he's literally a sentient boulder. What are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to get past that?
Yeah, like everyone runs
immovable
the Galactic
object.
Legend. The Galactic Legend basically is used as a credit card for positional advantage, and then Hogs just walks and blocks the doorway. Doesn't move.
The walks and blocks. I like it. Coming up with some combos there. The walks and blocks right there. I mean, Intergalactic here, the ult bank still pretty strong for them. I mean, they're going to have the Hornet Proteus. They'll have the God of Bishop. So they have a Kraken Impact. They have some options to get some picks, but they just can't be letting them lose all this position because as soon as the position is lost, that's where the triple strategy gets the most value to be because they're just getting the damage boost. They're getting the CC. They're getting all the damage here coming out from the thing, all the damage mitigation as well for his team. So they need to let their double duelist try to make some space for them.
I mean, you go into this next fight, all eyes have to be on Dooms, who opens up Bionic Arm, forces out early Agamotto, Kaluge, Fate of both worlds out for both teams. Both teams still super healthy.
Oh, he gets a reset.
There's the first reset, and here comes Doomed. After taking down Aramori, that might just be it. No extra resets there. Instead, Kurova in the backline. Aramori back into the fight. Ult just
I mean, that team up so strong there for Adam Warlock's DP. I mean, Armor goes down, gives the regenerative cocoon so Armor can make it back and still staying alive here off that Karmic Revival. There's going to be the Galactic Legend. Can they find anyone? The Legend of the Deep used. There's the clobbering time too, but no one dies. But also, I mean, everyone's just kind of sustaining right now. Super Gomez continues to find picks. Just so much pressure here, so many heals. The damage boost. It's just so tough for Intergalactic.
Well, Gomez is dead, but he's back.
Well, the damage ends up coming to an end. But guess what? You use the cocoon. You're right back in there. That's the upside of being Star-Lord with an Adam Warlock. And the pressure continues. Sentinels keep the convoy moving forward. Second point is theirs.
They're playing a
4
really
minutes
versatile.
left to go here in our match point game. The Sentinels look to be the first
they got amazing playing support.
North America.
Gomez playing tank.
And definitely not as dominant as the VP match was earlier today in EU, but looking still very, very strong here for Sentinels, winning a potential, potential match point option here to be our first Rivals Fight Night champion. As Sentinels hold on to both Vanguard ults, holding on to the Agamotto, holding on to the clobbering time. Intergalactic making the swap to Senior Hoff to Squirrel Goal here for the last point of the path, which to be fair, it's very enclosed. You do get to build that Squirrel Tsunami very, very quickly. So, I mean, maybe that extra damage is just what they need.
And you can say you hit them with your nuts.
Okay, thank you, Puckett. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, but yeah, I mean, you can't help but not get damage here in this situation, right? Like, the slingshot's gonna hit something. Fate of both worlds, though, out. Both teams jockeying for positioning as it fades. Life, pretty even across both sides. Window, though, Eye of Agamotto, gotta be looked for here. Into the front it goes. Window, is the setup gonna be good? Regeneration Domain used in turn, but it's still not enough to save Kaluge. Not quite in it. However,
I need to take space, get the Adam.
Ultimate in turn,
get them.
right back up. The fight's just not ending.
I mean, however, the Karmic Revival here right in front of everyone. They have to make sure not to go down to the Galactic Legend. There's the Regeneration Domain. Everyone's going to live here for right now. Unlikely Super Gomez going to be able to chase as, there's the live stream keeping them up. A lot of heals coming out here from the Adam Warlock. But Intergalactic still holding strong. However, they don't have any ults. They have to be very, very worried of these Vanguard ults for Sentinels.
Yeah, particularly Kalush. I mean, yes, Hogs has had great clobbering times, and okay, check the time. It's clobbering time. Moves on in, drops the Eye of Akamoto, and it's a full team wipe. Just
and they get
fucking here comes the portal tech. They're not gonna be able to get out as long as it doesn't screw it up. I mean, they just
Everything's
can't get out of spawn.
over.
They can't
I mean,
get
the
out of
round's
spawn now.
over.
This is so sad. It's actually so sad.
Balance,
I mean, I don't
balance,
know.
bro. This should definitely be in the game.
It might be just on the edge, but I mean, it's like, what, 20 seconds? Like 10, 20 seconds? Yeah, it's not going to be enough. It's over. I mean, and no timelines. Does Intergalactic, Doctor Strange just scan them all? Kalush just look through them. There's no timelines where they get a spawn. There's just zero.
That's just, it's the way of ending the game, not with a bang, but with a whimper, where you just walk out and be like, I guess those spawn doors don't work anymore, do they?
Yeah, they don't.
As Kalush goes, no, they don't. That's what happens. Drops the Eye of Agamotto for... drops the Eye of Agamotto for what was a full round-winning play, and they did that with plenty of time left too, Avast. So, Intergalactic tournament life on the line. You know, what's at stake is not only $1,000, but the right to be the defending team in the next Rivals Fight Night. So, there's a lot of benefits to staying on top. Not just
New
the prize money.
100%. I mean, status, power, prestige. Everyone's calls the lowly masses calling out, looking, oh, Sentinels.
Status,
the
he
cloud
said.
becoming even more clouded, collecting it up like a clout
That's
black
too
hole.
funny, bro.
Past the clout event horizon.
Yeah. It's what you need. It's what people fight for. You know, Fight Night, a lot of things going for it, but you know, the clout's one of it. But look at here. This is all the pressure in the world of Vest. I mean, look, you've been here as a competitive player before. You know, back in your days before, you know, certain presidents of gaming might have said, tough time to beat. What do you do?
I mean, I want to see just something crazy. Like, I mean, maybe even more Squirrel Girl. I mean, even in that last fight with the double Vanguard ult there for Intergalactic, I mean, they had Senior Hoff obviously on Squirrel Girl, not Doomed.
There's no way Doom stays on
it was
fucking
just
Squirrel Girl.
almost value because they were able to get the root.
No,
They were
still
able to just
super
like
open.
lock Hogs in place, couldn't use the clobbering time, but Kalush still unfortunately able to go past, drop the Agamotto now that the CC was done. And it looks like that's what they're going to do.
Why not
They're
try
gonna
to
stay
run
on
Rocket, Punisher,
and this point, this map
to
in
literally
particular,
just
very, very
destroy Hogs' health bar? What about that? We're not trying this? We don't want to try this?
Playing very, very aggressively here in the front line.
Wouldn't necessarily expect the Star-Lord to be the first one to get brought low by the slingshot, but hey, sometimes it just works that way. Early man advantage here for Sentinels, or rather for Intergalactic, and you know, they just get to keep the pressure on. But okay, as I say that, Super Gomez dives backline, everyone is dead. That was right-facing everyone in there at the same time. Blink and you miss.
And it's just so hard. And also the downside here for the Squirrel Girl, there's multiple downsides. One, obviously it's tough to fight into the flyers there, but sometimes your acorns are so explosive it doesn't matter. Two, you give an incredible amount of strategist ult to Sentinels, especially when you're playing triple strategists. Those acorns are absolutely just filling up their bars. As Korova, oh my gosh, with the Cosmic Cluster, no, that's not a serial, that is the secondary fire. And already just going to be getting another pick. And that's the advantage of the Adam Warlock too. On top of the team-up ZP, which you've highlighted before, you have a lot of damage from the Mantis and Adam Warlock, which is typically why they run together, because you're getting just their utility. All
the suppressor that Sentinels is running to a lot of damage. Hogs is behind him, but you haven't seen him. You haven't seen him.
I mean, that just brings me back is like, it would make sense. But here we go, Hogs, clobbering time.
Are you blind, bro?
Super Gomez down.
Holy shit.
Intergalactic looking to make things work. They drop the Squirrel Tsunami. However, Super Gomez brought right back in. Karmic Rebirth from Korova. Sentinel still at full strength. Guess what? Kalush's Eye of Agamotto. He's going to drop it in over the top. His fall through going to be there. Korova
defensive Eye of Agamotto.
There's going to be enough. Those Intergalactic comes on in. God of Mischief. Fate of Two Worlds. And now it's set.
I mean, the ults are gone. The ults are gone here a little bit. They just have to make sure that Cole's out. Super Gomez fought. What an amazing Maelstrom Madness there. With the Coco Levitation, they're still going to make it out. Try to find a pick here. There's a lot of damage on the field, and they do. And that's what's so brutal about this comp for Intergalactic is that, yes, they have a ton of damage for Doom, but they don't have a lot of necessarily finishing power. And as soon as they break out of a choke, I mean, all of Sentinels.
Yeah, you know what's crazy?
They can all get a limbs.
Hogs is just cycling through ults like insanely fast.
No safe angle.
He was behind him earlier in the fight. Pressed Q. They're first to ult, and now both of their supports are at 50. Fidel's at 60, Senior Hoff is at 50. Hogs already has his ult. The thing just charges ult so fast.
Both these fights mattering a whole lot of Ast as the setup continues. Sentinels, though, might be clobbering time once more as Hogs goes on in, seizes the opportunity.
Yeah, man. The thing is fucking broken, bro. Holy shit.
The follow through is more than enough, and just as really just as terribly there for Windows. On top of the fact they were getting stunned from the clobbering time, they had the anti-heal from
bro.
the Dark Magic.
The thing charges his ult so fast.
In that fight, which maybe could have turned it. And Sentinels are so willing to take these aggressive fights, not just because of the ults, but because if they lose one, okay, we have the Adam Warlock passive, the Regenerative Cocoon, bringing people back alive, and it's just brutal. It's absolutely brutal here to deal with that aggression, even if you're down one.
Final opportunity for Intergalactic. Tournament life on the line. Right now, we see Doomed going in on the Star-Lord, looking for any early pick. Galactic Legend ready. Blaster Barrage to open things up. Fate of Two Worlds from Fidel. Intergalactic trying to make something happen.
Bro, Sentinels has every ult.
Gonna have the Soul Resurgence in here from Raimazing. Sentinels moving forward. What is the next shoe to drop? Kaluj has the Eye of Agamotto ready. They get second lives here with the Karmic Rebirth. Intergalactic, though, still just looking
Sentinels has the advantage. Hog is gonna have his ult up.
Sentinels, what do you have?
They have nothing for. Ooh, they're nuke. Oh, they're on triple support. Intergalactic. Nuke has an ult.
Karmic Rebirth coming on in.
Do they find it Adam? Hide and seek with Adam C.
This could be it. And how fitting would it be if Gomez is the one to put it away as Sentinels on the verge. They are your first champions of Rivals Fight Night North America.
And Sentinels, I mean, they're showing the strength, showing how flexible they are, and showing just the breadth of their comps. I mean, they played triple Vanguard, they played double Duelist, they ended the series on triple Strategist. I mean, everything under the sun that you could imagine, within reason, maybe no Mr. Fantastic, but still, like, all the picks you could imagine.
GG's.
The driving force
interesting.
Just continuing to allow Super Gomez to just flex to whatever he wanted to flex to.
It was ridiculous flexibility, but also, I mean, similar parts across the board. I think the Star-Lord probably the most consistent part.
If I'm Shroud, I sign only Doomed.
Puckett. We're at the end of our broadcast, and Sentinels,
we made it. Yeah, 9 hours of fun working on the very first Rivals Fight Night. We're finishing right before midnight.
9 hours? There's no way.
6 a.m. over there in those places in Europe.
Bro, it's like 8 hours for me, bro. 8 hour stream now, and I'm gonna do like a 6-hour stream in like an hour.
Yeah, that's just
very exciting, but kind of comes down to the auto